Chapter 1 Artificial Respiration to Save the School Beauty. Jiannan City, Zhongbei University. Shui walked towards the girls' dormitory with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Today is the weekend, and it is also Valentine's Day on May 20th. He plans to have a romantic date with his girlfriend Suyu, but the cost may be a bit expensive. Suyu seemed to be in a bad mood recently, and was so distant towards him. It was a good opportunity to take advantage of Valentine's Day to make her happy. Shui hummed a little tune and walked slowly. The reason why he was so happy was not just because of Valentine's Day. Another reason is that his system is about to be activated. While thinking, a line of words appeared in front of Shui's eyes that only he could see. The strongest rich system activation progress, 999-1000. This system prompt appeared when Shui reported to the university 3 years ago. How could Shui, who has read online novels, not know what a system is? It is simply a standard feature of the protagonist. Knowing that he had obtained the system, even if it was an unactivated system, was enough to make him ecstatic. At that time, Shui studied it for a long time, but he still had no clue, which made him a little frustrated. It feels like knowing that there is a treasure trove full of gold in front of you, but being unable to see the gold because you don't know the password. It's extremely uncomfortable. The reason I discovered this was because once I went there as a volunteer and participated in an activity to visit and comfort lonely elderly people, the activation progress went from 0 to 1. This helped Shui find the direction. After many attempts, I found that as long as I did one good thing, the progress number would increase by 1 point. Now that he knows how to activate the system, he naturally tries his best to do good things. So in the past 3 years, Shui can be said to have done one good deed every day. From small things like giving up your seat on the bus and helping an old lady cross the road, to big things like taking the initiative and donating blood to save lives. In order to do more good deeds, he also went to the Red Cross to learn a lot of first aid knowledge. For example, the Heimlich maneuver, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and simple wound bandaging methods. Through these first aid methods, he also helped many people in need, and the system activation progress bar became shorter and shorter. Next, he just needs to do one more good thing and the system will be activated. Just at this moment, there was a noisy sound coming from the corner ahead, as if something had happened. Nianyun, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Why did you faint for no reason? Wake up, Nianyun, wake up. Seeing this, Shui's eyes lit up. Wow, it seems that the system can be activated today. Without saying a word, he ran towards the direction where the sound came from. I ran around the corner and found that a girl had fainted. Next to her was a girl with twin ponytails and wearing a black lolita who was shaking her fainted companion. Many students stopped and watched nearby, as if they were afraid of getting into trouble, and most of them stayed quite far away. Shui was not afraid at all. He had a first aid certificate. As long as he took correct first aid measures, he would not bear any legal responsibility even if the treatment failed. When I got closer and took a closer look, I found that the fainted girl was so beautiful. Even though she was unconscious and pale, it couldn't conceal her beauty. Her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, her nose was small, and her cherry lips were slightly bloodless, making her look pitiful. He looked familiar, but Shui couldn't remember who he was for a moment, but saving people was the most important thing. Shui patted the pigtailed girl on the shoulder. Classmate, stop shaking her. She didn't respond after you called her for so long. She must have lost consciousness. Please call the emergency number and let me take care of the rest. I have learned some first aid knowledge and can help with some first aid measures. Shui stopped the girl with twin ponytails first. Hearing Shui's calm voice, the girl with twin ponytails seemed to have found her backbone and quickly took out her cell phone to call the emergency number. Shui was observing the chest and abdomen of the unconscious girl to see if there were any movements, while he was quickly recalling the first aid knowledge he had learned. If someone falls into a coma, the first thing you should do is call emergency services, and then check whether the person is conscious. The girl with twin pigtails has already called the emergency number. Judging from the behavior of the girl with twin ponytails just now, the unconscious girl must have lost consciousness. The next step is to determine whether breathing and heartbeat are normal. If breathing and heartbeat stop, artificial respiration must be performed. Thinking of this, Shui became a little nervous. Although he had taken CPR training courses, he had rarely used it in his daily life. This was the first time he had encountered someone unconscious. However, if this young lady in front of me really has cardiac arrest, stops breathing, and needs artificial respiration, we can only try our best to save her. Once the heart stops beating, the brain will stop supplying blood and the person will lose consciousness within 6 seconds. The actual rescue time is only about 4 minutes, which is called the golden 4 minutes. If first aid measures are effective and oxygen supply to the brain is immediately restored, consciousness will be restored quickly. If rescue is not carried out in time, or ineffective emergency measures are used, the damage to brain tissue will be irreversible even if blood supply is restored later. This will cause the unconscious person to become brain dead, that is, become a vegetable. Whether it was to save people or to activate the system, Shui couldn't let this girl die in vain. After 5 seconds of brief thinking and observing her breathing activities, Shui was able to determine that the unconscious girl had fallen into a state of not breathing. He squatted down and reached out and pressed gently on her carotid artery to check whether there was a heartbeat. "My heart has stopped beating." Shui frowned and said to the girl with twin ponytails at a rapid speed, "Your friend has suffered cardiac arrest and has stopped breathing. You must perform CPR immediately, otherwise he may die." The girl with twin ponytails was horrified. "Is it so serious? Do you know CPR? Save her." Shui nodded and continued, "I'll give her CPR right away. Please go to the infirmary and call the school doctor over, and bring the AED from the infirmary." "Okay, I'll go right away," the girl with twin ponytails said and ran towards the infirmary. Seeing this, Shui quickly bent down and apologized secretly. "I'm sorry, little sister. I'm trying to save you. I hope you can understand." Shui thought to himself. Without stopping his hands, he crossed his hands and pressed them on the middle and lower part of the unconscious girl's sternum, and began to press regularly. The soft touch made his heart flutter, and he silently counted the number of times he pressed: 01, 02, 03, 04. 28, 29, 30. After 30 compressions with full rebound, 2 mouth-to-mouth resuscitations are required. Shui lifted the unconscious girl's chin to open her airway, then pinched her nose with one hand and her chin with the other to open her mouth. After completing the preparations, Shui lowered his head and started blowing. The author has something to say. Chapter 2: The Strongest Godly System Activated. The soft lips felt great to the touch, and there was also a faint scent, which made Shui feel that the good things he had done today seemed to be worth it. The only drawback is that this girl's body temperature is slightly low, and her pink lips are a little cold. After blowing twice, Shui repeated the previous action. 30 chest compressions, 2 mouth-to-mouth resuscitations. While he was performing CPR on the unconscious girl, more and more students gathered around. The girl who fainted seems to be the school beauty Shin Yin-yun. Oh, it's true. This guy actually gave the school beauty artificial respiration. I'm so jealous. Fuck you, do you know how to give artificial respiration? I won't, but I'm still sore. How long has the school beauty been unconscious? Has anyone called the school doctor? He fainted for about 3 minutes, and someone called the school doctor and the emergency number. Classmate, how do you know so much? Because I was there from the beginning, but I didn't know anything, so I could only watch. Just as the crowd was discussing, a girl with twin ponytails shouted from the back, panting, "Who? The school doctor is here, please make way." After hearing this, everyone cooperated and made way for them. Although many students did not know first aid knowledge, they knew that human life was at stake. "Thank you everyone. Thank you." The girl with twin ponytails thanked them while running towards the direction where Chu-yi and Shin Yin-yun were. The petite school Dr. Taoli followed closely behind with an AED in her hand. The two arrived at the emergency scene quickly. Shui had some sweat on his forehead at this time. Although it was only a few minutes, he was still tense and under a lot of pressure. Shui heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the girl with twin ponytails and the school Dr. Taoli arriving. Especially when I saw the AED that Taoli was carrying, I felt relieved a little. In the past 3 years, Shui has been wherever help is needed, so naturally, he has been to the infirmary quite often. After a few interactions, he became very familiar with the school Dr. Taoli. Taoli came to Shui and skillfully turned on the AED. "Shui, leave the rest to me, but I still need your assistance." Shui nodded, and after repeating the first aid cycle once more, he stood up. "Sister Tao, if you need any help, just let me know." Taoli nodded and continued, "Help me lift the patient's shoulders. To perform defibrillation, I have to take off her bra." Shui did as he was told and lifted Shin Yin-yun's upper body. Taoli skillfully undressed and took out her underwear, and checked whether there were any metal objects on Shin Yin-yun's body. Then the electrode plate coated with conductive paste was inserted into Shin Yin-yun's shirt and placed in the appropriate position. Originally, she should have removed all the extra clothes, but there were too many onlookers around, so Tali had no choice but to resort to this last resort. Soon, the defibrillator began testing. After about 10 seconds, the defibrillator issued a prompt. Electric shock is not recommended, continue CPR. After receiving the prompt from the instrument, Tali immediately performed chest compressions on Shin Yenyun. As soon as Chui stood up, the girl with twin ponytails came towards him. Hello, classmate. My name is Xiang Lan. Thanks to you just now. Otherwise, if it had been delayed for too long, Nyen Yun might have been in danger. Xiang Lan looked grateful. Chui waved his hand. Hello, my name is Chui. These are all what I should do, and don't be too happy too soon, Shin Yenyun's heart rate hasn't recovered yet. Xiang Lan looked worried when he heard this. He glanced at Taoli, who was receiving first aid, and prayed silently for Shin Yenyun in his heart. Only then did Chui have time to look at Xiang Lan. Only upon seeing this did I realize that Xiang Lan was also a stunning beauty who was no less beautiful than Shin Yenyun. With fair skin, curved eyebrows and twin ponytails, she looks very youthful and makes people want to grab her. She is about 165 centimeters tall, and even the cute Lolita outfit can't hide her magnificence. The white tights make her legs look plump. Pretty. Great figure too. Chui gave a very high evaluation in his heart. Such a beautiful girl is also a school beauty. Logically speaking, he should have heard of Xiang Lan's name. But for some reason, the animals in the school didn't seem to know Xiang Lan. From this point of view, Xiang Lan may not be a student of Jiangbei University. Shin Yenyun was different. As the campus belle of Jiangbei University, Chui was well known for her name. When the students watching around mentioned it just now, he remembered it instantly. The reason why I feel familiar with it is that Shin Yenyun from the broadcasting department often serves as the host in some evening parties or activities held by the school every year. Just as Chui was thinking, Tali interrupted him. Chui, come and help me, I can't hold on any longer. Chui was startled and quickly walked to Tali's side. Seeing her panting, he was a little confused. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation is a physical job. Tali is petite, only about 1.5 meters tall, so Chui often mocks her for being illegal lowly. After doing cardiopulmonary resuscitation for a long time, it was normal that Tali couldn't hold on. In this case, he had no choice but to continue. After taking over Tali's position, Chui continued to perform chest compressions. Only this time, he found something wrong. The feel seems to be super doubled than before. This made his old face blush, thinking of how Tali seemed to have taken off Shin Yenyun's clothes just now in order to use the AED. This. If I don't go to hell, who will? Chui gritted his teeth and silently said in his heart, color is emptiness, emptiness is color is color. Although he felt a little restless, he did not stop the actions he was doing and kept repeating the steps of CPR. In the following process, since Tali was in poor physical condition, Chui took on the arduous task and performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation on Shin Yenyun throughout the whole process. Tali was helping out on the side, using the AED for defibrillation from time to time. About 8 minutes after Shin Yenyun fell into a coma, a normal electrocardiogram waveform appeared on the AED machine screen, and Shin Yenyun regained sinus rhythm. However, Tali did not relax and continued to let Chui perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. This made Chui feel tired and happy at the same time. He was really tired. After several minutes of chest compressions, his arms became sore and stiff from maintaining the same posture and exerting repeated force. As for why I am happy? You know. It was not until 12 minutes after Shin Yenyun fell into coma that the ambulance finally arrived. The medical staff moved Shin Yenyun to the ambulance and sent him to Jiannan City First Hospital for further rescue and treatment. Xiang Lan, a girl with twin ponytails, also got into the ambulance. However, before leaving, she added Chui's WeChat and said that they would thank him together when Shin Yenyun woke up. Chui gladly accepted it. Although there were other factors in his decision to save the man, saving him was saving him. He would also feel very happy if the people he helped wanted to thank him. It is not impossible to do good deeds without leaving a name, but Chui feels that it is unnecessary. The matter came to an end here. After the ambulance left, the surrounding onlookers also dispersed. Tali packed up the AED, said goodbye to Chui, and returned to the medical department. Chui looked at the constantly changing words in front of him with excitement. The strongest rich system activation progress, 1000. The host has met the system activation conditions, the system is being activated. System activation successful. The author has something to say. Chapter 3, Luxurious Gift Package, Sudden Breakup. Newbie gift packs are now available. 999.9 billion available funds have been unlocked. A top-level supercar Koenigsegg Gemera will be given as your toy, and it will arrive at your side in 10 minutes. Dear host, you have successfully activated this system through unremitting efforts. Your life will be changed because of this. Please enjoy your life of luxury. Oh my god, 9,999 small goals. And a top-notch supercar? Is this true? Shui couldn't believe it. Although he knew that systems were very powerful, he didn't expect his own system to be so powerful. He knew that the Koenigsegg Gemera was Koenigsegg's latest sports car and also the first mass-produced four-seater sports car, with a starting price of 19.8 million. Really? It's true. It's truer than real gold. The system replied. Can I spend more than 900 billion freely? Without any restrictions? Shui was still a little skeptical. This was too unreal. Yes, as the owner of the most powerful system, you only need to consume and leave the rest to the system. Whether you use a bank card or mobile payment, it will be deducted from the 999.9 billion funds, so don't worry about insufficient balance. Since the host has doubts about the authenticity of the system, professional racing driver level driving experience is awarded. A huge amount of memories flooded into Chuyi's mind. In just a few seconds, he seemed to have gone through several years of professional training and competition. Now he can compete with professional racing drivers. The expression on Chuyi's face gradually got out of control, and his handsome face was full of ecstasy. I've been rewarded for doing good deeds? This is too cool. It was a great start, and then they gave me a supercar as a toy. Just in case I didn't believe it, they even gave me a racing driver level driving experience. System, you are awesome. By the way, do you have any other functions? The host can gain other people's worship points through certain behaviors, and the worship points can be exchanged for items in the system mall. The system will issue non-penalty tasks from time to time, and the host can choose to accept or reject them at will. The above are all the functions of this system. Everything is based on the host. You just need to enjoy the life of a super rich man. Shui felt that his luck had really turned. Compared to the novels he had read, his system was too good. Other people's systems have all kinds of flaws, but my system serves me wholeheartedly. After calming down a little, Shui decided to try to see if the small amount of money from the novice gift package could be deposited into his account. First, recharge 1 million yuan into WeChat and see how it goes. Shui took out his mobile phone and after some operations, the balance was displayed, 1,366.35. Oh shit. It's true. Take off. I looked at the balance on my phone and glanced around, and found that many students passing by were looking at me in the same way. Seeing this, although Shui did not feel embarrassed, his performance was more or less exaggerated. It would not be good if people misunderstood me as a mental patient. Thinking of this, Shui first slapped his face hard and gradually calmed down. Afterwards, he walked towards the girls' dormitory with a calm expression, only occasionally bursting into strange laughter when no one was around. Woohoo wahaha. Soon, Shui arrived downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Seeing that Suyu had not come down yet, Shui called her. Xiao Yaya, I'm downstairs at your dormitory, please come down. Shui was in a good mood now, and his tone was particularly intimate. Well, wait for me. On the other end of the phone, Suyu just said something lightly, and before Shui could say goodbye, she hung up. This made Shui raise his eyebrows, but he didn't take it to heart. He and Suyu have been together for almost 3 years. Suyu is pretty and is the beauty of the economics and management department. However, Shui is not bad at all, and his appearance can even be said to be that of a male god. His looks and figure are both excellent, and his academic performance is also excellent. At the beginning, Suyu started pursuing Shui because he was handsome and a good student. As the saying goes, when a girl chases a boy, she will catch him. Plus, Suyu herself is good looking, so the two of them got together soon. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, and their sweet love is the envy of others. There are just some conflicts between the two. Many times, Shui was busy unlocking the system and doing good deeds, and often had no time to accompany Suyu shopping or eating. In Suyu's opinion, this means that he doesn't love her enough. The two had a lot of arguments over this, and Shui could only respond with a wry smile. He couldn't say to Suyu, when I do 1000 good things, my system will be activated. Because of these things, Shui felt very sorry for Suyu. After all, she is my girlfriend, and I really can't do enough. So he tried his best to satisfy Suyu's wishes. Whether it was holiday red envelopes, Valentine's Day gifts, or the sense of ritual for birthdays, he tried his best to do it, with the purpose of making Suyu happy. Sometimes when living expenses are not enough, I take a part-time job to earn extra money. Sometimes, when I'm short of money, I'll borrow some from Huabei or Jiabei. Any more money helps. However, as time went by, Suyu's demand for material things gradually increased. Shuyi's family conditions were average, and he was only given 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses. He gradually became unable to meet Suyu's material needs. Even with his part-time job and the credit limit of Huabei and Jiabei, it is still not enough to satisfy Suyu's desire. So Suyu's attitude towards Chui has been a little cold recently. Today is 520 Valentine's Day, and Chui has spent a lot of money to please Suyu. First, I spent 800 yuan to order Suyu's favorite Japanese cuisine dinner. I spent another 188 yuan to book a private cinema. I also booked a king-size room at the 5-star Hilton Hotel for 600 yuan. Add in the gifts, flowers and red envelopes, the whole thing would cost about 2 or 3,000. It's more than his monthly living expenses, all of which is the little money he saved with great difficulty. But for Chui at the moment, this amount of money is not considered a big loss. He plans to give Suyu a surprise later. Is to tell her that I am actually a rich second generation who plays around with people. Or maybe he won a huge prize and is now very rich. A smile appeared on Chuyi's lips, and he imagined Suyu's expression when he heard the news. System, how long will it take for the sports car included in the novice gift pack to arrive? Dear host, Koenigsegg Gemera will arrive in 5 minutes. Shui clapped his hands, looking delighted. I'm really looking forward to it. My first car in life. Now everything is ready, we just need the east wind. Day. The sound of high heels was heard in the corridor of the dormitory building. Shui looked up and his eyes lit up. It's Suyu. Suyu is dressed very beautifully today. It's obvious that a lot of thought was put into her exquisite makeup. Her big chestnut-colored waves hung down in front of her chest. She wore a waist-hugging white skirt with black stockings and high heels, and she was carrying a brand-new bag in her left hand. What a charming creature. But in Chuyi's opinion, these are not the main issues. From his point of view, since Suyu attaches so much importance to this Valentine's Day date, it means that his preparations are not in vain. Have a meal together, watch a movie, and sleep together today, and the relationship between the two will be the same as before. Besides, I have money now, and things will definitely get better and better in the future. Looking at Suyu, who stopped in front of him, Shui smiled, strode forward, and reached out to hold her hand. The result was a loud bang, and Suyu reached out and slapped it away. Shui was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Suyu. At this time, Suyu crossed his arms and said expressionlessly, Shui, let's break up. Break up? Why? Shui was a little confused. Why did they break up out of the blue? Just because of the Cold War over the past few days? Suyu looked at Shui with disgust and said, look at your outfit. Today is Valentine's Day and you don't wear anything good. You usually only wear 3-piece suits from Taobao. I feel embarrassed to walk with you. You can't afford the bag I want, you can't afford the clothes I want, and you have to work part-time for several days to buy a lipstick. Being with you is simply a waste of my youth. The author has something to say. Chapter 4, Mission Released, Sports Car Arrives. After hearing this, Shui couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. I'm dressed poorly? I live frugally just to save money to buy you a gift. I did the ritual you wanted, I did the little surprises you wanted, I gave you red envelopes every year in festival, but you think I don't have enough money and I don't dress up, so you want to break up with me? Suyu was arrogant and nodded with a look of contempt. Yes, I just dislike you for not having money and not knowing how to dress yourself up. Apart from being a little handsome and good at studying, you are useless in other aspects. That's why I fell in love with you, because I was young and ignorant. Now I have higher aspirations. You can no longer satisfy me. People go to higher places, water flows to lower places, I hope you respect yourself. Many students passing by noticed the two people arguing and immediately started to watch. TSK, I've heard about people breaking up on 520, but I didn't expect to see it today. This has to be a breakup sex. That boy looks familiar. He seems to be the one who gave Shin Yenyun artificial respiration just now. What? He was having an intimate contact with the school beauty? Great, now he's been dumped by his girlfriend, it's really satisfying. Wow, this guy is so handsome. And he's always willing to help others. Where can you find such an excellent guy? His girlfriend really doesn't know how to appreciate the blessing she has. I think so too, if he doesn't mind, I think I can be his girlfriend. Shut up and stop stealing my husband. Shui did not listen to the discussions coming from the surroundings. He was so angry at Suyu's words that he clenched his teeth. Does our 3 years of relationship seem so insignificant to you? Is my kindness to you so cheap? Suyu sneered and raised the bag in her hand. Did you see it? Zhang Lei gave me this Louis Vuitton Lock-Me Tender handbag. It cost 20,000 yuan. It will take you several months to buy it with the money you earn from your part-time job. Compared to a rich material foundation, what does your kindness to me mean? After hearing this, Shui flew into a rage. He went up and grabbed Suyu's shoulders, saying viciously, Zhang Lei gave it to me? Are you cheating on me? Shui didn't expect that his head would turn green on May 20th. Is this what they call fortune and misfortune? If you want to live a decent life, you must have some green on your head? Suyu struggled for a long time before she broke free from Chuyi's big hand. She frowned and patted the place where Chuyi had grabbed her. You are incapable and can't support me, so what's wrong with me finding another man who can support me? I've made it very clear, please don't bother me anymore. After saying these words, Suyu took out a makeup mirror from her bag and started to touch up her makeup. She will be going on a date with Zhang Lei soon, so image is very important. While putting on makeup, she said, you'd better get out of here as soon as possible. Zhang Lei said he would drive a luxury car to pick me up for a date. You're just asking for trouble if you continue to stay here. Shui laughed in anger. Okay, very good. I, Shui, thought I loved you wholeheartedly. I always cared about you and tried my best to meet your needs. I didn't expect this to be the result. I've been treated like a fucking dog for the past 3 years. I hope you won't regret what you did. Originally Chewie was very happy about activating the system, but Suyu's bitch behavior made him feel worse than eating a fly. Ding! The host is extremely dissatisfied. Now issuing an optional task, slap the gold digger in the face. Accept and complete the task reward, ownership of Jiannan International Shopping Center. No punishment if not accepted. The task that suddenly popped up in the system made Chewie pause. He didn't expect the system to be so powerful. Before he could figure out how to deal with the matter, the system gave him a choice. As long as you complete the task, you will be given a shopping mall. If you don't accept it, there will be no punishment. Is this system so happy for all the rich people? Don't miss out on good things, Chewie silently accepted it. At this moment, the roar of a car engine suddenly came from the distance, and gradually got closer. The onlookers around turned their heads to look and immediately let out exclamations. Wow, that sports car is so cool. I wonder which boy owns it. I really want to have a lasting relationship with such an outstanding guy. Fuck, this is Koenigsegg Gemera. Who is so rich? There are 2 Mercedes-Benz cars escorting it. Brother, do you know this car? This is Koenigsegg's latest sports car and the first 4-seater supercar. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 1.9 seconds. Starting at 19.8 million. Fuck. So awesome. Fuck. The couple that just had a fight and wanted to break up seemed to be trying to steal her boyfriend because of a rich second-generation guy. The girl even said that the rich second-generation guy would pick her up in a sports car. Could it be that the real guy is here? TSK, with this kind of financial resources, you can definitely find a gold digger. Suddenly I feel that this brother's loss was not unfair. Suyu was scolded and was about to refute with a grim look on his face, but now he heard the people around him talking about it and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. She hurled a barrage of sarcasm at Shui. Humph, so funny, no girl would regret dumping a poor guy. I wouldn't, and you can only curse. Did you hear that voice? It must be Zhang Lei coming to pick me up. Chu Feng looked in the direction where the engine sound came from and almost laughed out loud. I saw 2 Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars, one in front and one behind, protecting a streamlined gray sports car in the middle, slowly driving towards me. Wow, isn't this the Koenigsegg Gemera given to me by the system? Suyu, this gold digger, actually thought that it was Zhang Lei who drove this car to pick her up? Chui seemed to have figured out how to complete the task issued by the system. Suyu, Jiang Lei is here to pick you up, get in the car quickly. Chui had a harmless smile on his face, without any anger in his eyes, and turned to Suyu and said. This made Suyu stunned, but he saw that the handsome sports car in front of him was parked downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Then I thought about what Jiang Lei said about driving a luxury car to pick me up. Suyu felt so happy. The constant sound of jealous voices coming from all around made Suyu feel unprecedentedly excited, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. Jiang Lei has only been with me for a short time, but he has already been so nice to me. He drove such a luxurious sports car to pick me up on Valentine's Day. I am so happy. Haven't you seen the little girls around you, their eyes are full of stars? And she also heard that the starting price of this supercar is 19.8 million. On Valentine's Day, Jiang Lei drove this supercar to pick me up so that he could go on a date with me. This shows how rich Jiang Lei's family is. Compared to that poor guy Chui, he is 1,000 times stronger. The author has something to say. Chapter 5, Show off your strength and slap the gold digger in the face. Thinking of this, Suyu walked towards the Koenigsegg Gemera with joy. She didn't even want to look at Chui now. This kind of man with no money and no ability could do nothing except barking incompetence. At this time, 4 big men in black suits got out of 2 Mercedes-Benz cars and stood in front of the Koenigsegg Gemera. Suyu thought that it was a bodyguard specially arranged by Jiang Lei to help him open the car door, and he felt very happy. She did not stop, but turned to look at Chui beside her with a mocking look on her face. Chui, do you see? We are destined not to be from the same world. Some things, if you don't have them when you are born, you will never have them in this life. I hope you can recognize yourself and stay away from me in the future, otherwise my boyfriend will be angry. As she was speaking, Suyu was about to walk to the Koenigsegg Gemera, but 4 bodyguards reached out to stop her. Excuse me, miss, no touching is allowed here. Suyu was still walking forward when he was stopped by these bodyguards and almost bumped into them. Looking at this scene, Chui on the side couldn't help but sneer. Oh, Jiang Lei's bodyguard doesn't seem to give you much face. The onlookers around also burst into laughter. Ah, this woman seems to have misunderstood the situation. I'm dying of laughter. It turns out this car wasn't here to pick her up. I was so envious of it for so long. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Her expression just now seemed like she was about to fly to the South Heaven Gate. But now she looks like she's eaten shit mixed with rice. Ha ha ha. This melon is so sweet today. And it's full of juice. Suyu also realized that something was wrong. She took a few steps back in embarrassment and looked at the luxury sports car in front of her with uncertainty. Although it seems that she has misunderstood, she still has some small expectations in her heart. She still expected that this was the luxury car that Jiang Lei drove to pick her up for a date. At this time, the swing door of the Koenigsegg Gemera's driver's seat slowly opened, and a man in a blue suit, sunglasses, and pigtails came down. After getting off the car, he took off his sunglasses and glanced around. He soon spotted Chui and walked towards him excitedly. He also laughed heartily. Mr. Chu, according to your request, your car has been delivered to you. There was a traffic jam on the road just now, so I am a little late, please forgive me. Suyu was stunned, his expression somewhat stiff. Is this luxury sports car Chui's car? How is that possible? She and Chui have been together for 3 years, and they can basically be said to know each other inside out. She was also aware of Chui's family conditions and knew that he could never afford such a luxury sports car. Even if you win the lottery, you can't afford it. The first prize of the lottery is only 5 million. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The onlookers around were also stunned. Many of them started to watch the argument when Chui and Suyu were arguing. I thought it was a common story of a gold digger hooking up with a rich second-generation man and dumping her poor boyfriend. But I didn't expect to encounter such a shocking piece of news. This is a bit exciting, isn't it? A gold digger hooks up with a rich second-generation guy, but the guy who got dumped turns out to be a hidden boss? The little brother is so handsome and rich, I like him so much. 666, I'm really impressed. I've learned a lot today. Is this what they call buying the casket and returning the pearl? Having no eyes but no pearls, picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons? Look at that woman's expression, ha ha ha, she was so arrogant just now that she was about to get on a plane like a cow, but now her face is bluer than blue and white porcelain. I called you husband first. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Shuyi's eyes lit up. It turns out that pretending to be cool can gain admiration points. The discussions of the people around her were like arrows piercing Suyu's chest, and her expression became uglier with every additional mockery. The braided man in a suit shook hands with Chu Feng enthusiastically and introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Tangwon, the manager of Jiannan City's supercar rental and sales club. This is the key to the Koenigsegg Gemera, please keep it safe." Tangwon took out a shield-shaped key and handed it to Chui. "The relevant documents of the car are all in the car. You can see them when you get in the car." "Manager Tang, you don't have to be so polite. I still have some things to take care of here. I will consult you if I have any questions about the car later." Chui nodded slightly and said to Tangwon. Tangwon nodded respectfully, stood aside with his hands behind his back and did not leave. His immediate superior just sent him instructions, asking him to deliver the car to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory of Jiangbei University within 10 minutes. It also comes with the car owner's information and photos, asking him to make sure it is delivered to the owner. If he doesn't deliver it, tell him to pack up and leave. This scared him so much that his anus remained tight for 10 minutes. Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise I would have no one to cry to if I lost this high-paying job. The Mr. Chu in front of him is obviously a rich young man with a powerful background. Tangwon wanted to wait until Chui had finished dealing with the matter, and then take the opportunity to introduce the sports car to see if he could add a contact number. Chui didn't think about Tangwon's extra thoughts and simply exchanged a few polite words with him. After taking the key, he played with it in his hand for a few seconds. He found that this key was like a full-screen mobile phone, and he could open the car door, lock the car, turn on the lights, etc. by simply operating it. I couldn't help but secretly praise in my heart that the luxury supercar is indeed high-end, and even the car keys are so fancy. Chui was not too surprised at Tangwon's gift of a car. After all, they even have the system, and 999.9 billion can be spent at will, which shows that the system's capabilities are definitely beyond common sense. Therefore, it is easy for the system to arrange for the supercar manager to deliver the car. The tasks issued by the system have not been completed yet, and it seems that they have not met the system standards. Chui thought about it, walked to the side of the Koenigsegg Gemera, and slapped the hood vigorously with his hand, which frightened the onlookers. This is a supercar worth 20 million. This person is so careless and doesn't care at all. If they could own this car, they would want to carry it around with them on their backs. We wipe it carefully every day and worship it as if it were our ancestor. We ask every passenger who gets on the bus to be careful and not to dirty their beloved car. Chui looked at Suyu, who had a complicated expression on his face, and said calmly, "I thought that 3 years of relationship would allow me to see a person's character clearly, but I didn't expect that I was wrong in the end. I hid my identity and played love games with you, but you treated me like a poor bastard. The supercar you dream of is just a toy that I can throw away at will." Chui took out his phone and operated it again, and then the phone sounded a prompt. 5,200,000 yuan has arrived in Alipay. The onlookers around were so shocked that all they could say was wow, awesome, 666. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. The author has something to say. Chapter 6 Mission completed, Zhang Lei feels guilty. Although Chui was secretly happy about the ever-increasing admiration points, it did not affect his subsequent pretense at all. Looking at Suyu's face with rich expressions, he raised a teasing smile. "This 5.2 million was originally prepared for you as a 520 red envelope, but it's a pity that you seem to prefer to eat Jiang Lei's chicken for a 20,000 yuan bag. TSK, I have to say, your moves are so impressive that they make my scalp tingle. But it's good, it lets me see your true colors." After hearing Chuyi's sarcasm, Suyu felt uncomfortable and had a fierce ideological struggle. Chuyi's financial resources made her unbelievable. She had comforted herself by thinking that Chuyi's luxury car was rented. But his fearless behavior of patting the luxury car did not seem fake, and no one who rented the car would dare to do that. From this point of view, the Alipay payment notification is very likely to be true. She now really wants to bow her head and give in, and get back together with Chui. But she also felt ashamed. Thinking of her self-righteous attitude just now, her face turned red and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into and dig out the Pentagon. She had arrogantly called Chui a poor guy before, and many people around heard it. They also said that the bag Zhang Lei gave him would take several months' salary for him to afford. As a result, Chui was able to come up with 5.2 million easily, and he didn't care about the 20 million luxury car at all. This is simply a super rich second generation. Suyu had always dreamed of marrying a rich man, and her poor boyfriend who she had been with for 3 years had suddenly turned into the person she admired. This. It's so dreamy. Should I give in and ask for reconciliation? Suyu fell into anxiety. But soon, she made a decision. As long as she can get back together with Chui, all her dreams will come true. Luxury goods, luxury cars, and villas will no longer be far away from her. Suyu walked slowly towards Chui and looked at him pitifully. Chui, it was all my fault just now. I didn't want this to happen. Ding! Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ownership of Jiannan International Shopping Center. Done. Chuyi's face lit up with joy. Jiannan International Shopping Center was a landmark building in Jiannan City. A large commercial complex integrating shopping, leisure, entertainment, catering and office. Chui didn't know how much it was worth exactly, he only knew that he had a few more small goals. Alas, sometimes even if you have a lot of money, it seems to be just a number, Chui thought to himself. When Suyu saw Chui smile, she thought she had moved him by asking for reconciliation. She immediately struck while the iron was hot and hugged Chuyi's hand, holding it in her arms, and rubbing it with her soft body from time to time. Chui, I know I was wrong, can you please forgive me? Originally, Chui was thinking about going to the shopping mall to buy some clothes and dress himself up. Although he is a man, clothes make the man, and it is always better to dress handsomely. As a result, Suyu's hug interrupted his thoughts. The softness coming from his arm made Chui frown. It was not that he had suddenly changed his personality, but that Suyu now looked like a horse forkworm in his eyes. They just dumped me 1 second, and they come back to me for money the next. What is the difference between this and the boiled chicken sold at a fixed price? After thinking all this through, Chui suddenly felt bored and he pushed Suyu away in disgust. Get away, you disgusting money-digging chicken, stay away from me. Suyu looked at Chui in disbelief. In her impression, Chui had always been gentle, elegant, and always responsive to her requests. Chui, I've admitted my mistakes, can't you forgive me? Chui got furious after hearing these illogical words. Why should I forgive you just because you admit your mistake? Look at what a rotten shit you've done. You're planting seeds and grass on my head. I can feed a sheep on my head now. If you continue to cultivate the land for a while, the sheep villages on the green grassland will all migrate to my head. Suyu still didn't give up. She bit her lip and said, I know I was wrong. We have been together for so long. Can you give me another chance? The more Chui listened, the angrier he became. This woman could break up with him without hesitation just because he had no money. Now that he knows he's rich, he's so shameless as to ask for reconciliation. He has been really blind for the past 3 years. People go to higher places, water flows to lower places, I hope you respect yourself. I've made it very clear. Please don't bother me again. We are not from the same world. Chui repeated everything Suyu had said, and felt like he had let out a huge sigh of relief. Hearing this, Suyu stood there in a daze, not knowing whether to leave or not. She felt that she had lost something very important. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. She just squatted there, covering her face and crying. Looking at this scene, Chui didn't feel pity for her at all. Instead, he felt that she deserved it. If she hadn't betrayed me, I would have taken her on a date in a supercar. Unfortunately, there is no if. Since things have already happened, Chui will definitely not be soft-hearted. It's just that there's still some anger that hasn't been vented. After all, they are a pair of bastards, and Jiang Lei hasn't settled the score with him yet. Just as Chui was about to leave, a series of car horns were heard from the outskirts of the crowd. Beep, beep, beep. The students watching from the surrounding area had to make way for the cars outside to drive in. A blue Porsche Panamera slowly stopped beside them, and a boy with a slicked back hair, wearing a white shirt and black trousers got out. It's Jiang Lei. After Jiang Lei got out of the car, he immediately saw the Koenigsegg Gemera parked nearby. He chewed gum and whistled. Wow, 520 is really lively today. I wonder which brother drove a Koenigsegg to pick up a girl. After sighing, he saw several people in the center of the venue. The person squatting on the ground and crying with her face covered seems to be Suyu. The one standing is Chui, and the one next to him. Damn, it's Brother Tang. Jiang Lei was shocked. Why did Tang Wen come here? Seeing Suyu crying there, Jiang Lei was a little angry. After all, she was the girl he wanted to date, and he had to talk to her about it since her ex-boyfriend made her cry. But when he saw Tangwon, his heart rose to his throat. It wasn't a big deal, the main thing was that he rented his Panamera from Tangwon. If Tangwon mentioned this, wouldn't his image as a rich second generation be ruined? Thinking of this, Zhang Lei ignored Chui and Suyu, and walked towards Tangwon with a smile on his face. Brother Tang, what a coincidence, how come you are in the mood to come to Jiangda today? Tangwon ate a lot of melons at the scene and is feeling a little embarrassed now. I thought it was just a trivial matter, but it turned out that Chui was scolding the gold digger. Chui must still be angry about this. For a moment he didn't know whether he should ask for contact information. As a result, Zhang Lei came over directly, which made him feel moved. He just heard what this Mr. Chu said. The man who tried to steal his girl was also called Zhang Lei. Not long after he finished speaking, Zhang Lei from the car rental company came over. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? Plus Mr. Chu's expression. Tangwon glanced at Chui inconspicuously and found that he was staring at Zhang Lei with a bad expression. He was immediately certain in his heart. This Zhang Lei is the same Zhang Lei who stole Mr. Chu's girl. Tangwon rolled his eyes, a plan came to his mind, and he shouted to Zhang Lei, "Hey, isn't this Zhang Lei? The lease of your Panamera is about to expire, are you still going to renew it?" The author has something to say. Chapter 7, Fake Rich Second Generation, Suyu's Collapse. Zhang Lei's face changed. Why did Tangwon bring up such irrelevant issues? If he shouts like that, wouldn't everyone around him know about it? As expected, when the people around heard Tangwon's words, there was a lot of laughter. I know this Zhang Lei. He has always been pretending to be a rich second generation and picking up girls everywhere. He even said that the Panamera was a birthday gift from his father. Ha 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 ha. So he rented it. No wonder he didn't drive it sometimes. He only drove it occasionally during holidays to pick up girls. TSK, 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 why didn't I think of it? I am dying of laughter. Zhang Lei is going to die. Ha ha ha. He, there are so many melons today. I recorded them all and will upload them to the campus forum later to open your eyes. Hearing these words, Zhang Lei's smile seemed forced. Brother Tang, you remembered it wrongly, right? It should be my cousin who rented it from you, right? While saying this, Zhang Lei looked at Tangwon frantically, hoping that he could understand what he meant. Tangwon smiled secretly in his heart. As a businessman, he naturally knew what to say and what not to say. Especially for customers who rent luxury cars, the most important thing is face. But now that he had said it, he had no intention of saving face for Zhang Lei. It was him who had offended young Master Chu. So he might as well make use of him. How is that possible? I remember clearly that you stuffed 2 wrinkled cigarettes into my pocket in order to ask me to give you a discount of 1,000 yuan. This time, everyone around burst into laughter. 6666, smoke the huazi, smoke the wrinkled huazi. Is this the living standard of the rich second generation? It feels like that. Why do I feel like this Zhang Lei is a fake rich second generation? Yes, I feel the same way. It's just like what they say on the internet. The packaging is bright and beautiful, but in fact, there is not much money on hand. I've heard of it. It seems that there is such a person. The luxury car he rents is fake, and the luxury goods he wears are fake. He pretends to be a rich second generation to pick up girls, but his investment is very low, and the luxury goods he gives are also fake. Even Suyu, who was still crying, raised her head and looked at Zhang Lei with a confused look on her face. Zhang Lei's face turned pale. He felt that if he stayed any longer, his true identity would be exposed. Without even bothering to say hello to Tangwon, he walked over to Suyu, grabbed her hand and prepared to leave. At this time, the sound of a horn was heard from the outskirts of the crowd, and a group of onlookers hurriedly made way. A police car drove in slowly and stopped next to the Panamera that Zhang Lei rented. 2 policemen got out of the car and walked towards Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei, right? We received a report from a woman named Zhang, saying that you defrauded her of 50,000 yuan. Please come with us back to the police station to assist in the investigation. Chui laughed out loud on the spot. It turned out that this bitch not only cheated on women, but also cheated on money. He originally wanted to teach Zhang Lei a lesson, but now it seems that he can only wait until he is investigated by the police. Zhang Lei panicked the moment he saw the police car. When he heard what the police said, he quickly denied it. Officer, there must be some misunderstanding here. How could I cheat people for money? Suyu, who was still being pulled by him, was also staring at the scene in a daze. What was going on? Isn't Jian Lei's family well off? Why is he renting a car today and the police are looking for him? Is his identity as a rich second generation really fake? The onlookers around became even more excited. Today, there were one melon after another, and they were almost full. First, the gold digger dumped the poor loser, but then the poor loser turned into a super rich second generation. When the third party wielding the hoe showed up in a Porsche, they thought something good was going to happen, but it turned out that the man's car was rented. I thought Jian Lei would leave in disgrace, but a police car came and said that someone sued him for fraud. They thought this series of events was awesome. TSK, this girl named Suyu probably has no place to cry. She thought she was hooking up with a rich second generation, but she ended up meeting a weird liar. And the ex-boyfriend she dumped is the real rich second generation. Look at Jian Lei's expression. He seems to be very guilty. It seems that he has been convicted of cheating a woman out of her money. I thought there were very few people like this, and they only existed on the internet, but I didn't expect they were right next to us. They spend a little money to rent a luxury car, and then go and swindle people for money and sex. How shameless. The two policemen did not give Jian Lei a chance to explain. They handcuffed him and took him away. During this process, Jian Lei kept making excuses, but to no avail. Looking at this scene, Shui suddenly felt very boring. A lot had happened in these few short hours today, and he wanted to be quiet. His girlfriend, with whom he had been sincerely dating for 3 years, was actually stolen away by a piece of trash like Jian Lei. I really don't know whether Jian Lei's acting skills are superb or Suyu is just obsessed with money. But he comforted himself again. Activating the super rich system and drawing a clear line between myself and the scumbag woman can be considered a double happiness, right? As for Jian Lei, it would be fine if he really went in, but if he didn't, he will have to be dealt with severely in the future. Although Chui has a gentle personality, it depends on what the situation is. He has been cuckolded, it's not easy to get rid of this anger. Everyone has a bottom line. The more gentle a person is, the more terrible it will be once their bottom line is touched. Just like if the honest and timid person around you gets angry, it would be very scary. If it was the Chui of the past, he might not have had any way to retaliate, but it's different now. For him who possesses the system of a super rich man, isn't it easy for him to take revenge on a fake rich second generation? After sorting out his thoughts, Chui prepared to go to Jiannan International Shopping Center and buy some clothes for himself. Now that he has money, he has arranged all the necessary things. He has no intention of abusing himself. If you have money and don't spend it, you are a cuckold. He also has to think about how to give money to his parents. If he gives too much, his parents will definitely worry about where the money comes from. What reason should I use? Alas, I didn't expect that he would experience the troubles of rich people so soon. So annoying. JPG. Seeing Chui was about to leave, Tangwen did not forget to give Suyu a finishing blow. Miss, your bag must be fake. I just bought one for my girlfriend, and yours is poorly made, it's obviously a fake. Suyu had been devastated by the series of misfortunes that had happened, and was speechless. Now that he heard that the bag was fake, he felt extremely upset. She sat up in shock from her dying illness, and found that the clown was actually herself. It turns out that Jian Lei's identity as a rich second generation was fake, and the bag he gave her was also fake. Not only that, he is also a scumbag who cheats people for money and sex, and now he has been taken away by the police. However, Chui, who has been with her for 3 years, is a real super rich second generation. She is only one step away from passing his test and living the life she has always dreamed of. But the difference of one step is like the difference between heaven and hell. The author has something to say. Chapter 8: The Ultimate Beauty. Chen Yun. The more Suyu thought about it, the more unwilling she became. She quickly ran towards Chui, knelt down on the ground without saying a word, and hugged Chui's thighs. Chui, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. Jiang Lei and I have never had sex. I am still clean. I have not cheated on you. I can't lose you. Chui was relieved to hear that Suyu had not really cheated on him. At least my head is still noble and elegant black, instead of sad and forgiving green. However, although Suyu did not cheat physically, she was mentally prepared. So the more Chui looked at her, the more disgusted he felt. He pushed her away with a little force and got on the Koenigsegg Gemera with big strides. Let's stop here, we have no relationship anymore. After Chui finished speaking, he started the Koenigsegg Gemera and drove away. Seeing this, Tang Wen quickly took his bodyguards and started his Mercedes to follow. He had just done those things just to gain Chu Yi's appreciation. Now that it was over, he wanted to see if he could get some contact information. Although he had Chu Yi's customer information and knew Chu Yi's phone number. But that is completely different from leaving contact information with each other. Calling the phone number on the customer's information is called a return call. Calling the phone number left by both parties is called a greeting, which deepens the relationship. By the way, he also asked his bodyguard to drive away the Porsche Panamera that Jiang Lei left here. The lease of his car is indeed about to expire. Jiang Lei was taken away this time, and the investigation will probably take several days. Just consider it as him returning the car in advance. Watching several luxury cars drive away from the scene, so you fell to the ground, feeling lost. The people around were constantly recalling this farce. Some people even uploaded what happened today to the campus forum of Jiangbei University and edited a bunch of eye-catching headlines. Shocking. Gold digger hooks up with fake rich second generation, but it turns out her ex-boyfriend is actually a hidden super rich second generation. The second generation rich man hid his identity for 3 years just to test his girlfriend. He originally planned to show his true colors on Valentine's Day, but was betrayed by his girlfriend. The fake rich second generation rents luxury cars and buys fake goods just to pick up girls and cheat them of money and sex. The police are investigating. Shui knew nothing about this, and even if he did, he wouldn't take it to heart. He and Tang Wen had just exchanged contact information and parted ways, and now they have arrived at Jiannan International Shopping Center. After parking the car in the underground parking lot, Shui sat in the car and called the person in charge of the shopping mall. When receiving rewards, the system also handles the details so that he won't be unable to find anyone when he comes here. Soon, the call was connected, and a charming female voice came from the other end. Hello, Mr. Chu, I am Chen Yun, the person in charge of Jiannan International Shopping Center. Hello, Manager Chen. I'm in the underground parking lot now. Where is our office? Boss Chu, please tell me your exact location, I'll come pick you up right away. Well, I'm in B174 now. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll be right there. After ending the call, Shui checked the system mall in the car, waiting for Chen Yun to pick him up. Beginner in Sanda. 1,000 worship points, Master of Sanda. 5,000 worship points, Swimming Champion. 5,000 worship points, Tank Driving Experience. 500 worship points, there's even Kato Ying's Golden Finger? Only 100 worship points, damn, that's cheap. Shui looked at the items in the mall and sighed from time to time. Unfortunately, his current admiration value was too low and he couldn't exchange anything. Without keeping him waiting for long, Chen Yun soon came to the Koenigsegg Gemera in high heels, bent down and knocked on the window. Shui turned his head and his eyes suddenly lit up. The woman in front of me was about 1.7 meters tall, with black hair tied up behind her head. She had charming facial features and was wearing a professional suit. She had a plump figure and her black stockings were particularly attractive. She looked like a ripe peach. At this time, she bent over and knocked on the car window, and her plump body tightly wrapped in a white shirt appeared in front of Shui, which had a strong visual impact. Shui lowered the car window and smiled at her. Chen Yun? Chen Yun smiled gently, her eyebrows curved. I didn't expect Mr. Chu to be so young. He is really young and promising. Shui laughed dryly and did not give a direct response. He is not a young and promising man, he just had good luck to activate the system. Chen Yun was surprised. She really didn't expect her boss to be so young. He looked only a few years younger than her. And she is also very good looking, she can definitely make her debut directly. It seems that he should be the young master of a big family. Ordinary people do not have the ability to take over Jiannan International Shopping Center. Shui got out of the car and shook hands with Chen Yun, but they parted immediately. Manager Chen, please take me to the mall first, I'll go to the office later. Chen Yun smiled and said, what's the matter, Mr. Chu wants to date me. Shui admitted openly, yes, I plan to buy some clothes to change my outfit. If there is a beautiful woman to accompany me, it will definitely feel great. Then I will respectfully obey your command. Shui gave her a good impression. He was not as overbearing as other rich second generations and was very respectful during conversations. Moreover, she was aware of her own charm. Normal men would want to keep their eyes on her, but Shui was not like that. His calm behavior aroused her interest. So Chen Yun readily agreed to Chu Yi's request. The two of them walked together. The handsome man and beautiful woman were a perfect match. Soon, they arrived at a Gucci clothing store. The tall female clerk came up to us warmly. "Do you two need to see some men's clothing?" The female clerk had a sharp eye. Although Chuyi's clothes were ordinary, even a little cheap, Chen Yun beside him invisibly raised his value. Moreover, Chen Yun seemed to be somewhat concerned with Chuyi being the leader, so the female clerk did not look down on Chuyi. Chuyi nodded and started looking at men's clothing in the store. Chen Yun was also there to help choose the right outfit, taking a look at Chuyi's figure from time to time, and then giving him advice based on her own aesthetic. However, because it was summer, Chuyi didn't have many choices. After picking and choosing, he found only t-shirts or polo shirts. So he followed the advice provided by Chen Yun, picked out a few sets of clothes and went to check out. The short-sleeve tops in this Gucci clothing store are not expensive, about 5,000 to 6,000 yuan each, while the pants are a little more expensive, ranging from 7,000 to over 10,000 yuan a pair. Chuyi bought 5 sets in total, spending 78,000 yuan, but this is just a small amount of money for him now and is not worth mentioning. Next, Chen Yun acted as a guide and took Chuyi to various luxury stores to shop. Some store managers also recognized Chen Yun and greeted him politely. Soon, the two of them were carrying large and small bags in their hands, buying basically everything they could, from clothes to shoes, from sunglasses to perfume. Now all they needed was a watch. There happened to be a Patek Philippe store in Jiannan International Shopping Center, so the two of them headed towards that store. But when Chen Yun arrived at the store, she found an acquaintance, but he was a bit annoying. "Chen Yun, didn't you say that you had an important meeting today? How come you have time to go shopping? Who is this pretty boy next to you? The author has something to say." Chapter 9, Mission, Slap the Sissy. Chuyi frowned as he listened. What pretty boy? This guy is a bit arrogant. The person who was speaking was a young man with slicked back hair and powdered face. He looked okay, but he had makeup on his face, which made him look a bit feminine. Chen Yun was a little angry and quickly defended Chuyi. "Bai Peng, what nonsense are you talking about? I think you look like a gigolo." The customers in the store heard the quarrel and looked sideways, sized up and down Bai Peng's attire and sneered. "This guy is really funny. A grown man wearing makeup and looking like a gigolo. He even has the nerve to call the other man's male companion a gigolo. Is he gay? Normal men don't wear makeup. Celebrities only wear makeup when they are on TV shows. In my opinion, this guy in makeup has a stronger white-faced temperament." Bai Peng was one of Chen Yun's suitors. Because his family's company had business dealings with Jiannan International, he would sometimes be asked to discuss cooperation, so they got to know each other naturally. From the first time he saw Chen Yun, he felt that he had fallen for her. It was more like lust at first sight than love at first sight. Chen Yun's voluptuous body attracted him deeply. Her big breasts, slim waist and perky butt, coupled with her gentle and charming facial features, made him want to fall into it and be unable to extricate himself. So he began a crazy pursuit and added her on WeChat by taking advantage of their business partnership. In addition to greeting her every day, he also often invited Chen Yun out. As an old hand at picking up girls, he knows very well that chatting on the internet is useless. Chatting for a month is not as good as making an appointment for one night. As long as the girl agrees to his invitation, he is sure to win her over. Unfortunately, Chen Yun has always been cold towards him and often refuses him with one sentence: "Mr. Bai, we are just business partners, please don't interfere in my private life." So Bai Peng wanted to take the initiative and came to the Patek Philippe counter today just to buy a watch for Chen Yun, but he didn't expect to meet Chen Yun dating another man. In a rage, he no longer cared about his usual pretense of demeanor and just yelled out in anger. The result was counterproductive and a casual remark became a laughingstock of others, which made him feel humiliated. "Humph, a bunch of poor bastards, all you can do is bark helplessly beside us." Bai Peng has a wealthy family and knows almost all the prominent people in Jiannan City. There are no familiar faces among these onlookers, so he speaks without restraint. "Looking at your shabby looks, I guess you can't even afford a Patek Philippe watch. I don't know where you got the courage to laugh at me." As he spoke, Bai Peng slightly lifted up the sleeve of his left hand, revealing a gorgeous and exquisite watch. Someone who knew the value of the watch recognized it and exclaimed in surprise. "Patek Philippe blue dial with square diamonds and rose gold. Damn, this watch must cost nearly $400,000. Fuck, there's a BMW 3 Series on my hand? What a bad idea. This sissy is so rich. Hearing the exclamations of the people around him, Bai Peng smiled slightly. What a bunch of losers. He looked at Chu Yi and Chen Yun, trying to see the expression he wanted on their faces. It's a pity that Chu Yi and Chen Yun were talking in low voices and ignored Bai Peng, which made the smile on Bai Peng's face a little stiff. He had tried so hard to show off, but was ignored by the goddess he had been pursuing? Chen Yun was explaining Bai Peng's identity to Chu Yi. While Chu Yi was feeling the fragrant breath beside his ears and looking at the new tasks released by the system, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ding! The host was provoked by a sissy, now issuing a task, slapped the sissy in the face. Reward for accepting and completing the task, a set of Huajingjunting Villa. No punishment if not accepted. Chu Yi sighed in his heart. In fact, he really didn't want to show off, but the system always tempted him to do so. As the saying goes, if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you are a bastard. In this case, he can only accept the task reluctantly. Hey, that's sissy, are you Bai Peng or Bai Peng? Chu Yi first said something implied, but before Bai Peng could react, laughter was heard from all around. Ha, I have a friend named Li Peng. Later, he was kicked in the testicles by accident and went to the hospital for surgery. Now he has changed his name to Li Peng. Ah, this brother is really humorous. I think it's good to have one less bird. This sissy's outfit looks very suitable for fencing. But I can't avoid going to the anorectal department more often. Originally, Chen Yun didn't understand what Chu Yi was saying. Now, after hearing what the people around her said, a blush appeared on her face and she spat. Bai Peng gnashed his teeth in anger. Since he grew up, no one dared to mock him with the word bird for a long time. Who do you think you are? You're just a gigolo. Yes, in his opinion Chu Yi was just a gigolo. He knew Chen Yun's conditions and personality very well. If she wanted to hook up with a rich second generation, she would have been with him long ago. No wonder his pursuit during this period did not arouse Chen Yun's interest at all. It turns out that she is just that kind of person. Chu Yi smiled faintly, stretched out his hand to hug Chen Yun around the waist, and she moaned, feeling the soft touch pressing against his chest. Chen Yun was still trying to struggle, but Chu Yi leaned close to her ear and said, "Cooperate, I'm really annoyed by this sissy." The heat coming from her ears made Chen Yun's body go limp, and she collapsed in Chu Yi's arms. Her ears were her most sensitive part, and the slightest stimulation would make her feel limp all over. In addition, she also wanted to get rid of Bai Peng's entanglement, so she nodded shyly and let Chu Yi hug her. I heard that you have been flattering my Xiao Yun. I didn't want to pay any attention to you, a clown, but I didn't expect to meet you today. In that case, I'll make it clear to you today. Xiao Yun is my woman. Stay away from her in the future. If you get lonely, you can find someone to play the man-on-man game with. Chu Yi naturally put himself into the role of Chen Yun's boyfriend. Although he had a faint smile on his face, his tone was very domineering. Chu Yi had excellent conditions to begin with a school idol level appearance and a height of 185 centimeters. Coupled with the luxury clothing that Chen Yun carefully selected, he gives people the feeling of a handsome young man. Coupled with his domineering words and actions, all the girls around him immediately became crazy about him. Wow, this little brother is so handsome. The domineering president is in love with me. I really want to switch places with that woman, so that I can collapse in the arms of this little brother. It would be such a happy feeling. Ah, mine. Don't covet my husband, he's mine. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Bai Peng looked grim, and there seemed to be fire in his eyes. The goddess whom he licked in his dreams is now in the arms of another man. Looking at Chen Yun's blushing face, she seems to be enjoying it. No wonder Chen Yun has been so cold to me all along, maybe she has been with this guy for a long time. When Bai Peng thought of Chen Yun's gentle and comfortable appearance under the sky, he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He strode forward, raised his fist and wanted to teach Chu Yi a lesson. But Chu Yishan was tall and strong, so he didn't have to exert much effort. He hugged Chen Yun with one hand and pushed the guy with the other hand, making him retreat repeatedly and almost fall to the ground. What? You, a skinny guy like you, want to hit me? That's all you've got, you little licker? Chu Yi sneered. This guy really gets angry easily. He gets excited after just 2 words. Bai Peng was slightly sobered up by Chu Yi's push. He knew that he would not gain any advantage if he fought back. But he was unwilling to leave in such disgrace. Suddenly he had an idea. He was a rich second generation. Even if he had nothing else, he still had money. This gigolo guy definitely can't afford a Patek Philippe watch, and those Gucci clothes he wears must have been bought for him by Chen Yun. Right. In order to save face, Bai Peng decided to use his financial power to crush Chui. He wanted to let everyone present know that he, Bai Peng, was the real domineering president. Chui is just a gigolo. Humph, I think you, a gigolo, should be begging Chen Yun to buy you a watch, right? It's a shame for men to let women pay for it. Chen Yun? Chui smiled. He didn't expect that he would inexplicably play the role of a gigolo today. I looked down at Chen Yun in my arms. She is indeed very soft. Seeing that Chui did not react and lowered his head in shame, Bai Peng could not help but feel even more proud. He waved to the salesgirl proudly and said, "Help me pick out a women's watch worth about 300,000 yuan. I'll give it to someone as a gift." The salesgirl stood by and watched this farce silently for a long time. When she saw that it was finally over, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She didn't dare to offend either party in the quarrel. One party was the general manager of Jiannan International, and the other was a wealthy second generation with great wealth. Now it looks like this is the end. The salesgirl put on a professional smile and skillfully introduced to Bai Peng the differences between various types of women's watches. "Hello, sir, this..." Before she could say a few words, she was interrupted by Bai Peng. "I've already told you to pick me a $300,000 women's watch. Do I need to repeat it again?" The salesgirl felt a little aggrieved, but she was often bullied by customers in this line of work, so she quickly adjusted herself and was about to pick out a watch for Bai Peng when a voice from the side interrupted her. "Wait a minute, I'll buy all the watches in your store." Chui said the most pretentious words in an extremely calm manner. The author has something to say. Chapter 10, the whole audience was silent. There is no way. The tasks issued by the system have not been completed so far. So Chui simply bought all the watches in the Patek Philippe store. "Aren't you, Bai Peng, so cocky that you want to show off by buying watches? Then I will buy all the watches and see how you can pretend." The crowd was stunned. Was this guy serious? He was going to buy a Patek Philippe watch? You have to know that Patek Philippe is a top watch brand, and the cheapest watch starts at more than 200,000. It costs hundreds of millions. Although this store probably won't have watches priced at tens of millions, it should still have watches worth several million. How much would it cost to buy all the watches in this store? Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? Hundreds of millions? Is this person trying to be brave? He actually said something like this. Did we go to the wrong set? Is this the filming location for Kuaishou? I thought he was handsome and suitable to be a husband, but I didn't expect him to be such a boaster. Listening to the gossip, Chen Yun pulled Chuyi's clothes with some concern. Although others don't know Chuyi's identity, she knows a little about it. Apart from anything else, the identity of the boss of Jiannan International alone is enough to scare people, not to mention that Chuyi is obviously more than that. But buying all the Patek Philippe watches just for the sake of pride would cost a lot of money. "Mr. Chu, why don't you just forget it? There's no need to bother with this guy Bai Peng. Your money didn't come from the wind." Chen Yun stood on tiptoe and whispered into Chuyi's ear. Chui smiled and whispered into Chen Yun's ear, "Don't worry, I can still afford this little money. With more than 900 billion in liquid funds, this amount of money is really a small amount for Chui. Moreover, Patek Philippe watches are all top quality products. You can give them as gifts after buying them, and they won't depreciate too much if left unused. You can also sell them to get a profit if you don't want them anymore." To be honest, Chui didn't lose anything. He could earn a top-notch villa worth tens of millions by showing off successfully. Why not do it? The two of them were whispering to each other, and others seemed to be very affectionate with each other, which made others envious. Bai Peng felt sore after watching this. He couldn't wait to see Chui make a fool of himself. "Ha, this is hilarious. Do you think this is your store? You can just buy a bag when you say so? This is Patek Philippe. Even if I sell you, I can't even buy the cheapest watch. I, Bai Peng, am putting this statement here. If you can buy all the watches in this store, I will take your last name." Chui glanced at him and said lightly, "I don't have an unfilial descendant like you." Bai Peng was so angry that he jumped up and down again. Then he walked towards the salesgirl and said politely, "Please count the cost of all the watches." "Thank you for your help." The salesgirl was stunned. Chuyi's gentle and refined attitude was completely different from Bai Peng's arrogance, but it made her feel respected. Because of this, even though what Shui said sounded like fantasy, the salesgirl still cooperated and called other colleagues to start calculating the total price of all the watches. Seeing this, Bai Peng became even more arrogant and kept making sarcastic remarks. Wow, you're so bold. I'll see how you'll justify it when the price comes out. I'm telling you, a pretty boy like you should just lick the rich woman. Why would you bother competing with a real rich person? My daily income is enough for you to lick a rich woman for a month. I don't know where you get the courage to compete with me. Shui just felt like there was a fly buzzing in his ear, which was very annoying. Frogs like to use their own limited knowledge to judge the world. Oh, no, you are still a hybrid of a toad and a dog. In order to stimulate Bai Peng, Shui put his arm around Chen Yun and let it move up and down her waist, while hugging her tighter. This made Chen Yun suffer. Her legs were weak and she had no strength to stand up straight. She could only rely on Shui. Bai Peng was about to retort, but the salesgirl had already calculated the price. Hello, sir. The price is calculated. The total is 58.2 million yuan. We can round off the amount for you and charge you the full 58 million yuan. Among them, 5 models are priced over 4 million, namely the Geneva Starry Sky Edition, the Black Dial and White Gold Full Diamond Nautilus Edition, the Rose Gold Original Full Diamond Edition, the White Gold and Diamond Commemorative Edition, and the White Gold and Diamond Dynamic Storage Moonphase Edition. The rest are various products ranging from 200,000 to over 1 million. This is the total list, please take a look. The salesgirl proudly introduced several higher-priced watches, and then handed a list to Shui. Shui reached out to take it, took a quick glance at it, then took out a savings card he had previously applied for and handed it to the salesgirl. Thank you very much, I'll swipe my card. Bai Peng glanced at the card and saw that it was just an ordinary savings card, and couldn't help but look mocking. Hey, swipe a card, a normal savings card, haha, you must be making fun of me, the daily limit for this kind of card is only this much, it's not even enough for a small transaction like this. The salesgirl was also a little hesitant. She had hoped that what Shui said was true, but she didn't expect that he actually handed her an ordinary savings card, which made her feel a little bit stuck. I asked other colleagues to help with the statistics, but it turned out to be a joke. It was so embarrassing. Seeing the salesgirl hesitate, Shui urged her again, don't worry, my card can be used for transactions, just swipe it. Seeing Shui's confident look, the salesgirl couldn't refuse. She inserted the card into the POS machine and handed it to Shui after some operations. Sir, please enter the password. Shui took the POS machine and entered the password. Bai Peng still didn't believe that Shui could really buy all the Patek Philippe watches, and he kept nagging in a mean way. You're pretending to be a good person. If you can pay successfully, I'll be your son. Saleswoman, remember to call security to get this guy out of here so he doesn't make a fool of himself. Not only Bai Peng, but from the moment Shui took out an ordinary savings card, the people around him also didn't believe that Shui could succeed in the transaction. Hey, I thought he could take out a black card or something, but he just took out an ordinary bank card. How could the transaction be successful with such a large amount? That's right. It seems the result is obvious. This guy is just a boaster. Funny, this is too funny. Shui stood aside calmly. The system said that no matter whether it was a bank card payment or a mobile phone payment, the more than 900 billion yuan would be automatically deducted. I believe that with the system's capabilities, it should not be difficult to solve a quota problem. Ding, it is detected that the host is using a bank card to make a purchase. The purchase is successful. Sure enough, the payment was successful. Then the POS machine swiped out a long list. Looking at the list, the whole audience fell silent. Only the ever-increasing admiration value allowed Shui to see how shocked these people were. Worship value plus 99. Worship value plus 99. Worship value plus 99. Chapter 11 I don't have a son like you. Shui received a large amount of admiration points and smiled without saying anything. The long list on the POS machine was like a slap in the face, slapping everyone who questioned Shui. A few minutes ago, they had concluded that Shui could not have made the payment successfully, but he actually spent 58 million to buy all the Patek Philippe watches. A slap in the face. Quite a slap in the face. They just feel their faces are hot now, and they know without even looking that they are blushing. It's so embarrassing. However, the person with the ugliest expression on the face was probably Bai Peng. He was now staring blankly at the transaction order with his mouth wide open. Thinking of the words he had just said, they now echoed in his mind like a devilish voice. The more arrogant you were just now, the more regretful you are now. I didn't expect Chewie to actually be a big shot. He had just been mocking Chewie as a gigolo and looked down on him, thinking that he was just trying to be brave and putting on a show. But I didn't expect that they always told the truth, they really wanted to buy it and the money was really a small amount. He himself was like a monkey, constantly making harsh taunts, and eventually became a funny character. This is not the most important thing. The important thing is that he has offended Chewie to death. A man who can easily come up with more than 50 million in liquid funds is not just a gigolo. He can be the young master of a big family, right? What's more, they didn't spend the 50 million yuan on investment, but on buying a lot of luxury watches. This background is simply unimaginable. Where did he come from? Bai Peng was a little panicked. He felt that he had offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. Chen Yun, who is he? Bai Peng spoke unsteadily and stammered as he asked about Chewi's identity. Chen Yun now looked at Chewie with a strange look in her beautiful eyes. She felt that her boss was so domineering. Young, handsome, and rich. He is gentle, respectful, and polite to others. If he encounters a disgusting guy who provokes him, he will use facts to shut him up. It's so charming. Compared with him, Bai Peng is so much worse. Hearing Bai Peng's question, Chen Yun said calmly, "This is Mr. Chu, the owner of Jiannan International Shopping Center, and also my immediate superior." Boom! Bai Peng only felt a buzzing in his head. He didn't expect that the pretty boy he thought was actually the boss of Jiannan International. His actions just now have seriously offended Mr. Chu. The company run by my father is also cooperating with Jiannan International. If Mr. Chu gets unhappy and directly cuts off all cooperation, wouldn't he be hung on the wall and beaten by his father? As one of the landmark buildings in Jiannan City, Jiannan International Shopping Center is in no way lacking in partners. All the companies cooperating with Jiannan International are making a lot of money by eating meat and drinking wine. Compared with the profits earned from the cooperation, the penalty for breach of contract is simply insignificant. It's over. Bai Peng's face was pale, and his cheeks, which were already covered with foundation, looked even paler. He quickly apologized to Chewie. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, I was blind and offended you. I hope you will be magnanimous and forgive my ignorance." Chewie looked at the list the salesgirl handed him slowly. Well, what else? Bai Peng was delighted, it seemed there was still hope for recovery. "Boss Chu, I admit defeat. From now on, I will be called Chu Peng. I will follow your lead in everything. You call me Chu Peng, but I will never dare to be Chu Peng." Bai Peng's current appearance is as humble as possible, his whole body curled up because of fear, which is completely different from his previous arrogant appearance. Chewie was still looking at the list and nodded calmly. "I don't have a son like you." Yes, Mr. Chu is right. Bai Peng agreed repeatedly with a flattering look on his face. You have to know that all his financial resources come from his father. If he offends Chewie and causes his father's company to suffer losses, then his hard days will come. He had experienced the days when his financial resources were cut off, and he never wanted to live that kind of poor life again. Now, as long as Chewie can calm down, it doesn't matter how humble he is. After all, few people present knew him, so it was okay to be a little timid. "Okay, go away, I don't want to see you again." Chewie said this lightly, and Bai Peng felt as if he had been pardoned. He bowed respectfully and quickly fled from this shameful place. Ding! Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for winning a Huajing Junting villa. The villa address is Villa Number 1, the property certificate and all documents have been placed in the master bedroom. Huajing Junting is the top villa area in Jiannan City. The starting price of the most ordinary villa is 50 million, and the area of the villa ranges from 2,000 to 3,000 square meters. The people who live there are either rich or noble. Without a certain status, it is impossible to buy a house in Huajing Junting. After completing the task assigned by the system and obtaining a villa worth tens of millions, Chewie was naturally in a good mood. However, this does not mean that Chewie would let Bai Peng go so easily. "Chen Yun, you just said that Bai Peng's father's company has cooperation with Jiannan International?" Chen Yun nodded, then said with a blush on her cheeks, "Yes, Mr. Chu, but can you let me go first?" Looking at Chen Yun with a seductive look on her face, Chewie sighed in his heart. This woman is really top-notch, no wonder Bai Peng looks like a dog to boot. However, he did not continue to take advantage of her and let go of Chen Yun readily. After all, there was a reason why I hugged him for most of the day. Now that the annoying guys are gone, it would be unreasonable to take advantage of him again. After escaping from Chuyi's arms, Chen Yun hurriedly straightened her clothes and smoothed out the wrinkles on her body. As she pulled, the fullness of her chest trembled. Chuyi felt that the pressure from the buttons on his shirt was a bit too great. Boss Chu, Bai Peng's Bai Group does have some cooperation with Jiannan International. What do you mean? Chuyi raised a wicked smile, and with one word, he decided Bai Peng's miserable life in the future. Of course, cancel all cooperation projects. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll do it when I return to work. Chuyi nodded and said to the salesgirl beside him, please pack the 5 most expensive watches. I will pick them up later. Pack the remaining watches and send them to Villa number 1 of Huajing Junting. Thank you. There is no way. There are too many watches in the entire Patek Philippe store, and it is not very convenient to carry them around. It just so happened that the system sent a villa to me, so I asked the staff to help deliver it. Anyway, this kind of luxury store should have delivery services. The salesgirl was shocked. It turned out to be Huajing Junting, a famous gathering place for wealthy people in Jiannan City. But then she thought about how Chuyi paid for all the watches, and she felt relieved. The money he spent on the watch alone was enough to buy a villa in Huajing Junting, so it was not surprising for him to live there. The salesgirl quickly packed the 6 watches Chuyi wanted, handed them to him respectfully, and enthusiastically escorted them to the door. From Chuyi's spending in the store today, she could earn tens or even hundreds of millions in commission, making her a small wealthy woman. To her, Chuyi was like God the Father, and it was never too much to be respectful to him. Didn't you see that the other colleagues looked at her with envy, jealousy, and hatred? Not to mention the look he gave Chuyi. Whether it was the Patek Philippe staff or other onlookers, the way they looked at Chuyi now was completely different from before. This kind of rich man is the envy of everyone. Oh my god, he casually spent more than 50 million to buy all the Patek Philippe watches. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to film this, right? I'm so jealous. We are the same age, why is he so rich? Love it, love it. This is my standard for finding a husband. That's awesome. He's actually the boss of Jiannan International. I'll never be able to achieve this level even if I work hard all my life. Ah, he's handsome, rich, and has such a good personality. I love him so much. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Chapter 12, Women's hearts are as deep as the sea. Looking at the ever-increasing admiration value, Chuyi felt delighted. At this rate, he would be able to redeem more expensive skills soon. Now it is possible to exchange for skills with 500 worship points, but Chuyi wants to do it in one go and save more points to buy mastery skills directly. Next, Chuyi and Chen Yun put the things they bought in the car and picked out a women's watch to wear. Then, under the guidance of Chen Yun, they walked to the office on the top floor. Jiannan International has a total of 6 floors, and the 6th floor is all office area. When Chen Yun and Chuyi passed by the office area of ordinary employees, they attracted a lot of attention. Many employees were gossiping among themselves. Mr. Chen actually brought a handsome guy back today. Could it be that he has a boyfriend? Wow, this little brother is so handsome. He is a perfect match for Mr. Chen. Oh, so Mr. Chen likes this. It seems I have no chance. The goddess has been seduced. I must drink heavily tonight and not leave until I am drunk. It's your treat. +1. +1. Although she was misunderstood by her employees, Chen Yun did not feel disgusted for some reason. However, in order to maintain her image as the general manager, she still introduced him with a serious face. This is the new boss of our Jiannan International Shopping Center, Chuyi. Everyone remember to call him President Chu when you see him in the future. Chuyi smiled and greeted the employees in the office area. Everyone, you are welcome. You can call me Brother Chu or Mr. Chu, but you can't call me Brother Chu. In the future, everyone will still perform their duties, and there won't be any major changes in the job positions. Anyway, I don't really understand it. The originally serious atmosphere became somewhat joyful under the influence of Chuyi's words, and a group of employees laughed out loud. Ha, Mr. Chu is really humorous and funny. We should be easy to get along with. Wow, I feel like Brother Chu is really approachable. Not only is he young and rich, but he's also so gentle. I'm falling for him. You're calling me Brother Chu so soon? Then hurry up and call me sister-in-law. I was worried that I would lose my job if I changed my boss, but now it seems that won't happen. In the president's office of Jiannan International, Chuyi was drinking the Dahongpo tea that Chen Yun had just brewed. Looking at Chen Yun, who was boiling water, Shui smiled and teased, "Chen Yun, are you feeling better now?" Chen Yun was a little confused. Mr. Chu, what are you talking about?" "What I mean is, your legs aren't weak anymore, are they?" Shui looked like a big bad wolf with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Chen Yun thought back to the feeling of leaning in Shui's arms just now, and her heart began to beat like a deer. A blush rose on her face, which had just returned to normal, and she replied in a low voice, "Boss Chu, please stop teasing me." Shui laughed out loud after hearing this. I thought that Chen Yun, who was dressed like a mature queen, should have a personality similar to that of a queen, but I didn't expect that she was as shy as a little girl. "Chen Yun, you should be a few years older than me. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you is a treasure. From now on, I will call you Sister Yun. Don't call me Mr. Chu all the time, just call me by my name." "Chen Yun? Is there any direct connection between a woman 3 years older than you and having a fortune and you calling me Sister Yun?" But since the boss had spoken, it was difficult for her to refuse. "Okay, Chui." Chui smiled and nodded, "Well, that's good." Seeing Chen Yun's face getting even redder, Chui quickly said, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Here, this is for you." Chui took out the platinum and diamond-studded commemorative women's watch from his pocket and handed it to Chen Yun. Chen Yun waved her hands as soon as she saw it. No, this is too expensive, I can't take it." She remembered this watch. The Patek Philippe salesgirl just said that this watch was worth more than 4 million. How could she dare to accept such a gift? 4 million. You can buy a house with that amount. Even though she is the general manager of Jiannan International Shopping Center, her annual salary after tax is only 1.2 million. If she wants to buy this watch, she will have to go without food and drink for 4 years to be able to afford it. It doesn't matter whether it's valuable or not. It's just a small thing to me. You cooperated with me just now, so this is a reward for you." Shui looked indifferent. After all, he bought so many watches and there was no point in him keeping them. Chen Yun shook her head and wanted to refuse. Shui's face turned serious, and he said fiercely, "Hurry up and take it, this is the boss's order. Since you are working for me, you have to be presentable, just think of this watch as given to you by the company." After hearing this, Chen Yun looked a little aggrieved and said softly, "Oh." Then he obediently took the watch handed to him by Chui and placed it on the desk very carefully. But in my heart, I kept muttering, "Chen Yun, you are a strong woman. How come you become like this in front of him?" Another thought came to mind with absolute dominance, why is he so fierce? But he looks so handsome like this. I like him so much, meow. The inner monologue of a cat like queen. Shui had no idea about Chen Yun's wild thoughts. When he saw her take the watch, he smiled happily. "If you take my watch, you have to have dinner with me tonight. Happy 520. Hearing this, Chen Yun's hands shook and she almost lost the watch worth more than 4 million. "Shui, I'm going to the bathroom." After Chen Yun finished speaking, she fled from the office. She had to wash her face and calm down. Shui looked at Chen Yun's hurriedly fleeing back and grinned. He didn't expect that this woman was so cute. In fact, the reason why he asked Chen Yun to have dinner with him was because he had just ordered Japanese food. He found it troublesome to get a refund, but it would be a waste not to eat, so he simply asked a girl to go out with him. Chen Yun is just the right person. She has a gentle and pleasant appearance and a plump and full figure. Having a meal with her can make up for my empty Valentine's Day. Well, nice. After all, no man would not like a beautiful woman with amazing breasts. Soon, Chen Yun returned from the bathroom. After washing her face, she was no longer as shy as before. Instead, she was as confident as when we first met, and her royal sister's charm was fully exuded. "Shui, since you want to invite me to dinner tonight, I will respectfully obey your order." Shui was stunned. Could this be the legendary woman's heart as deep as the sea? She was so shy and cute just now, but now she is turned into a charming big sister. It's really great. Shui stared at Chen Yun's cheek and smiled. "If that's the case, then it's a deal. I have something else to do, I'll contact you in the evening." Chen Yun nodded and said with a smile, "Okay. This is my first date with a man, you can't stand me up. Don't worry, there's no way I would let a beautiful lady send a pigeon." Shui looked happy. He stopped Chen Yun from sending her off and strode out of the office. It wasn't until Shui left that Chen Yun breathed a sigh of relief. She reached out and patted her cheek, muttering to herself, "Chen Yun, what's wrong with you? Cheer up and don't lose your composure in front of Chui. As she spoke, she shrugged her nose and muttered, "Isn't he just a little more handsome, a little warmer in my arms, and a little more gentle in his words? What's so great about that? Humph." Then she remembered the task assigned by Chui, and quickly picked up the landline and called the chairman of Bai Group. At this time, she turned into a strong woman, full of confidence and pride. Chapter 13. Come and recognize our father. Chui came to the basement, started the Koenigsegg Gemera, and drove towards Huajing Junting. He went to see the house given by the system. Soon, Chui arrived at villa number 1 of Huajing Junting. Thump, 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 thump. I had just parked the car when the WeChat voice call rang. Chui took a look and saw that it was his roommate Chen Xin calling. This guy is the famous little prince of learning materials. Basically, you can go to him whenever you need something. Hey, what's wrong, son? Nowadays, the purest friendship between boys is the father-son relationship. Basically, every boy wants to be the daddy of the entire dormitory. Hey, brothery, I heard that you and Suyu broke up. Now everyone in the student group is saying that you are actually a rich second generation. What have you done? Chen Xin's tone sounded somewhat concerned. Son, let me tell you the truth. I am really a second generation rich man. The reason I hid my identity and lived an ordinary life was because I wanted to find true love, but I failed. So I have no choice but to go back to living the boring life of a rich man. Chui said these words in a calm and confident tone. Brothery, I call you brothery because I want to comfort you because you broke up. Don't get addicted to calling me son all the time. Chen Xin almost laughed out loud when he heard this. Could it be that Chui was upset because of the breakup? I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, just send me a video call. Chui smiled and said nothing more. Okay, you said it. Chen Xin hung up the phone after he finished speaking, and then a video call came in. Chui pressed the connect button and pointed the camera directly at the steering wheel of the supercar. Fuck! What kind of car is this? Chen Xin exclaimed. From the background, it can be seen that he is still in the dormitory and has not left. Hearing his exclamation, Chui smiled secretly in his heart, and without saying much, he pointed the camera at the car door and opened the swinging scissor door at the same time. What the hell? Brothery, how much did you spend on renting this car? Chen Xin's first reaction was that the car was rented. After all, he had lived with his buddy for 3 years and knew basically everything about his family conditions. Hey, my son Ashin, you'd better watch carefully. Chui placed the car's driving license in front of the camera, with all the information clearly written on it. Fuck, Dad. Chen Xin shouted, and a noisy sound came from the other end of the video. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Then a duck-like voice like a eunuch announcing an imperial decree was heard, Guzi, Adan. Come and recognize our father. Soon, 2 more heads appeared in the video call. After they saw the driving license clearly, they shouted in unison, Fuck, Dad, Dad. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. The corners of Chuyi's mouth were about to turn into the same as the crooked-mouthed Dragon King's when he smiled. My son, please stand up. There is no need to perform such a grand ceremony. After a while of playing around, things in the dormitory finally quieted down, and the 3 roommates started talking about questions. Brothery, I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. You've made it so hard for us to keep it a secret. Yeah, brothery, your car is not cheap, is it? Compared with Ferrari, is it awesome or a little worse? Brothery, so the news in the group that you are a rich second generation is true? Chu Feng was overwhelmed by these questions and quickly said, Brothers, it's hard to answer now. I will treat you to a meal when I return to school tomorrow, and then I will slowly answer these questions. It's not that Chui doesn't want to answer, it's that he can't come up with a suitable reason for the time being, so he should give himself some time to think about a more reasonable explanation. Okay, brothery, I want to eat barbecue. What's so good about barbecue? Brothery, I want to eat hot pot. Both of you are no match for me. A real man should eat bullwhips and oysters as well as kidneys. After eating them, my penis will be erect and even the Dinghai Shenzhen will have to avoid my edge. Right, brothery. Yes. Chui agreed readily, and then quickly hung up the video call. If he continued talking, who knows what vicious words these animals would say. Originally, Chen Xin called to comfort him, but it ended up being a call for him to treat him to dinner. What a loss. He was the one who broke up with them, so he should let them treat him. Shui was thinking about strange things and walked to the door of Villa Number 1. Villa Number 1 covers a large area of about 3,000 square meters. It is surrounded by a circle of walls, forming an independent courtyard. At the entrance of the gate is a smart lock that uses facial recognition. Shui walked forward and scanned his face, and the iron gate opened. The yard was filled with beautifully trimmed green plants. Walking along a cobblestone path, Shui arrived at the door of the villa and opened the floor-to-ceiling glass door by scanning his face. Entering the house, Shui was very satisfied with the modern minimalist style of decoration. But the minimalist style does not mean simple. The luxury of the entire villa has not been lost at all. The villa has 5 floors in total, including the basement, and has its own elevator. As soon as you enter the door, you can see the 10-meter-high entrance hall, which is very spacious. The floor tiles are made using water jet mosaic technology, which can be said to be a benchmark for luxury homes. The living room, dining room, and kitchen are all on the first floor. Both walls of the living room are covered with floor-to-ceiling windows, through which you can directly see the backyard view, where green trees and the private infinity pool complement each other, providing a great view. The kitchen is set up with both Chinese and Western kitchens, meeting the dual needs of customers. The restaurant has floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides, which provide excellent lighting, and the main direction is the infinity pool. Shui felt that he would have the opportunity to watch girls swimming while eating in the future. The 2nd to 4th floors are all bedroom suites, with 4 suites on each floor. A total of 12 beauties can be housed in the Golden House. Shui feels very satisfied. However, the greatness of a luxury villa always lies in the details. The toilets are all smart toilets that will open automatically as soon as you approach them. What shocked Shui the most was that there was a TV installed opposite the toilet in every bathroom. Is this convenient for watching while pulling? The basement is the villa's own entertainment facilities, including a billiard table, bar, wine cellar, steam room, Thai spa, gym, audiovisual room, KTV, and a sunken garden. After walking around, Shui sighed in his heart, are all rich people's lives so happy? His heart was filled with joy, but Shui kept telling himself, you are a rich man now, calm down. I can't calm down. This house is too luxurious. Shui was talking to himself while taking a shower in the bathroom. It's no wonder that he is so excited. Although he has obtained the super rich system, which gives him money and cars, as well as companies and villas for completing tasks. But before that he was just an ordinary person. He felt like he was in a dream from the moment he first acquired the system. It was not until now, when he was alone, that he was able to fully vent his extreme excitement. After taking a shower, Shui lay on the large round bed with a diameter of 4 meters, thinking about serious issues. Well, should I tell my parents that I won the lottery, or should I tell them that I made money by buying funds? Chapter 14, Xiao AI, are you there? In addition, Shui was also considering how much money to transfer to his parents. If I turn it too much, I'm afraid of scaring them, but if I turn it too little, it feels like it's not enough. After much thought, Shui decided to pretend that he had won the lottery and make a phone call to see the situation. Soon, Shui Bian called his father Chu Wenhong. Beep, beep. I am looking far away, above the moon, how many dreams are flying freely? The familiar ringtone rang, and not long after, Chu Wenhong answered the call. Hey, son. Dad, I have something I don't know whether I should tell you or not. Shui wanted to say it all in one breath, but he didn't know how to start halfway through. Although winning the lottery was the reason he had thought of, the amount of the lottery prize was a bit too much for his parents. He wondered if his father could accept it. Hey, kid, tell me what bad things you have done right now. If the Empress Dowager finds out, I won't be able to do anything about it. Chu Wenhong thought that his son was in trouble, so he changed his tone to a relaxed one, trying to ease Chu Yi's mood. Dad, would you believe me if I told you I won the lottery? Shui hesitated for a moment, but decided to stick to his original plan. You actually won the lottery. How come? Judging from your tone, the amount is quite large, a few thousand yuan? Or tens of thousands of yuan? Chu Wenhong breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was just winning the lottery. It was nothing. Xiaoyi, wow, lady worker, I'm telling you, it doesn't matter if you win the lottery or not, the important thing is not to get scammed. There are a lot of scams online now, any game, online gambling, nude chat can all scam you out of money. Do you remember the old manly next door? He went online to chat naked with someone and was defrauded of 5,000 yuan. He didn't believe it and went online to find the internet police, but was defrauded of another 2,000 yuan. He still didn't give up and consulted a lawyer online, but was defrauded of another 300 yuan in consulting fees. The world is going downhill. Chu Wenhong spoke earnestly, and before he knew it he became eloquent. Shui quickly interrupted his father's lecture. Dad, listen to me, I won 10 million. The person on the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent, like a duck with its neck strangled. Silence for a while. Then there was a loud shout from Chu Wenhong. Damn it! Shui was scammed. After a while, it was my mother Yi Chaoping who called from the other end of the phone. Shui, your father said that you were cheated? What happened? Talk to mom. Yi Chaoping tried to make her tone sound gentler. Shu Yi felt helpless. He didn't expect that his parents didn't believe him before he even finished speaking. I don't know how they will react if I transfer the money to their account later. Shui thought about it and decided to just go all out and transfer the money directly to his parents and then explain the rest later. So Shui turned on the speakerphone on his phone, and while chatting with his mother, he used mobile banking to transfer money to his father. A total of 7 million was transferred to his father's card. Ding! It was detected that the host was transferring money using mobile banking. The transfer was successful. Not long after the transfer was successful, Shui turned on the speakerphone and heard his father shouting. Fuck you! Oh my god! I got 7 million in my bank account. Yi Chaoping was also shocked. What's going on? Could it be that someone transferred the money to the wrong account? Let me take a look. Mom, that was transferred to Dad. I really won the lottery. Shui spoke quickly. Shui, did you really win the lottery? Although Yi Chaoping's voice still sounded a little doubtful, she believed it more than before. Yes, Mom, I really won. I won 10 million. After I received the prize, 20% tax was deducted, and I got 8 million. So I transferred 7 million to you and kept 1 million for myself. Seeing that his mother seemed to believe it, Shui quickly spoke. In order to make it seem more real, he pretended to have kept 1 million. In fact, he also knew that winning the lottery was not a very good excuse, but he was rich now and didn't want his parents to work too hard. What he doesn't want to see is his parents still working hard because of fear. Now that I have money, I should let my family live a good life. Shui felt a great sense of accomplishment when he thought that he could finally honor his parents. On the other end of the line came a conversation between my parents. Old Chu, Shui really won the lottery. Yi Chaoping's tone was full of excitement. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. It's really a 7-digit number, 7 million. He. Chu Wenhong counted and smiled foolishly. Look how happy you are. Now that our family is rich, let's quickly arrange a blind date for Shui. I think the girl from old Lu's family is very good, so you should contact her as soon as possible. I'm waiting to hold my grandson. Yi Chaoping changed the subject and started worrying about Shuyi's marriage. Yes, hug your grandson, hug your grandson. Chu Wenhong said happily. Shui was very upset after hearing this. He was only a junior in college, but his parents were so impatient to have a grandchild. However, seeing that his parents did not ask any further questions and quickly accepted it, Shui was relieved. Dad, Mom, this money is my filial piety to you, you two can spend it however you want. As for my marriage, it's still too early, so you two don't need to worry about it. Shui advised his parents earnestly. Hey, kid, young people should get married and have children early. You will have a lot more ease when the children grow up. Your parents are still young and can take care of your children. In a few years, that won't be the case anymore. Yi Chaoping advised earnestly. Shui wanted to explain himself, but Yi Chaoping deliberately changed the subject. Old Chu, today is 520, let's celebrate with a candlelight dinner tonight. I will obey the Queen's order. Shui, let's leave it at that for now. Once everything is arranged, we'll notify you to come back for the blind date. Yi Chaoping hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Shui lay on the bed with a confused look on his face. Why didn't the script follow the routine? Shouldn't you have to persuade your parents into believing that you won the lottery, and then persuade them to quit their jobs and enjoy a peaceful life, and then you should be so smug that you want to hang up the phone? Why did a blind date suddenly appear out of nowhere? Groundhog calling.jpg. Forget it, I might as well make the best of it. It's just a blind date anyway, and there are many reasons to refuse. Shui thought about it and decided not to worry about this issue anymore. I casually took a photo of a luxurious bedroom and posted it to my moments, with the caption, "Today my dad suddenly told me that my grandpa suddenly told him that our family is actually very rich. Now I am alone in the bedroom where even my words echo. I am so scared. #Doge. Use the blocking option to block your parents so that you don't have to explain your jokes." Then Shui started to check his moments, but from time to time someone would leave a comment. High School Gaohan, "Wow, this house is nice, where did you steal the picture?" High School Wang Meili, "Shui, you're doing well recently. Do you have a girlfriend?" Cousin Li Iran, "Wow cousin, you were so boastful, aren't you afraid that your uncle will beat you?" Senior Lin Mingting, "I didn't expect that you, Junior Shui, are so humorous." Shui laughed secretly as he looked at these comments. He now felt like a peerless master, standing on the top of a mountain and overlooking all living beings. There's nothing you can do about it, the life of rich people is just so boring. Lying on the luxurious big bed, Shui felt sleepy gradually coming over him. When he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly remembered that he had an appointment with Chen Yun for dinner in the evening, so Shui called out, "Xiao Ai classmate. You are so disrespectful and 1T agree with me? Xiao Ai-san? Are you there? No response yet? If this doesn't work, just change your phone. Xiao Ai-san? What are you doing? I am here. You are finally here. Call me at 6 in the evening. Okay, I've set the alarm for you at 6 p.m. After taking some effort to set the alarm, Shui lay down on the bed and took a nap. Chapter 15, Artificial respiration is still needed, please call me. At 6 o'clock in the evening, thanks to the alarm clock, Shui woke up on time. After getting dressed and washing up briefly, Shui drove out in the Koenigsegg Gemera. Chen Yun should have just got off work at this time. Shui thought about it and called her. "Hello, Shui." Chen Yun quickly answered the phone. "Hello, Sister Yun, where are you now?" Shui asked. "I just got off work and was about to go home to change my clothes." Chen Yun replied. "Wait for me for a moment, I'll come pick you up." Shui said. "Okay, I'll wait for you at the side of the road." Chen Yun agreed readily. Shui waited for Chen Yun to agree before hanging up the phone. With a sudden step on the accelerator, the Koenigsegg Gemera made a roaring sound and sped towards Jiannan International Shopping Center. 10 minutes later, Shui arrived at Jiannan International. From a distance, he saw Chen Yun standing on the side of the road. Chen Yun's good looks and voluptuous figure, coupled with her professional suit and stockings, are absolutely eye-catching and will definitely attract a lot of attention. Since Shui was looking from the side, Chen Yun's hot and plump figure was perfectly presented in front of him. Well, having dinner with such a stunning beauty, today's 520 is not a loss at all. The sports car stopped steadily in front of Chen Yun. Shui lowered the window and shouted, "Get in, Sister Yun." After getting in the car, Chen Yun narrowed her beautiful crescent eyes and said with a smile, "You made me wait for so long, you have to make it up to me tonight." Shui raised his eyebrows, not knowing whether this little devil was hinting at him. However, he couldn't just give in when a girl challenged him in person. "Don't worry, Sister Yun, no matter what kind of compensation you want, I will satisfy you." Shui nodded solemnly and said seriously. "Ah, hooligan." Chen Yun spat and turned to look out the window. "Damn it. I wanted to get back on top, but I ended up being at a disadvantage again." Chen Yun muttered to herself. "Sister Yun, you haven't told me your home address yet." Shui scratched his head and said. My home is in Junyu Garden." "Okay." Shui responded, and then shouted into the phone, "Xiao Ai. Help me navigate to Junyu Garden Community." Seeing the sudden silence in the air, Chen Yun turned her head to look at Shui, only to find that Shui had a constipated look on his face, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha, Shui, what's wrong with you? You look so embarrassed." Shui's face turned pale, and he became more determined to change his phone. Without saying a word, he manually selected the navigation. "Sister Yun, hold on tight, the driver is about to start the car." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun quickly grabbed the handrail. The Koenigsegg Gemera shoots out like an arrow from a bow. Junyu Garden is also a high-end residential area, with housing prices of around 30,000 yuan per square meter. When Shui drove his supercar into the community, the security guard diligently asked Shui to register. The car drove to the underground parking lot. Shui watched Shin go upstairs, and then waited for her in the car while playing with his mobile phone. At this time, WeChat received a message. Shui opened WeChat and found that it was sent by Xianglan. Xianglan's profile picture is a photo of herself, but not the twin ponytail style she has today. However, it should be quite comfortable to hold twin ponytails, right? Shui coughed twice, retracted his secret thoughts, and checked the messages. Shui, Nianyun has woken up, thank you so much. Rose. The doctor said that it was fortunate that artificial respiration was given in time, otherwise even if he was saved, he would have been a vegetable. Shui looked at this sincere gratitude and curled his lips. In fact, if you really think about it, he should thank Shin Nianyun. After all, it was because he saved her that he activated the godly rich system. After thinking for a while, Shui typed out a line of words with a smile on his face. You're welcome. If you need artificial respiration next time, please remember to call me. In the private ward of Jiannan First Hospital, Xianglan stared blankly at the message on the mobile phone screen, and then laughed out loud. Shin Nianyun, who was still lying on the hospital bed receiving Info, was a little curious and asked, Lan, what are you laughing at? Xianglan handed the phone to Shin Nianyun with a smile. Hey, take a look for yourself. When Shin Nianyun took the phone and looked at it, 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks, which was very beautiful. Shin Nianyun felt extremely embarrassed when she thought of the scene in which a boy gave her artificial respiration after she fainted. She had never held a boy's hand in her life, but today she lost her first kiss. And Xianglan also told her that later, because she needed to use an AED, she had to take off her bra. And during the use of the AED, it was still the boy named Shui who performed artificial respiration and chest compressions on him. In this way, wouldn't my rabbit be touched all over by him? The more Shin Nianyun thought about it, the more embarrassed he became. If it were presented in the form of a comic, his head would probably be smoking right now. Seeing her best friend so shy, Xianglan said with a smile, by the way, Nianyun, the brother who saved you is so handsome. Shin Nianyun was so angry that he stretched out his hand to scratch the soft flesh on Xianglan's waist. You little slut, if you say that again. Believe it or not, I will make you beg for mercy. Xianglan quickly dodged Shin Nianyun's attack, with a sly smile on her face, and continued, really, that little brother is so handsome, if it weren't for you, I would want to chase him. Shin Nianyun wrinkled her nose and said, what does it have to do with me? If you want to chase her, go ahead. Xianglan suddenly became serious. Nianyun, are you serious? Am I really going after that little brother? Seeing her best friend suddenly become serious, Shin Nianyun was a little uncomfortable and looked at Xianglan with a strange expression. Could it be that this little girl really fell in love with the little brother who saved her? But do you really want her to chase him? The image of a little brother performing artificial respiration on him emerged in Shin Nianyun's mind again. Although she was in a coma at the time, she didn't know what Shui, who saved her, looked like. But that didn't stop her from fantasizing. In the picture in her mind, Shui's appearance was shrouded in light and looked very hazy, but that strange feeling made her feel that she liked him a little. Shin Nianyun shook her head, like a hen protecting her calves. No, he's mine. Xianglan smiled even more happily. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that our Yun would finally fall in love. It's not easy. Don't worry, even though that little brother is very handsome, I won't snatch him from you. Shin Nianyun felt relieved when he heard Xianglan say this. When Xianglan said she was going to chase Shui just now, her heart suddenly tightened, as if her favorite toy was about to be taken away by someone. Suddenly, Shin Nianyun seemed to have thought of something, and asked Lan in a panic, by the way, Lan, you didn't tell my parents that I fainted and was hospitalized, right? Xianglan nodded, patted Shin Nianyun's hand and said, don't worry, I didn't tell your parents. Shin Nianyun breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily her parents didn't know. Her parents are honest farmers who work as farmers in their hometown of Guicheng. If I knew that she had fainted and was hospitalized, I would definitely rush to Jiannan in a panic. But my family conditions were not good to begin with, and my parents had already done their best to support me in going to college. If I have to spend a lot of money on the trip to Jiannan, I will probably be even more frugal. What's more, I have a growing sister at home, so I can't spend money indiscriminately. Shin Nianyun felt a little inferior when she thought about the situation at home. She looked at her best friend with an apologetic look. Lan, I'm so sorry. We were supposed to work part-time together today, but I fainted and wasted your whole day. I will pay you back as soon as possible for the medical expenses you paid for me. Xianglan waved his hand carelessly. We are no strangers. If you treat me as a sister, don't mention the medical expenses. You must be hungry. This is the porridge I just bought downstairs. Eat some first. Shen Yunyun nodded, her eyes moist. Good. Chapter 16, Gaining Charm Points by Having a Meal? Shui made an appointment with Xian Lan on WeChat and planned to go to the hospital to visit Shen Yunyun tomorrow. Although tomorrow is Monday, Shui has good grades and a good relationship with his counselor, so he just needs to ask for leave. At this moment, a fragrant breeze blew over. Shen Yun, who had changed her clothes, was already sitting in the car, with a light perfume sprayed on her body, which smelled very nice. At this time, Shen Yun was wearing a black dress with a one-shoulder design that revealed her snow-white shoulders. The slender waist can be grasped in the hand, and the fleshy buttocks form an extremely attractive waist-to-hip ratio. The beautiful legs are wrapped in ultra-thin stockings, and the straight legs are tightly together. Shui turned his head and looked him up and down, then nodded vigorously. Affirmation from LSP. Shen Yun felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by Shui, and said in a tender voice, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Shui looked at her without moving his eyes away. "I don't want to either, it's mainly because you are too beautiful, I can't help it." Shameless. Shen Yun rolled her eyes seductively. "It's almost 7 o'clock, let's go have dinner." Shui nodded, started the Koenigsegg Gemera, and drove towards the Japanese restaurant he had booked in advance. While driving, Shen Yun suddenly asked in a low voice, "Does it really look good on me in this outfit?" Shui smiled and said seriously, "Of course it looks good. Why do you ask such an idiotic question?" Shen Yun replied quietly, "This is the first time I wear this dress." Shui was a little surprised and asked, "So how do you usually dress?" Shen Yun counted on her fingers, "Well, I usually wear jeans, sweatpants, t-shirts, shirts." Shui suddenly felt that Shen Yun was a little cute. If he wasn't driving, he would have wanted to rub her head. The car drove very fast and arrived at the Japanese restaurant after more than 10 minutes. This restaurant is called Takema Japanese Cuisine, and the decoration style inside is quite nice. Under the guidance of the waiter, the two came to the seat that had been reserved in advance. "Hello sir, can we serve the food now?" Shui nodded and replied with a smile, "Well, the food can be served. Thank you for your help." The waitress smiled and nodded, "You're welcome. I'll serve you the food right away." "Okay, thanks." Shui looked at Shen Yun and asked casually, "Want a drink?" When it comes to drinking, Shen Yun nodded happily, "Okay." This surprised Shui a little, but he didn't say anything. This shop has Japanese-style sake, and the alcohol content of sake is generally not high, so it's not a big problem to drink a little. As for driving, it is easy to solve. Koenigsegg Gemera is a 4-seater supercar, and they can call a designated driver to take them home later. After the dishes came, Shui ate them with great relish, and even picked up some food for Shen Yun from time to time. "Come here, this shrimp sashimi is delicious. Come and try it. This eel rice is also good, it tastes better the more you eat it. Well, the scallop soup is just so-so." Shen Yun found it funny to look at Shui, who was a foodie. He is obviously a wealthy man, but he seems to have never eaten Japanese food. "Shui, today is Valentine's Day, why do you want me to have dinner with you?" Shen Yun couldn't help but feel confused and asked curiously. Shui swallowed the food in his mouth, took a sip of sake, and sighed, "If I tell you that I was just dumped today, would you believe it?" Shen Yun shook his head and said seriously, "I don't believe it." "Why?" Shui asked. Shen Yun stared at Shui's cheek for a while before slowly saying, "You are so handsome, have a gentle personality, and come from a good family. How could you be dumped? Unless..." Seeing Shen Yun suddenly lengthen her tone, Shui asked curiously, "Unless what?" "Unless you are actually a pervert, the girl can't accept it and then dumps you." Ha ha ha. Shen Yun saw Shui took the bait and laughed so hard that her body shook. Shui didn't care at all, instead he nodded in agreement, "So you have to be careful, the pervert Shui is targeting you now." He. Shen Yun rolled her eyes at him and quickly changed the subject, "Why did you give me such an expensive watch?" "Hey, isn't it because I was dumped, so there is no one to give me a gift? In order to make Valentine's Day less shabby, I can only give it to you," Shui said casually. Shen Yun nodded somewhat disappointedly, "Oh, is that so? Who made you look so much like my long-lost wife?" Shui gave a wicked smile and added, "Pfft, you hooligan." Shen Yun, who was originally feeling a little disappointed, felt a little shy when she heard this, but she couldn't help but laugh. There is no woman who doesn't like to be praised, especially when the praise comes from the opposite sex who is better in all aspects. The two chatted back and forth, and Shui made some humorous jokes from time to time, making Shen Yun laugh. She hadn't expected dating a boy to be so much fun. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, both of them looked a little flushed. What Shui didn't expect was that although the alcohol content of sake was not high, it seemed to have a strong aftertaste. He feels a little drunk now. At this time, Chen Yun's face was flushed. She sat opposite Shui, holding her cheeks with both hands and said, "Shui, you are such a weird person." Although Shui's mind was a little shaky, he was still clear-headed. After hearing Chen Yun say that she was weird, Shui asked, "Why am I weird?" Chen Yun giggled, "Ha, you were wearing cheap clothes when we first met. I thought you were just a rich second generation who likes to keep a low profile. Then you asked me to go shopping with you for clothes, and you bought a lot of expensive clothes. I was thinking at the time, you are such a contradictory person. But not long after, you spent more than 50 million to buy all the Patek Philippe watches. You know, I was shocked. Then when I got back to the office, you actually gave me a watch worth more than 4 million. Do you know what I was thinking at the time?" Shui smiled and asked with interest, "What were you thinking about at that time?" Chen Yun took a sip of sake and looked straight at Shui with her beautiful eyes. "I was thinking, are you trying to support me?" Shui laughed, "Is 4 million enough to support you?" Chen Yun burped, stretched out 4 fingers in a daze, and counted with his other hand, 4 million. "Ugh, not enough. But since you're quite handsome, I'll be merciful and give you a discount." "That's enough." He. Shui was stunned, looking at the drunken appearance of the most beautiful woman in front of him. It would be a lie to say that he was not moved. But after all, we have only known each other for 1 day, so we can't rush into such things. "Sister Yun, you're drunk. Let's go, I'll take you home." Shui felt that they had eaten enough for the day, and both of them were full, so it was time to go home and sleep. Chen Yun nodded slowly. "Well, I'm a little drunk, it's time to go to bed." Seeing this, Shui couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. "I was quite excited at first when I mentioned drinking, but it turns out I have a very poor alcohol tolerance. Is this what it means to love both food and drinks?" After Shui paid the bill, he helped Chen Yun out of the Japanese restaurant and called a designated driver on his cell phone. While sitting in the car waiting for the designated driver, a prompt came from the system. Ding! It is detected that the host is enjoying delicious food with a top-notch beauty for the first time, and the charm value is rewarded +10. As a man chosen by the system, charm is a must-have option. Please don't refuse. Ha! There's such a good thing? Shui didn't expect that he could get a reward just for having a meal with a beautiful woman, and judging from the system's meaning, it was afraid that he would refuse. Host, please keep up the good work, explore life, and unlock more rewards. System, you are so awesome. Come on, give me a bow. Mooah. Don't worry, I will continue to work hard and eat with many beautiful girls in the future. Is this all you pursue? Can you be a little more awesome? Hey, there's no need to tell you the rest, you know it. Not long after, the designated driver arrived. Shui and Chen Yun sat in the back seat of the Koenigsegg Gemera. First, she asked the designated driver to drive to Junyu Garden to send Chen Yun home, and then asked him to take her back to the villa in Huajing Junting. After returning home, Shui took a comfortable bath and then fell into a deep sleep on the soft big bed. At night, he had a very erotic dream. There were many female fairies dressed in sexy clothes, walking towards him with seductive looks, including Chen Yun, Xianglan, Tao Li, and Shen Yanyan. Chapter 17, Is Modeling Profitable? In the early morning, Shui slowly woke up under the sunlight outside the window. Yesterday's dream was so real. Quickly throw the sheets and quilt covers into the washing machine for washing. Then Shui went to the bathroom to take a shower and wash up. Shui exclaimed when he caught a glimpse of himself in the bathroom mirror. Fuck, who is this handsome guy? I saw myself in the mirror, with the same straight eyebrows, eyes like stars, and facial features that had not changed much. But the feeling it gives people is that he is a level more handsome than before. Shui put his face in front of the mirror, pinching his nose and pulling his face. Is the effect of the system adding 10 points of charm to me so powerful? It seems, I can live off my face? Shui has a good appearance to begin with, and now he has become a handsome guy that everyone loves. After appreciating his own appearance, Shui stopped being narcissistic. There is a saying that goes, a beautiful woman does not admire herself. There is no point in being narcissistic. When we get back to school later, I'll make my sons look handsome with lemon juice on their faces. While taking a shower, Shui's mind was empty and he was thinking about all sorts of things. After the battle in his dream, the devastated battlefield made him realize that he couldn't clean such a big house by himself. I feel it is necessary to find a maid, a housekeeping lady. Well, there's a chance to look for it. The basic condition is that the mountain looks like a ridge when viewed from the front and a peak when viewed from the side, and the heights look different depending on the distance. Other requirements can be relaxed if there is a good morning wake-up service. Cough cough cough, that couldn't be better. After taking a shower, Shui called his counselor. Hey, brotherly. Hello, Shui, what's the matter with you calling me so early in the morning? Brotherly, I have something to do. I want to take half a day off. Why call for such a small matter? Just send a message directly. Thank you, brotherly. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Okay, I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Okay, bye. Because he had to go to the hospital to visit Shen Nianyun today, Shui asked Counselor Li Xiaofeng for leave. Li Xiaofeng is a straightforward person and Shui has a good relationship with him. They call each other brothers in private and go out for drinks together from time to time. Sometimes when Shui returned home, he would bring some local specialties to give to him. After all, Li Xiaofeng was his counselor and had taken good care of him in the past, so it was only right for Shui to return the favor. Interpersonal relationships are actually just like this. You help me a little, I give you something in return, and slowly our relationship deepens. After getting dressed, Shui drove out. He first bought a fruit basket before heading to Jiannan First Hospital. After all, he was going to visit a patient, and it would not be nice to go empty-handed. Half an hour later, Shui arrived at the hospital entrance, but the parking space was full sign, so he had to find another one. After searching for a long time, he finally found a temporary parking space outside. After parking the car, Shui walked towards the hospital carrying the flower basket. After calling Xiang Lan to ask for the ward number, Shui soon arrived at Shen Nianyun's ward. I knocked on the door and Xiang Lan's voice came from inside, "Come in." Shui pushed the door open and walked in. But he found that two young and beautiful girls were staring at him with wide eyes. It seems, I seem to have come at the wrong time? Shui was stunned and said. Xiang Lan pursed her lips and smiled slightly. No, you came at the right time. We were just talking about you. But why do I feel that you are more handsome than yesterday? Xiang Lan changed her outfit today and wore a JK uniform. Yesterday's white tights were replaced with black stockings. The twin ponytails were also replaced with shoulder-length hair, which looks quite unique. Shen Nianyun was wearing a hospital gown and lying on the hospital bed receiving in-4. But his complexion is much better than when he was unconscious yesterday, giving people a feeling of pity. Even being sick in bed cannot conceal her elegant and graceful beauty. One can only say that the school bell is worthy of being the school bell. Shui smiled without saying anything, knowing that it was because of the increase in his charm value. He brought the fruit basket to the bedside. Xiang Lan quickly stood up and took the fruit basket, saying with a hint of blame, Shui, it's good that you're here. Why did you bring a gift? It's too formal. You saved our Nianyun's life. If it were in ancient times, she would have married you. You said so, Nianyun. Xiang Lan said, and winked at Shen Nianyun. Shen Nianyun's cheeks suddenly turned red, and her eyes were flustered and she didn't know what to say. When Shui heard this, he waved his hand nonchalantly. You're wrong. Since my wife has decided to marry me, as her husband, I should be concerned about her nutrition. Shen Nianyun's cheeks turned even redder when she heard this, and even her neck turned a little pink. Xiang Lan laughed out loud like a goose, 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 you are still the best. I admit defeat. Shui smiled and said to Shen Nianyun, who was very shy on the bed, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Shui. Nice to meet you. Shen Nianyun raised his head and glanced at Shui, and found that he was looking at him straight in the eye. He quickly avoided his gaze and whispered, Shui, thank you for saving me. Speaking of Shui saving him, strange images appeared in Shen Nianyun's mind again, and his voice became smaller and smaller. Shui looked at the shy and lovely Shen Nianyun and laughed in his heart. This girl is so cute. She is so easily shy. Xiang Lan quickly came to liven up the atmosphere. Shui, don't take it too seriously. Nianyun is just like that. She's easily shy. She'll be much better when you get to know her better. Shui smiled and nodded to show his understanding. Then he asked, did the doctor say what caused it? Xiang Lan sat beside the bed, looked at Shen Nianyun and sighed, hey, it's nothing, I'm just tired. Shen Nianyun quickly pulled the corner of her clothes and called softly, Lan Lan. Xiang Lan rolled her eyes at Shen Nianyun and said angrily, what's the matter? Are you embarrassed now? I told you to take a good rest before, but you refused and insisted on working so hard. Shui became curious after hearing this. It seemed that Shin Nianyun fainted because he didn't get enough rest, and there seemed to be other reasons. Well, if it's not convenient to say it, forget it. Seeing Shin Nianyun looking a little embarrassed, Shui added. Xianlan patted Shin Nianyun's hand to comfort her, and then continued, it's not something shameful, it's not inconvenient. Nianyun and I often go out to work part-time together just to earn some pocket money. Nianyun's family is not well off, so in addition to her part-time job, she also draws for others on her computer in her dormitory at night to supplement her family income. I heard from her roommate that sometimes she was so engrossed in painting that she didn't care how late it was. She didn't want to disturb others, so she would just move a small table and chair and paint in the corridor. I often go to bed at 2 or 3 a.m. and don't pay attention to nutritional supplements. Over time, my body becomes weaker. That's why I fainted yesterday. Xianlan seemed to have finally found someone to talk to, and he spoke out his true feelings all at once, with a strong sense of dissatisfaction in his voice as he spoke. Shin Nianyun's failure to take care of her body made her feel like a waste of talent. Shin Nianyun lowered his head with a sense of inferiority. Shuyi's heart moved. He didn't expect that Shin Nianyun, such a beautiful and elegant girl, had such a poor family background. She even had to do odd jobs to supplement the family income. It just so happened that my villa needed a young lady to do the daily cleaning, and Shin Nianyun was a perfect fit. However, seeing Shin Nianyun's embarrassed look, Shui felt that he needed to ease the atmosphere first. After thinking for a while, Shui said in surprise, Nianyun, you can also draw? Shin Nianyun raised his head slightly, and seeing that Shui did not look disdainful of him, the inferiority complex in his heart subsided slightly, and he said softly, well, I have learned it. Then do you know any teachers at the Academy of Fine Arts? Shui continued to ask. Yes, what's the matter? Do you want to learn painting too? Shin Nianyun said, blinking her big eyes. Shui shook his head and said, that's not the case. I just want to work part-time recently. I heard that being a model at an art academy can make a lot of money. You want to be a sketching model? You have to keep the same pose for a long time, which is so tiring. Shin Nianyun was a little surprised. This kind of part-time job is not something that ordinary people can do. Yes, look at how much I can earn in an hour if I become a nude model. Shui had a great expression as if he was ready to devote himself to art at any time. Ah! Shin Nianyun was stunned. Xianlan was also dumbfounded. I just heard you mention part-time jobs. I also want to earn some pocket money. For someone as handsome as me, being a nude model should be very profitable. Shui asked, pretending to be very curious. Poochie, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Xianlan laughed like a goose again. Shin Nianyun also covered her mouth with her hand and laughed secretly. She didn't notice at all that her inferiority complex had disappeared after being interrupted by Shui. Chapter 18, 2,000 a day salary, what for? After chatting for a while, the three of them gradually became familiar with each other. Shuyi's occasional jokes could make the two campus beauties burst into laughter. Seeing that it was almost done, Shui put forward his own idea. Nianyun, I have a pretty good part-time job here, are you interested? Speaking of part-time jobs, Shin Nianyun nodded with interest. What part-time job? Am I suitable? Shui smiled and nodded, of course it's appropriate, it just depends on whether you are willing to do it. Xianlan said with a vigilant look on his face, Shui, you are not trying to be a pimp, are you? My Nianyun would never do that kind of thing. Lan, what nonsense are you talking about? Shin Nianyun was so embarrassed that she reached out and pinched the soft flesh on Lan's waist. Ahem, Xianlan, do you think I am that kind of person? Shui was a little amused and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What do you mean by pimp? If I have to pull someone, I'd pull your twin ponytails. But he would never say such things in front of the two women. Well, not really. Then tell me what kind of part-time job it is and I'll help Nianyun check it out. Xianlan said as she squinted her eyes and looked Shui up and down. My house is a bit large and I can't clean it myself, so I need someone to help me with the cleaning. The salary is definitely higher than the highest market price, and the entertainment facilities in the house, such as the infinity pool, gym, Thai spa, and KTV, are all available for you to enjoy. Can you guys see it? Shui asked sincerely. After hearing what he said, Shin Nianyun and Xianlan looked at each other, both a little surprised. I didn't expect Shui to be a rich second generation? Then, Xianlan looked at Chui with sparkling eyes and said, "Then how much salary can you offer?" Chui thought about it. He had seen on his phone that a relatively good housekeeper had a monthly income of 35,000 yuan. On average, I make over 1,000 yuan a day, so it shouldn't be too much to charge myself 2,000 yuan a day. If it's a part-time job, how about 2,000 yuan a day? Just come and help me clean on Saturdays and Sundays. Chui said with a smile. What? 2,000 yuan? Xianglan and Shen Nianyun exclaimed at the same time. Chui nodded calmly, yes. Why? Xianglan. Damn. Our Nianyun agreed. Xianglan agreed directly on behalf of Shen Nianyun. Then she asked expectantly, Chui, is your house still in need of a nanny? Can I work part-time as well? Chui laughed secretly in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. He stroked his chin with his hand and looked Xianglan up and down. The deliberately prolonged tone made Xianglan feel uneasy. A job that pays 2,000 yuan a day is simply too tempting for college students like them who haven't graduated yet. Even if you only go 2 days a week, or 8 days a month, you can still earn 16,000 yuan. Just by helping Chui clean the house, you can earn so much salary. It's so attractive. Not to mention them, everyone would be tempted by such treatment. After whetting Xianglan's appetite, Chui slowly said, if you want to work part-time, it's not impossible, but you have to wear a maid outfit. Xianglan was struck by lightning and stared at Chui blankly. Huh? Why? Chui said jokingly with a smile on his face, who told you to say that I was a pimp just now? Ah. Chui. Brother E. Don't be so stingy. I know I was wrong. Xianglan apologized hurriedly, and in order to win Chuyi's favor, she even started to act like a spoiled brat. But Chuyi is very principled. Once he said he wanted her to wear a maid outfit, he would not change his mind. He shook his head and refused righteously, no. Ah. Xianglan was in a dilemma. Did she really have to wear a maid outfit to work? Shen Nianyun covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She didn't expect that Lanlan could be so cute. Xianglan raised her eyes to look at Chui and found that he was still very serious and didn't seem to be joking with her. She took a deep breath and wore it for a daily wage of 2,000 yuan. Isn't it just a maid costume? Just treat it as cosplay. But... Seeing Shen Nianyun laughing at the side, Xianglan showed a sly smile on his face and said loudly to Chui, Boss, I think you can't favor one over the other. Nianyun has to wear a maid outfit too. Shen Nianyun panicked. Asking her to wear a maid outfit would be too embarrassing. No. No, why are you dragging me into this? Chuyi's mind flashed with the shy look of Shen Nianyun in a maid outfit, and he nodded in agreement. Xianglan, you are right, we really can't favor one over the other. In that case, you should all wear maid costumes to work then. Chui had a somewhat smug expression on his face. He didn't expect that when he came to visit Shen Nianyun today, he would actually meet 2 young ladies in maid costumes. When Chui thought of the 2 charming young ladies busying around in his villa, a bright smile appeared on his face. It's great to have money. Shen Nianyun looked at Xianglan with resentment. It was all Lan's fault. She didn't have to wear it. Xianglan felt no guilt at all about dragging her best friend into this. She even felt a little happy. Good friends share happiness and hardships together. That's settled then. Nianyun, let's add each other on WeChat. Remember to contact me when you are discharged from the hospital. Chui said. Shen Nianyun nodded slightly, took out his cell phone and added Chui on WeChat. Then Chui said goodbye and left. Before leaving, he paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan for Shen Nianyun. After learning that Shen Nianyun's family conditions were poor, Chui felt sympathy for her. After all, I have taken advantage of her a lot without her knowing, so I'd better help her if I can. After all, she is my little maid. If she develops well, she might be able to advance to become a maid who can provide morning wake-up service. After returning to Jiangbei University, Chui parked his sports car in the parking lot and walked to the classroom. When he came back, it was just time for get out of class to end. As soon as he walked into the classroom, he heard a group of boys talking loudly. Why don't you believe me? Brother E is really a rich second generation. If you don't believe me, you can ask Guzi and Adan. Chen Xian's voice sounded particularly loud. Guzi's original name was Godi, and Adan's original name was Ling Linlin. The origin of the nickname is also very simple. The homonym of Godi's surname is Dog. People call him Gaudi, and his roommates affectionately call him Guzi. It's just that he always wanted to be a dog brother. Ling Linlin was chosen because his name sounds like the Arabic numeral 000. Coupled with his well-developed muscles, the male hormones from 2 testicles of a normal man are difficult to support, so he is called Brother Three Eggs. He is affectionately called Adan by his roommates. The boys around him obviously didn't believe what Chen Xian said. Even with Godi and Ling Linlin's testimony, they couldn't prove the truth of the matter. Everyone knows that they are in the same dormitory, so everyone can brag. Chen Sanjin, stop bragging. I've also read the posts on the campus forum, and the credibility of that is almost zero. Yeah, although Chui has a good relationship with everyone, if you say he is a rich second generation, I really don't believe it. If Chui was a second generation rich man, how could he be dumped by Suyu? Do you believe the excuse of hiding your identity to seek true love? No one would believe it. That's right. If I were a rich second generation, would I still need true love? There are so many beautiful girls in our school. I can't even meet one every day during my 4 years in college. What is true love? Can you eat it? Chen Xian's face flushed as he defended himself. I was telling the truth. Brothery even showed me his driving license. That supercar is his. You can't fake it. Cody pushed up his glasses and chimed in, yes. I saw it too. And someone on the campus forum recorded the whole process of Igu being dumped. I checked the official website of Jiannan Supercar Rental and Sales Club, and the photo of the person who delivered the car that day was posted on the official website. It was indeed the general manager. Ling Linlin shouted at the top of his voice, "What's the matter? Do you look down on my brother E? Is there a problem with my brother E being a rich second generation?" Stared at by the big and burly Ling Linlin, the other boys were a little scared and shut their mouths. Seeing this, Ling Linlin grinned. He was still thinking about Brother Yi's bull whip, oysters, and kidney dinner. If Brother Yi wasn't a rich second generation, then all his plans would have been ruined, right? Therefore, the doubts of others are obstacles to his feast, and only Chui has the final say on whether it is successful or not. Just then, Chen Xian saw Chui who had just walked in, and his eyes lit up. Hey, Brother Yi is here. Chapter 19, Showdown, I am a rich second generation. Fuck, Brother Yi, why have you become so handsome? Chen Xian stared at Chui with eyes wide open, as if he was meeting him for the first time. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. The other students also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Chui, how come you became so handsome after breaking up? I suddenly want to try breaking up too. It feels like Chui hasn't changed at all, but it also feels like everything has changed. Did she go for microplastic surgery? Hey, Chui, can you recommend me a plastic surgery hospital? I want to try it too. Come on, with your condition, even the doctors would cry. Maybe in the next life. The female classmates in the class looked at Chui with stars in their eyes. Wow, Chui, you are more handsome than those idols now. Ah, Chui is single again, sisters, we have a chance. Chui is so handsome, I've made up my mind. From now on, Chui will be my new male god. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Chui has a gentle personality and is sometimes very humorous. In addition, he has been willing to help others over the past 3 years, so he has a good relationship with his classmates. Both boys and girls have a good impression of him. He has outstanding appearance, friendly personality, and is kind-hearted to others. No one would dislike such a classmate. Seeing another wave of admiration points coming in, Xu Yao couldn't stop smiling. He didn't expect that becoming handsome could also gain him admiration. System prompt, worship value is everywhere, please explore carefully. System, you are such a caring little cotton padded jacket. Chui was in a good mood and smiled at his classmates. I'm not afraid of being laughed at when I say this. When I was with Suyu before, I didn't care much about my image. After we broke up, I realized the importance of image. So yesterday I decided to turn over a new leaf and buy some clothes to dress up. This might be why you think I'd become more handsome. The students nodded, not quite understanding. They knew the principle that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. But they have also studied dressing techniques a lot, so why can't they dress like Chui? I really don't understand why. Chen Xian just woke up from his handsomeness at this time, thinking about the issue that everyone was discussing just now. He said indignantly, Brothery, I told them that you are a rich second generation, but they didn't believe it. Come and prove that I am not bragging. Ling Linlin scratched his back with great effort and said in a muffled voice, "Yes, brothery, we just had a debate with the heroes, but they just didn't believe it." The male classmates around him looked at Ling Linlin's exaggerated muscles and muttered in their hearts, "Even though you have big muscles, you can't talk nonsense." Cody pushed his glasses, glanced at the logo on Shuyi's clothes and said, "Brothery, your clothes are not cheap, right?" Shuyi looked down at his clothes and said with a smile, "Oh, you mean this, Gucci's new summer men's clothing, but clothes and pants only cost about 10,000 yuan." Hiss. Everyone gasped. Is this human language? The clothes and pants only cost about 10,000 yuan. Did anyone say that? Holy crap, is this true? This price is enough for my living expenses for several months. Is Chewy really a rich second generation? No way, if Chewy is a rich second generation, then he's too perfect, right? Handsome, good personality, and rich. He's simply the perfect man. Shocking. My classmate hid for 3 years and turned out to be a rich second generation. The students talked about it at once, but most of them remained skeptical. Godi's small eyes were like an infrared scanner, looking Chewy up and down. After seeing the watch on Shuyi's hand, Godi frowned. It's not that he discovered something, but he didn't recognize this watch. But it was not a big problem, and Godi quickly came up with a solution. He took out his cell phone and took a picture of Shuyi's watch, then searched it on Taobao. The next second, Godi opened his mouth in shock. Oh my god! Patek Philippe Starry Skywatch. Tens of millions, 4,800,000. Brothery, your watch is so awesome. Chewy raised his left hand and glanced at his watch, then said calmly, "Oh, this is what I bought at Jiannan International yesterday. I don't know exactly how much it cost." Boom! The students were immediately blown away. Is this human language? I don't even know the exact price of a multi-million watch, and when I buy fruit I have to choose the one that costs 10 yuan for 3 kilograms. Chewy, tell me honestly, are you bragging? I'm starting to get jealous. Tell me this isn't true. I searched and found that Patek Philippe really has this watch, and it's really 4.8 million. Ah, Gotti, please support me. I can do everything. Inan God chose me, I have big breasts, so I can develop more ways to play. Flat chest is the way to go, male God, look at me. I have a lot of uniforms. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Not only the boys, but the girls were also excited and spoke wild and dirty words. But most of them are the typical type who are very flirty and will ask you to get lost in private chats. Of course, if it was Chewy, another situation might have occurred. The most excited person is Ling Linlin. He has already imagined the scene of himself eating kidneys until he gets sick of it. This time he was so fed up that he couldn't eat meat for a week, no, a month. Brothery, when are we going to eat kidney and bullwhip? Ling Linlin's eyes glowed green and his Adam's apple moved. Chewy smiled and said, let's do it tonight. Let's just have something to eat at noon. Ling Linlin's chest muscles were shaking with joy, and he kept shouting Oligay. Chewy patted his shoulder and signaled him to stay calm. Looking at the classmates in front of him, he coughed twice to clear his throat, and prepared to say a few more words to get some free admiration points. Classmates, what Chen Xin just said was not bragging. In fact, I am really a rich second generation. It's just that I haven't wanted to reveal my identity in the past 3 years, just to live a normal life. But because of what happened yesterday, I changed my mind. It seems that the life of ordinary people is not as good as I imagined. After careful consideration, I decided not to hide my identity anymore. It's not something to be ashamed of anyway. Hearing Chewy being so serious, many students believed it. After all, there is no benefit for Chewy to pretend to be a rich second generation, and it is not so easy to pretend to be a rich second generation, and he will be exposed if he is not careful. The news that Zhang Lei was taken away by the police for investigation after pretending to be a rich second generation and defrauding people of money and sex has now spread like wildfire in the school. Basically, it can be declared socially dead. At this time, there was no need for Chewy to pretend to be a rich second generation. Chen Xin said proudly, "See, I told you that brothery is a rich second generation, why don't you believe it? My brothery is handsome, suave, and charming. He is loved by everyone and makes flowers bloom wherever he goes. Why can't he be called a rich second generation?" That's what you said, brothery. Chen Xin raised his eyebrows at Chewy with a wretched look. Chewy didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why didn't he realize before that Chen Xin had the attributes of a lackey? Chapter 20 Temper System. I didn't expect you, Shui, to be such a person. You've made it so hard for us to hide it. That's right. We were classmates for 3 years, and you lied to us for 3 years. Woohoo, I'm so sad. No, your behavior is too bad, you must treat me to a meal. Yes. We must treat everyone to a meal in order to heal the wounds in our hearts. Shui didn't mind this at all. He had a good relationship with his classmates, so he just treated them to a meal and sprinkled water on the table. What's more, this is a good opportunity to get admiration points for free. Classmates, it's totally fine to treat us to a meal. How about this? Let's gather at Dongfeng Hotel this Saturday. I'll treat everyone to a meal, and then we can sing a song together. How do you think? As soon as Shui finished speaking, his admiration value began to increase. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. I've heard of Dongfeng Hotel. It seems to be a 5-star hotel, right? Yes. A relative of mine got married there before, and I heard that ordering a table of food costs at least 8,888 yuan. There are nearly 40 people in our class. We need 4 tables for 10 people each, which will cost more than 30,000 yuan. Brother E is so heroic. E Nan is so heroic. E Nanshan is so handsome. Class monitor Wang Xiaoyu felt that this was not a good idea, so he walked over to Shui and whispered, Shui, this is too much of a waste for you, why don't you change places? Shui was a little surprised. The other students all looked expectant, but the class monitor was more thoughtful and couldn't help but look at him differently. A class monitor is a class monitor and will consider his classmates. However, this expense is nothing to Shui. The admiration value is more important to him. And after all, they have been classmates for 3 years and have a good relationship with each other. Now that Shui has become rich, it's nothing to just treat everyone to a meal. Monitor, it's okay. I'll treat everyone to a meal and treat it as a team-building activity for the class. Shui thought about it, took out his mobile phone and showed Wang Xiaoyu the balance on Alipay. Wang Xiaoyu was a little dazzled by the string of zeros on it. Look, this is the pocket money my mom gave me to spend as I please, so you don't have to worry about me spending a lot of money. It's just small change. Wang Xiaoyu looked at Shui with a complicated expression, nodded and said, okay, you win. Then he quietly returned to his seat and thought about life. Shui scratched his head. Why was there no admiration value this time? If Wang Xiaoyu knew what Shui was thinking, he would definitely curse out loud. Damn, I've become autistic because of your pocket money, so how can I admire you? Autism value or not? Soon, the break was over and everyone started class. As usual, Shui sat in the last row of the classroom. Although the students in the classroom seemed the same as usual, the occasional smell of sour lemon made Shui a little uneasy. Chen Xin sat on Shui's left, muttering to himself, lemons on the lemon tree, you and me under the lemon tree. From time to time he would giggle, he, brother E is awesome. Shui laughed at this. This guy. Godi sat on Shui's right, looking conflicted. Seeing that he was hesitant to speak, Shui reached out and touched his dog's head and said, son, tell daddy if you have anything to say, don't hide it. Although Shui's words were joking in the way he addressed him, he was serious in other aspects. He gets along very well with his 3 roommates and has deep relationships with them. Seeing Gozi's appearance, he must be in trouble, so Shui decided to help him. Godi slapped Shui's hand away and said unhappily, brother E, I'm worried about you, but you still want to be my father. Shui was stunned. He was fine. What was there to worry about? Chen Xin and Ling Linlin, who was sitting behind Shui, were also attracted by what Godi said, and they all leaned over. Dog, what are you worried about? Brother E has already taken off, there is nothing to worry about. Yeah, are you worried that Brother E won't be able to spend all his money? Godi silently took out his cell phone and placed it in front of them. Look at the comments under this video. What was displayed on the phone was a picture of Shui giving Shen Nianyun artificial respiration. Chen Xin's eyes lit up, and he said obscenely, fuck, Brother E, you are so lucky. You got to taste the mouth of the campus beauty of Shin University, hiss. Tell me how it feels. I'm going to go to the fields deep in the mountains to see those ever beautiful flowers. And by the way, I'll fire up my anti-aircraft guns. Shui and Ling Linlin looked at the comments very seriously. Yang, who is this guy? How dare he kiss my goddess? 18 Dashishang, I know, this is Chu Yi from the 18th Literature Department. He's a nice guy. It turns out that he was the one who saved Shin Nyenyun. Yang, this is unforgivable. I will teach him a lesson. Wolf Warrior, it's funny, who do you think you are, teaching others a lesson, rubbish. Yang, I'm a member of the fighting club, Gao Yang. Wolf Warrior, the fighting club is useless. We are now living in a society ruled by law, scumbag. Yang, be careful, don't let me find out who you are. Seeing that the faces of the people were different, Godi put away his phone and said, I know this Gao Yang. I heard that he is very good at Sanda. He even said before that he wanted to pursue Shin Nyenyun, but he never did. Ling Linlin scratched his head and muttered, damn it, if we were to fight, I really wouldn't be able to beat him. Chen Xian glanced at Ling Linlin and said with a smile, Adon, you have such strong muscles, are you afraid that you can't beat others? Ling Linlin rolled his eyes and said unhappily, what do you know? Every profession has its own specialty. People who train their muscles definitely have an advantage over ordinary people, but when they meet professional fighters, there's nothing they can do. Professional fighters are very familiar with the weaknesses of the human body. In addition, their resistance to blows, physical fitness, flexibility, and explosive power are all ahead of ordinary people. If we really fight, I may not be able to win. But if I hold him, I can let him experience what it means to be a strong man and lock a man. Ling Linlin grinned, revealing a row of big white teeth. He is 1.9 meters tall and weighs an astonishing 120 kilograms. If he could control someone who weighs much less than him, he could indeed force a man to stay in his position. Chen Xian shuddered, thinking of the fear he once felt when he was dominated by Brother Sandan, and suddenly fell silent. Shui had a smile on his face because the system was giving out benefits again. Ding! Someone is detected wanting to challenge the host, now issuing a task, rule the fighting club, starting from Gao Yang. Accepting the mission reward, top-level mixed martial arts skills. No punishment if not accepted. Complete the task to unlock the next round. The system is really my dad's little cotton-padded jacket, I can't bear it even for a moment. If someone provokes you, you must fight back. The temper is quite explosive. Gao Yang, who was still in class, suddenly felt a chill on his back and sneezed. Confused, he scratched his head and continued with the class. Shui gladly accepted the task issued by the system. Host accepts the mission, rewards are being distributed. Top mixed martial arts skills are being instilled. Chapter 21 Top Mixed Martial Arts Skills. Mixed martial arts, also known as mixed martial arts, is known as the decathlon of fighting. It includes a wide variety of fighting skills such as common boxing, Muay Thai, Sambo, grappling, Sanda, Taekwondo, kickboxing, Aikido, Jeet Kune Do, Krav Maga, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, wrestling, and Kyokushin karate. Some less popular fighting techniques are also included: Systema, Capoeira, Kuroken, Greco-Roman wrestling, and kicking. The top-level mixed martial arts skills rewarded by the system not only include fighting techniques from all these schools, but also make Chui directly become a god-level fighter. Apart from his weak physical fitness, his experience and proficiency in techniques can be said to be at perfection. Even though he now has the physique of an ordinary college student, if a real fight breaks out, many provincial champions may not be his match. If his physical fitness could keep up, he would be a world-class top fighter. Shui just felt itchy all over and wanted to find a place to stretch his muscles. He is now like an ordinary person who suddenly learned martial arts from a peerless hero, and can't wait to try out how powerful his skills are. I really want to vent something. But there is a saying that goes, knights use force to break the law, and Confucian scholars use literature to disrupt the law. Shui didn't dare to challenge anyone casually. After all, ordinary people's ability to withstand blows was very poor. If their hands shook, it might cost someone's life. Fighters' physical fitness and ability to withstand blows far exceed those of ordinary people. Even the more powerful martial arts students can get a powerful whip kick to the waist that is enough to burst the liver. He had seen a news story before, where a retired fighting athlete got into a conflict with someone because he was drunk, and in a fit of rage, he threw an uppercut and killed the person. But right now there is an excellent candidate, Gao Yang. Shui chuckled and asked Godi with interest, Dog, do you know where Gao Yang usually moves? Godi was a little confused. Brothery, why are you asking this? Chen Xian quickly answered, you don't understand this, right? Is there a saying that I can't afford to offend someone, but I can afford to avoid him? Brothery must want to know his range of activities in advance and try to avoid him. Am I right, Brothery? Ling Linlin frowned, you coward, I think this is what you think. Shui laughed and scolded, "Why did I give birth to a son like you who has no balls? Did Dan take your balls out?" Chen Xin felt a little aggrieved. "Isn't this good? If we meet Gao Yang, that dog, and he deliberately provokes us, wouldn't it be more embarrassing if we didn't fight back?" Shui gave a wicked smile. "No, I'm going to cause trouble for him." "Ah? What? Ha?" The three roommates were all dumbfounded. Every member of Jiangbei University's fighting club is a good fighter, and Gao Yang is the best among them. Shui suddenly said that he wanted to cause trouble for Gao Yang, which seemed like a brain seizure to them. Although Shui is tall and strong, and not skinny, he is no match for Gao Yang. Even Ling Linlin, a muscular man with a height of 1.9 meters, was not confident against Gao Yang, let alone Shui. As for Chen Xin and Godi, there is no need to mention them. Chen Xin is only 1.7 meters tall. In Shuyi's words, he read too many study materials without restraint, and thus lost the essence of growing taller. Godi is better, he is 178 centimeters tall, but he is weak and frail, so Ling Linlin can beat two of them with one hand. But if Shui wants to cause trouble, they, the good brothers in the dormitory, cannot stand idly by. This makes them very troubled. Ling Linlin was the first to express his opinion. He slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "What the hell is that damn Gao Yang? Fuck him." But he forgot that it was still class time. The students in the front row were attracted by his roar and turned around to salute him. Shui and the other two immediately acted like good students, sitting upright, and turned to look at Ling Linlin in the back row. But I was already laughing like thunder in my heart. The teacher who was giving the lecture pushed up his glasses, looked at Ling Linlin and said, "Student Dan, who are you going to kill?" Ling Linlin immediately backed off and smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, teacher, a cockroach just crawled onto my desk and I was so excited that I reached out and slapped it to death." "Oh, pay more attention next time. Let's continue the class." The teacher nodded and didn't care anymore. Seeing the teacher continue teaching, Shui and the other two laughed so hard that their shoulders were shaking. It took them a while to stop laughing at Adan. Ling Linlin was a little anxious, and stretched out his hand to poke Godi and Chen Xin. "Hey, both of you hurry up and tell me whether you will help Brother E or not." Chen Xin nodded and said to Shui, "Don't worry, Brother E, I will definitely help you. I called you Dad yesterday. Now that you are in trouble, call me Dad." Godi had a conflicted look on his face. Although he was a little scared, he couldn't care less for the sake of his brothers. "Help! Brother E, I'll help you too. But I have a detailed plan. If we follow it, we should be able to succeed." Shui was very pleased. He felt that his eldest son could share the hardship with him. This was what his eldest son should be like. Although he didn't need the so-called plan, it wouldn't hurt to listen to it. "Guzi, tell me, let's see how your plan goes." Chen Xin and Ling Linlin pricked up their ears, waiting for Godi to speak. Godi glanced around a few times, then moved closer to the crowd and whispered, "In terms of combat power, we definitely can't beat that bastard Gao Yang in a head-on fight. So we have to attack from the side. Since we can't do it alone, let's team up. Let me first find out Gao Yang's play patterns, then we'll pick a dark and windy night and wait for him on the path he must pass. Just put on a sack and beat them up. Then transfer the anger to Li Mingliang and let them fight each other until they are all covered in fur." Li Mingliang is also a suitor of Shin Yenyun. He is tall, rich, and handsome. He often takes female classmates out to play, and basically dumps them after playing. All the boys know what kind of person he is. Chen Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said, "Good fellow, Guzi, you are such a pervert. But I think your plan can be supplemented. I think we can shift our focus to that wolf warrior in the campus forum. That way, Gao Yang won't be able to find his enemy and will die without any evidence." Ling Linlin was stunned after hearing what he heard. These two guys were more sinister than the other, but luckily they were his own people. Shui felt that if Godi traveled into a novel about villains, he would definitely be the villain boss who could torture the protagonists to death. Chen Xin too, a pervert. However, Shui did not need such a sinister plan. He now has enough strength to crush Gao Yang, he just needs to find an opportunity to challenge him. Achoo! Achoo! Gao Yang, who was sitting in the classroom, sneezed wildly. He silently glanced at the sky outside the classroom. The sun was shining brightly. What is going on? Why do I keep sneezing today? Could it be that some evil people want to harm me? How can it be repaired? If I find out who he is, I will make him taste the flavor of Hoyujin. Chapter 22, The Fighting Club Starts With You. At noon, Shui and his 3 sons, Go Shindan, went to the cafeteria in a mighty procession. In the hot summer, he just wanted to eat something casually and then go back to the dormitory to have a good nap. After finishing the dishes, Shui walked towards a seat with the tray. At this time, someone passed by and Shui quickly dodged, but the person followed him again. "Good man, do you really want to hit me?" Shui raised his right foot and stomped hard on the tip of the person's shoe. "Ah! You fucking stepped on me, AJ." A loud shout attracted the students who were eating in the cafeteria. Shui also turned to look at the person who came and found that it was a strange face that he did not recognize. However, Godi behind him whispered, "Brother E, this guy is Gao Yang." "Oh, just when I was thinking about practicing, here comes the sandbag." Shui looked at Gao Yang leisurely, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. There were discussions among students all around. "Who is that person? It's just someone stepped on your shoe, right? Why are you shouting so loudly?" "Hey, you don't know, that guy is from the fighting club. He always bullies people by relying on his fighting skills." "This is great. I'm planning to buy a car. If I can get a beating, I can just pay the full price and get the car." "What do you know? They just don't hit you hard on purpose, relying on their agility to tease you. You can't hit them, and you get kicked in the butt from time to time, just to embarrass you. Even if you go for a medical examination, it won't be considered a minor injury." "Fuck, this is so disgusting, this bitch is really good. Yeah, this guy is probably going to be in trouble." Gao Yang first looked down at his shoes, then shouted at Shui fiercely, "Don't you have eyes? How dare you step on my AJ?" Shui curled his lips in disdain. "What kind of rubbish brand is it that you treat as a treasure? Don't you know that this brand insults the dragon?" Godi echoed beside Shui, "That's right, a trash brand is still considered a treasure." Gao Yang became even angrier. He put down his plate and came over to push Shui. Shui held the dinner plate in one hand and grabbed Gao Yang's outstretched finger with the other hand, twisted it slightly, and pushed it hard. Gao Yang's finger was twisted and he screamed immediately, and was forced to take a few steps back. Shui said calmly, "I heard that you were bragging loudly on the campus forum and wanted to teach me a lesson. I'll give you a chance today. After lunch I'll go to the fighting club to challenge them. I'll start with you. Although your club is not a martial arts school, if someone comes to your door, you should not be afraid to fight, right?" Gao Yang shook his fingers, his face full of anger. "You are worthy? No one else needs to help, I can beat you to a pulp by myself." Shui was unmoved and said to himself, "You'd better prepare a waiver agreement, so that I won't have to pay for medical expenses if you get injured during sparring. Of course, I am not unable to pay it back. It is not impossible to treat it as a way to get rid of the beggars." Gao Yan looked gloomy, looked at Shui and said, "I hope you can still be so arrogant later." After saying this, Gao Yang picked up his plate, found a random table and started eating. Although the actual combat will begin soon, it is best not to eat at this time. But in Gao Yang's opinion, Shui is just a scumbag and he doesn't need to take him too seriously. Gao Yang, who practices Sanda diligently, is very confident in his body movements and has a strong dodging ability, which is not something that ordinary people can achieve. A familiar classmate came over to ask Gao Yang about the details, but Gao Yang just shook his head without explaining. He just wanted to beat Shui up to vent his anger and warn him not to get close to Shin Nianyun again. Gao Yang was furious when he thought about the goddess he had been pursuing being taken advantage of by Shui. The food on the plate tasted like wax. Shui also found a table with his roommates and ate happily. From time to time, they made fun of each other because of some jokes, and Shen Xian's duck laughter could be heard all the time. The other onlookers were somewhat excited, because they heard what Shui just said. After lunch he's going to the fighting club to challenge the opponent. This is big news. The fighting club often represents Jiangbei University in competitions, and their opponents are all fighting masters from other schools. Since the founding of Jiangbei University, there has never been a case of students challenging the fighting club. Amid the whispers of many gossipers, the news that Shui was going to challenge the fighting club spread like wildfire. And with the powerful influence of the internet, it spreads more and more widely. Someone else posted on the campus forum. Big news. Fighting club's Gao Yang AJ was stepped on and started to curse, but was provoked by the other party. Threatened to challenge the fighting club. A group of onlookers commented on the post. Wolf Warrior, this Gao Yang is just a licking dog, and he treats a dragon insulting broken AJ as a treasure. What an idiot. I'm so happy, that guy who challenged the club is awesome. Those guys in the fighting club are all really good fighters. Soy sauce rice, I also heard that they are going to draft a liability exemption agreement. This matter must be a bit serious. Eat an apple without spitting out the core. I'll go to the scene and see the specific situation first. Pink Cloud, I heard the guy who challenged me seems to be super handsome. I hope he doesn't get hurt. Juju is not a pig. There's a handsome guy? I want to go watch the fight. While eating, Go-D was not idle either. He took out his cell phone, opened the class chat group privately formed by his classmates, edited a message and sent it out. At everyone, brothers and sisters, Brother E is going to challenge the fighting club in a while. Is there anyone to support him? Muscle. Fuck. Brother E is so fierce, oh my god. Brother E has been very kind to us, we must support him this time. +1. Plus 10,086. Girls, the male god E is going to challenge the fighting club. Everyone, please cheer for him. Me, I want it. I also want to cheer for God E. Take me with you. Should I wear a short skirt or hot pants? Shui had no idea about these situations. He was still eating quietly, occasionally watching Douyin and having a good time. It was as if the challenge had nothing to do with him. Go, Xin, and the other two were so worried that they couldn't eat. Chen Xin glanced at Shui, who was watching TikTok and laughing foolishly, and whispered to Go-D and Ling Lin, hey, could it be that Brother E has become arrogant because of his sudden wealth? He actually challenged the fighting club directly. Go-D pushed his glasses and nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think so, but we just need to support Brother E. If Brother E loses, we will ask the boys in the class to rush up and rescue him. Save Brother E. Ling Lin held a different view. What do you think? Brother E is also very skilled, but he is just hiding his identity as a rich second generation and has not revealed it. Wow, according to what you said, Brother E is a bit like the young master of a secluded family in novels. Chen Xin said in an exaggerated manner. Okay, let's eat first. We have to arrange the cheerleading team and other things later, and the school doctor must be notified in time. Although Go-D is a gentle and polite old bastard, he also considers things comprehensively. Yeah. Eat. If Chewie knew the painstaking efforts of his silly sons, he would definitely be stunned. I haven't even started the fight yet, and you're already making plans to recruit people? Even the school doctor has been contacted for me? Ga. Chapter 23, Ice Hammer Gao Yang. Half an hour later, at Zhongbei University Fighting Club. At this time, the fighting club was unusually crowded with people, and was squeezed into 3 layers by many students. Because Gao Yang felt that he could defeat Chewie by himself. Therefore, the news that Chewie was going to challenge the club was not told to the other members. Many members who were unaware of the situation were confused. Is today the day for recruiting members? Why are there so many people? And this number of people is too popular, right? Why are there so many sexy girls in there? Gao Yang took off his shirt, revealing his muscular body, and did warm-up exercises in just a pair of shorts. Ligament stretching, high leg lifts, frog jumps, crocodile crawls. He would occasionally throw a few empty attacks, appearing to be very vigorous. He was just waiting for Chewie to come in, and then he would give Chewie a severe lesson. He was beaten to his knees and begged for mercy. Then he told him condescendingly to stay away from Shin Yenyun. At this time, Chewie took his roommates to buy ice cream at a leisurely pace. After all, it's summer now, how can you not eat some ice cream to cool down? After buying the ice cream, the 4 of them licked it while heading towards the fighting club. When Chewie arrived at the fighting club, he found that the place was completely blocked, which made him a little confused. What is going on? Why are there so many people in the fighting club? How long will it take to pick all of them? However, Chewi's question was soon answered. Xia Ziqing, the cheerleading goddess in the class, noticed Chewie. Her eyes lit up and she trotted over. Chewie, you are finally here. Most of the girls in our class are here to cheer you on. Xia Ziqing has a hot body and is a member of the school cheerleading team. Although she is not yet a school belle, she is still a beauty at the department level. Wearing a sexy cheerleader uniform, she looks even more youthful and attractive. Ponytail plus belly-bearing top plus tight hot pants, the abs and strong and tight legs are extremely eye-catching, but the Pikachu on the chest is a bit big. Chewie licked the ice cream subconsciously, then nodded with a smile. Why are you here? I didn't expect the news of my challenge to the fighting club to spread so quickly. Xia Ziqing blinked her big eyes and said, "Don't you know yet? There are posts on the campus forum saying that you challenged the fighting club, but your name was not written. It was only after Godi sent a message to mobilize the students in our class that we found out that it was you who challenged the fighting club." Shui nodded and found that Godi was making faces with a smug look on his face. I couldn't help but shake my head and laugh. This guy is always doing fancy things. Xia Ziqing looked at Shui expectantly and said, "My dearie, what do you think of our cheerleading uniforms?" As she spoke, she puffed out her chest, as if she was showing off. Shui took a look and said, "This dress is very big. Pikachu is also white." "Very good, thank you." Shui replied with a smile. Xia Ziqing said with a smile, "Hee, I borrowed this from my cheerleading teammates. Look, the girls in our class are all over there." Shui looked in the direction of her finger and found a group of Pikachus in belly-bearing clothes smiling at him. He nodded quickly and returned a polite smile. There are quite a few good-looking girls in the class, and they look really pleasing to the eye in cheerleading uniforms. Some girls who were not confident about their figures did not change into sexy cheerleading uniforms, but they all came to the fighting club to cheer for Chui. Gao Yang, who was warming up, saw Chui coming and an arrogant smile appeared on his face. "I thought you didn't dare to come. You took so long to get here. Hurry up and sign the waiver agreement. I can't wait to beat you up." After Gao Yang finished speaking, a boy wearing fighting club uniform handed 2 copies of the waiver agreement to Chui. Chui took a look and saw Gao Yang's name and a handprint on it. So he signed his name and put his fingerprint on it without wasting time. He licked the ice cream again, then handed it to Godi and strode towards where Gao Yang was. "Hey, brothery, this ice cream melts very quickly. Why don't you finish eating it first before going?" Godi shouted to Chui. Chui waved his hand without even turning his head, and said lightly, "Don't worry, in ancient times, Huashong was killed with warm wine, and now Gao Yang is hammered with ice." "Woohoo, brothery is awesome!" Chen Xin shouted in a hoarse voice. "Brothery is awesome!" Godi raised his hands, holding 2 ice creams high up, and shouted loudly. "Brother E is invincible! Let's eat bull whip tonight!" Ling Linlin shouted with his hands around his mouth. The boys in the class also started to cheer wildly. "Brother E is awesome! Brother E is invincible! Brother E is awesome! Brother E is invincible! Brother E's bullwhip, Brother E is invincible!" Chui turned around and laughed. "That's too much. Don't bring me up with the bullwhip." Then Chui came to the fighting arena. The fighting club has all kinds of venues, including wrestling arenas, boxing rings, and octagonal cages. The venue for the fight between the 2 sides was an octagonal cage, which was specially chosen by Gao Yang in order to beat Chui up. Seeing this, Godi secretly thought that this was not good. If Brother E lost in the PK in the octagonal cage, it would be difficult for them to snatch him away. However, the incident happened suddenly, and he could only take it one step at a time. The referees are members of the fighting club. Under the guidance of the referee, both sides put on protective gear. It includes boxing gloves, head guards, mouth guards, groin guards, shin guards, and instep guards. After all, it is a competition between students, so necessary protective measures must be taken. The rules are also very simple, just following the rules of Sanda. The scoring areas are head, torso, thighs, and calves. However, Chui was not here to score points. What he wanted was to defeat Gao Yang, that is, to make him lose his ability to move. This kid is too arrogant, he must be taught a lesson. There are many prohibited items. It is forbidden to hit the back of the opponent's head, crotch, or neck. It is forbidden to attack the opponent with the head, elbow, and joint locking movements, and it is forbidden to turn around and kick to attack the opponent's head. It is prohibited to use a throw that forces the opponent to hit the ground head first or to intentionally crush the opponent. When one party falls to the ground, the other party cannot use his feet to attack the other party's head. These are the most basic to prevent accidents. After explaining the rules, the referee announced the start of the game. Gao Yang's steps were full of aggressiveness, and he would reach out from time to time to test the distance. Chui adopted a slightly relaxed fighting stance, not taking Gao Yang seriously at all. Gao Yang seemed extremely calm when he entered combat state. Even though Chui, the outsider, did not take him seriously, he did not take it lightly. After a brief probing and finding a sufficient distance, Gao Yang decided to launch an attack. He threw a tentative straight punch at Chui, but he dodged it easily. Immediately afterwards, Shui swung out a left hook at an extremely fast speed, hitting Gao Yang's teeth. Gao Yang's head was buzzing from the powerful blow. If it weren't for the protective gear, his teeth would probably have become loose. There were exclamations coming from outside the octagonal cage. Wow! Brother E is awesome, Brother E is invincible. God E Nan is awesome. Come on, God E Nan. After discovering how vigorous Chui was, not only the girls, but even the boys in the class became his cheerleaders, waving flags and cheering for him. Many students who heard the news and rushed over to watch were also stunned. They didn't expect that the guy who challenged the fighting club was so capable. However, they also enjoyed watching Gao Yang being taught a lesson by Chui. It's because Gao Yang has a bad reputation and often bullies people. Now I've finally been taught a lesson. Some students who were bullied by Gao Yang took photos or posted them on their moments. Call your friends and ask people you know to come and watch the game, even if they can't come for the time being, send them the video. In a nutshell, it's very satisfying. Chapter 24 Easily Defeat. How dare you be so arrogant with your level? Have you ever heard of the saying that there are always people who are better than you and there are always things that are better than you? Shui not only hit people, but also slapped them in the face. What's more, he even mocked them. He never shows mercy to people he hates. The gentle side is only reserved for one's own people. Gao Yang shook his head, looking unconvinced. Come again. He didn't think he couldn't beat Chui, everything that happened just now was just a mistake. But this time he became more cautious and slowly moved closer to Chui. Then he feinted a punch, but actually kicked out with a low whip kick with his right leg. Chui was calm and unhurried. He kicked Gao Yang in the chest and easily broke the attack. Gao Yang only felt a sharp pain in his chest, accompanied by chest tightness and difficulty breathing. The cheerleaders outside the octagonal cage exclaimed again, "Yi Nanshan is so handsome. Brother E is so strong, I like him so much. Come on, Brother E. I love God E so much." In addition, many students who did not know Chui but had been bullied by Gao Yang also spontaneously joined the camp of cheering. Chui's fan club has grown again. Gao Yang just felt ashamed. As a senior member of the fighting club, he couldn't beat an unknown guy. What's more, there are so many people watching nearby. If he loses, he will become a laughing stock. Come again. After adjusting his breathing, Gao Yang gritted his teeth and said, "You only have one last chance." Chui said lightly. "Just you?" Gao Yang was filled with rage and launched several combinations of punches, but they were all easily dodged by Chui. "Yes, I can do it." Chui could still respond easily while dodging. The degree of humiliation was self-evident. As soon as he finished speaking, a hook punch hit Gao Yang's abdomen hard. Ugh! Gao Yang felt his stomach churning and the sour water had already reached his throat. At this moment, his heart was full of regret. Why did he have to eat lunch before the actual combat? Even if he forced himself to endure it, how could he endure the physiological reaction caused by the heavy blow to the abdomen? What followed was Chuyi's fierce shoulder throw. Puff! The food residue was spat out in an arc as Gao Yang's body turned over. After landing, Gao Yang had lost his ability to fight and was covered in his own vomit. Chui quickly dodged to avoid being splashed. Ding! Mission completed, new mission released, dominate the fighting club. Host, please defeat all those who disobey in the fighting club. Accept the task and complete it, reward 10 points of physical fitness. No punishment if not accepted. Chui decisively chose to accept it, and he enjoyed the happiness of his charm value. Things like physique should be very powerful. The referee quickly announced Chui as the winner, and cheers rang out all around. Woohoo, Brother E is awesome. So strong. He defeated Gao Yang so easily. It's more than just a defeat. Didn't you see Gao Yang vomited directly? I didn't expect Brother E to be such a good fighter besides being a rich second generation with a hidden identity. Yeah, you lied to us for 3 years. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Chui walked out of the octagonal cage and waved with a smile to his classmates who were cheering him on. Thank you for your support, but this is just the beginning. I said, I'm going to challenge the fighting club today, so those fighting club members who are stronger than Gao Yang are also my challenge targets. Godi ran to Chui holding 2 ice creams and quickly handed him his. Brother E, it's about to drip, lick it quickly. Chui glanced at Godi with a strange expression, Why did these words sound wrong? But he still took his ice cream and started eating it. Because Gao Yang was dealt with quickly, none of the ice cream dripped onto the ground. Gao Yang lay on the ground and vomited for a long time before he recovered. Seeing this, the fighting club member who served as the referee quickly helped him up. The severe pain in his abdomen forced Gao Yang to hunch his back. There was anger but also fear in his eyes as he looked at Chui. He could see that Chui's strength far exceeded his, and it would only take a few minutes for him to lose his fighting ability. I just beat him until he vomited, and that was already holding back. But Gao Yang just couldn't swallow this humiliation. His goddess was molested by Chui, and he was beaten by Chui until he fell to the ground and vomited in front of a group of students. I've lost all my face. He felt so miserable when he thought that if he told his name in the future, others would say it was Gao Yang who vomited after being beaten by Chui. Gao Yang became angrier and angrier, and shouted directly at Chui, "Chui, don't be so arrogant, there are many people in the fighting club who are stronger than me. It's nothing if you beat me, beating our president is awesome." Gao Yang really had no other choice but to call out his own president. The president of the fighting club is named Pei Yunxian. He was born into a family of martial arts. His idol since childhood was Bruce Lee, so he began rigorous martial arts training under the guidance of his father. Also because of his idol, Pei Yunxian specialized in Jeet Kune Do, and no one in the entire fighting club could be his opponent. Gao Yang brought him out at this time just to dampen Chuyi's prestige. But after he said this, Chuyi's eyes lit up. Chuyi had never seen Pei Yunxian, but he had heard of his name. Among the many rumors, Pei Yunxian gave people the impression that he was not only extremely powerful and handsome, but also that his family was very wealthy, and he was a rich second generation. However, the reason why Chui was excited was not because Pei Yunxian was rich or handsome, but mainly because he was a good fighter. What Chui has to do now is to defeat the entire fighting club and then receive the reward from the system. As Pei Yunxian is the president and strongest person in the fighting club, as long as Chui defeats him, all the members of the fighting club will naturally surrender. In this way, the system task is naturally completed. Chui is looking forward to those 10 points of physical fitness. His fighting skills are now impeccable, and the profound foundation brought by the top mixed martial arts skills is quite awesome. However, his slightly weak physical fitness is his shortcoming. As long as his physical fitness can catch up, Chui can be said to be invincible in close combat in this peaceful era. He got a little excited when he thought of this. Every man fantasizes about possessing powerful military force. This is an instinct engraved in his DNA. It's just that in modern society, people are chasing after money and material things, and the importance of force is gradually becoming weaker. But it is undeniable that strong fighting ability is still what many men pursue. The most important thing is, if Pei Yunxian is more handsome than me, I will punch him in the face a few more times. Yeah, let us do it. Then please call Pei Yunxian over. Just tell him that I, Chui, want to challenge him. Chui crossed his arms and said to Gao Yang in a deliberately arrogant manner. Humph, I hope you can still be so arrogant when the president comes. Gao Yang was secretly delighted, and after saying something harsh, he walked towards the rest area. He wanted to get his cell phone to contact Pei Yunxian. Chapter 25 Fighting Club President Pei Yunxian. Gao Yang walked to the rest area, took out his cell phone and called Pei Yunxian. The call was quickly connected, and heavy breathing came from the other end. What's the matter? This was accompanied by a constant sound of popping. Gao Yang was shocked. Oops, this call seemed to be made at a wrong time. On the other end of the phone, Pei Yunxian, wearing only shorts and holding boxing gloves, punched the sandbag in front of him. A lot of sweat was shed on the practice field, with a cell phone on speakerphone at the side. Gao Yang was silent for a while before he said cautiously, "Brother Pei, are you busy?" Pei Yunxian did not stop the action of his hands, still hitting the sandbag, and replied in a rough voice, "Well, if you have something to say, tell me quickly, ha. Brother Pei, how about we wait until you're done?" Gao Yang smiled bitterly. Brother Pei actually answered the phone while he was doing his job. "Okay, I'll call you back in 2 minutes." Pei Yunxian said and ignored him, concentrating on hitting the sandbag. Gao Yang looked strange as he heard the snapping sounds coming from the phone becoming more frequent and louder. The battle can be over in 2 minutes, is Brother Pei so fast? No, since Brother Pei trusts me so much, I have to help him keep the secret. Brother Pei's secret must not be leaked out. Gao Yang made up his mind and continued to wait in the rest area for Pei Yunxian's call back. Soon, Pei Yunxian called. "Hello, Gao Yang, what did you call about just now?" "Brother Pei, this is what happened. Someone wants to challenge the fighting club. I am no match for him. Now that person is challenging you by name. Gao Yang told the truth. Pei Yunxian frowned after hearing this. He didn't expect that someone would challenge the fighting club? And Gao Yang couldn't even beat the opponent. It seems that he has to go, otherwise the reputation of the fighting club will be ruined. If the president doesn't dare to fight when challenged, the fighting club will become a laughingstock of Jiangbei University. Is that person from Jiangbei University? Yes, Brother Pei, I just finished fighting with him. I was no match for him at all. Now he is waiting for you in the fighting gym. Look. Okay, tell him to wait, I'll be there soon. Gao Yang scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, Brother Pei, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect you were busy. You just finished your work, why don't you take a shower first? Pei Yunxian waved his hand indifferently, hey, sweat is a symbol of hard work, there is no need to wash it off, not to mention that you will have to wash it off after the actual battle. I won't say more, I'll come over now. Gao Yang felt even more embarrassed and quickly said, Brother Pei, please apologize to my sister-in-law and me. I will treat you to a meal next time. Then he hung up the phone, fearing he would be scolded. Pei Yunxian was a little confused. What sister-in-law? Why did she invite him to dinner? But he didn't think too much about it. He wiped the sweat with a towel, put on a short-sleeved shirt, and hurried out to the fighting club of Jiangbei University. Shui didn't have to wait too long. Pei Yunxian arrived at the fighting club just as he finished his ice cream. Gao Yang, who had been waiting for a long time, went over happily. Brother Pei, you're here. Pei Yunxian nodded casually, yeah. Where is the person who wants to challenge me? Gao Yang pointed his finger and said through gritted teeth, Brother Pei, that's the guy. He's a tough guy. He knocked me down before I even touched him. Pei Yunxian nodded and strode towards Shui. Shui had a bright smile on his face. In his opinion, Pei Yunxian in front of him was a moving attribute value. 10 points of physical fitness are slowly approaching you. Hey, are you the one who wants to challenge our fighting club? Pei Yunxian said arrogantly with his arms folded across his chest. Shui then took a look at Pei Yunxian. This guy was about the same height as himself. Wearing a vest and shorts, his muscular body shows that he has been training a lot. He has a good-looking face with strong features, and looks like a sunny and handsome guy. But compared to how handsome I am, he is far inferior. His looks are not worth my taking action. Pei Yunxuan's anus tightened when he was looked at by Chui. He looked at Chui with a vigilant face. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen handsome guys before? Are you gay? What? You're the fucking gay. Come on, let's get on the ring, I'll beat you to tears. Shui looked unhappy. I was in a good mood because I was almost completing the task, but this guy called me gay. How can I tolerate this? Didn't you notice that the look in the cheerleader's eyes changed when she looked at you? Damn it, I'll punch this guy in the face a few more times later. Shui walked into the octagonal cage with a serious face. Seeing this, Pei Yunxian didn't say much. He twisted his neck, making a crackling sound. He then took off his vest and strode into the octagon. As the two were preparing to enter the venue, the onlookers around them began to discuss the situation. It's Pei Yunxian. I feel like Brother E is in danger. What's Pei Yunxian? Didn't you see how God E made Gao Yang vomit in just a few hits? The same situation would happen to anyone else. Yes. God E is the most handsome. No objection. Sister, I'm not trying to boost his morale or destroy Brother Yi's prestige. Pei Yunxian is no ordinary guy. He comes from a martial arts family, has practiced martial arts since he was a child, has led the fighting club to win glory for the school many times, and is also the strongest in the fighting club. Although Brother E is very strong, I don't know if I can beat him. No matter. God E is the strongest, God E is the most handsome. Yes. Sisters, let's cheer for God E. Following Xie Ziqing's call, the cheerleaders shouted in unison. Come on, E Nanshan. E Nanshan is the most handsome. Yeah. Come on, E Nanshan. E Nanshan is the most handsome. Yeah. Chen Xayan's eyes widened as he hugged Ling Linlin, who was standing beside him, and said, Adun, look at those long white legs. They are just as good as the girls in my study materials. Ling Linlin pushed Chen Xayan away with disdain. Stay away, all you do every day is practice the ancestral craft, can't you have some ambition? Gowdy looked towards the octagonal cage, pushed up his glasses, and shouted to his two roommates, "Stop messing around, the fight is about to begin." The two funny guys immediately stopped playing and looked towards where Chu-yi and Pei Yunxian were. Both sides still used the rules of Sanda. Although Pei Yunxian was good at Jeet Kune Do, he was also proficient in Sanda. Chu-yi had no objection. As long as he completed the task, it didn't matter what rules or playing methods were used. At this time, Chu-yi and Pei Yunxian had already started fighting under the referee's announcement. Chu-yi first punched Pei Yunxian twice, then quickly approached Pei Yunxian. "Now that you have decided to teach this guy a lesson, take the initiative." Pei Yunxian had no intention of adopting a defensive approach, as he had never been defeated by anyone in a head-on confrontation. However, the battle had just begun, and the way Chu-yi approached gave him a strong sense of oppression. Chapter 26. Are you so weak? Powerful. Oppression. No flaws. This is how Pei Yunxian feels. He had only experienced this feeling from his father. No, the feeling Chu-yi gave him was even more oppressive than his father's. A drop of cold sweat slid into Pei Yunxian's eyes, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. It's not that he doesn't want to wipe it, but that he doesn't dare. He knew that as soon as he made any unusual movement, the guy in front of him would launch a fierce attack on him. Damn, why does Jiangbei University have such an awesome person? Chu-yi saw Pei Yunxian standing there motionless like a stone statue, and was a little curious. Why was he like a turtle? But since the mission target is right in front of him, he won't waste time. Let us defeat this guy first. Chu-yi took offensive steps and came in front of Pei Yunxian in a few steps. He took a step forward and punched the opponent in the face with a straight punch. Here we come. Pei Yunxian's tense nerves moved and he quickly moved to avoid the attack. He was waiting for the opportunity for Chu-yi to launch an attack, only then would he be able to find a flaw. But to his disappointment, Chu-yi did not reveal any flaws, or he could not find any flaws in Chu-yi. This made him very shocked. Even when attacking, there is no flaw. How can a college student have such a level? Even his father would reveal flaws when launching an attack, but his father's defense speed was so fast that he could not catch the flaw. But the Chu-yi in front of him didn't reveal any flaws. How could he defeat him? Before Pei Yunxian could recover, Chu-yi quickly threw a hook with his right hand, hitting Pei Yunxian in the cheek. Bang! A crisp hitting sound was heard, and Pei Yunxian's left cheek was hit hard by Chu-yi. Pei Yunxian did not panic even though he was hit on the left cheek. He knew that he must seize this opportunity to fight back. A long accumulated right punch was thrown towards Chu-yi's forehead, but it failed. Chu-yi stepped back slightly and dodged Pei Yunxian's long-planned attack. Taking advantage of the fact that Pei Yunxian's old strength had gone and his new strength had not yet been generated, Chu-yi kicked out with his right leg with a low whip kick, hitting Pei Yunxian's calf. Bang! Pei Yunxian suddenly lost his balance and fell down. The severe pain in his calf made it difficult for him to bear it. However, the brief fight made him realize that he was no match for Chu-yi. Where on earth did this monster come from? Chu-yi did not press on to attack. He wanted to wait for Pei Yunxian to get up before hitting him a few more times in the face. Dare to say you are gay, damn it. Pei Yunxian struggled to get up. Seeing that Chu-yi was going to continue, he quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Brother, I can't beat you. I give up." There was no way. Pei Yunxian found that the gap between himself and Chu-yi was not small, and he had no chance of winning at all. If you continue to hit him, you will just be beaten in vain. In his opinion, it was not shameful to bow to such a powerful opponent. The first to react were the cheerleaders. Wow! Gowdy is so awesome. He made his opponent admit defeat right away. As expected of Nanshan. Nanshan is awesome. Sisters, let's shout slogans. Nanshan is awesome. Nanshan is so handsome. Nanshan is so great. Nanshan is so handsome. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. In addition, there were some boos from the boys around. That's it? Isn't that too bad? Hey, this is the president of the fighting club? Why is he so weak? Yeah, I didn't even see him clearly before he fell to the ground, then he got up and admitted defeat. Could it be that these two people were acting to gain attention? Didn't they say Pei Yunxian was good at fighting? Why is it just this? I don't think so. Pei Yunxian is really good at fighting. I've seen him in combat and he's very fierce. But in front of Brother E, he's as soft as a lamb. Could it be that Brother E is so powerful that he can easily beat someone of Pei Yunxuan's level? Fuck, that's awesome. Fighting 10 at once shouldn't be a problem, right? Listening to the discussions around him, Pei Yunxuan's mouth twitched and he silently reached out and wiped his face. Shui was stunned for a moment, then asked, "You're not going to fight anymore?" "I've just started." Pei Yunxian smiled bitterly, waved his hand and said, "Master, please stop teasing me. I am not worthy of fighting with you at your level. If I continue to fight, I will just get beaten for nothing." Shui nodded. "What else? I haven't beaten you enough. Are you so weak? This shouldn't be the case. I heard that you have been practicing martial arts since you were a child, so you should be able to withstand blows well, right?" Pei Yunxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Master, please let me go. If I have offended you in any way, please tell me and I will correct it immediately. No matter how good it is at resisting blows, it cannot be used as a punching bag. Is it bullying in this way? XX. Ding. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of physical fitness. Do you want to take effect immediately? No. Shui didn't dare to let the physique given by the system take effect in front of everyone. What if it has some effect like cleansing the tendons and marrow or increasing height, wouldn't that be seen by the onlookers? It's better to wait until you are alone to take effect. After receiving the reward from the system, Shui no longer made things difficult for Pei Yunxian. After all, there was no hatred between the two parties, so there was no need to be ruthless. Okay, since you, the president of the fighting club, have admitted defeat, then my challenge to the club this time is considered a success. Shui said with a smile. Pei Yunxian nodded repeatedly. The great master is right. With your strength, no one in the entire fighting club can be your opponent. It is only natural that you can succeed in the challenge. Shui gave him a look that said, "You are a very discerning boy," and said with a smile, "You are very good." Pei Yunxian smiled repeatedly. "Thank you for your praise, master. I have an unwelcome request, I hope you can agree to it." Shui's eyes became alert. "What? I'm not gay." Pei Yunxian looked embarrassed. "Master, you misunderstood. I wanted us to add each other's contact information so that I can ask you for advice when I have the chance. You are really amazing." When talking about his hobbies, Pei Yunxuan's eyes lit up, like a man who had been in prison for 10 years seeing a sow. Shui had no interest in teaching a grown man how to fight, but he would be more interested in teaching a girl. "Forget it. I see that you are quite strong, just a little bit weaker than me. I can't teach you anything." Shui shook his head and prepared to leave the octagon cage. Pei Yunxian was a little anxious. If he could get guidance from such a great god, he would definitely make rapid progress. But now the great god is leaving, and he can't just watch the opportunity to improve his strength slip away. In a hurry, Pei Yunxian rushed forward and hugged Shui's thigh. "God! Please, give me a chance." Shui was sweating coldly. He looked at Pei Yunxian who was hugging his thigh and screaming, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn it, I almost kicked him away subconsciously, luckily I stopped myself, otherwise this guy's internal organs would probably be injured." Pei Yunxian had no idea that he had just escaped a disaster, and he still shamelessly shouted, "Master, give me a chance. As long as you agree, you can ask me to do anything. Please." Shui said with a dark face, "Get up first." Pei Yunxian held Shui's thigh unmoved, with a look of willingness to die. "Master, I won't get up unless you agree." Shui's face darkened, and he said in a cold voice, "Get up." Pei Yunxian shuddered, feeling a murderous aura coming at him, and quickly got up. Looking at Pei Yunxian who was standing obediently in front of him like a primary school student, Shui nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, my lion's roar skill is still strong." Chapter 27 Cheerleaders line up for autographs. Pei Yunxian, right? It's not impossible for me to teach you, but you have to show sincerity. There is no free lunch in the world. Shui said lightly. Pei Yunxuan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Master, I can pay the tuition." Shui waved his hand and said, "I'm not bragging, I'm not interested in money." Pei Yunxian was stunned. How could it be possible? No one would not be interested in money. "Master, I can pay a lot of tuition. How about 10,000 per hour?" Pei Yunxian continued to launch a money offensive. Shui was unmoved. He might lack a lot of things now, but the thing he lacked the least was money. Money has no appeal to him. "I've already told you that I'm not interested in money. If you can't attract me in other ways, then forget it, Shu-yi said seriously. Seeing that Shu-yi really seemed to have no interest in money, Pei Yunxuan's heart moved. Could it be that the great god was also a rich second generation? But why has no one in Jiannan's circle heard of this person? Pei Yunxuan's thoughts surged as he pondered over what Shu-yi needed. Not being interested in money means that the family is quite wealthy. What's left is beauty, power, and connections. I don't have beauty or power, but I do have some connections. I don't know if the great master would appreciate them. Pei Yunxian glanced at Shu-yi and said cautiously, Master, you should also be a rich second generation, right? Shu-yi nodded and said, I guess so. What's the matter? Master, I am basically familiar with the children of the rich and powerful in Jiannan. I have never heard of your name before, so I think you may have fewer contacts in terms of connections. My idea is that if you teach me boxing, you will be my master. I will take you to make some friends when I have the chance. It will be more convenient when you encounter problems in the future. What do you think? Pei Yunxian thought about it carefully and whispered to Shu-yi. There were many people around and there was no need to say such things out loud. It was enough for the two of them to know about it. After hearing Pei Yunxuan's words, Shu-yi fell into deep thought. What Pei Yunxian said made sense. At present, he seemed to be just a simple rich man, and at most he had the system as a plug-in. But in this society, having money alone is not enough. Sometimes relationships are more important than money. Especially when something happens, the importance of personal connections becomes apparent. When it comes to connections, Shu-yi thought of a story that someone close to him had experienced firsthand. He has a classmate who heard that if he donated blood, he would be given priority to provide blood when his immediate family members needed blood transfusions in the future, so he donated blood every school year, 400 cubic centimeters each time. Later, that classmate's father fell ill and really needed a blood transfusion. He took out a stack of blood donation certificates and gave them to the hospital, hoping that his father would be given priority in receiving blood. However, the hospital said there was no blood and he had to wait. Upon asking, I found out that there was an old man in another ward who needed blood of the same blood type, and he received the transfusion very quickly. It turned out that the man's son was the president of a company and had connections with doctors. He just called the department and the blood arrived immediately without even having to show up. Just this incident made that student become autistic. Connections are meaningless when they are not needed, but they are extremely important when they are needed. Having connections can get you a green channel everywhere. Even in a place like a hospital, no matter how much contribution you have made to other people's lives, it is not as useful as having connections. So Shu-yi was really interested in the idea proposed by Pei Yunxian. He is not short of money, but he lacks everything except money. Ding! The host has a strong understanding of personal connections. The system is very pleased. This is one of the must-haves for the super rich. Post tasks now and make connections. Please follow Pei Yunxuan's lead and make friends with the noble children of Jiannan City. Accept and complete the mission. Reward a security company composed of 50 top mercenaries, 100% loyal to the host. No punishment if not accepted. Is there such a good thing? Shu-yi originally planned to agree to Pei Yunxuan's request and make some friends, which would be a good thing for him. But I didn't expect that the system would also release tasks at the same time. In that case, Marshal Chu accepted the task. Pei Yunxian saw that Shu-yi was still hesitating and did not respond, so he asked again, Master, what do you mean? Shu-yi came back to his senses and nodded, okay, I promise you. Pei Yunxian suddenly laughed happily, hee, that's great. Don't worry about you laughing at me. I think you are more capable than my father. When I learn more from you, I won't be afraid of being beaten by my father in the future. Shu-yi glanced at Pei Yunxian, who was overjoyed, and blurted out, what's the matter? You don't want to fight back against your father, do you? Pei Yunxuan's smile froze, and he quickly waved his hands to explain, no, that's not what I meant. I just want to be less miserable when I get beaten by my dad in the future. Pei Yunxian looks like he's been beaten a lot, and he's still so afraid of his father even though he's grown up like this. I tried so hard to get close to him just to avoid getting beaten so badly by his father in the future. What a loving father and filial son. Shu-yi smiled and said, in that case, let's add each other on WeChat, and then you can take me out to see the world sometime. Pei Yunxian smiled and said, hey, you're worthy of being seen by the world. It's obvious that you don't come from an ordinary family. Maybe we will have to rely on you in the future. It's better to do it today than tonight? Shu-yi shook his head, how about tomorrow? I plan to treat my roommates to dinner tonight, so I guess I won't be free. Pei Yunxian nodded and said, no problem. The master said tomorrow, so tomorrow, I can just contact a few friends I'm close to. Let's have a good time then. The two walked out of the octagonal cage chatting. Pei Yunxian ran to the side to get his cell phone, and Gao Yang followed him happily. Shu Yi's roommates gathered around him, along with the cheerleaders. Chen Xin said enthusiastically, Brother Yi, I didn't expect you to be so awesome. Even Pei Yunxian was defeated by you in just a few moves. Can you teach me? Shu Yi glanced at Chen Xin with an unfathomable look on his face. You have too many Lutubes, and your body is weak, so I guess you can't learn it. Chen Xin was still unwilling to give up, and continued, then can I quit? From now on, I will become a sage and focus on learning martial arts. Godi said with disdain, forget about it. You want to transform yourself into a sage? Are you willing to give up Mr. Hata, Mr. Fukada, Mr. Ozawa, and Mr. Raijima? Besides, you have already lost too much of your vital energy, so you will definitely not be able to achieve anything great, Brother Yi, don't you think so? Shu Yi suppressed his smile and nodded seriously, well, Guzi's words make sense, and you probably can't bear the hardship of boxing, so don't mess around. Chen Xin suddenly fell into autism, squatting aside and covering his face with his hands, thinking. Ling Linlin gave Shu Yi a thumbs up, revealing his big white teeth. Enough of small talk, Brother Yi is awesome. Double the bullwhip. Shu Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, you only know how to eat bullwhips. Eating so many bullwhips doesn't mean you can brag anymore. Ling Linlin scratched his head and laughed, eating bullwhips and bragging, what's the connection between them? Xia Ziqing, who was standing by, trotted over and interrupted Ling Linlin who was about to speak. She took out a marker pen from somewhere and handed it to Shu Yi. Shu Yi, can you sign for us? Shu Yi took a look and was surprised to see a group of cheerleaders looking at him eagerly. Do you all want autographs? The young ladies all nodded and spoke in a sweet voice. Please give me an autograph. Ladies, you are so polite. Just call me by my name. It's just an autograph, no big deal. Shu Yi smiled, took the marker from Xia Ziqing, and prepared to sign for the girls one by one. As a result, Xia Ziqing pulled up the material of her clothes in front of her chest with a ruddy face, and said shyly, Shu Yi, please sign here. Shu Yi, huh? Chapter 28 Master, I'm going to throw away AJ now. Shu Yi said, you are making things difficult for me, fat tiger. But he didn't refuse. The girl doesn't mind, so if a grown man like him doesn't give her face, where will the girl put her face? Okay, since you've cheered me on, I'll do as you say. Shu Yi smiled helplessly and signed his name quickly. Xia Ziqing looked down at the signature on her chest and seemed a little excited. Hee hee, that's great. Shu Yi, you were so handsome just now. Why didn't I realize that you are a treasure boy before? Shu Yi joked, hey, isn't it because I don't want to show off my handsomeness everywhere? Xia Ziqing nodded in agreement, well, if you had shown your handsomeness earlier, you would have definitely gained priority in choosing a spouse at Zhongbei University. This way, so you won't break up with you. Shu Yi said that he was shot even when he was lying down. How come the conversation ended up involving Suyu? Ahem, let's not talk about this. Let me sign autographs for other female classmates first. As soon as Suyu was mentioned, Shu Yi lost interest in continuing the conversation. He asked Xia Ziqing to stay aside while he signed autographs for the young ladies. Xia Ziqing looked at Shu Yi's busy figure, pouted a little unhappily, but didn't say anything. Getting autographs for the cheerleaders was not an easy task. Some girls even stretched out their thighs for Shu Yi to sign. This made Shu Yi feel a little embarrassed. But considering that they were all young ladies supporting him, Shu Yi had no choice but to swallow the benefit that was delivered to his door with reluctance. It took more than 10 minutes to finish the signing, and the students who were there to watch the fun had not yet dispersed and were all staring eagerly. After all, the real owners are still there, and they want to see what the final outcome of this matter will be. At this time, Pei Yunxian saw Shu Yi finish the work at hand and hurried over. Following behind him was the timid Gao Yang. At this moment, Gao Yang was like a student waiting for criticism from his head teacher. He was very obedient and there was no trace of his previous arrogance. Master, I have understood the whole story. It turns out that Gao Yang deliberately provoked you. I will make him apologize to you right now. Pei Yunxian said, raising his foot and gently kicking Gao Yang, and winking at Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked up at Pei Yunxian with a sad face. Seeing Pei Yunxian's serious expression and glaring at him, Gao Yang had no choice but to apologize even though he was reluctant. Although he is arrogant, he admires people who are stronger than himself. What's more, Pei Yunxian often teaches him boxing, so he can be said to be both a teacher and a friend. Now that the master has spoken, there is no reason for him to refuse. I'm sorry, Shui, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have picked a fight on purpose. Please forgive me. Gao Yang bowed his head and apologized to Chui. Although his voice was a little weak, he made clear what he wanted to say. Gao Yang continued to express his position. By the way, there is also Shen Yenyun. I promise that I will never harass her again. Master, although Gao Yang is a bit naughty, he is not a bad person. Please forgive him. Pei Yunxian hurriedly assisted. Shui glanced at Pei Yunxian and saw that he was looking forward to it and blinking at him frantically. After thinking about it, he accepted Gao Yang's apology. Okay, for Pei Yunxian's sake, I won't bother about it. By the way, throw away the AJ insulting dragon on your feet as soon as possible. As a member of the dragon country, don't buy this kind of rubbish brand in the future. Pei Yunxian breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Shui agreed not to pursue the matter further. After all, Gao Yang is his younger brother and apprentice. If he can finally gain Shuyi's forgiveness, then naturally everyone will be happy. Pei Yunxian glanced at Gao Yang's AJ and glared at him. Didn't you hear what Master Chu said? Hurry up and throw away these broken shoes. If you dare to wear a brand that insults the dragon again, I will beat you until you smoke. Gao Yang shrank his neck and quickly agreed. Okay, brother Pei, I'll throw it away right away. After saying that, Gao Yang took off his shoes right where he was and threw them into the trash can nearby. After dealing with Gao Yang and Shuyi's matters, Pei Yunxian and Shui added each other on WeChat and left their phone numbers. Hey, master, please give me more guidance in the future. Gao Yang is my apprentice. From now on, you are my master, and Gao Yang is your apprentice's grandson. I don't want to be the ancestor so soon. Shui waved his hand and continued to say to Pei Yunxian, okay, you don't have to call me God or master or anything like that, just call me by my name. Pei Yunxian shook his head, that won't do. My father told me that we must have enough respect for the strong and we must have a respectful title. If you don't let me call you God, then I will call you master. Anyway, there must be one. Shui was confused. Then your father is better than you, do you have a respectful title for him? Pei Yunxian nodded and said, yes, I call him father. Shui was stunned for a moment. What? Speaking of this, Pei Yunxian was a little proud. Don't you think it's weird? Shui nodded. Yes, a little. Pei Yunxian said arrogantly, I call my dad the emperor, so I am the prince. Shuyi's face was filled with black lines when he heard this. The Qing dynasty died long ago, and you still want to be the crown prince? Is there an heir to the throne in your family? Pei Yunxian raised his eyebrows proudly. Of course not, my father likes to play cosplay the most, and often plays the emperor. I even have a dragon throne at home. Master, if I have the chance, I will take you to my house. My father's dragon chair is so comfortable to sit on. Shui had a look of confusion on his face. If you were to steal the throne in ancient times, you would be punished by killing all your clans. Isn't this the modern era? I can just sit on it. They're just props anyway. Even if my dad finds out, I'll just get a beating at most. Pei Yunxian scratched his head and said with a smile. Okay, now that it's over, I'm ready to leave. I'll teach you how to box when I'm free. Shui didn't want to talk to Pei Yunxian anymore. This guy's brain circuit was a little different from that of normal people. He was afraid that talking too much would lower his IQ. Pei Yunxian nodded, bowed slightly, and saluted Shui. Yes, master. Shui ignored this guy, waved to his roommates, and shouted, brothers, return to the capital. Chen Xian reacted the fastest, and responded in a hoarse voice, ha. This scene was captured by some enthusiastic onlookers and uploaded to the campus forum. Shocked. The mysterious man known as Enanshan successfully challenged the master, and Pei Yunxian actually called him master. Don't stop, Melon. Gao Yang bowed his head and admitted his mistake, and lost his beloved AJ. Could this be the legendary hidden master? Gao Yang kicked the titanium alloy steel plate. All posts related to challenging the club were instantly pushed to the top of the list. The comments section was filled with people discussing Chuyi's identity. Soy sauce rice, this person seems to be the one who saved Shen Yenyun by artificial respiration. He is so awesome. Wolf warrior from Mother's Burden, this Gao Yang really makes me laugh to death. He took the initiative to cause trouble for others, and ended up getting beaten up and losing all his shoes. Really fragrant fried rice, before PK who the hell is stepping on my AJ? After PK Master, I'm going to throw away AJ right now. Ha 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 ha. Juju is not a pig. I was watching the game at the scene, and the male Gotti was really handsome. It was a pity that I didn't muster up the courage to ask for his autograph. I saw many cheerleaders asked for his autograph. Not all milk is called papaya milk. I heard that even Pei Yunshin couldn't hold on for a few hits and was knocked down. After he got up, he hugged his thighs and shouted that he wanted to be his disciple. Damn, so powerful? This guy is really something. Pei Yunshin can be regarded as the ceiling of Jiangbei University's combat power, but he was killed in seconds. 18 hands of the dragon subduing. Oh my god, could this guy be the heir of the legendary hidden family? Imagine the universe. I feel like the veil of the other world is gradually being pulled back in front of us. It's over, it's over. Will it be sealed? Secret Department of Guala Country, you know too much. Immediately transfer 50 yuan to this account to avoid being silenced. XXXX, it is Postal Bank. Chapter 29, Just the Master's Mission. After leaving the fighting club, it was almost time for afternoon classes. So Chui took his roommate to the classroom for class. What he didn't know was that although the incident of challenging the fighting club was over, the rumors on the campus forum were becoming more and more outrageous. Coupled with the constant exaggeration by some students who were watching the game, Chui was described as a master with explosive combat power. The onlookers on the forum started to imagine things like crazy. Some say Chui is a hidden master who has come down from the mountains after completing his studies, some say Chui is a descendant of a hidden family, and some say Chui is a reborn immortal cultivator. In addition, someone recorded a video of Chui's actual combat in the fighting club, and his handsome and decisive posture attracted many young fans. Now the forum is divided into three major factions, namely Chui's fans, those who question Chui's identity, and the black fans. The three parties started a fierce argument. Fans supported Chui, black fans kept typing away on their keyboards, and the crowd who questioned his identity started a debate. Chui also gained a lot of admiration points because of this. During the last class, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of Chui. Ding! It is detected that the host has gained a lot of worship points on the internet, which has now reached 3,000 points. Do you want to withdraw cash? Chui was stunned at first, then he was delighted. It turns out that being famous on the internet can also earn you admiration. This is awesome. Chui quickly cashed out the 3,000 points of admiration. He had already gained a lot of admiration points, and now with these 3,000 points, he could almost redeem them for mastery level items. 5,000 points of worship are required to exchange for mastery. Chui made up his mind to find an opportunity to show off when he invited his roommates to dinner tonight. In this way, the worship value should be enough. I am such a fucking little genius at pretending to be awesome. At this time, Chui received a message from Shin Yenyun. Shin Yenyun, transfer 9,600 yuan to you. Shin Yenyun, Chui, I'm out of the hospital. The nurse said someone paid 10,000 yuan in advance for my medical expenses. It should be you, right? Cute. Shin Yenyun, I spent 1,000 yuan on medical expenses, and I got 9,000 back. Because I only have 700 yuan on me now, I have to pay you 9,600 yuan first. Can I pay you the rest next month? Cold sweat. Chui, there are still about 10 days left until next month. How can you spend only 100 yuan? Shin Yenyun, I still have some money in my meal card, and I don't eat much normally, so this money is enough to last until next month, naughty. Chui, 9,600 yuan has been refunded. Chui, take this money first, and think of it as an advance payment to you in Xianglan. When the time comes, you can take Xianglan with you to buy 2 sets of expensive maid outfits as work clothes. If the quality is not good, I will reduce your salary. Knocking. Chui, okay, I'm still in class, let's talk next time if there's anything. Looking at the chat history on his phone, Chui couldn't help but sigh. This girl is so stupid that it makes people feel sorry for her. The first thing he did after he was discharged from the hospital was to refund the medical expenses he had paid. He clearly only had 700 yuan for living expenses, but he had to take out 600 yuan to pay back the debt, leaving only 100 yuan for himself for food. Judging from her tone, the financial pressure will not be relieved until next month, but 100 yuan has to last for 10 days. How can she get by? Boiled water and steamed buns? Vegetables and rice? Or instant noodles every meal? A bucket of instant noodles costs 4 yuan now, and eating 3 buckets a day for 10 days will cost 120 yuan. Not to mention delicate girls, even a grown man wouldn't be able to bear eating like this. Nowadays, many college students spend more than $100 on a meal when they go out on a date. Seeing that Shin Nianyun's words didn't seem forced, Shui found it hard to imagine the hard times she had endured. What kind of family situation made this girl suffer so much? Shui thought again of his close contact with Shin Nianyun yesterday, and he felt that he should do something for this girl. At least don't let her suffer the sufferings of the world anymore. Such a beautiful girl should be protected by LSP, she should be protected by the male Gadi. The main entrance of Jiannan First Hospital. Shin Nianyun and Xiang Lan were squatting on the street. Lan, he returned the money to me, saying it was an advance on our salary, and asked us to buy a more expensive maid outfit. If the quality is not good, he will reduce our salary. Shin Nianyun bit her lip lightly, handed the phone to Xiang Lan, and motioned for her to look at the chat history. Xiang Lan took the phone and looked at it, then nodded with a smile. See, I told him he definitely wouldn't want it, but you still didn't believe me and insisted that I lend you money to pay him back. Also, I have spent a lot of living expenses to pay for your medical expenses. Now I have advanced your salary. Pay me back quickly. Xiang Lan looked like he was obsessed with money. He stretched out his index finger and thumb and rubbed them together. Shin Nianyun nodded. Okay, Lan, I'll pay you back right away, you can calculate how much it is. Xiang Lan counted on his fingers and muttered, well, it cost 150 to call an ambulance, 1,200 for medical expenses, and you just lent me another 400 to pay Chui back, so the total is 1,750 yuan. Shin Nianyun smiled and began to calculate. Well, Chui gave us an advance of 10,000 yuan, half of which is 5,000 yuan each, and I will give you another 1,750, a total of 6,750. Xiang Lan frowned. Why is it 10,000? Isn't it 9,000? Shin Nianyun pursed her lips and smiled. Lan, you forgot, Chui paid 10,000 yuan for my medical expenses, and I have already spent 1,000 yuan. Xiang Lan shook his head like a rattle and said softly, No, that 1,000 yuan you spent doesn't count. That's what you owe Chui, so based on the 9,000 yuan advance salary, you only need to give me 6,250 yuan. Hurry, transfer the money. 6,250. Xiang Lan's eyes were full of stars, just like a little hamster seeing food. Shin Nianyun couldn't help laughing. Okay, then let's do as you said, 6,250. It's almost time to go back to school now, how about we go buy some maid costumes? Xiang Lan hugged Shin Nianyun's waist and smiled mischievously. What's the matter? You've gotten into the role of a little maid so quickly? You're going to buy a maid outfit right after you're discharged from the hospital. Shin Nianyun reached out and gently flicked Xiang Lan's forehead, saying coquettishly, What are you talking about? If we don't do as Chui asks, our wages will be deducted. Xiang Lan was hit on the forehead and cried out in pain. She immediately fought back. She reached out and hugged Shin Nianyun, tickling her non-stop. I never thought that my Nianyun would blow my brains out for a man. Let me show you how I will teach you a lesson. Shin Nianyun smiled sweetly and begged for mercy. I was wrong, Lan, please forgive me. It's so itchy. Xiang Lan then stopped his attack, clapped his hands and said with a smile, Hey, since you sincerely admit your mistake, I will forgive you. Shin Nianyun tidied up her clothes, put her arm around Xiang Lan's and said to her, Lan, let's go buy a maid outfit. Xiang Lan smiled helplessly and could only agree, Okay, it's just the master's task. Shin Nianyun was not familiar with jokes, so he didn't understand what the female driver said. He just rolled his eyes at her and said nothing. The two found a shared electric motorcycle on the roadside and went to the mall together. Chapter 30. What's wrong? Did you die early? The day's classes ended quickly. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Shui prepared to take his 3 older sons out for a good meal. The 4 of them arrived at the parking lot and immediately saw Chuyi's Koenigsegg Gemera. The streamlined shape is highly recognizable, like a crane standing out among chickens, and it is hard not to notice it. Koenigsegg enthusiastically hugged Chuyi's arm, imitating the way a girl does, and took the initiative to rub his chest against Chuyi's arm, and said in a gay way, Brothery, your car is so cool, can you let me sit in your passenger seat? Chuyi frowned, stretched out a finger and poked Koenigsegg's waist hard. Ah! Yammeet! Koenigsegg cried out in pain and quickly let go, looking at Chuyi with resentment. Brothery, you are too cruel. Hiss! It's all red. Koenigsegg lifted up his clothes and saw that the place where Chuyi had poked him had turned slightly red. He took a breath. If you continue to act like a homosexual, I'll use the egg-crushing dragon claw hand next time. Shui said with a look of disgust. Hee, don't throw away the crushed eggs, coat them in flour and fry them until golden brown. The classmates next door are crying with greed. Ling Linlin echoed with a strange laugh. After hearing this, Chen Xin couldn't help but turn his legs inward and quickly clamped his balls worth 4 million yuan. Godi took out some toilet paper to wipe his sweat and urged, "Let's get in the car, it's so hot." "Come on, get in the car. Each of you will have at least 3 skewers of kidney tonight. Anything you can't finish is a soft egg." Shui waved his hand and got into the Koenigsegg Gemera with his 3 roommates. "Ah. No way, I think 1 string is enough, 3 strings are so disgusting." Chen Xin held his waist and shouted. "Instead of worrying about being bored to death, I'd rather worry about not being able to sleep at night." Cody seemed to have thought of something, with a painful look on his face. "Hey, if you can't finish it, leave it to me. I just need to stimulate my testicles, so just do it." Ling Linlin was quite heroic. His eyes lit up when he thought about the delicious food he was going to eat next. "Let's go," Chewie called out, started the sports car and drove towards the food city not far from the school. Fuxing Food City. After Chewie parked the car, he took his 3 roommates and walked towards a barbecue restaurant in the food city where they occasionally ate. "The reason why I only come here occasionally is because the prices at this barbecue restaurant are a bit high. The 4 of us in the dormitory would only come together to eat on special holidays or to celebrate birthdays. But the taste is impeccable and the service attitude is also very good, which is why Chewie decided to eat in this restaurant." As soon as we sat down in the restaurant, the waiter brought us the menu and served us tea enthusiastically. Chewie drank tea and asked his roommates to order their favorite food. Brothery said that each person should have 3 skewers of kidney, so let's start with 12 skewers. "The ones you can't finish can be left to me." Ling Linlin was the first to order the kidneys he had been longing for, and at the same time, he patted his chest with a proud look on his face, saying that he would take care of the remaining kidneys. Then he ordered oysters, bull whip, and some meat skewers and handed the menu to Chen Xin. Chen Xin looked at the menu and found that there was a lot of meat, so he ordered some vegetables, eggplants, etc. Finally, Gaudi ordered some drinks. Because Chewie had to drive soon, everyone tacitly agreed not to order any drinks. It's impossible for the 3 of them to drink and leave Chewie alone to drink a beverage, right? After ordering the dishes, Chen Xin came close to Chewie again and asked curiously, "Brothery, when did you learn that kung fu? It's really awesome." Chewie took a sip of the drink and said with a smile, "Actually, I am the heir of an ancient martial arts family. I have been hiding my identity because the family has given me a test. Now that the 3-year period has expired, there is no need for me to hide my identity." "Oh. I didn't expect you to be so awesome." Chen Xin opened his mouth wide and nodded thoughtfully. "Fuck, Brothery is awesome." Cody didn't doubt it too much and just shouted 666 from the side. "Brothery, do you think my physique is suitable for martial arts training?" Ling Linlin raised his hands, posed in Arnold's classic pose, flexed his huge biceps, and asked Chewie. Chewie laughed secretly in his heart, his sons were so naive. But on the surface, he still looked at Ling Linlin seriously, then shook his head and said, "Adan, let me tell you, martial arts training should be started from childhood. It will be difficult to achieve anything if you practice it when you grow up. At most, you will be a little stronger than ordinary people." Ling Linlin nodded without any disappointment on his face. He was just asking casually. From what he knew, ancient martial arts families or secluded families would have strict rules. Even if he could practice martial arts, Brothery would not be able to teach him. When Chen Xin heard this, he suddenly rolled his eyes, then leaned close to Chewi's ear with a flattering look and whispered, "Brothery, I want to ask if there is any kung fu similar to Iron Crotch Kung Fu in your family." Chewie pretended to be surprised and looked at Chen Xin and said, "Why are you asking this?" "Sho, Brothery, keep your voice down. The guests from other tables will be looking over here soon." Chen Xin smiled shyly and continued to whisper, "Brothery, I've always been envious of those male porn actors who can hold on for a long time. I've always suspected that they took drugs to shoot. Now that you've mentioned this, martial artists should have methods to train for that aspect, right?" Chewie said with a strange look on his face, "What's wrong? Are you having premature ejaculation?" Chewie still did not lower his voice when he said this. Godi and Ling Linlin, who were eating side dishes and drinking drinks, heard it. They immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at Chen Xin in unison with intriguing smiles on their faces. He 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 he. He 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 he. Chen Xian's face changed, and he quickly explained, brothers, I'm not suffering from premature ejaculation, I just want to ask brothery if he has any methods to exercise that aspect. Godi and Ling Linlin looked at each other and laughed, we understand, we all understand. Ling Linlin sat down next to Chen Xian, patted his shoulder, and said in a loud voice, don't worry, brother, we will definitely not tell anyone about your premature ejaculation. Shu Yi and Godi burst out laughing. Now, all the diners around them saluted in their direction. Chen Xian also noticed this, and said with a red face, Adan, keep your voice down. Ling Linlin uttered a hum and continued in his voice, what? Not only do you have premature ejaculation, you also have impotence? Shui and Godi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Some girls at other tables heard what Ling Linlin said, looked at Chen Xian, and chuckled with their hands covering their mouths. Chen Xian had a sad face and quickly lowered his voice and said, Brother Dan, no, Brother Ling, I was wrong, please stop messing with me. Ling Linlin grinned and said, call me daddy. Chen Xian's expression changed and he called out dad in a faint voice. Ling Linlin chuckled and finally stopped teasing Chen Xian. Shui was so amused watching this. Chen Xian and Ling Linlin always loved and hated each other. He remembered the last time Adan accidentally spilled milk on his pants. Chen Xian yelled at Adan for masturbating in class. Now the situation has changed and Chen Xian has finally gotten his comeuppance. Chapter 31 Arrogant Thugs. At this time, a few customers wearing vests came to the next table, and their exposed arms were tattooed with strange patterns. The leader was a fat man with a dark complexion. As soon as he sat down, he took off his vest, revealing his back full of tattoos. The waitress handed over the menu and politely reminded, hello sir, this is a public place, please put on your clothes. A skinny monkey sitting next to the fat man glared and cursed, don't you have eyes? Don't you see that brother who was sweating profusely? Your air conditioner is not cool at all, and you still have the nerve to ask guests to put on clothes? The waitress felt a little aggrieved, but seeing how aggressive this group of people were, she didn't dare to say anything more. I could only stand aside with an unhappy look on my face and wait for them to order their dishes before leaving. Before leaving, Shouho shouted to the waiter, bring the drinks first, 2 plates of peanuts, and serve the food quickly. Don't keep us waiting too long. The waiter nodded and walked towards the kitchen. Seeing this, Godi muttered to himself, a bunch of people who think they are so awesome. Chen Xian also echoed in a low voice, this kind of uneducated people are the most annoying, they act like they are worth 2.5 million. Shui poured drinks for everyone and said with a smile, why bother with so much? Let's eat our food. Ling Linlin nodded and said, yeah, let's eat our own food and ignore the ones around us. The 4 of them were clinking cups and toasting each other. Although they were drinking beverages, the atmosphere was still very good. From time to time, when they talked about interesting things or recognized beauties, they laughed in unison. During this time, Godi drank too much and got up to go to the bathroom. Just as Godi left, the lamb kidneys that Ling Linlin had been craving for were finally ready. The waiter brought a large plate and placed 12 skewers of lamb kidneys on the table. This scene happened to be seen by the skinny monkey who was drinking and his cheeks were red. He slammed the table and yelled at the waiter, waiter, why are you taking so long to serve the food? We also ordered lamb kidneys, why did they serve it first? The waitress was startled by the sudden yelling, her eyes were a little red, but she still explained, the guests at this table ordered first. Shui frowned and turned to look at the next table. What kind of person is this? He thinks he is the boss just for a meal. The skinny monkey was already drunk. Seeing Shui turning his head to look at him, he immediately felt provoked. He threw the wineglass to the ground, stood up and shouted at Shui. What the hell are you looking at? The waitress was a little flustered, it was the first time she had encountered such a thing. Seeing that the skinny monkey was picking a fight, Ling Linlin also slammed the table and stood up. He looked at the skinny monkey fiercely and said, who the hell are you yelling at? When the skinny monkey saw Ling Linlin's physique, he felt a little uneasy, but there were people watching nearby and he couldn't lose face. He picked up the beer bottle and walked towards Ling Linlin, stop complaining to me. If I don't give you a beating today, I'll be wasting my time. The other 5 companions of Skinny Monkey also stood up in unison, looking like they were about to cause trouble. Shui naturally did not back down when he saw this. If this group of people really dared to cause trouble, he would let them know what a fatherly love blow was. What's more, he was a little angry. He came out to eat happily but met this group of people. Anyone would be angry. Chen Xian also stood up and stood on the same side as his roommates. The owner of the store was a fat, bald middle-aged man. When he saw the tense situation, he quickly brought other waiters over to mediate. "Hey, isn't this Brother Zwa? You didn't even tell me you were coming." Brother Zwa, who was called Skinny Monkey, cursed and said, "Old Wu, get the hell out of my way. I'm going to beat this kid up today." Ling Lin Lin was not someone who could be easily defeated. He glared at me and said arrogantly, "I can lift 3 skinny guys like you by the neck with one hand, and you dare to challenge me? If you don't believe me, come and try." The skinny guy Zwa was filled with anger and reached out to push the store owner who was blocking his way. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough to push someone of the store owner's size. "Hey, Brother Zwa, calm down. The expenses for your table tonight will be on me. Eat and drink as much as you want. Have fun." Boss Wu smiled and continued to persuade them to stop fighting politely. When Zwa heard that the boss was giving him a free meal, his expression eased and he staggered back to the table with the bottle of wine in his hand. "Since old Wu has said so, I will give you a favor and not bother with these guys. Come on, Brother Hu, please sit down, and brothers, sit down too." Originally, today's meal was supposed to be my treat, but it was old Wu who treated it instead, so the next meal should be mine. Zwa stretched out his hand and invited the brothers to sit down. A few gangsters glared at Ling Lin Lin, cursed him a few times, and then sat back in their seats. From time to time, they glanced towards Chui, showing their ferocity. Seeing that the hooligans had finally calmed down, Boss Wu said to Ling Lin Lin in a friendly manner, "My dear little brother, your table's bill is waived. Please give me some face. I'm really sorry for scaring you." Although Ling Lin Lin was still angry, as the saying goes, you shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you, especially since the other person was the boss who came to mediate in a friendly manner. He nodded politely to Boss Wu and sat back in his seat. "Boss, there's no need to waive the bill. Just pay what you owe. We're sorry for causing you trouble this time," Shui said to Boss Wu with a grateful smile. Although he could beat that group of people down if they dared to cause trouble, the shop owner did help them, so he had to thank him out of both moral and legal reasons. Boss Wu said with a smile, "What are you talking about, little brother? Since you have encountered such a thing while eating in my restaurant, I must compensate you. I won't say more. This meal is mine. Have a good meal and have fun." When Shui heard Boss Wu say this, he smiled and did not refute further. He planned to pay the money before leaving. At this time, Godi, who had just finished using the toilet, happened to pass by Shoho's table. A thug who was bloated but wearing tight clothes and loafers seemed to spat casually, and the spit landed on Gaudi's clothes. "Fuck, why are you spitting everywhere?" Godi exclaimed and quickly took paper to wipe the thick sputum off his clothes. "What do you mean I'm spitting? Why the hell did you pass by when I was spitting?" The bloated young man tilted his head, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and said to Godi, "I think you did it on purpose." After wiping the thick phlegm off his body, Godi felt nauseous. Shui and the other two noticed the situation here and quickly stood up and walked towards Godi. They had just had a conflict and Godi was not aware of it. If the other party took action, they would probably get hit a few times if they came to support Godi. The bloated young man remained unmoved. He spit a puff of smoke at Godi, then deliberately coughed up a mouthful of phlegm and spat it at Godi. But this time, Godi reacted faster and dodged quickly. The skinny monkey next to him was already drunk. When he saw Gowdy avoiding the spit of the puffy young man, he yelled nervously, "How dare you hide?" The skinny monkey picked up the bottle and threw it at Godi without saying a word. Chapter 32 Master, I'll be there soon. Shui noticed the movement nearby, and quickly picked up the can on the table and threw it at the beer bottle thrown by the skinny monkey. Bang! The can hit the flying wine bottle directly, causing it to deviate from its original trajectory and fall to the ground. The gang of thugs were stunned at first. Brother Hu was shirtless, frowned and looked at Shui in surprise and suspicion. This trick with the can doesn't seem like something a young boy can do. Xiao Mao, call Brother Long and tell him we've run into a tough guy. Brother Hu quickly asked his younger brothers to call for help, and he planned to observe the others. Xiao Mao, who had dyed white hair, nodded, took out his cell phone and called Brother Long. The skinny monkey finally reacted at this time. He stood up and walked towards Chui with an angry look on his face. "You little bastard, you dare to stop me from throwing a bottle?" The skinny monkey cursed and pointed at Chui. Chui ignored him and shouted to Godi, "Guzi, come here first." Gowdy nodded and returned to his roommates. Seeing this, Chuitzai glanced at the arrogant monkey and said calmly, "You are a wild monkey, as thin as a stick. I don't know which zoo you ran from. Who gave you the courage to provoke people everywhere? The customers around burst into laughter and some whistled. Ha ha ha, this little brother is really interesting. It would be a pity if he didn't do crosstalk. Didn't they say that spirits were not allowed after the founding of the country? Why did a monkey spirit come to the barbecue restaurant today? If this were my son, I would definitely hang him up and beat him. I would whip him with vinegar and salt until he becomes a better man. The skinny monkey felt insulted, his eyes widened, and he cursed, "How dare you, a little bastard, act so rude in front of your brother monkey?" As soon as he finished speaking, the skinny monkey clenched his fist and hit Chewie in the face. Careful! Go D on the side shouted loudly. However, Chewie's reaction was faster. He stretched out his right hand to hold the skinny monkey's soft fist and twisted it hard. Crack! The crisp sound of muscles and bones being twisted was heard, followed by the skinny monkey's scream. Ah! Let go! You little bastard, let go now! The skinny monkey yelled angrily. Ha! Who's the little bunny? Chewie ignored the skinny monkey's curses and increased the strength in his hands again. The skinny monkey's screams became even more shrill, and his already disharmonious facial features looked even more distorted. My dear brother, this is a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Brother who stood up and said to Chewie with a smile on his face. Misunderstanding? That fat pig spitting at my brother was a misunderstanding? Is it a misunderstanding that this wild monkey smashed the wine bottle at my brother? Then I broke this guy's wrist, so it can be said to be a misunderstanding, right? Shu Yishan's cold words were filled with anger, and his 3 consecutive questions had a domineering aura that left brother who dumbfounded. Hey, little brother, let's talk it over nicely. There's no need to twist your wrist. We live in a society ruled by law now. Violence can't solve the problem. Look, the monkey has realized his mistake. How about we both take a step back and let it go? Brother who still had a smile on his face and spoke politely. It's not that he is like that, but he is in a difficult situation now. When he meets ordinary college students in normal times, his attitude is more arrogant than anyone else. I originally thought that these young boys today were just ordinary students, so I just let them arrogance and provoke me. But he didn't expect that there were martial artists among them. If a fight really came to a head, those good-for-nothings under his command might not be his match. Plus, each of them has a criminal record, so if a conflict arises and the police are called, they'll probably have to wait in jail again. Brother who saw that Chewie didn't say anything and seemed to be moved by his words, so he couldn't help but continue to persuade him. We brothers live nearby, and I'm also friends with Brother Long who's in charge of this area. As the saying goes, leave a way out for each other so that we can meet again in the future. What do you think, little brother? There was something else behind brother whose words, and his seemingly calm tone contained a threat. He said he lived nearby, but what he meant was that they might run into each other in the future, and he also brought up a backer, Brother Long. Normal students who don't want to get into trouble will generally just give up when they hear this. But Chewie didn't want to let it go. His brother was being bullied, so he had to stand up for him. You reminded me of this. We are now living in a society ruled by law. What your fat little brother just did has caused serious mental damage to my brother. He must compensate for the medical expenses, mental damages, lost wages, and resettlement expenses. Also, that white-haired guy just called to recruit people, right? Don't worry, I'll take in all the people who come. Let's see who has the stronger backing. After Chewie finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and called Pei Yunxian. I just accepted this disciple today. Judging from his tone, he should have a good background. It's no surprise that he happened to encounter these thugs and I let him deal with them. Brother who was stunned when he heard this, and then he felt a little uneasy. Could this guy really have called over some powerful person? Xiaomao, did you get through to Brother Long on the phone? Brother who walked over to his table, leaned over to Xiaomao and whispered. Xiaomao shook his head and frowned, saying, Brother Long is usually busy right now. I called him several times just now but couldn't get through. I guess he's busy. Brother who felt even more uneasy and wanted to just slip away, but when he looked at the skinny monkey whose wrist was still pinched by Chewie, he sighed helplessly. This skinny guy is really causing trouble for him, but as the big brother he can't just ignore him. Now it seems that we can only wait for the person called by the other party to arrive before we can discuss how to solve the problem. Pei Yunxian was currently fighting with his friends in the ring of a high-end fighting club. Just as Pei Yunxian dodged his friend's punch and was about to counterattack, the ringing of the phone nearby slowed him down. Bang! Ah! The opponent threw a straight punch at Pei Yunxuan's right eye, and a dark panda eye quickly formed. Fuck, little Leo, your punch was so accurate. You made me a first-class protected animal. Pei Yunxian made a pause gesture, rubbed his eyes and said with a wry smile. Little Leo was a young man with a crew cut, about the same age as Pei Yunxian. Seeing Pei Yunxuan's panda eyes being hit by him, he couldn't help but laugh. Isn't it because you can't control your strength? You stopped too suddenly just now. By the way, Brother Pei, don't you usually put your phone in the locker? Why did you bring it out today? When this was mentioned, Pei Yunxian smiled mysteriously without explaining. In the past, whenever Pei Yunxian came to the club, he would put his cell phone in the lockers prepared by the club for members to avoid affecting his boxing. Otherwise, he would be distracted by calls from his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend from time to time. Is this good? This is bad. In his opinion, if you want to practice boxing, you must be serious about it, so that you can make further progress. However, ever since he was easily defeated by Chui this afternoon, in order not to miss any calls from this great master, he kept his cell phone within 5 meters of himself. After all, the master said that he would teach him when he had time. What if the master is free and ready to teach me, but I miss it because I didn't answer the call? Wouldn't it be too late to regret? Pei Yunxian turned over and walked out of the ring. When he looked at the caller ID on his phone, he saw that it was Chui. He was overjoyed and quickly answered the call. Hey, master. What? Someone actually dared to trouble you. Master, please wait a moment, I'll be there soon. The author has something to say. Chapter 33. Oops, I hit a wall. Not long after, Pei Yunxian rushed into the barbecue restaurant with a group of people, and his voice arrived before he even showed up. Who the hell dares to cause trouble for my master? The corners of Chuyi's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the group of big men who rushed into the barbecue restaurant. These people were sweating profusely, and no one knew what kind of exercise they were doing. Some of them were even shirtless, which was really indecent. Chen Xian, Go Di and Ling Linlin were all a little nervous. Although they were tough, they would not be able to defeat the enemy if there were too many people. Don't worry, these are our own people. Chui smiled at them and asked them to relax. Chen Xian and the other two finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Chui with some admiration. Although they knew that their roommate's family background seemed to be quite impressive, they didn't expect that reinforcements would arrive shortly after they made the call. I have to say, Brother E is awesome. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Chui was a little confused by this sudden admiration. Looking at his roommate's admiring eyes, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that he is some awesome young master in my imagination? Brother Hu looked Pei Yunxian and others up and down, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Oh my god, are these thugs coming? He looked at his younger brothers who were looking at him eagerly behind him, and then looked at the skinny monkey who was still being pinched by Chui but no longer had the strength to howl. Brother Hu gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and asked as if he didn't understand. My dear little brother, I wonder who the master you are talking about is. Pei Yunxian glanced at Brother Hu, said nothing, and walked straight to Chuyi's table. Brother Hu looked a little embarrassed, but he didn't dare to get angry because the big men brought by Pei Yunxian were still eyeing him covetously. Master, I just received your call and drove here immediately. Am I not late? Pei Yunxian walked up to Chui and said respectfully. Chui smiled and said, I'm not late, but what's wrong with your panda eyes? I just accidentally fell and hit my eye socket. It's okay, this little injury will heal quickly. Pei Yunxuan's smile was a little forced. Chui didn't plan to ask too much. The most important thing at the moment was to deal with this group of thugs who were causing trouble. Chui narrowed his eyes slightly after taking a look at the stains on Godi's clothes. That's good. My brother was bullied just now, and I called you over to ask if you can solve this problem? The skinny monkey, whose wrist was still being pinched by Chui, suddenly said, Humph, you twisted my wrist like this, if you can't come up with 500,000, be prepared to wait in line. Chui said nothing and increased the strength of the hand that was pinching the skinny monkey's wrist. Ah! You wait! The skinny monkey screamed in pain with a distorted face. Pei Yunxian glanced at the skinny monkey coldly and asked Chui, Master, is this guy the one who bullied your brother? Chui nodded and said, well, he counts as one. Just leave him to me, I will handle things properly. Pei Yunxian said, and then took the skinny monkey from Chui, holding the skinny monkey's arms as if he was holding a chicken. Brothers, take this guy aside and give him a good muscle spasm. Wait until he's subdued before continuing for 5 minutes. Be careful when you do this, it should be painful but not cause any injury. I'll arrange for you guys to have a young model from the club when I'm done with this. After Pei Yunxian finished speaking, he picked up the skinny monkey and threw it hard, directly towards the group of people he brought with him. Okay, Brother Pei, let's do it right away. Hiss, it's arranged by Brother Pei, the quality is top notch. I'm looking forward to it just thinking about it. Hee, I haven't hit a sandbag in a while, so my technique is a little rusty. This guy is skinny and doesn't look like he can take a beating. Brothers, be careful when you attack. The big men, led by Leo, dragged the skinny guy to a dark corner in the barbecue restaurant and started beating and kicking him without saying a word. Ah! It hurts so much. Don't hit someone in the face. The skinny monkey's screams echoed in the barbecue restaurant, and the onlookers saw that the situation was not good and quickly slipped away. Even the customers who were brave enough before were afraid that they would be affected by this scene, so they quickly finished the skewers in their hands and retreated. Boss Wu of the barbecue restaurant noticed that there was another conflict in the store and came over with a bitter face to smooth things over. Oh, my dear brothers, please be kind and let my small business go. Because of your disturbance, all my customers have left my shop and they haven't even paid their bills yet. Pei Yunxian smiled apologetically and said, Boss, don't worry, the bills of those customers will be on my head. I will compensate you at double the price. Let me take care of the things at hand now. Boss Wu took a look at Pei Yunxian and found that the shoes and watch he was wearing were both big brands. From this point of view, what this young man said should be somewhat credible. So Boss Wu stopped talking and stood aside, listening silently to Skinny Monkey's concert. Ah, I'll remember you. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Don't. You can't fight there. Ah, Yam Edie. Ah. I was wrong. Brothers, please let me go. Listening to the skinny monkey's screams echoing in the barbecue restaurant, it formed a weird BGM. Shui saw all of Pei Yunxuan's actions, and seeing that he had indeed arranged everything properly, he couldn't help but nod secretly. It's worth having this apprentice. I will definitely teach him boxing next time. Pei Yunxian, that fat guy in tights and moccasins just spit at my brother. Let him also feel the happiness of the skinny monkey. Shui pointed at the bloated young man and said with a smile. Hee, master, just call me Xiao Pei. I'll arrange a set of strongman's SPA for this fat guy right now. Pei Yunxian smiled and strode towards the bloated young man. Brother Hu took 2 steps forward, stopped in front of Pei Yunxian, and said politely, My brother, we have a friendship with Brother Long. As the saying goes, there is no acquaintance without fighting. Skinny Monkey has also received the punishment he deserves. How about we call it a day today? Pei Yunxian raised his eyebrows, looked at Brother Hu with a puzzled look and said, The Brother Long you are talking about is the one near Jianbei University? Brother Tiger nodded proudly and said, Yes, it's Brother Long who was famous in this area. Pei Yunxian glanced at Brother Tiger with a strange expression, then turned to Little Leo who was attacking Skinny Monkey madly and shouted, Little Leo, come here. Hey, good Pei brother. Little Leo kicked the Skinny Monkey again, then ran to Pei Yunxian happily. Call Aaron and tell him that I'm waiting for him at the barbecue restaurant and ask him to come over quickly. Pei Yunxian looked at Brother Hu with a playful expression and said to Little Leo slowly. When Brother Hu heard Pei Yunxian say the word alone, his face changed. Then he saw Pei Yunxuan's playful expression and his anus tightened. Oops, I hit a wall. Chapter 34 Hey, isn't this Mr. Pei? Brother Hu screamed in his heart, What the hell, this is such a coincidence. The young man in front of him seemed to know Brother Long, and it was not just a simple acquaintance. He also directly called him Long, just like calling him a younger brother's name. No, I have to run away quickly. Brother Hu glanced at the Skinny Monkey who was still howling miserably and said sorry silently. Oh, the barbecue in this restaurant seems a bit stale. My stomach is growling all the time. I have to go to the bathroom. Brother Hu held his stomach and moved towards the door. In order to comfort Pei Yunxian, he even shouted to his younger brothers, Brothers, wait for me here for a while, I will be back after using the toilet. Pei Yunxian moved his feet to stop Brother Hu, and said with a fake smile, Hey, before the matter is resolved, don't even think about going anywhere. If you can't hold it in, just do it here. Puff. Brother Hu held his stomach and contracted his intestines so hard that he forced a fart to pass out. Hey, little brother, I really didn't lie to you. My brothers are all here. I definitely won't sneak away, don't worry. Let me go to the bathroom quickly, or I'll burst out. Oh. I have never seen anyone urinating or defecating anywhere in my life. It seems I will be lucky today. Pei Yunxian did not give in and would not let Brother Hu leave no matter what he said. Brother Hu looked embarrassed and could only pretend to find a seat and sit down, holding his stomach as if he was taking it very seriously. Seeing that no one was trying to stop him, Pei Yunxian grinned and walked towards the bloated young man. The bloated young man felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, but the remaining 3 thugs distanced themselves from him without leaving a trace. They are not fools. They don't know why Brother Hu has given in. It is even less likely that they will stand up to help Fatty. What's more, at this time they were quite resentful towards the skinny monkey and the fat man, the 2 troublemakers. Originally, I just wanted to have a barbecue and have fun. But these 2 guys just had to find trouble to provoke others, and ended up provoking a bunch of big guys who looked like they were not easy to mess with. Now they are really helpless. Hey, come here and get you. Pei Yunxian walked up to the bloated young man and reached out to grab him. Get away, stay away from me. The puffy young man stretched out his hand to push, but Pei Yunxian easily grabbed his arm. He felt as if his arm was clamped by an iron clamp and couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Ah! Let go of me, you son of a bitch. You dare to call me a son of a bitch? Let me see if you can still be so arrogant later. Pei Yunxian repeated his previous behavior. He carried the puffy young man like a fat chicken, and yelled at the strong men who were doing the skinny monkey, this fat pig will also be given a set of muscle spa. After he surrenders, we'll do it for another 10 minutes. Do you understand? Clear. Hearing the response, Pei Yunxian threw the bloated young man he was holding towards the muscle spa scene. The bloated young man fell to the ground and was dragged to the side of the skinny monkey by a group of big men while screaming in pain. Soon, the sharp squeals of pigs filled the entire venue, forming an unpleasant symphony with the screams of the skinny monkey. Looking at the remaining 3 thugs sitting upright, Pei Yunxian smiled and nodded. You're honest. I won't bother you anymore. The 3 thugs expressed their thanks as if they had been pardoned. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. After doing all this, Pei Yunxian ran to Chui and said with a smile. Master, how about this operation? How many stars can I get? Chui smiled and said, isn't this the first step? My brother's clothes were soiled and bottles were thrown at him, and the compensation hasn't been paid yet. Besides, these guys don't look like good people. Do you have any acquaintances in the police station? It's best to check the background of these guys. Master is really considerate. Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you and your brothers. Pei Yunxian looked like a lackey and took out his cell phone to make another call. Hey, uncle, I just ran into a few hooligans at the Dongzi barbecue restaurant in Fuxing Food City. A rough male voice came from the other end of the phone. What's the matter? Do those hooligans from Jiannan dare to mess with you? Pei Yunxian smiled and waved his hands, saying, No, it's my friend who was bullied. Those hooligans not only spit at him, but also threw beer bottles at him. Now my friend is seriously injured. Shui glanced at the unharmed Godi with a strange expression, and silently gave Pei Yunxian a thumbs up. Xinjier can brag. What? In this day and age, there are still people who dare to cause trouble in the streets. Just wait, I'll send my police officers over right away. It should be here in about 15 minutes, just wait a moment. Okay, I got it, thank you uncle. Pei Yunxian hung up the phone with a smile. At this time, a few more people walked in from outside the barbecue restaurant. The leader was a man in a vest with dyed yellow hair. He first glanced at the situation in the barbecue restaurant and was a little confused. Then he spotted Brother Hu sitting next to him with an embarrassed look on his face, and saw Pei Yunxian with a joking look on his face, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Hey, isn't this Mr. Pei? As soon as I received your call, I dropped what I was doing and rushed here immediately. The yellow-haired man in the vest ignored Brother Hu, who quickly stood up and was about to greet him, and said to Pei Yunxian with a flattering look. Hey, Brother Long, you're finally here. Not only did these people beat up my brother, they also said they were related to the famous Brother Long nearby, so I should be careful. I was so scared that I asked Xiao Lizi to call my brother Long and ask him to come over and settle the matter. Pei Yunxian still had a playful smile on his face as he spoke slowly. Although he looked respectful in front of Chui, it didn't mean that he was like that. In Jiannan, Pei Yunxian is also a top figure in the circle of power and wealth. The reason he knew Along was simply because he happened to be studying at Zhongbei University, and Along was a well-connected person in the neighborhood. If some foolish kids cause trouble, Aaron can be asked to deal with it. I didn't expect to meet him today. What are you talking about, Master Pei? These people dared to touch your brothers. They are my enemies. I will deal with them however you say. Along patted his chest to show his loyalty, and sold out Brother Hu and others without saying a word. Brother Hu quickly clarified the relationship. Mr. Pei, Brother Long, it was the skinny monkey and the fat guy who started it just now. It has nothing to do with me. Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? Aaron was not so polite to Brother Hu, and immediately put on a fierce look. Brother Hu had no choice but to shut his mouth in disappointment. He glanced at the skinny guy and the fat guy who were still being treated with muscle spa, and Brother Hu was so angry that his teeth were itching. It was all the fault of these two idiots. He didn't even know if he would be implicated. Judging from Brother Long's temper, he will probably get into trouble soon. Chapter 35, 150,000 Compensation. Master, everything is up to you. I'll handle it however you say. Pei Yunxian nodded at Shui and said with a smile. Shui nodded, stretched out his hand to pull Godi over, pointed at the stain on his clothes and said, "This is the clothes I gave my brother on his birthday. Now it's stained by that fat guy. For this spit, just pay 50,000 yuan. Also, that skinny guy just threw a beer bottle at him. He hasn't recovered yet and has suffered serious mental damage. I'll give him another 100,000 yuan for all the damages. Just pay 150,000 in total, don't you think, Guzi?" Godi was stunned after hearing what Shui said. Although he was very angry because of the spit on by the fat guy, he didn't expect Shui to be so cruel and asked for 150,000 right away. As for the beer bottle, to be honest, he didn't even react. Duon, it flashed before his eyes and disappeared, so how could there be any mental loss? Chen Xin and Ling Linlin also looked at each other in bewilderment. They could make a net profit of 150,000 just by being spat on and having a beer bottle thrown at them? They seemed to see a path to wealth emerging. They wanted to run to the group of big men, pull out the skinny guy and the fat young man, and let them make arrangements for themselves. Seeing that Godi didn't say anything, Shui continued to say to Aaron, "Okay, my brother has agreed, so let's do it." "Well, you have no objection?" Aaron broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. How could he not have an objection? But Master Pei was right in front of him. How could Aaron dare to say a word of disagreement? Aaron was so hateful. Even if he took out 150,000 yuan at once, it would still hurt. How could those skinny guys come up with that much money? The remaining ones still have to be made up by him. As for not paying the money to sever ties, it's not that easy. When Master Pei called him to come over, he was destined to be unable to deny this relationship. Damn it, I'm so pissed off. Instead of going back to cheat their dad, these bastards come to cheat him, their big brother. No matter what, they must pay back the money. If you can't pay it back, just catch her and make her your gigolo. There will always be rich women who like this. At that time he can collect more interest, hee hee. After making up his mind, Aaron didn't seem to feel too bad. He nodded with a bright smile and said to Chui, "Brother is right. Those guys were blind and provoked your brother. They must pay the compensation they deserve. Hey, did you guys hear me? Hurry up and collect the compensation. If you can't, you know the consequences." Aaron called out to Brother Hu and the others, then walked over to collect the money. Pei Yunxian gave Chui a thumbs up and said with admiration, "Master, you are really good. Can you take me with you to the barbecue next time? I want to be spit on too." Chui's face darkened when he heard this, and he rolled his eyes at Pei Yunxian. "You guys, do you think this little money is worth it?" When this was mentioned, Pei Yunxian forced out a sad face and said aggrievedly, "Master, you don't know this. Although my family background is not bad, and everyone calls me Master Pei, my father only gives me tens of thousands of pocket money every month. Life is so hard. Compared to those playboys who pick up girls everywhere and change one every day, I am like a child from a poor family. Don't even mention how miserable I am." After hearing this, Shui laughed and scolded, "Listen to what you said, are you talking like a human being?" Pei Yunxian said seriously, "I'm serious about what I said." Shui put away his smile, looked at Pei Yunxian seriously and said, "Since you said so, I will take you to the barbecue next time." Pei Yunxian's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Master, does this mean you agree?" Shui nodded and said, well, remember to bring a few more clothes when the time comes, so that you can earn more in one night. Pei Yunxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He just wanted to find an opportunity to get closer to Chui, and he wouldn't like being spit on. Aaron first searched the pockets of Brother Hu and others. Then he ran to the group of big men who were executing the skinny monkey and the bloated young man, and finally persuaded them to stop for a while. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Along squeezed a lot of compensation from the pockets of the skinny guy and the fat young man, and then ran towards Chui happily. After Aaron left, the symphony of wailing of the skinny monkey and the fat young man started again. Ah! Ah! It hurts! Ah! Ah! No, no, no! Brother, please take out the payment code and I will transfer the compensation to you right away. Along said to Chui with a flattering smile. Chui nudged Go Di with his elbow and said to him, Guzi, take out the payment code. Go Di was a little hesitant, he felt that it seemed a bit inappropriate to do so. Don't worry about it, hurry up. You look scared. When the mental damage compensation is paid, remember to invite us to the bath center to heal the wounds in your heart together. Seeing that Go Di was a little hesitant, Chui made a joke to let him relax. Brothery, isn't it a bad idea to do this? Go Di still found it hard to accept. For a college student like him, 150,000 yuan is something he has never had in his hands since he was a child. Chui patted his shoulder and said earnestly, Dog, let me tell you this. If I wasn't here today and you were bullied by those thugs, there would be only two outcomes. Either you swallow your anger, or you can't bear it and start fighting. In the end, you will be detained and taken to the police station. You might even have a criminal record. If the school finds out, you will be punished for gang fighting with idle people in society, or even expelled. So part of this money is to comfort your wounded heart, and most of it is to teach those arrogant hooligans a lesson. You understand? Ling Linlin also said, Guzi, although I also think it's not a good idea to do this, but when I think of the arrogant look of those hooligans just now, I am very angry, so I will use this method to punish them. Chen Xian nodded in agreement and said, yes, if you feel uneasy keeping the money, let's change clothes and I'll keep the money for you. Sanjin, you are still as shameless as ever. Go Di said with a smile, then took out his mobile phone, opened the payment code and handed it to Chui. Brothery, everyone in our dormitory will get a share of this money. I won't feel comfortable holding it all by myself. Let's just pretend we robbed a bank tonight. Chui heard this, smiled and said to Go Di, okay, since you said so, then everyone who sees it will get a share. Hey, there's me too. I can be considered a witness too, right? Pei Yunxian raised his hand and shouted. You are considered a foreign aid, not a witness. Chui laughed and handed the payment code to Along. Along took out his mobile phone and directly transferred 150,000 yuan into it, then showed the transfer information to Chui. Big brother, I have transferred the compensation. Is that okay with you? Aaron said cautiously. Chui nodded and said, okay, you go first. Upon hearing this, Aaron looked at Pei Yunxian again. You go now. The matter with these people is not over yet, so stay here for now. Pei Yunxian waved his hand and said. Aaron was as if pardoned, and fled from the barbecue restaurant with his men. The reason why he left so quickly and neatly was because the money just squeezed out of Brother whose group of unlucky brothers exceeded 150,000. He also made a lot of profit, so naturally he didn't need to wait for them to pay him back. Not long after Aaron left, a team of 5 police officers entered the barbecue restaurant. Chapter 36, Prepare to add points. Pei Yunxian quickly asked the big men he brought with him to stop. There were not many people in the store before, so there was no problem in teaching the skinny guy and the fat young man a lesson in private. But now that a team of police officers has arrived, we certainly can't be so casual anymore. The skinny guy and the fat young man were like delicate girls who had been ravaged for hours. Their bodies were weak and their eyes were staring at the ceiling blankly. They were torn apart by the big men. When Brother Hu and the other thugs saw the police officers coming in, their faces tensed and they looked around and wanted to sneak away. But there were 2 police officers standing at the door of the store, so there was no chance to escape. Seeing this, the thugs including Brother Hu looked as if they had accepted their fate and their faces looked deathly pale. If we were to say who Brother Hu hates the most right now, it would definitely be the skinny monkey and the fat young man. These 2 idiots are naturally troublemakers. They feel provoked when others look at them and start swearing at the slightest provocation. If he met someone who dared to curse back, he would fight back, and he was sent to the detention center many times. I had a barbecue today, but it was a hit or miss. What a disaster. Brother who made up his mind that he must stay away from these two troublemakers in the future. It was too much suffering for them. Seeing the police officers coming in, Pei Yunxian greeted them with a smile. Uncle Zhang, you still have to lead the team this time. Pei Yunxian greeted the middle-aged police officer who was in the lead and nodded to the other 4 police officers. Officer Zhang smiled and said, every time you get into trouble, the director sends me here. I've had to work overtime for nothing over the years. Uncle Zhang, what you said is not my fault today. Pei Yunxian smiled awkwardly and continued. My friends went out for a barbecue today, but a group of hooligans came to cause trouble for them, and then they contacted me. Don't I think that we live in a society ruled by law now? If we have any problems, we can go to the police. I believe that the police will give us justice. Pei Yunxian said righteously. Officer Zhang said with a smile on his face, don't I know what kind of person you are? It's good enough that those hooligans don't get into trouble. Okay, since you called us here, let's follow the procedure. Let's go to the police station first to make a statement. Those who are injured will be examined and those who should be compensated will be compensated. Then I will check the criminal records of those thugs. If there are any problems, arrest them and lock them up. Pei Yunxian nodded, then ran to Chui and said, Master, we just need to go to the bureau with Uncle Zhang to go through the formalities. Okay, wait a moment, I will transfer the money lost by this store to Boss Wu first. After Chui finished speaking, he walked towards Boss Wu who was standing aside. Hey, Master, why do you need to pay? I just said that I will pay for the losses of this store. Pei Yunxian hurriedly stopped Chui and said. Chui waved his hand and rejected Pei Yunxian's willingness to pay. You only have that little pocket money a month, so you should keep it for yourself. This amount of money is nothing to me. He definitely couldn't let Pei Yunxian pay. Although the incident was caused by the provocation of the gangsters, he was the one who called Pei Yunxian over to help, so how could he ask him to pay compensation? You must understand the most basic principles of being a human being. Godi suddenly interrupted and said, Brother, why don't you use the 150,000 yuan to compensate? The incident was instigated by those gangsters, so it is reasonable to use their money to compensate. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chui couldn't help but look at Godi with a higher opinion. 150,000 yuan is a large sum of money for an ordinary college student. The money had just been received and was not even warm in his hands, but he was willing to take it out to compensate Boss Wu. That 150,000 is a share for all of us. Are we just going to lose it just like that? Chui said with a smile while looking at Godi. I believe that you guys should all agree with this decision, right? Although it's a lot of money, I won't feel at ease holding it. If there is any surplus after compensating Boss Wu for his losses, we can just divide it up. Godi pushed his glasses and smiled. I think this is a good idea, I agree. Ling Linlin agreed. Is this the feeling of heartache? I didn't expect that my first heartache was not caused by love, but by money. Koenigsegg covered his chest with his hands with a painful look on his face, and stretched out his other hand towards Godi, as if he wanted to grab the 150,000. Cough cough cough. Ling Linlin coughed, which was the precasting motion for his strongman locking man spell. Hearing the familiar cough, the pain on Koenigsegg's face disappeared and he gave Godi a thumbs up. I agree too. Okay, since everyone agrees, I'll go transfer the money to Boss Wu. Godi walked towards Boss Wu with his cell phone and came back soon. I thought the 150,000 yuan would be gone before I could even warm it up, but I only lost 10,000 yuan. Koenigsegg instantly perked up after hearing this. The sadness of losing Xiao Shanshan was swept away, and he said in a mean way. That's great. After we divide the spoils, I can add chicken fillet to my pancakes. What do you mean by arrogant? This is arrogant. Then I'll go get a haircut from Mr. Tony and buy some cool clothes. I believe my first spring will be here soon. Chui interrupted Koenigsegg's YY and said, okay, now that the compensation has been paid, let's go to the police station to make a statement. Seeing that Chui had finished the job, Pei Yunxian said a few words to Officer Zhang. A group of people followed Officer Zhang and headed to the police station in a mighty procession. Because of their relationship with Pei Yunxian, Chui and others will be treated better and can drive their own cars behind the police car. Those gangsters were in a more miserable situation. They were put on silver bracelets like criminals and stuffed into police cars. Half an hour later, Shui and others who had finished taking their statements had arrived outside the police station. Pei Yunxian dismissed the big men he brought with him and said that he would treat them to a big meal next time. Shui was somewhat curious about the situation of those thugs. "Xiao Pei, what did those hooligans say?" Pei Yunxian chuckled and said, "Master, those hooligans have a lot of criminal records. I guess they will be in jail for a while. But it's good, they provide food." "That's good, it saves you from harming people in society." Shui nodded, and then asked, "You just had Skinny Monkey and Fatty beaten for such a long time, do you want to pay for their medical expenses?" "I would like to give it, but those guys don't dare to accept it. They just signed the letter of understanding without saying a word," Pei Yunxian said. Shui glanced at him and saw the anticipation on his face, and couldn't help but laugh. How could he not know what Pei Yunxian was thinking? "Your lead punch is too weak. Go back and practice your lead hook and elbow strikes more. We can talk about the rest next time." Shui pointed out one of Pei Yunxuan's weaknesses and said to him. Pei Yunxuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately took a stance and threw a few empty punches. Then he said happily, "Thank you, master. You are indeed a god-level existence. Just a few words have benefited me a lot. I will go back to practice boxing now." Pei Yunxian said goodbye to Chu-yi and left in a hurry. After Chu-yi watched him leave, he said to his roommates, "Brothers, let's leave it at that for today. I'm going to go back to the house outside. It's not too late now, so you can all take a taxi back together." "Hey, brother E, don't be anxious. We haven't divided the loot yet," Chen Xin said impatiently with golden light in his eyes. "You guys do the math and just transfer my share to me." Shui smiled. He actually didn't care about the money. But I couldn't refuse to accept it. My 3 roommates would definitely not agree, so I just agreed. "Okay, then brother E, drive slowly. Drive carefully. Okay, see you tomorrow." After saying goodbye to his roommates, Shui drove back to Huajing Junting's villa. After taking a shower, Shui returned to the bedroom to prepare some food. He is still thinking about the 10 points of physical fitness he gained today. Chapter 37, Shai Shen Nianyun. System, I want to add some. Shui muttered to himself. Ding. 10 points of physical fitness have taken effect, please check it. Shui only felt a warm current surging out of his body, followed by a series of crackling sounds from his muscles and bones. However, he did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. I got out of bed and moved around a bit, and found that my muscle strength, flexibility and agility were much stronger than before. If Chui had not gained 10 points of physical fitness, his fighting power would have been slightly stronger than that of the provincial fighting champion due to his top-level mixed martial arts skills. Now that he has been strengthened, he is no less powerful than the top fighters in Dragon Country, and may even be stronger. Cool. It's just that some black and greasy stains on the body still need to be cleaned. While taking a shower, Shui discovered that his body shape had changed a lot. He used to be of average build, but now he looks different. The chest and abdominal muscles are clearly outlined, the arm lines look very strong, and if you raise your arms slightly, you can see the clear shark muscles between the ribs. When turning around, there is a perfect inverted triangle. After narcissistically striking a few sexy poses and looking at his handsome face for a while, Shui smacked his lips before starting to take a shower. So cool. A template that suits both beautiful young women and beautiful girls. Oh, my damn charm. After cleaning, Shui lay on the bed and played with his phone boredly. It turned out that there were many messages on WeChat that I had not replied to. Shen Nianyun and Tao Li both sent him messages. There was also someone he least wanted to see who sent a message, and that was Su Yu. Shui clicked on the message sent by Su Yu. Su Yu, Shui, can we get back together? Su Yu, Shui, I miss you so much. I find that I feel really bad without you. Su Yu, Shui, why don't you reply to me? Shui frowned, clicked the upper right corner, and chose to delete the friend. This woman is so shameless, she openly cheated on her husband and shamelessly begged for reconciliation. I clicked on the message sent by Shen Nianyun and found that she had sent me several photos. Those were her selfies wearing different styles of maid outfits. Her beautiful face coupled with the maid outfits that had a slightly uniform vibe made Shui couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Nice. There is also a sentence attached at the end. Shen Nianyun, Shui, Lan and I went to pick out maid outfits, but we didn't know which one would be more suitable, so we tried them all. You decide which one is more suitable, and we'll buy that one when the time comes. Shui chuckled and typed a reply. Shui, I think it's all okay, but I have to see it live to know for sure. What Shui didn't expect was that Shin Yenyun actually replied immediately. Shin Yenyun, how about we go shopping together tomorrow? Shui, okay, then you can try it on and show it to me. Shin Yenyun, yeah, okay. By the way, I made some sushi rolls for you. I'll send them to you tomorrow. Omega. Shui, wow, our Shin University campus beauty actually made sushi rolls for me. If other animals saw me, I would be killed by their eyes. Shin Yenyun, what? I just want to thank you for saving my life. Shui, although I saved you, I feel like I didn't lose anything, I even gained something. Shin Yenyun, hate, carrot. Shin Yenyun, I won't talk to you anymore. See you tomorrow. Shui, okay, see you tomorrow. In the girls' dormitory, Shin Yenyun was lying on the bed, looking at the screen of her mobile phone with red cheeks. Shui is so mean, what does it mean that it is not only not a loss but also a profit? Although there is some close contact when doing artificial respiration, you can't always talk about it. Inexplicably, Shin Yenyun's mind flashed with the image of Shui performing artificial respiration on him and pressing his chest. Oh, how embarrassing. The next day, Shui went out to class as usual. Just after the first class, a timid voice came from the classroom door. Excuse me, is classmate Shui here? Shui looked up and saw Shin Yenyun standing at the door with a nervous look on his face, holding a lunchbox in his hand. Today, Shin Yenyun tied her hair into a high ponytail and wore a simple t-shirt and jeans. Her plain clothes could not hide her natural beauty. Still looks so beautiful. Coupled with the timid expression, it gives people a feeling of pity. The deliberately elongated cries of animals were heard in the class. Oh, I'm here to see Shui. The campus beauty of Shin University is here to see Brother E. He, you are indeed Brother E, you are so charming. This is a lunch delivery. Hearing these teasing, Shin Yenyun's cheeks turned slightly red, but she still mustered up the courage to scan the classroom, trying to find Shui. Shui stood up, waved, and walked towards her. Yenyun, why are you here? Shin Yenyun lowered his head and handed the lunchbox in his hand to Shui, saying softly, did you forget? Yesterday I said I would bring you sushi rolls. Shui slapped his forehead and said with a smile, look at my memory. I was so busy thinking about going shopping with you that I forgot about the sushi rolls. Shin Yenyun became even more shy after hearing this. The blush on her cheeks dyed her ears red. She whispered, what shopping? I just went to buy a maid outfit. Yes, it's about buying maid costumes, not shopping. Shui looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Many students in the classroom were listening attentively. Although the two were talking quietly, some students with sharp hearing caught the words maid costume and shouted immediately. Wow! Maid outfit. Brother E wants to take school beautician to buy a maid outfit. Oh shit, I can see the picture. Did Brother E take my goddess away just like that? Ah, is God E already taken? I also want to wear a maid outfit in front of God E. Forget about the maid outfit. If the male God E likes me, I'm fine with bikinis, gym clothes, school swimsuits, and uniforms. Shin Yenyun heard the discussions in the classroom, blushed, and said goodbye to Shui. After making an appointment to go shopping for women's clothing together in the afternoon, she left in a hurry. Shui looked at Shin Yenyun's back and laughed. This girl was too easily shy. But it feels pretty good. Chapter 38 Limited time worship value doubled. There are elective classes in the afternoon, and you can go or not. Shui said that elective classes are not as important as a date with the school beauty. I definitely want to go. Make an appointment with Shin Yenyun and drive directly to Jiannan International Shopping Center. In the car, Shin Yenyun was cautious and looked a little nervous. In order to make her relax a little, Shui chatted with her. Yenyun, the sushi rolls you made are delicious. Ah? What? Shin Yenyun asked blankly, as if he was awakened. I say, the sushi rolls you made are delicious, I like them very much. Shui repeated. Shin Yenyun smiled and said softly, if you like it, I will make it for you tomorrow. You said it, so keep your word. Shui chuckled. Well, I'll keep my word. Shin Yenyun nodded seriously. In that case, as a reward, I'll treat you to a meal after I buy the maid outfit. Shui smiled and expressed his long-planned idea. He remembered that the last time he had dinner with Chun Yun, he received a reward of 10 charm points. He wondered what reward he would get if he had dinner with Shin Yun. Shin Yun was a little flustered, and quickly waved his hands and said, "Ah, no. No need, I still owe you a favor, how can I let you treat me to a meal again?" Looking at Chuyi's profile as he drove seriously, Shin Yun's heartbeat quickened slightly. From childhood to adulthood, she has never eaten alone with a boy. But when she thought about having dinner with the boy in front of her, she didn't reject it and even had some anticipation. Is it because he saved her? Or is it because he is so handsome? Ah, Shin Yun, what are you thinking about? Chuyi kept his eyes on the road and did not notice anything unusual about Shin Yun. But he knew that girls were generally more reserved. It's just a meal, and we're not doing anything else. If you invite him a few more times, he will definitely agree. Yun, don't keep mentioning that I saved you. Let's get back to the point. You buy me a sushi roll, I buy you a meal, it's only fair. If you don't want to eat with me, then I'm embarrassed to eat the sushi rolls you made. When Shin Yun heard what Chuyi said, he thought for a moment and agreed. Okay then. I'll listen to you. Thinking that she would be having dinner with Chuyi soon, Shin Yun's heart beat faster. Having never been in love, she didn't know what it felt like, she only knew that she liked it this way. The two soon arrived at the underground parking lot of Jiannan International Shopping Center. After Chuyi parked the car, he quickly walked to the passenger side and helped Shin Yun open the revolving door. However, the experience of getting in and out of a sports car is not very good. Seeing Shin Yun getting off the car in a slightly embarrassed state, Chuyi said apologetically. The door design of this car is a bit inconvenient. Next time I will buy a more comfortable one. Shin Yun said embarrassedly, no, this car is good. The main reason is that I am too stupid and can't even get out of the car. No, it's this broken car's fault. It has nothing to do with you. Chuyi resolutely put the blame on the Koenigsegg Gemera. If the Koenigsegg Gemera had its own consciousness, it would probably shout, damn, so ruthless. Let's go. We'll take the elevator to the 3rd floor. I've made some plans in advance. There's a shop on the 3rd floor that specializes in custom-made clothing. There should also be samples of made outfits. Chuyi said, and walked towards the elevator first. Shin Yun hurriedly followed Chuyi closely, looking like a little follower. The two of them got on the elevator one after the other. When the elevator reached the 1st floor, a large group of people poured in. Chuyi subconsciously protected Shin Yun behind him. His strong physique created a spacious space for Shin Yun in the narrow elevator. Shin Yun looked at Chuyi's back and felt a little touched. It was the first time she felt protected by a boy. Seeing some beads of sweat on the back of Chuyi's neck, Shin Yun took out a pack of tissues from his pocket and took out one to wipe the sweat off Chuyi. Chuyi felt Shin Yun's little movement, smiled slightly and said nothing, but just bent his knee slightly to allow her to wipe it easier. Ding! It is detected that the host has had a sweet interaction with a top beauty for the first time, and the reward of limited time worship value is doubled. In the next hour, the host's admiration points for showing off will double. You can show off in front of girls and earn admiration points at the same time, why not do it? Chuyi was stunned. He didn't expect that this could trigger the system reward. This is too sudden. To be honest, he really doesn't want to show off. Ding! Detected that the host does not want to show off, the worship value gained in the next hour will be x 3 times. Damn it, system, you are forcing me to show off. Triple the worship value. It seems like I have to keep pretending. As long as he pretends to be so cool, he can unlock new skills. During the confrontation between Chuyi and the system, the elevator reached the 3rd floor, and Chuyi's good time ended. Chuyi was thinking about how to show off, and took Shin Yun to the custom clothing store. Shin Yun entered the store, feeling a little restrained, and followed Chuyi closely. The female shopping guide in a tight skirt recognized the sponsor at a glance and came up to greet him enthusiastically. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Luofan Clothing Customization. Sir, are you here to customize or rent clothing? Chuyi coughed twice to clear his throat, then asked with a smile, hello, do you have any ready-made costumes? The female shopping guide was slightly stunned, but she quickly reacted and introduced with a smile, yes, we have a total of 12 styles of made costumes in our store. Okay, take me to see it. Chuyi nodded and said. Okay, this way please. The female shopping guide led the way, but her mind was thinking about other things. Young people nowadays are really extravagant. Two young lovers of similar age actually came to buy maid outfits. Is the uniform temptation? However, those who can come to their store to buy clothes are all successful people with strength. This handsome boy is so handsome and rich, it would be great if I could get closer to him. Thinking of this, the female shopping guide deliberately increased the amplitude of her hip twisting when walking, hoping to attract Chuyi's attention. However, Chuyi was racking his brains over how to look more attractive within an hour, and he did not notice the female shopping guide's efforts to twist her beautiful buttocks. When they arrived at the place where the maid costumes were displayed, the female shopping guide saw Chuyi thinking about something with a thoughtful look on his face, and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. She felt as if she had lost her charm, as the male customers who entered the store usually looked at her with lustful expressions. Why does this boy act like he didn't see it? Chapter 39 Lanlan's is older than mine. However, she was still very professional in introducing the maid outfit to Chuyi. Sir, all 12 styles of maid outfits in our store are here. You can pick out the ones you like. These 12 styles are Victorian afternoon style, Victorian pre-forenoon style, sexy miniskirt style, and slightly erotic French style. For example, the French style maid outfit has a low-cut design. I think you will like it more. Other styles include classical, swimwear, dragon country style, Japanese style, military style, electronic style, steampunk style, and horror style. Each model has several colors to choose from. Chuyi listened to the female shopping guide's explanation very carefully, nodding his head from time to time to show his agreement. When the female shopping guide mentioned that the French style maid outfit had a low-cut design, Chuyi's eyes lit up. This one must be arranged. Shin Yenyun's cheeks turned red. If Chuyi asked her to wear such a sexy maid outfit to clean the house, wouldn't he see everything? While the female shopping guide continued to introduce, she walked to Chuyi, bent down with her back to Chuyi, and pulled the wrinkles of the maid outfit's skirt. Because she was wearing a short skirt that covered her hips, she looked very shocking. Chuyi felt that the butt in front of him made him want to reach out and slap it. Instantly, the blood in my body surged up and I felt my nasal cavity was a little hot. Damn it! Don't force me to unsheath my sword. Cough cough cough. Shin Yenyun heard Chuyi coughing and asked worriedly, Chuyi, what's wrong with you? Chuyi shook his head awkwardly, indicating that it was okay, and then said to the female shopping guide, hello, this horror style, Victoria's morning and afternoon, and the classical style. The female shopping guide felt a little proud when she saw Chuyi looked a little embarrassed. What a young boy he is. Sir, do you want these? The styles of these pieces are quite conservative. Besides, the clothes in our store are quite expensive. A set of ready-made clothes will cost several thousand yuan. If they are customized, the price will be even higher. The female shopping guide took over Chuyi's words in a coquettish voice. Chuyi smiled faintly. No, you misunderstood. I mean, I don't want these, but I want the rest. The female shopping guide was a little surprised. So many styles of clothes would cost tens of thousands in total. Chuyi pulled Shin Yenyun over and continued, measure her body dimensions and make 2 sets of each according to her body type. Sir, if you order custom-made clothes in our store, the starting price for a set is 10,000 yuan. Excluding the 4 styles you mentioned, the remaining 8 styles, 2 sets each, would cost at least 160,000 yuan. The female shopping guide thought Chuyi was not very clear about the prices here, so she told him again. After all, why would a normal person spend 160,000 to buy a bunch of maid outfits? If you spend a little more money, you can even buy BBAS entry-level models. Oh, it's only 160,000, quite cheap. Chuyi nodded nonchalantly, took out his bank card and handed it to the female shopping guide. Please pay the money first, then measure her body dimensions and send it to me when it's done. I'm in a hurry. Only 160,000? It would be fine if you bought some luxury goods, but the problem is that you spent 160,000 yuan to order a lot of maid outfits, and then you said it was only 160,000 yuan? This is not like going to the market to buy some vegetables and then casually saying that it's only 16 yuan. This is 160,000. The female shopping guide was filled with shock and could only say one sentence in the end. Young people really know how to have fun. Worship value plus 100, x3. Worship value plus 100, x3. Worship value plus 100, x3. Chuyi instantly gained 900 points of admiration, and he felt refreshed. It's triple the fun to show off today. The female shopping guide took the bank card woodenly and went to the counter to swipe it. She didn't move her butt anymore and didn't act coquettishly anymore. This kind of person who can spend 160,000 to buy a maid outfit for his girlfriend must have deep feelings for her. How could it be her turn? Shin Nianyun was shocked when she heard the price of the maid costume. Shui, this maid costume is too expensive. It doesn't look much better than the one Lan and I picked before. Why don't we just go and not buy anything from this store? Shin Nianyun was about to pull Shui away as she spoke. 160,000 was an astronomical figure for her. If she bought those clothes, she would be heartbroken. Shui took her hand and pulled her back, saying with a smile, "It's okay, these are what I bought for you to wear as work clothes, they are not your clothes. If you and Xianglan quit in the future, you must return the clothes to me. I have to keep them for the maids who come to apply for the job later." After hearing this, Shin Nianyun gave up. Since Shui bought them as work clothes for the maid in his villa, let him do as he pleases. But when Shin Nianyun heard him say that the maid outfit would be given to other girls, she felt a little uncomfortable. If there were other girls working as Shui's maids, would they chase after him because he was handsome? Thinking of this, Shin Nianyun's mood became inexplicably depressed. In Shin Nianyun's opinion, Shui first saved her by performing artificial respiration without asking for anything in return. Then when he came to visit her in the hospital, he offered her a part-time job with a good salary. Before leaving, he quietly paid the medical expenses without asking for anything in return. During that period, the two of them only added each other on WeChat and had no other interactions. And Shui was not like those boys who pursued her. He kept inviting her out to eat, drink, and watch movies. The reason we went out together today was just to buy maid outfits. All of the above made Shin Nianyun feel very favorable towards Shui. Coupled with Shui's already outstanding appearance, Shin Nianyun found him even more attractive. Don't think that only boys like beautiful girls. Girls also like handsome guys. Even when girls meet a handsome guy they are much more enthusiastic than boys. However, the poor conditions of her family since childhood made her develop an extremely inferiority complex. Even though she had feelings for Shui, she didn't dare to show it, because she felt that she was not worthy of the excellent Shui. Shui's appearance was like a ray of warm sunshine that suddenly appeared in her gray world, illuminating her empty heart. But she didn't dare to reach out to touch the sunlight, let alone take the initiative to approach the warm sun. She was afraid that she was too fragile and would be burned by the sun. I am also afraid that because of my recklessness, Muan Yang will leave my gray world. Perhaps, it is enough as long as the warm sunshine can continue to shine on the dark world in her heart. Thinking of this, Shin Nianyun comforted himself in his heart. Shin Nianyun, why do you think so much? Don't be too greedy. It's already a great fortune to be Shui's maid, don't let your imagination run wild. Seeing Shin Nianyun standing there in a daze, Shui couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek. Nianyun, what's wrong with you? What are you thinking about? Shin Nianyun came back to her senses and took Shui's hand away with a blushing face. Nothing, maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Oh, that's good. Shui nodded. By the way, do you know Xianglan's body dimensions? I think you two have similar body shapes. Shui thought of Xianglan, who also wanted to buy a maid outfit. If Shin Nianyun knew her body shape, he could just order one for her. Lanlan's breasts are bigger than mine. Shin Nianyun said in a low voice, feeling a little embarrassed. Chapter 40, Xianglan with a great figure. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly? Shui really didn't hear clearly. The voice of Shin Nianyun just now was almost as loud as a mosquito. Shin Nianyun looked around and found that the female shopping guide had come over with the card, feeling even more embarrassed. She waved at Shui, motioning him to come closer. Shui did as he was told, leaned forward a little, and put his head close to Shin Nianyun's mouth. Along with the heat, Shin Nianyun's voice came to my ears. I said, Lanlan's breasts are bigger than mine. Shui widened his eyes and looked at Shin Nianyun in shock, his gaze involuntarily falling to Shin Nianyun's chest. When LSP's eyes scanned the scene, a three-dimensional rendering suddenly appeared in his mind. Wow, is Xianglan that talented? Shin Nianyun felt Shui's burning gaze and didn't know what to do. She could only continue to lower her head and act like an ostrich, holding her right wrist with her left hand and placing it in front of her body, like a wronged young wife. Seeing her like this, Shui's heart moved, and he leaned close to her ear and replied, Okay, I know Xianglan is older than you. The feeling of hot air blowing against her ears made Shin Nianyun close her eyes tightly and she was about to cry. But I think you are cuter than Xianglan. Shufeng continued with a smirk. Shin Nianyun's heart moved. Hey, he praised me for being cute? Besides, I think your soft and weak personality makes people want to protect you. Shin Nianyun's heart was moved again. Hey, hey, hey. He said that I make people want to protect me. The joy in her heart dispelled her shyness. Shin Nianyun opened her beautiful big eyes and looked at Chui. Seeing his smirk, she couldn't help stamping her feet and pouted and said, hateful. Chui laughed loudly, walked to the side and said to the female shopping guide who had just swiped her card, hello, in addition to the ones I just paid, can you please help me swipe another 160,000? I also want to order a batch of maid outfits of the same style. I'll give you the size later. After your store finishes making it, please send it to my home. I'll also send you the address and the size later. The female shopping guide was shocked again. She had to spend another 160,000 to buy the same style but different size of maid outfit? Oh my god, is there another maid? Taking another look at Shin Nianyun's exquisite beauty, the female shopping guide muttered to herself, could the other maid be so beautiful as well? She looked down at her seductive long legs wrapped in black stockings, then subconsciously straightened her chest and took her bank card to the counter to continue swiping it. In fact, she really wanted to ask, brother, are you still in need of a maid? Seeing the female shopping guide swiping her card, Chui said to Shin Nianyun, Nianyun, ask Xianglan for her body size. If you can get it today, this batch of maid outfits should be ready on the same day. Okay, I'll go ask her right now. Shin Nianyun nodded, took out his cell phone and sent a message to Xianglan. By the time the female shopping guide had swiped the card, Xianglan had not yet responded. So Chui simply added the female shopping guide as WeChat. He planned to wait for Xianglan's reply before sending the sizes to the female shopping guide, and also send her his home address for easy mailing. After doing all this, Chui and Shin Nianyun left Luofan clothing customization. The female shopping guide said in a sweet voice, please take care, welcome to visit next time. Hearing this, Chui couldn't help but recall the shocking scene just now, and he suddenly felt a warmth in his lower abdomen. Hiss. Damn the demon. My demon suppressing stick can no longer suppress it. Chui shook his head, took Shin Nianyun's soft and boneless little hand and walked away. Shin Nianyun blushed and let Chui hold her hand. Not long after they walked away, Shin Nianyun's cell phone rang. Hey, Chui, Lan Lan replied to me. Shin Nianyun opened the chat interface and handed the phone to Chui. When Chui saw it, he exclaimed, awesome. The measurements that Xianglan sent over were comparable to the voluptuous figure in the comics. They are 94, 60, 96 respectively. This. The best chubby girl in the eyes of boys. Because both times I saw Xianglan, she was wearing loose clothes, the first time was a Lolita, and the second time was a JK uniform. Even as an experienced person like him, he could only see that Xianglan was a girl with a broad mind, but he didn't expect that her figure would be so explosive. Chui felt that he needed to find an excuse to arrange some tight work clothes for Xianglan. Well, it must be pleasing to the eyes. Xianglan, who was attending class at her school, couldn't help but sneeze, which made her look around in surprise. It was a hot summer day and other students looked like they were sweltering, so why did she suddenly sneeze? Could it be that I caught a cold from sleeping naked last night? Alas, it seems I won't be able to sleep happily tonight. Chui took out his cell phone and sent his home address and Xianglan's body size to the female shopping guide. Then he glanced at Shin Nianyun's cell phone, stretched out his hands and clapped his palms. Well, I suddenly thought of something. If you work for me, you must have a work phone. Come on, Nianyun, I'll take you to buy a phone. The reason why Chui said this was because Shin Nianyun's phone was indeed a bit old. I am still using Mi 6, which is a phone from several years ago. Besides, he just spent about 10 minutes at Luofan clothing customization. If he made good use of his time, he could go to a few more stores to show off. It's not often that the admiration value triples, so he wants to take this opportunity to earn a little more. After all, he is so poor now that only money is left. Oh, how annoying. Shin Nianyun quickly pulled Chui and asked in confusion, I can understand what you mean by work clothes, but what about this work machine? A maid's job is to clean, cook, etc., right? She doesn't need a work machine, right? In fact, I want a maid who has things to do and a maid who has nothing to do. Chui glanced at Shin Nianyun and explained seriously, look, your phone is a bit old. What if your phone runs out of battery while you are at work and I can't contact you? Doesn't that mean you haven't done your job well? If I give you a work phone, you will have 2 mobile phones, so it will basically be possible for me, your employer, to not be able to contact you, right? Listening to Chuyi's explanation, although Shin Nianyun disagreed, she herself couldn't refute it. That seems to make sense. Okay then. I'll listen to you. Shin Yenyun nodded and agreed to Chui. Chui chuckled and quickly pulled Shin Yenyun to run towards the mobile phone store. He looked so hurried that people who didn't know him would think he was going to the supermarket to buy things at a discount. The author has something to say. Chapter 41 Let's Play Escape Room. Not far away on the third floor is a Longwood domestic machine specialty store. In the past few years, the country's technological strength was relatively weak, and domestic mobile phones could not compare with foreign fruit phones, but now it is different. Domestic mobile phones have gradually become powerful, and are no worse than Apple phones, and in some aspects they are even stronger. Chen Xian bought a mobile phone with Hongwan operating system. He heard that it can automatically translate subtitles when reading learning materials. When Chui heard this, he exclaimed in amazement. This is the power of technology. Mom doesn't have to worry about my studies anymore. When he arrived at the mobile phone store, Chui bought 3 of the latest flagship phones, 1 blue and 2 pink. Chui uses the blue one himself, and the 2 pink ones are given to Shin Yenyun and Xiang Lan. Since they are work machines, we certainly can't favor one over the other. Unfortunately, he didn't gain any admiration points in the mobile phone store, which made Chui a little disappointed. But this is also normal. It is not uncommon to buy 3 mobile phones at a time, and it doesn't cost much money. So Chui decided to start shopping and buy more clothes and other things to give to his parents who were still in his hometown. Although he transferred 7 million to his parents, given their personalities, they might not be willing to spend the money. At most, you can replace the old appliances at home and eat better every day. So in the remaining time, Chui took Shin Yenyun to frantically sweep through brand stores, buying a lot of men's and women's clothing, shoes and bags. Both of them were carrying large and small bags in their hands. In the end, he successfully gained more than 3,000 points of admiration, and together with what Chui originally had, the total amount reached more than 8,000 points. Chui, why do you suddenly become happy? Shin Yenyun asked curiously, blinking his eyes. Although Chui was in a good mood just now, he was not happy. How could he be so happy after buying some things? Really? Am I very happy? Chui asked back. Yeah, look at how excited you are now, just like Lanlan's expression when she made money. Shin Yenyun nodded and said. Well, they both look like little hamsters when they are happy. That's right. I think spending money is a kind of enjoyment. Spending money makes me happy. Chui smiled, turned his head to look at Shin Yenyun and continued. What's more, I have a beautiful woman like you to spend money with me, which makes me even happier. Chui spoke these words from the bottom of his heart. He felt really comfortable getting along with Shin Yenyun. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also gentle and well-behaved. This kind of girl is suitable to be married home as a wife. You're so smooth talking. I can tell at a glance that you flirt with girls all the time. Shin Yenyun rolled his eyes at Chui and muttered. It's unfair. You don't know how honest I am. I was just dumped by my ex-girlfriend a few days ago. Chui said with a look of grievance. Is it true? Shin Yenyun asked with blinking eyes. Although Chui was quite popular on the campus forum, Shin Yenyun didn't usually go to the forum, so he was not aware of it. Now that she heard that Chui had just been dumped, she felt inexplicably excited. How could this be false? If you don't believe me, go to the campus forum and see that my breakup process was secretly filmed and uploaded. When it comes to this, Chui doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. I never thought that one day I would become the male protagonist in a popular short video. Okay, I'll go check it out. Shin Yenyun took out his newly bought mobile phone and logged into the Zhongbei University campus forum. She easily found the video of Chuyi's breakup, thanks to his popularity during this period. Whether it was the breakup, the fight club, or the video of saving Shin Yenyun, they were all ranked at the top. When Shin Yenyun glanced at the video of Chui saving her, her cheeks turned red and she quickly watched the video of Chui breaking up with her. She finished reading it quickly. How about it, do you believe it this time? Chui asked. He didn't expect Shin Yenyun to be so serious. It seems that he can't make some jokes in the future. For example, I don't move around when I sleep, and I can't get in. Shin Yenyun smiled and said, I didn't expect that you had been pretending that your family was not well off. The girl who broke up with you must be crying with anger. Am I pretending? I am really poor. Alas, there is no way. I once wanted to find a true love, but the reality gave me a severe beating. Chuyi's mood suddenly became depressed, and he said with some sadness. Although he had no attachment to Suyu, the scumbag, Shuyi's feelings for her were real, and he couldn't help feeling a little depressed when he mentioned this now. But the most important thing is to do it for Shin Nianyun to see. Otherwise, if he acts as if nothing happened just a few days after the breakup, wouldn't that make him seem like a scumbag? What if Shin Nianyun's favor towards him decreases because of this? How can he still seduce her? Hey, Shuyi, don't be sad. You are so outstanding. Are you afraid of not being able to find a girlfriend? Seeing Shuyi like this, Shin Nian was at a loss and secretly blamed himself in his heart. It's all her fault. Shuyi had just broken up, and she mentioned his sad story. Isn't this just rubbing salt into his wounds? I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being so tactless and making you think of sad things. Shin Nianyun looked guilty and bowed his head to apologize. Shuyi naturally reached out and touched her lowered little head. It's okay, it's okay. This is a good thing for me. If it hadn't happened, I would probably still be in a daze now. Shuyi did see many things clearly under the influence of Suyu's breakup. If Suyu had not mentioned breaking up at that time, he would probably still be a humble bootlicker who would do whatever his girlfriend asked. But compared to ordinary bootlickers, his identity is more prominent. He is a rich and handsome bootlicker. In the past 2 days, he has also reflected on his behavior when getting along with Suyu. He used to be confused as he was involved in the matter, but now after the breakup, he is a bystander and can see things clearly. In his current opinion, he was a person without a stance at that time. As long as Suyu had a request, he would meet it, and would do his best to satisfy her even if he couldn't do it. Isn't he just a dog licker? So in general, breaking up has more benefits than disadvantages for Shuyi. What's more, isn't there Shin Nianyun right in front of us who is better, more beautiful, and more well-behaved than Suyu? Really? Shin Nianyun still felt a little guilty. She felt that what she had just done was very bad and made her savior sad. Of course it's true. I never lie. However, although it's a small matter, seeing that you feel so guilty, I will be merciful and let you compensate me. Shuyi suddenly said with a smirk. Seeing him like this, Shin Nianyun became alert. What compensation do you want? I won't agree to anything too much. It's not too much, let's go play escape room. Shuyi said with a grin. Ah? Shin Nianyun was dumbfounded. Chapter 42 Close Contact. After Chuyi's righteous persuasion, Shin Nianyun agreed to play the escape room, also known as the haunted house, together. Although she has always been afraid of this kind of thing, but thinking that Shuyi would accompany her, she plucked up the courage to agree. The reason why Shuyi wanted to play the escape room game was, firstly, because it was still early and not time for dinner, and secondly, he felt that this kind of game with a slightly scary atmosphere could quickly enhance the relationship between men and women. The same goes for taking a girl to see a horror movie. If you go to see a horror movie with a girl who likes you, when the scary scenes appear, you can just hug her naturally. In this way, invisible reminders of favorability +1 will continue to appear in the air. The prerequisite is that you have to be brave enough. Shuyi drove Shin Nianyun to an escape room theme store not far from Jiannan International Shopping Center. I learned about it based on the introduction at the door before entering the store. The name of the horror theme is 6 Paths of Reincarnation, and it has NPCs, so the playability and horror atmosphere will be better. When you walk into the store, you can see the specially decorated horror elements, coupled with the faint eerie music. It looks pretty good overall. At least Shuyi felt something. At the same time, there were 3 other men and 1 woman at the front desk, and they seemed to be guests who were also ready to experience it. The 3 boys were dressed fashionably, all of them were fair and thin. The girl had short hair, and wore a black belly-bearing top and denim shorts. Her looks were about 80 points, but unfortunately she was an A. The group of people looked young, probably college students. At this time, the short-haired girl was blowing bubblegum. When she saw Shuyi coming in, she was a little stunned. The bubble in her mouth became bigger and bigger, and it burst with a boom, sticking to her mouth in a messy way. The short-haired girl looked embarrassed and quickly turned around and licked the bubblegum back into her mouth, but she was sighing in her heart. This boy is so handsome. When the other boys saw Shuyi and the other 2 coming in, a boy with a tin foil curl came over, smiled friendly and said, "Are you guys here to play the escape room too?" "Yes." Shuyi nodded and said, "That's great. This escape room game requires 6 people to play together. How about we form a team?" The boy with tinfoil curls said enthusiastically. Shuyi glanced at Shin Nianyun, asking for her opinion with his eyes. Originally it was planned for the 2 of them to play, but it didn't expect that it would take 6 people. Shin Yun was frightened by the scary atmosphere in the store, and her face turned pale. However, when she saw Chui looking at her, she forced herself to nod, indicating that it was okay. Seeing this, Chui also agreed to the boy's request to have his hair permed with tin foil. Then let's play together. The boy with a perm on his face smiled and said impatiently, "Let's go buy tickets now." "Okay," Chui responded. Seeing that Shin Yun next to him looked a little unnatural, he took her hand and walked towards the front desk. Shin Yun also obediently let Chui lead her and followed him obediently. After buying the tickets, the 6 people entered the venue together. As soon as they entered, they saw a small room with a white-haired female NPC wearing ancient costume standing inside. The dim lighting, odd shape, and the dark red light shining on her face from below made this female NPC look a little scary. After everyone looked at it for a while, the female NPC spoke. It was a pre-recorded sound effect, and a hoarse female voice came out slowly. "Welcome to the 6 paths of reincarnation. I am Mangpa. You will search for your past life memories here. Those who successfully find the memories will be eligible for reincarnation. Those who fail will fall into hell forever." Eerie music began to play from the speakers hanging on the surrounding walls, and Shin Yun couldn't help but tighten her grip on Chuyi's hand. Chuyi's lips curled up slightly, and he tightened his hands, while giving Shin Yun a reassuring look. It's right to be afraid, this is the effect he wants. If he wasn't afraid, he wouldn't want to play this boring game. After NPC Mengpa finished speaking, a door opened behind her and the light shining on her face dimmed. In this way, the group knew it was time to move on. Chui glanced at the 4 college students, and they all seemed a little afraid to move forward. Shaking his head helplessly, he took Shin Yun's hand and walked forward carelessly. The girl with short hair quickly followed behind, and the other 3 boys looked at each other and walked forward together. The boy with tinfoil perm looked at the short-haired girl's back, gritted his teeth, plucked up the courage to walk to her side, and walked side by side with her without saying a word. The remaining 2 boys were at the end of the team. I have to say that this horror-themed escape room really creates a scary atmosphere. The combination of many lights, sound effects, and props makes people scream from time to time. It felt okay for Chui. Thanks to the physique rewarded by the system, his visibility was still very high in this dim environment. This also meant that the horror atmosphere deliberately created in the secret room had little effect on him. Seeing the big reactions of these guys who were playing together, he even wanted to laugh. After passing several small levels, Shin Yun had already hugged Chuyi's arm tightly, not daring to let go. Ding! Intimate contact between the host and the most beautiful woman has been detected, and the reward is 2,000 points of worship value. Please continue to work hard and develop further. I didn't expect to be rewarded with 2,000 points of admiration just for close contact. This is such a great deal. Chui just worked hard for an hour shopping and only earned a little over 3,000 yuan. In comparison, it seems that picking up girls is easier. Now Chuyi's admiration value has directly exceeded 1W, and can be exchanged for 2 mastery-level skills. Smelling the faint fragrance on Shin Yun's body and feeling the softness on his arm, Chui said that this wave was worth it. The girl with short hair unconsciously snuggled up to the boy with permed hair, and they walked slowly forward side by side. The last 2 boys also put their arms around each other's shoulders and waists pitifully, looking around carefully. You know, the NPC's Haven Tea appeared yet. Guided by props and prompts, the group came to a small room. There is a well sealed with wooden boards in the middle of the room. Apart from the door, there are 3 tables in the room. Each table is attached to a wall, and there are 2 books on each table. So the 6 of them were still divided into 2-person teams according to the default arrangement during the exploration, sitting 2 people at each table and checking the books on the table. Shin Yun was so frightened that he almost hung on Chui. How could he dare to look through the unknown books in there? So Chui was flipping through 2 books by himself. There were no clues in the first few pages, but when he turned to the middle, he found a slightly scary photo. The scene in the photo is also this room. The difference is that the sealed well in the photo has become open, and a figure with disheveled hair and white clothes climbs out of the well. At this moment, a scream came from behind. Suddenly, Chui felt Shin Yun holding his arms tighter. Turning around, he saw that the wooden board covering the wellhead had been pushed aside. In the photo, a figure in white clothes with disheveled hair has crawled out and is pouncing towards the short-haired girl, making scary noises. The 2 boys in the other group were obviously frightened and stood there at a loss as to what to do. The boy with tinfoil perm had a face full of fear, but he still gritted his teeth and stood in front of the girl with short hair. Chapter 43 Woohoo, he touched my bear. The NPC was relentless and quickly went around the boy with the perm and pounced on the girl with short hair. The short-haired girl dodged and screamed continuously, but she still couldn't escape the NPC's hungry pounce. The boy with tinfoil perm got angry and bravely pushed her away, then protected the girl with short hair in a corner to prevent the NPC from getting close. The NPC couldn't find an opportunity, but didn't leave. He stood in front of the two without moving. To Chuyi's surprise, there was an NPC in the well climbing out, and it was obvious from the direction he was heading towards him. Shin Nianyun also saw it and was too scared to say a word. She changed the way she hugged Chuyi and hugged his waist tightly from behind. Chuyi stretched out a hand and patted Shin Nianyun's arm, hoping to make her relax a little, but he didn't expect that this pat made her more nervous. He cried out woo and closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look at the horror. The psychological trauma she suffered from when she was a child was domestic horror films. Now that she encountered a similar scene again, she was so scared that her heart was about to jump out. Hearing the girl's call, the NPC quickened his pace and ran straight towards Shin Nianyun. Chuyi was thinking about playing games and didn't intend to make things difficult for the NPC. After all, they were all workers and it wasn't easy for them. He protected Shin Nianyun behind him, ready to stop the NPC when he approached. However, with Chuyi's sharp eyesight, he saw that the NPC's dirty hands were actually heading towards Shin Nianyun's butt. This made his eyes turn slightly cold, and he pushed the NPC away with a little force. The disheveled NPC was pushed back repeatedly by Chuyi, but after recovering, he continued his previous actions, still howling. This time it's even more excessive. His hands are in claw shape, as if he wants to eat the white rabbit tofu. At the same time, a short-haired girl cried out from the other side, "Wow, he touched my breasts." After hearing this, Chuyi finally understood. It seemed that these NPCs had taken advantage of female tourists in their daily role-playing jobs. Now he actually wants to put his dirty hands on the woman he likes. This is something that his aunt can tolerate, but Chuyi cannot. Seeing the NPC attacking again, Chuyi raised his foot and kicked him hard in the stomach. The NPC who was kicked screamed and fell to the ground. Ah, someone is hitting someone. The NPC who fell to the ground and held his stomach screamed in pain, attracting everyone present. Except for the boy with tinfoil perm who was still comforting the girl with short hair, everyone else looked at the NPC lying on the ground. Shin Nianyun also opened his tightly closed eyes and looked at the scene with some fear, but more of confusion. I just acted like a little ostrich and had no idea what was going on. Chuyi grabbed the collar of the fallen NPC and lifted him up, then strode to another NPC and restrained him in the same way, saying in a cold voice, "You dare to molest the female tourists who come to play, a beating is the least of your punishment. I want to see what your store manager has to say." The two NPCs were held in Chuyi's hands and struggled constantly, but unfortunately it was of no use. Let go, let go. Put me down." Chuyi ignored the two guys and said to Shin Nianyun, "Nianyun, let's go." Shin Nianyun was a little nervous and ran to Chuyi in small steps. Chuyi carried the two struggling NPCs, Shin Nianyun followed behind him, and the two returned the same way, one in front and one behind. The boy with the perm also helped the short-haired girl up, gritting his teeth and saying, "You son of a bitch, you dared to take advantage of Xiaoman, let's go and seek justice together." One of the guys with a crew cut was also very angry and said, "I will secretly record the video with my phone later. If the management of this store shirks their responsibility, I will post the video online." Another boy with a middle-parted hair took out his cell phone and called the police. "I called the police and will let them handle this matter soon." Soon, everyone returned to the front desk. The staff had already noticed from the surveillance footage that something was not right and immediately notified the store manager. The store manager, a fat man with a kind face, had already come out. Seeing Chuyi holding two NPCs in each hand, the store manager was secretly shocked. "This guy is so strong." He quickly smiled and said, "Hello, hello. My last name is Jiang, and I'm the manager of this store. I wonder if there's any misunderstanding? It's not good to keep carrying someone like this. Can you put him down first?" Chuyi exerted a little force with his hands and threw the two disheveled NPCs to the ground, and two more screams were heard. "Manager Jiang, right? The NPCs in your store are really bold. They actually dare to molest the girls who come to play?" Manager Jiang naturally knew what kind of people these two guys were. They often took advantage of female customers. But since they were his relatives and nothing serious happened, he just let it go. "I didn't expect that after causing trouble today, he would have to clean up the mess. Manager, we didn't mean to do that. We were just following the work process." The two NPCs got up from the ground, rubbed their sore spots, and said with a look of grievance. Manager Jiang scolded Chui with a stern face, then said to him with a smile, "Sir, please calm down. First of all, I am deeply sorry for affecting your gaming experience. However, I think this is probably a misunderstanding. We hire people to play NPCs in escape rooms mainly to make the game more exciting and immersive. It's normal for NPCs to have some physical contact with customers. I guess they accidentally touched your female companion, and the girl was timid in the terrifying atmosphere, so she cried in desperation. As for molestation, that shouldn't be possible, right?" Manager Jiang used his usual excuses, intending to ease the mood of Chui and the others first. Generally, those who were easy to talk to could be sent away after a few more chats. If all else fails, the store can give them a discount or rebate, or give them some small gifts, which can basically calm the customer's anger. Most people really can't see the specific situation clearly in a dim environment, and after hearing what Manager Jiang said, they would also doubt whether it was an accident. Unfortunately, Manager Jiang was wrong this time. The person he met was Chui, and even in a dim environment, it was still as bright as day to him. He was 100% sure that everything that happened just now was not a coincidence, but was done intentionally by the NPC. Chui waved to the boy with tinfoil perm and asked him to help the girl with short hair over. The short-haired girl was still sobbing at this time, and there were several handprints with white dust on the chest of her black top, which were particularly obvious. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? When I'm interacting with an NPC, my hand just happens to reach out to someone's chest? You're telling me it's a coincidence? Manager Jiang continued to smile and said, "I'm sorry, our employees were definitely wrong, but I can guarantee that they definitely did it unintentionally. It's impossible for them to deliberately touch the body of a female customer." After a pause, Manager Jiang said, "How about this? As compensation, I'll give you a 50% discount on your purchase this time, and then give each of you a 50% discount card, so you can still get a 50% discount on your next purchase." As a store manager, he is quite experienced in handling such matters. When encountering something, the first thing to do is to have the right attitude, let the customer calm down first, and then compensate the customer. As long as the customer is satisfied, there is basically no problem. Even if these customers will not come back again because of the bad experience, they may still pass the 50% off cards on to friends or other people. This is another disguised form of drainage, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Chapter 44 Exchange. Super Hacker. It seems that Manager Jiang has been trying to shirk responsibility and protect his employees in a roundabout way. Chui sneered and said, "I don't need compensation. Let's talk about the facts. You said they didn't do it on purpose, so let me go to the monitoring room and check the surveillance and I'll know." He just saw it clearly. That NPC stretched out his dirty hands toward Shin Nianyun. If he hadn't stood in front, Shin Nianyun would have been taken advantage of. In addition, the short-haired girl on the other side was also molested by the NPC. Chui was 100% sure that these two guys did it on purpose. Seeing that Chui was so difficult to deal with, Manager Jiang frowned, put his left hand behind his back and gestured to the front desk. The receptionist understood what he meant and took out his cell phone to send a message to his colleague in the monitoring room, asking him to delete the surveillance video. The other party replied with an okay and then began to delete the evidence. "Sir, although we are deeply sorry for what happened to your female companion, we apologized in a friendly manner and made compensation measures. You still want to check the surveillance? Generally, the surveillance in the store cannot be adjusted for customers to see. On the one hand, it is to protect the privacy of other customers. On the other hand, the layout design of the escape room is also a commercial secret. So I can't agree to your request." Manager Jiang talked eloquently and continued to use his tricks. At this time, two policemen, one tall and one short, came in from the door. "Who called the police just now?" Manager Jiang's face changed. He didn't expect that these customers today would be so difficult to deal with. It seemed that they had even called the police in advance. Seeing the police arrive, the two NPCs looked a little flustered, but their messy hair concealed their expressions. The boy with middle parted hair raised his hand and said, "I sign up." Xu Feng smiled. He had met these two policemen once before. They were also present at the barbecue restaurant yesterday when Officer Zhang led the team. The two policemen also saw Chui and nodded to him in a friendly manner. They knew that Pei Yunxuan's uncle was the director, and that Pei Yunxian had helped this man in yesterday's incident, so the two seemed to have a close relationship. The two of them were just ordinary policemen. Not to mention having a good relationship with Chui, at least they couldn't offend him, otherwise they would probably suffer in the police station in the future. "Who is the manager here?" asked the taller officer. Manager Jiang quickly said, "Hey, police comrade, it's me. We received a report that an employee of this store molested a woman, so we came here to investigate. Please cooperate." The police officer continued. Okay, we will definitely cooperate." Manager Jiang looked as if he was obeying the instructions. As the saying goes, the people do not fight with the officials, and the rich do not compete with the officials. Manager Jiang naturally knows this truth well. Plus, the surveillance footage should have been deleted by now, so there should be no problem in cooperating with the investigation. Anyway, the only evidence at the moment is the slap mark on the girl's chest, which cannot be a decisive factor. He could have easily said the employee was careless. "Officer, I saw it clearly when I was in there. The employees of this store deliberately molested female customers. We have just negotiated with each other. The truth will be revealed as long as we check the surveillance footage," Shui said to the police who came to investigate. It was the first time Shen Nianyun saw this scene and felt a little uneasy, but she still stayed obediently beside Shui, though there was a hint of worry in her eyes. "I thought it was just a simple outing, but ended up getting into trouble." The shorter police officer said politely, "In that case, let's check the surveillance. Manager, please lead the way." Manager Jiang looked unhappy on the surface, but he was secretly proud in his heart. "You're still a little naive. Isn't it just checking surveillance? How can you check it without any records? I'll just make up an excuse and say the data is lost." Manager Jiang led everyone to the monitoring room. Except for the boy with tinfoil perm who remained there comforting the girl with short hair, everyone else followed. The boy with a buzz cut had been secretly recording the incident with his cell phone. In order to follow up on the results of the investigation, he also followed. Everyone came to the monitoring room and opened the door. Sitting inside was a young man with a mushroom head and wearing glasses. Seeing so many people, including the police, mushroom-headed man stood up nervously. Manager Jian walked over and patted the mushroom-headed boy on the shoulder, signaling him not to be nervous. He then said, "Shaolin, pull up the surveillance footage from Xinjing district. The police want to watch the surveillance footage for investigation." Shaolin nodded and then shook his head, saying with an unpleasant expression, "Manager, the power in the monitoring room just went out for a while, and all the surveillance videos for today are lost." As soon as he received the information from the front desk, he immediately started to take action. He did not simply delete the surveillance video, but overwrote the surveillance video. And it is overwritten more than 3 times in a row, so no one can recover the data. According to past experience, every time he did something like this, Manager Jiang would give him some bonus as a reward afterwards, so Shaolin was still very happy. The two officers looked at each other. The surveillance video was lost and they would not restore it. The boy with the middle part said indignantly, "You must have deleted the surveillance in advance, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence that the surveillance was gone when the accident happened?" Manager Jiang said with a fake smile, "Young man, you can eat whatever you want but you can't say anything you want. The monitoring room in our store often has power outages, and it's not been a day or two since we lost the surveillance footage." Shuyi's heart moved, and he opened the system mall and started searching inside. Since the surveillance video has been deleted, there should be a way to restore it. I just don't know if the skills in the system mall are powerful enough. Found it. Master hacking techniques. System, I want to exchange for hacker technical proficiency. Ding. Exchange successful, consuming 5,000 points of worship. Shui only felt a huge flow of information surging in his mind, but it was quickly digested and absorbed by his brain. Although it is a lot of knowledge, it is not bloated. It was as if he had gained knowledge bit by bit through continuous learning and practice. Shui has mastered all computer programming languages. Countless character codes were jumping in Shui's mind, as active as elves. In a blink of an eye, Shui went from being a computer novice to a super hacker. It turns out that products produced by the system must be high quality. Although he is only proficient in hacking techniques, Shui's hacking level has now reached world-class level. Even if it's not one of the top ones, it's not much different. Staring at the computer screen in the monitoring room, Shui smiled and said, "We'll know if the surveillance video was lost due to a power outage." Chapter 45. Manager Jiang panicked. Manager Jiang calmly made a gesture of invitation and said, "Since this gentleman doesn't believe it, then do as you wish." Shaolin muttered, "I told you the surveillance records were lost. Do you think you can recover them?" Yes, I can recover. Shui walked forward, sat in front of the computer, and said with a smile. There was a crackling sound, and under the gaze of everyone, Shui's fingers tapped the keyboard at a very fast speed, making people a little dazzled. A pop-up window full of codes appeared on the computer screen, giving everyone a feeling of awe. Manager Jiang was a little nervous and gave Xiaolin a questioning look. If the surveillance footage is really restored, their store will have no way to defend itself. Xiaolin smiled, his expression as steady as an old dog. The surveillance video has been overwritten more than 3 times, how could it be restored by anyone? It's useless even if the guy in front of me types on the keyboard very fast. Keyboard warriors may have very fast typing speed, but that doesn't mean they are awesome. 2 officers, I don't think this gentleman will be able to finish his work in a short while. Why don't he sit down and take a rest? Manager Jiang took out cigarettes from his pocket and shared them with the 2 officers. The 2 police officers refused outright. Although this was a common way of communication among the people of Dragon Country, they certainly could not accept it while enforcing the law. Manager Jiang was not surprised, nor did he look embarrassed. He continued, I'll ask the staff to bring a few stools over. It's better for everyone to sit and wait than to stand. Besides, it's hot in the summer, and you should all be thirsty. Have a drink. Manager Jiang asked the 2 NPCs to move stools and get drinks, and his attitude was very enthusiastic. In his opinion, his side had already secured victory, and the matter could be easily resolved as long as the surveillance was not restored. But he didn't notice that Xiaolin's face beside him had changed. Xiaolin stared at the computer screen, muttering to himself in disbelief, how is this possible? How is this possible? Under Chuyi's operation, many videos that were played in reverse appeared on the monitoring page, and the date of the video was today. Shui successfully found and restored the surveillance video of the area where they had just encountered the NPC, and stopped operating. He said jokingly, TSK, Manager Jiang is really good at this. He actually destroyed the evidence and overwrote the surveillance video several times. If I hadn't worked as a network administrator in an internet cafe, I would have suffered a loss today. Xiaolin was confused. Is this technology something a network administrator can learn? I don't believe you. This old man is very evil. If there were such an internet cafe, he wouldn't even bother with salary. No, I'll do it even if it costs me money. Manager Jiang looked at the picture displayed on the computer screen and was also stunned. He mechanically turned his head to look at Xiaolin, but found that Xiaolin's current expression was very similar to his own. Stupid fruits on the stupid tree, you and me under the stupid tree, we are talking about them. When Xiaolin saw Manager Jiang looking at him, he forced out an awkward yet polite smile. Manager, it's not that I'm not strong enough, but the enemy is too powerful. With what he just did, even if a professional organization were to take action, it might not be possible to restore the surveillance video. But no one expected that this ordinary-looking college student restored the surveillance video in just a few minutes. 2 police comrades, I have pulled up the video of the conflict just now. Please take a look and see whether the 2 shop assistants touched the girl's breasts accidentally or on purpose. Not just the 2 police officers, everyone gathered in front of the screen. Except for the police officer who was investigating, everyone had different ideas. The boy with a middle-parted hair and the boy with a buzz cut were very excited and wanted to see the evidence. The boy with a buzz cut even pointed his phone camera at the surveillance video. The store manager had his own ulterior motives and prayed silently in his heart that the video Chui restored was not the one from that time. Chui opened the surveillance video of the attack and started slow motion. The scene just now in the small room was reproduced on the computer screen. To facilitate observation, there are 3 surveillance cameras in the deep well area, facing 3 tables respectively. The video being played now shows the girl with short hair and the boy with tinfoil curls in the scene. Recorded by a camera with night vision function, the surveillance footage appears very clear. The NPC with disheveled hair and white clothes pounced on the girl with short hair, but was stopped by the boy with tinfoil perm. The NPC was relentless and changed its angle to pounce on the short-haired girl. While hugging her with open arms, he also moved his hands to the short-haired girl's chest. In the slow-motion footage, the scene of the NPC taking advantage of someone with his dirty hands appeared very clearly in front of everyone. The store's surveillance video was recorded, and at this time, the short-haired girl's crying scream was heard, but the NPC's hand was still holding it and kneading it, and he didn't let go. Manager Jiang looked at this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was speechless. Shui then played another video, which showed him, Shen Yenyun, and another NPC. In the video, Shin Yin had her eyes closed, hiding behind Shui and hugging him tightly. Shui looked relaxed as he faced the NPC that was rushing towards him. It can be clearly seen from the picture that the NPC is heading towards Shin Yin behind Shui. Shui first pushed away the NPC that was rushing towards him. The NPC was pushed back repeatedly and then rushed towards him again. This time his body movements were more obvious, and he directly made claws with his hands and grabbed Shin Yin. Just at this moment, the scream of a short-haired girl was heard. In the picture, Shui's face darkened, and he raised his leg and kicked the NPC. Then he grabbed the fallen NPC and picked up another one after a while. The man returns along the original path, carrying 2 NPCs in each hand, and the scene ends there. 2 officers, the evidence is conclusive, Shui said. The 2 police officers looked at each other and said to Manager Jiang seriously, "Manager Jiang, please bring the employee involved with you and follow us back to the police station for interrogation." Manager Jiang smiled bitterly, but he knew there was no other way and could only cooperate with the police officers' procedures. As a manager, Manager Jiang also knows a little about the law, especially when he has dishonest employees under him. For this purpose, he also specifically checked the laws and regulations in this regard. It's okay if one of the 2 relatives didn't get it, but the other one who already got it is probably in trouble. He can no longer cover up the case even if he wants to, and what he has to do is to clear himself of the charge of shielding the suspect. If the other party pursues this indecent assault, it will be a very serious matter. Molesting women in public places can result in a prison sentence of more than 5 years. And once it becomes a criminal case, the fact that Kobayashi and the front desk destroyed evidence and shielded their colleagues is no small matter. Manager Jiang was sweating profusely. He thought it was a small matter that could be easily solved, but he didn't expect that he would get caught up in it. Chapter 46, Shin Yin's First Love. After preserving the evidence, the 2 police officers prepared to leave the monitoring room with the parties involved and return to the police station to take a statement. At this time, the 2 NPCs came back carrying plastic stools and drinks, and happened to run into the group of people who were about to go out. "Hey, officers, you finished so quickly. Why don't you stay and have a drink?" The NPC who was touching the short-haired girl greeted her with a smile on his face. The tall police officer took out handcuffs and handcuffed him directly, saying sternly, "No need, why don't you come back to the police station with me and have a cup of tea?" The short police officer also handcuffed another NPC and escorted him out. "Hey, what's going on? Why are you handcuffing us?" "Officer, is there some misunderstanding here?" The 2 NPCs were dumbfounded and quickly started to make excuses. "What on earth happened? Didn't they say that the surveillance video is gone? How come they were handcuffed while they were moving a stool to get a drink, and were taken back to the police station for tea? Are you still trying to quibble? You know exactly what you did just now. Wait for the punishment of the law," said the boy with a middle-parted hair with an angry face. The 2 NPCs' hearts skipped a beat and they took one look at the unhappy-looking Manager Jiang before they realized something was wrong. So it seems that what they did was exposed? The NPC who failed to succeed glanced at his companions inconspicuously and said something silently in his heart. No, it was his affair that was exposed. He is now very glad that he did not touch that girl, otherwise he would have been doomed. The escape room theme store is temporarily closed, and other employees who were not involved in the incident are temporarily off duty. Those who were to be taken to the police station included Manager Jiang, 2 NPCs, Shaolin from the control room, and the girl at the front desk, a total of 5 people. Originally, no one knew that the girl at the front desk cooperated with Manager Jiang to tip off Shaolin and asked him to delete the surveillance footage. However, in order to reduce the punishment, Kobayashi, adhering to the idea of leniency to those who confess and severity to those who resist, righteously reported the girl at the front desk. So she was also taken away with a sad face. The short-haired girl has calmed down after being comforted by the boy with the tinfoil curl. The 4 of them also came in one car, so they drove to the police station by themselves. The 2 police officers only had 1 police car, which couldn't accommodate the 5 people from the theme store. I had to contact my colleagues who were patrolling nearby and called another police car. In this way, there were 2 police cars, which were just enough to accommodate the 3 police officers and the 5 people involved. Shui brought Shin Yin to the parking lot, got into the Koenigsegg Gemera, and prepared to go to the police station. He found that it was really troublesome to have to deal with the police all the time during this period. If I go there a few more times, the security guard at the police station will probably be familiar with me. It would be great if I could have my own legal department like those domineering CEOs in TV dramas. For example, Nanshan Pizza Hut is very good and powerful. Ding. The host realizes the importance of power, the system is very pleased, and now issues a task: establish a company to prepare for the establishment of a strong legal team. Reward for accepting and completing the task: a top lawyer. No punishment if not accepted. Looking at the task that suddenly appeared, Shui clicked his tongue. The system was still as generous as ever. Whenever he realizes that he is lacking something, the system is always the first to jump out and give him benefits. The system truly understands me. Little cotton padded jacket, Daddy loves you. System. Shui calculated that there were already 2 tasks waiting for him to complete. The first thing is to go to the party organized by Pei Yunxian, meet some of the powerful children in Jiannan City, and expand his own network. Having money but no power is the most fatal thing. If you have money and connections, then you can get ahead. The second is the current new task, which is to establish a new company and prepare for the establishment of a legal department. The reward given by the system is actually a top lawyer. I wonder if he is a man or a woman. Does it look good? Is her figure hot? Is the sound nice? Shin Nianyun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was tilting his head and silently looking at Chuyi's profile. She thought of the scene she had just seen in the monitoring room. She actually hugged Chuyi tightly because of fear. How embarrassing. But when she thought of how Chuyi tried to protect her, she couldn't help but smile sweetly. Is this what it feels like to be protected? Very nice. Shin Nianyun's parents are both honest farmers. Since she was a child, the thing I said to her the most was not to get into conflict with others when she was out. Be patient when encountering problems, and don't get into trouble if your family is financially difficult. Under the influence of this kind of education for a long time, Shin Nianyun became very introverted and a homebody. He is also very wary of strangers, like a frightened bird, afraid that he will get into trouble and make his already poor family even worse. In addition to supplementing the family income, she also works part-time to earn money and participates in school activities as a host. In her other free time, she would hide in the dormitory alone. I either read books or study online. Apart from that, I have no other social circles or entertainment activities. On the one hand, she has no money, and on the other hand, she actively closes her heart and does not want to develop new social relationships with strangers. Therefore, in the eyes of Jiangbei University students, Shin Nianyun has always been a cool and aloof school beauty goddess. She is just socially phobic. The only person who can be called a good friend is Xiang Lan, whom I met while working part-time. Of course, her roommates are pretty nice too. Now she seems to have a new relationship, that is Chu Feng. Everything Chu Yi did for her was full of attraction to her. From saving her life, to hiring her, paying her medical bills, taking her shopping for clothes and mobile phones, to teaching the employees of the theme store a lesson in order to protect her. In Shin Nianyun's opinion, perhaps these things might be insignificant and a piece of cake for Chu Yi. But everything touched her deeply because it was something she had never experienced before. The little bud of love in her heart gradually sprouted without her knowledge, but her inner inferiority turned into a thick fog, covering this emotion. She couldn't face her own heart and could only stare at Chuyi silently in the dark corner. Shin Nianyun felt that this was enough. As for becoming a lover with Chuyi, that was something she didn't even dare to think about. Chuyi started the Koenigsegg Gemera, but felt the burning gaze of the co-pilot, and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Shin Nianyun. What's wrong, Nianyun, is there something on my face? Shin Nianyun blushed, turned her head and looked out the window, and whispered, No. No, I just think your collar seems a little messy. Chuyi looked at Shin Nianyun's slightly red earlobes, smiled slightly, and leaned towards the co-pilot. Shin Nianyun's face turned even redder. Why did he suddenly get so close to her? Oh my god. Could he have noticed that I was peeking at him? It's over, what is he going to do? His heart was pounding, and Shin Nianyun stood there at a loss, frozen in place. Remember to fasten your seatbelt next time you get in the car. Chuyi reached out to fasten the passenger seatbelt, and whispered in Shin Nianyun's ear. Shin Nianyun breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be because of fastening the seatbelt. That was a close call. She thought she would be kissed like in the TV dramas. Chapter 47. May the beauty of the world be linked to you. Chuyi brought Shin Nianyun to the police station and unexpectedly met Pei Yunxian, who was walking out. Hey, master, why are you here? Pei Yunxian was a little surprised. He glanced at Shin Nianyun beside Chuyi and continued, Wow, this is master's wife. I didn't expect that master's wife is the campus beauty of our school, Shinde. She and Master are really a perfect match. As a prominent figure in Jiangbei University, Pei Yunxian naturally knew the school belle. Hearing Pei Yunxuan's teasing, Shen Yenyun's little face turned red instantly, and she lowered her head and rubbed the corner of her clothes. Shui gave Pei Yunxian an appreciative look. "You are very smart, kid." Then he said with a straight face, "Can you speak, kid?" "What master's wife?" "This is my friend." "Oh, so you are a friend. I understand. I'm so sorry. Look at my mouth, I can't speak." Pei Yunxian deliberately lengthened the tone of O and said with a smile. After saying hello, Shui also explained the whole story. "It's like this, we just went to play the escape room, but we encountered an NPC who molested a girl, and then another group of customers who were playing with us called the police, so we went to the police station to make a statement." He had originally thought of asking Pei Yunxian for help, and now that he met him directly, it saved him a lot of trouble. "What? This is outrageous. Did my master's wife suffer any loss?" Pei Yunxian said angrily. "It's a friend." Shen Yenyun, who was feeling shy, heard Pei Yunxian still calling her master's wife, so she raised her head and said in a low voice. "Oh, it's a friend." Pei Yunxian said, patting his forehead. "Do you think that if she suffered a loss, those people would still be able to come to the police station to drink tea so comfortably?" Shui said lightly, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Pei Yunxian happened to catch the cold light in Shui's eyes and couldn't help but shudder, thinking of the scene where he was abused by Shui yesterday. He never wants to experience that kind of oppressive feeling again. "Master, leave this matter to me. I will make sure they receive the most severe punishment. Not only the people involved, but also the store will be shut down for rectification. I guarantee you will be satisfied," Pei Yunxian said, patting his chest. He just helped his master deal with those thugs yesterday, and he received a lot of guidance, which can be said to be a great gain. Now Pei Yunxian wished that Shui would get into trouble every day so that he could handle it. "This way you can get free advice." "Okay, I feel relieved when you say that." Shui nodded and said. "Hey, master, let's follow the procedure first. You two just need to make a statement, and I'll take care of the rest. Let's go, master's wife. Please come this way." Pei Yunxian looked like a servant and bowed and made a gesture of invitation. "We are friends now." Shen Yenyun blushed and spoke in a slightly louder voice than before. Oh, it's a friend. I was born with a poor brain, please forgive me, master's wife." Pei Yunxian smiled and called master's wife again. Shui almost laughed out loud. Pei Yunxian is such a talented guy. Good, he can talk. It's worth having this disciple. Seeing the look Shui gave him, Pei Yunxian grinned. As expected, if there was a pretty girl around his master in the future, it would be right to just call him master's wife. Shen Yenyun was completely silent. "Say whatever you want. She likes this name anyway." Shen Yenyun glanced at Shui secretly again, and seeing that he was not looking at her, she quickly retracted her gaze. Pei Yunxian led the way and took Shui and Shen Yenyun to take statements. Because Shui and Shen Yenyun were not the direct victims of the violation, and he also had a relationship with Pei Yunxian. So they simply made a statement at the police station and then left. Before leaving, Shui and Pei Yunxian agreed on a time for a gathering tonight. Because he has to have dinner with Shen Yenyun in the evening, he might be a little late. Pei Yunxian agreed readily and watched the two leave with a smile. After the two of them left, Pei Yunxian glanced around to see that there was no one around. He jumped up on the spot and made a yeah gesture to himself. "Yeah, my performance just now was really outstanding. He. The other 4 college students stayed. Whether to sue the NPC who molested the short-haired girl or choose to settle the matter privately depends on her own wishes. Next, it's dinner time. Shui is going to have a meal with Shen Yenyun. He wonders what reward he can get. Shui was somewhat looking forward to it. This afternoon, he and Shen Yenyun first bought a lot of things in the shopping mall, and then went to escape the secret room. Now they have just left the police station, and it is already 6 o'clock in the evening. Both of them were a little hungry. "Yenyun, let's go have dinner. I'll take you back to the dormitory after dinner," Shui suggested. Shen Yenyun nodded and said softly, "Well, I'll listen to you. What do you like to eat? Hot pot? Barbecue? Steak, or Western food?" Shui asked with a smile. Shen Yenyun was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said with some inferiority, I have never eaten these things, I don't know. Shui was very surprised. Although his family conditions were very ordinary, he had no problem eating out in some affordable restaurants. The average consumption per person at some buffets is only a few dozen yuan, so basically everyone can afford it. But he didn't expect that Shen Nianyun had never eaten these. This was something Chui had never considered. Such a beautiful and lovely girl, her family conditions are so difficult. Chui felt that there was one more thing he needed to do. Pa, I've decided. Chui suddenly clapped his hands and said with a smile, I will take you to eat all these things in the future. As Boss Chu's personal maid, how can you miss out on the delicacies of the world? Shen Nianyun raised her head and looked at Chui with a sunny smile on his face, and her heart skipped a beat. He didn't dislike me. And you said you would take me to taste the world's delicacies? Looking at the gentle boy with a bright smile in front of him, Shen Nianyun suddenly thought of a line of lyrics. May all the beautiful things in the world be connected with you. Yeah, okay. Shen Nianyun nodded vigorously and responded with a smile on his face. Chui reached out and rubbed Shen Nianyun's little head, and said with a smile, okay, in that case, our goal today is to eat hot pot until we are full. The food tasting plan starts with beef hot pot. Okay. Shen Nianyun smiled sweetly, and the surrounding street scene seemed to become more beautiful. Chapter 48, The Spear Moves and the White Dragon Roars. Chui felt his heartbeat speed up. Is this the goddess? So beautiful. Next, the two came to a beef hot pot restaurant while chatting and laughing, but Chui was talking most of the time, with Shen Nianyun responding in a low voice from time to time. The name of this restaurant is Nyo Nyo Hot Pot. It is very famous in Jiannan City and has a very good reputation. The beef is fresh and delicious, and the large portions are enough to fill you up, which is their specialty. The average consumption per person is not high, and a set meal for two costs only more than 300 yuan. Chui did not take Shen Nianyun to a place with high consumption for dinner. For a girl who has never eaten hot pot or barbecue, places with too high prices may be a little unacceptable. What's more, although he has more than 100 million yuan now, he is not particular about things like eating. It is true that you get what you pay for the ingredients in expensive star-rated hotels, but most of them are priced higher simply because of their so-called grade. It's not that you can't eat cheap food, and having money doesn't mean you can only eat expensive food. It's just that he has more choices. Chui can now eat the delicacies that he couldn't afford before, and he still loves to eat the food that he could afford before. To be honest, some of the expensive food is not even as delicious as my favorite hot pot and barbecue. Led by the waiter, the two found a spacious seat and sat down. Seeing that Shen Nianyun was a little restrained, Chui took the menu and started ordering. However, he did not order a set meal, but planned to order some of his favorite dishes. There are always some items in the set meal that he doesn't like to eat, which inevitably leads to waste. Nianyun, do you want anything to eat? Chui asked. Shen Nianyun smiled, waved his hand and said, Chui, just order, I'll listen to you. How about this, I'll order what I want to eat first, and then you order 3 parts of meat and choose a drink. Since we're out for a meal, I definitely can't order alone. Chui said with a smile. Shen Nianyun was like a kitten that had come to a strange environment, and he looked quite inferior. This was not acceptable. He had to find a way to make her more confident, so that she would smile more often. Chui has no other hobbies, he just likes girls who love to laugh. Make Shen Nianyun smile more, start with ordering food. Ah, okay then, I'll listen to you. Shen Nianyun was a little embarrassed at first, but seeing Chuyi's expectant eyes, she nodded and agreed to Chuyi's request. For a girl, it is really hard to refuse when a boy she likes looks at her expectantly. Shen Nianyun doesn't like spicy food, so Chui ordered a shabu shabu hot pot. Because it is hot pot, the food is served very quickly. While waiting for the pot to boil, Chui asked Shen Nianyun about her taste preferences and went to the seasoning area to prepare the dipping sauce for her. After the bottom of the pot boiled, Chui picked up the colander beside him and started to blanch the meat. When the beef was cooked, he immediately passed it to Shen Nianyun. Although Shen Nianyun repeatedly asked to come, he could not resist Chuyi's initiative and could only enjoy the food obediently. For the first time, Shen Nianyun felt that eating could be so happy. Someone picked up food for her, prepared dipping sauce for her, and poured drinks for her. When Shen Nianyun was eating beef balls, because it was her first time and she had no experience, the juice splashed on the corners of her mouth. Chui considerately took out a tissue to help her wipe it. If this were a love game, favorability +1 would be floating in the air. Half an hour later, Chui and Shen Nianyun ended their pleasant dinner. After paying the money, Shui took Shin Yun back to the car. Now he was going to send her back to the school dormitory and then rush to the next show. Sitting in the driver's seat, Shui scratched his head. Why did he feel so busy since he became rich? Is this the miserable daily life of the super rich? It's so sad. By the way, why hasn't the system reward arrived yet? Was the reward triggered by having dinner with Chen Yun last time just a coincidence? Ding! Detected that the host had dinner with a top beauty, rewarded with passive skill, golden gun. As an outstanding rich man, you will definitely attract the attention of many beautiful women, so it is necessary to have a strong and powerful body. Host, please keep up the good work, carry forward the fine tradition of the godly rich, and try various distances of contact with more top beauties. System, why do I feel like you are insulting me? I am invincible now. Shui muttered to himself, does he need this kind of skill? No, he doesn't need it. His line was when the spear moves, the white dragon roars. But since the system gave it to him, he would accept it reluctantly. It's always good to have many skills. It is not yet 7 o'clock and there are still many people downstairs in the girls' dormitory. When Shui drove the Koenigsegg Gemera to the bottom of the girls' dormitory, it caused another round of exclamations. Wow! This car is so cool. I wonder who caught a rich son-in-law. I'm so envious. How great it would be if I was in the passenger seat. If I can be favored by a boy like this, I would be willing to lose 20 pounds. You are so fat, but you still think so beautifully. You are so optimistic. There were also girls with stars in their eyes, asking their boyfriends who were in passionate love with them in an intimate tone. Honey, which car is more expensive, this one or your BMW? The boy's eyes twitched slightly. How could he not ask such an idiotic question? His BMW 3 Series was probably not as expensive as one of his wheels. But in order to show off in front of the girl, he still said shamelessly, of course this car is not as expensive as a BMW, otherwise why would girls like to ride in a BMW? Feeling his girlfriend's fiery gaze, the boy smiled inwardly, thinking that it was so easy for her to pretend, all thanks to her not knowing anything about cars. But his girlfriend's next words made him panic. Why don't you sell your car and buy this one instead? I think it's much cooler than a BMW. The boy's expression froze instantly. This pretense, the price he paid was quite high. Ignored the onlookers around. Before Shin Yun got out of the car, Shui ran to the passenger seat first, opened the door very gentlemanly, and stretched out his hand to Shin Yun. Be careful, don't trip. This sports car looks good, but it's not very convenient to get in and out of it. Shin Yun smiled sweetly at Shui, mustered up her courage, and for the first time took the initiative to reach out her hand and put it on his hand. After helping Shin Yun get out of the car, Shui took out several sets of women's clothing, shoes and bags that had been placed together in the back seat and handed them to Shin Yun. Here, these are for you. Shui said with a smile. While shopping in the mall, he specifically asked Shin Yun to try these things on, under the pretext of helping her mother try them on. Actually, I was thinking of giving it to Shin Yun. His mother is a slightly plump middle-aged woman. Shin Yun tried on a fitted dress and his mother couldn't wear it at all. As a gentleman, how can you go on a date with a girl without giving her a gift? These things are too valuable, I can't accept them. What's more, you've invited me to dinner tonight. Shin Yun pushed back the packaging bag that Shui handed over, shaking her little head like a rattle. Don't rush to refuse. I forgot to tell you that I plan to set up a company. I haven't decided what to do specifically, but I have thought about the benefits of the employees. Shui held her hand and said with a smile. First of all, the salary is definitely the highest in the industry, and then there are things like food and accommodation, 6 insurances and 1 housing fund, paid vacations, and quarterly travel. Of course, the most important point is that when you go shopping with your boss, you can get random gifts based on his mood. How about this benefit, isn't it great? My little maid. You are my employee now. As an employee, you have to listen to your boss. Shui used chicken feathers as a token of authority to block Shin Yun's words of refusal. But what he didn't expect was that this time Shin Yun refused to agree no matter what he said. Chapter 49, In my eyes, you are an angel. Maid outfits are work clothes, and the new phone is a work phone. I can understand all of that, but I really can't accept such expensive clothes and shoes from you. I feel like this will put a lot of pressure on me. I won't dare go shopping with you anymore. Shin Yun folded his hands in front of him, lowered his head as he spoke, and his tone sounded a little nervous and depressed. The first time they went shopping together, Shui gave her such a valuable item. For a girl like her who came from a rural background and had never seen the world, the shock was really too great. Shui was stunned. He didn't expect Shin Yun to think so. He just felt that Shin Yun's clothes were a bit plain, and one could even clearly see that the clothes were old. That's why I thought of buying some clothes for her, but I didn't expect that doing so would cause so much pressure on her. Yun, I'm sorry, I was rude. Shui apologized softly. After hearing Shui's apology, Shin Yun became even more at a loss. Shui, you don't need to apologize, it's my own problem. Shui smiled, put all the clothes and shoes in the car, then took Shin Yun's hand and placed it in his palm. You are not wrong, it is this world that is wrong. In my opinion, you are an angel who has fallen into the mortal world. It's just that you have experienced some setbacks, which have made you less confident. But now that you've met me, a handsome man like me, your destiny should be to save angels. I will change the world for you. Shui smiled, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the beauty in front of him. In the past, he might have only regarded these words as sweet talk to pick up girls, but now, he believes that he has the ability to do it. Right, System Dad? System. Shin Yun had no experience of being flirted with by a boy. When she heard Shui say such touching words, she couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat and actually burst into tears. Woo-woo, Shui. Why are you saying these things? Shui didn't expect that Shin Yun would cry because of what he said. He exclaimed that it was a wrong decision. Shin Yun's tear point was so low. However, you should continue to comfort them. This is a great time to increase your feelings. Shui hugged Shin Yun into his arms, patted her back gently, and comforted her. Okay, crying will turn you into a pig. Although I know that those words just now were very provocative, I really didn't expect that after I said them, even an angel would be moved to tears. Put. Shame on you. Shin Yun suddenly burst into laughter, gently hit Shui's chest with her hand, and then her cheeks turned red. Feeling Shui's warm embrace, Shin Yun was a little fascinated, but reason overcame emotion and she soon came to her senses. Although she was still a little reluctant, she still forced herself to struggle to leave Shui's chest. Have you always been so good at flirting with girls? Shin Yun had just stopped crying, but her voice still had a slightly crying tone, which made her sound endearing. Oh, you misunderstood me. Actually, these words are practiced by me and my roommates. You know, boys are always gay and it's normal to say sweet words to each other. This is the first time I say such words to a girl. 4. Shui stretched out 4 fingers and said seriously. You, pohaha. The scene of Shui saying sweet words to other boys appeared in Shin Yun's mind. She couldn't help but laughed out loud. Shui smiled and did not interrupt, waiting quietly for Shin Yun to release his emotions. After that, Shin Yun stopped smiling. Seeing this, Shui continued, How are you? Are you feeling better? Shin Yun rolled her eyes at Shui and said in a complaining and coquettish tone, My stomach is sore from laughing, how can I be in a bad mood? Shui's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, What? Your stomach is sore from laughing. Let me rub it for you. After saying that, he pretended to stretch out his dirty hands to touch Shin Yun's lower abdomen. Oh, no! Shin Yun grabbed Shui's dirty hands with a shy look on her face. Shui restrained his playful smile and said with a straight face, Then, you should accept the things I gave you. Because these things can't be returned. If you don't accept them, I can only throw them away. However, in order to prevent you from having too much psychological burden, I will make another suggestion. Hearing Shui say that those things could not be returned and he could just throw them away if he didn't want them anymore, Shin Yun couldn't help but feel a little distressed. He spent so much money on them, and just throwing them away like that, it was such a waste. However, after releasing her emotions after being made to cry and laugh by Shui just now, she was not as nervous as before, so she decided to listen to Shui's advice. Well, tell me. Shui smiled and said, My suggestion is that if we go shopping together again in the future, you should wear the clothes and shoes I gave you, and carry the bag. Then I'll give you these things as a reward for accompanying me shopping. How about that? Besides, if you dress up beautifully, I will be more proud. Seeing Shin Yun was a little confused, Shui continued, I knew that your little head couldn't figure it out. When we go out shopping, people will definitely think we are a couple. If you can wear the clothes I gave you, won't you look better? This way, other people will be jealous of me for having such a beautiful girlfriend. Doesn't it sound very prestigious? Shin Nianyun nodded thoughtfully, and then her cheeks turned red again. So, were she and Shui misunderstood when they were shopping this afternoon? Ah. So embarrassing. In the end, under Chuyi's sweet talk, Shin Nianyun accepted Chuyi's gift. It was not until this moment, as if the seal had been lifted, that the voices of the onlookers' discussions reached their ears. Wow! This little brother is so good at flirting. He's so handsome, he's simply a male god. Ah! Wei is dead. That girl seems to be Shin Nianyun? I didn't expect that she also found a rich second-generation guy. I thought she would remain aloof until she graduated from college. Those things seem to be luxury goods. They are so expensive. Wow! Louis Vuitton, Prada, Hermes, Chanel. So many luxury brands, that guy is so generous. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Chui was a little puzzled. He didn't expect that sending Shin Nianyun back to the dormitory would also earn him admiration points. Although it wasn't much, a small amount of money is still neat. It seems I can send her back to the dormitory more often in the future. After watching Shin Nianyun enter the dormitory building, Chui got in the Koenigsegg Gemera and drove away. It was almost time, and he had to go to the party organized by Pei Yunxian. Chapter 50. It doesn't matter whether she is beautiful or not. Shin Nianyun returned to the dormitory carrying a lot of bags. As soon as I walked in, I was surrounded by 3 roommates. Wow, Nianyun, I didn't expect you to receive so many gifts without any notice. Are they from your boyfriend? Asked a girl with freckles on her face with a gossipy look on her face. Oh, no, this was given to me by the boy who saved me last time. I said no, but he insisted that I accept it, otherwise he would. Shin Nianyun's cheeks suddenly turned red and she closed her mouth when she said this. Otherwise he would touch me. Chui is so bad. Wow. The sequel to the story of a hero saving a beauty. Tell us what you did today. Another chubby girl took out a small notebook with a sly smile on her face, and the pen in her hand was ready. Oh, don't ask so many questions, we didn't do anything. Shin Nianyun became shy when asked and shook his head to indicate that he didn't want to elaborate. She and Shu Feng didn't really do anything. They just went shopping together, played an escape room game together, and then had dinner. If I count them all, it seems like there are a lot of things we did together. Wow, Nianyun, that boy actually gave you such an expensive gift. Louis Vuitton bags, Hermes perfumes, Chanel, Prada. So many luxury items must cost at least hundreds of thousands, right? Nianyun, this little brother is too cunning, you can't handle it, give me his contact information, let me do it. A girl with slightly curly hair's eyes lit up, and she listed the names of the luxury brands one by one, then said jokingly. Impossible. Shin Nianyun rolled his eyes at the curly-haired girl, then said with a serene smile, he's a very nice guy, there's no trick there. Ah. The 3 roommates all stretched out their voices, and the expressions on their faces were obvious. Do we look like fools to you? How could such a generous and high-quality man be just a nice person? The routine must be quite deep. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Nianyun, you are so beautiful, you will definitely be able to win him over. Come on. You can do it. Yes. From now on, our Nianyun will also be taken. Although they envied Shin Nianyun, they were still sincerely happy for her. After being roommates for 3 years, they saw how much Shin Nianyun had to endure. Even if they wanted to help Shin Nianyun, she would reject them. So all they could do was to share some snacks and fruits with Shin Nianyun from time to time to make her diet less monotonous. Shin Nianyun fell into shyness again. She had no idea how to respond to her roommate's words. What beautiful girl has a boyfriend? She doesn't have one yet. Nianyun, I want to ask you for a favor, said the curly-haired girl with a smile. Wei, just tell me. I will definitely help you if I can. Shin Nianyun nodded and said seriously. Her roommates are all very nice to her, and if there is anything she can do to help, she will definitely not sit idly by. When you are with this boy, please ask him if he minds having another girlfriend. If he doesn't mind, then ask him if I am okay with it. After the curly-haired girl said this, she looked at Shin Nianyun's embarrassed expression and laughed like a goose. Geese. Hateful. Shin Nianyun stomped her feet coquettishly. The other 2 girls also laughed when they saw her like this. The atmosphere in the whole dormitory was very cheerful. The place where Pei Yunxian held the party was one of his private estates. Shui couldn't find it using the navigation, and he had to call to ask for detailed directions before he figured out how to get there. It takes about 30 minutes to drive from Zhangbei University to Pei Yunxian's South private estate. When Shui drove to the scene, the security guard at the door opened the gate of the manor, bowed very respectfully, and made a gesture of invitation. It seems that Pei Yunxian has already greeted the security. Shui felt that Pei Yunxian was a really good person. His way of treating people made people feel comfortable. He was worthy of being from a big family. Entering the manor, there is a 4-lane road leading directly to the residence, with streetlights lined up on the side. Shui drove for more than 2 minutes before arriving at the residence. This residence is a modern mansion covering a huge area. In front of the door is a semicircular parking lot, which is now parked with many luxury cars. In addition to various sports cars, most of them are super luxury brands such as Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Maybach. From this alone, we can see that Pei Yunxian's connections are not just awesome, but extremely awesome. Pei Yunxian had been waiting at the door early, probably because he had received a notification from security. Shui had just parked the car when Pei Yunxian trotted to the outside of his car and took the initiative to open the door for him. "Master, you are finally here. I will definitely let you have a great time tonight," Pei Yunxian said with a wink. "Having fun? I've never seen the world, don't try to scare me," Shui said seriously. Pei Yunxian didn't believe what Shui said at all. "Hey master, you don't even believe what you said. Come on, let's go in first." Pei Yunxian grabbed Shuyi's wrist and pulled him towards the villa. Shui pulled his hand back with a look of disgust. "Can you not be so enthusiastic? I'm getting goosebumps." Pei Yunxian looked closely and saw that Shui actually had goosebumps on his arms. "Ah ha ha ha. Master, am I not too excited? Don't worry, I will never give you goosebumps next time." "Then thank you so much," Shui said with a helpless smile. Pei Yunxian led the way and introduced Shui. "Master, there are many interesting things in my manor. Swimming pool, bar, KTV, hot spring, everything is available. Of course, boxing and other things are no problem." At this point, Pei Yunxian raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Master, do you understand what I mean?" Shui looked around, nodded leisurely, and whistled. "What? What did you say? I don't understand?" "Ahem, but tonight I am mainly hosting a charity auction party among business tycoons in the name of my father, and I have also invited my friends. I will take you to meet them in a while. And there are a lot of beautiful women tonight." Pei Yunxian gave a smile that all men understand, and chuckled. "Ahem, it doesn't matter whether she's beautiful or not. What matters most is that I want to meet some of the business bigwigs in Jiannan City. It just so happens that I'm planning to start a company recently." Shui coughed twice and said seriously. Yes, the main thing is to make more friends. More friends mean more paths." Pei Yunxian nodded in agreement. Chapter 51. Xiang Lan has cramps. The two walked into the first floor lobby side by side. The hall is very large, with a small stage in the center, which is probably the venue for the auction. Many exquisite tables and chairs were placed in various corners of the hall, with people sitting here and there, and melodious music echoing in the air. A group of well-dressed successful people and ladies in evening gowns were walking back and forth, talking in low voices in twos and threes. There were also many servants carrying trays and walking among the crowd. The appearance of Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian attracted a lot of attention, and many people nodded respectfully and greeted Pei Yunxian. However, what made them even more curious was Chu Yi, who was beside Pei Yunxian. The eldest son of the Pei family actually acted like he was just accompanying someone. What was the origin of this person? Many ladies cast their alluring gazes on Chu Yi, and some even bit their lips. This man is so charming. If he doesn't mind, we can spend a pleasant night together. Chu Yi not only has top-notch looks and figure, but what attracts ladies even more is his calm and confident self-confidence. Temperament is something that cannot be faked. However, when it comes to temperament, Chu Yi is truly invincible. Even though those present are elites from various industries, when it comes to net worth, Chu Yi can easily defeat them with one hand. Money is a man's courage. This sentence still makes sense. Pei Yunxian responded to the courtesy and greetings of others skillfully, and then whispered to Chu Yi, "Master, I have prepared a brand new suit for you. I will take you to the second floor to change first. I was planning on telling you later, but I forgot." Shui was frowning and looking at the surrounding environment. He just saw a familiar figure, but when Pei Yunxian interrupted him, the figure disappeared. Okay, I'll go change my clothes first. After searching for a long time without finding it, Shui shook his head and stopped worrying about it. Maybe he had seen it wrong. Xianglan squatted at a corner of the table, watching Shui walking upstairs, and let out a long sigh. It was a close call, he almost found out. But she was a little confused. Why did Shui come to this charity dinner? Didn't her father say that this party was organized by the eldest young master of the Pei family? Xiaolan, what's wrong with you? Why are you so reckless in such an occasion? Get up quickly. Xiang Guoqiang on the side said with a serious face. Dad, I just had a cramp in my leg, so I squatted down to relieve it. Xianglan thought for a moment and made up an excuse. Hearing Xianglan say that he had cramps, Xiang Guoqiang changed his serious expression and asked with concern. Ah? Your leg is cramping? Does it still hurt? It seems like you don't drink enough milk, which is a sign of calcium deficiency. Today's charity gala is hosted by the eldest son of the Pei family. Xiang Guoqiang heard that many business elites would come to participate. So he also planned to come here to make some connections and take his daughter to see the world. But I didn't expect that my daughter would have cramps in such a situation. It was a bit embarrassing. It's okay, Dad. I'm fine now. I think the cramps might be caused by the strong cold air from the air conditioner in this position. Can we sit over there? Xianglan said, pointing to a position closer to the corner. Looking in the direction of Xianglan's finger, Xiang Guoqiang frowned. The corner was a bit off and there was a pillar blocking it. If he sat there, it would be a little troublesome for him to talk to others. But seeing Xianglan's pleading expression, Xiang Guoqiang had no choice but to nod in agreement. Forget it, there is no big deal about sitting there, at most I'll just have to walk a few more steps. The father and daughter moved from a location closer to the center to a slightly remote corner. Xianglan deliberately sat closer to the pillar so that it would be convenient for her to avoid Chu-yi for a while. She always pretended to be a girl from an ordinary family in front of Nian Yun, and in order to become good friends with her, she even went out to work part-time together. Last time in the hospital, when she heard that Chu-yi was looking for a housekeeper to do cleaning, she pretended to be a money grubber just to be with Nian Yun. If Chu-yi found out that her family conditions were not ordinary and that she was actually very rich, then wouldn't she be unable to work part-time with Nian Yun? The most terrifying thing is, if Nian Yun finds out that I have been deceiving her all along, will she break up with me? Xianglan felt terrified just thinking about it. She clenched her fists, glanced at the place where Chu-yi left, and secretly made up her mind that she must not let Chu-yi find her. But this one glance almost made her explode. Chu-yi was slowly walking down the stairs from the second floor. Xianglan quickly moved the stool and hid in the corner behind the pillar. Xiang Guoqiang was already holding a glass of wine and going to the venue to make friends. I just went to the second floor with Pei Yunxian and changed into a suit that is more suitable for this occasion. Chu-yi returned to the first floor lobby again. This suit is indeed brand new. There are many new suits of different styles and sizes in the closet on the second floor. Because Chu-yi had a very standard figure, he could just pick up a one-size-fits-all outfit and put it on, as if it had been specially selected. After changing into a neat dark blue suit, Chu-yi became even more charming. Now he is like an extremely attractive aphrodisiac to the beautiful ladies walking around the field. Even just a sneak peek at him will make them blush and their hearts beat faster. Hey, master, look at the way those beauties are looking at you. They seem to want to strip you naked on the spot. Pei Yunxian poked Chu-yi with his elbow and said with a smile. Chu-yi sighed helplessly, alas, there is nothing I can do. I have always been so attractive to women since I was a child. Now I am really tired, both mentally and physically. Master, do you want lemon juice? I'll squeeze it with my mouth. Pei Yunxian looked sour. Roll. After laughing and joking for a while, Pei Yunxian brought Chu-yi to a central position in the venue. There are only 3 people sitting in the seats now, all of them are relatively young men from wealthy families, and they are also the friends that Pei Yunxian plans to introduce to Chu-yi. Pei Yunxian took Chu-yi to their seats and casually opened a bottle of wine. He poured a glass for Chu-yi first, then poured himself half a glass. Then he raised his glass and said to the other 3 people, brothers, this is my master, Chu-yi, whom I mentioned to you before. The 3 young men stood up politely and raised their glasses with both hands to toast Chu-yi. Nice to meet you. As the saying goes, courtesy comes first, and Chu-yi did not put on airs. He clinked glasses with the three of them in the same way, and even placed the mouth of his glass lower on purpose to show his politeness. Everyone, please don't be polite. Although Pei Yunxian insists on recognizing me as his master, we are actually still friends as peers. Shui said with a smile. Chapter 52, Sissy, stay away from me. Pei Yunxian grinned and introduced the three people to Shui one by one. Master, the guy sitting on the far left with slicked back hair is called Guan Yan. He is the eldest son of Jiannan's housekeeper. At the same time, if you have any industrial and commercial issues in Jiannan City, just contact him. He will make sure everything is arranged properly. Guan Yan stood up and shook hands with Shui, saying with a smile, Brother Yi is really amazing. He actually made Pei Yunxian surrender. You know, he has always relied on his powerful force and is not afraid of anything. The only person he is afraid of may be his father. No, I only won by a small margin. If we fight a few more times, I might fail sometimes. I still recognize Pei Yunxuan's strength. Shui said modestly. After all, this is Pei Yunxuan's home court, and he has to give him the face he deserves. Master, you are too modest. These three are my best friends since childhood. They brag about each other and expose each other's shortcomings every day. You can pretend to be cool as much as you want. You don't have to give me any face. Pei Yunxian picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and said with a smile. Shui was a little amused and helpless. This guy, you are not happy even though I gave you face. Are you saying that you are the kind of person who can be knocked down by 3 punches? Brother Yi, if you encounter any problems in business in the future, be sure to come to me. We are all friends. I have elders in my family who are in charge of this area, and basically most problems can be solved. Guan Yan mentioned it again with a smile, then sat back in his original seat. Okay, no problem. I'll definitely come to you if I need any help. I happen to be planning to start a company in the near future. Shui nodded and said with a smile. Master, this playboy with a warrior hairstyle is Qi Juanhe, the young master of the Qi family in Jiannan. His family owns a mine and he knows a lot of girls. If you need investment or feel lonely, you can look for him. Pei Yunxian continued his nonsensical introduction. Qi Juanhe laughed and scolded, although my family really has a mine, can't you introduce it in a more impressive way? If you change the name to a rare resource mining site, wouldn't it sound more impressive? That's fine. If you're lonely, come to me. I'm straight. Qi Juanhe exaggeratedly covered his chest with both hands, making everyone at the table laugh. Shui also smiled and took the initiative to stand up and shake hands. I see, cherish the resource mining points and the beauty resource concentration points, right? If I need this in the future, I will definitely find you, so don't refuse it then. Qi Juanhe immediately put away his smile, shook hands with Shui seriously, and said, Brother Yi, please excuse me if you have anything to do. If you don't have anything to do, you can also come and play with me. I will make sure everything is arranged. Thank you. Shui thanked politely. Master, this cold and domineering president is called Chen Shuaiqi. As his name suggests, he is quite handsome. He is the second young master of the Jiannan Chen family. Some of his elders are in business and politics. If you encounter problems at school that involve the education department, you can trouble him. Pei Yunxian introduced the last friend. Hello, nice to meet you. Shen Shui also stood up and shook hands with Shui. His cold personality made him not say much, or rather, that was already too much. Shui didn't mind. He shook hands with Chen Shui, drank a glass together and then sat down. Ding! The host has successfully made friends with the children of the powerful in Jiannan City. Mission accomplished. The security company will contact the host within 3 days, please keep your phone open. As a super rich man, you must have a power hidden in the dark. Please continue to work hard and eventually grow into a qualified super rich man. Mission accomplished. Shui remembered that the security company awarded for this mission was composed of 50 top mercenaries. In this way, in the future, if there are things that are not convenient to do openly, the security company can be asked to take action. It can be seen that Pei Yunxian really wants to bring Shui to make friends with him. The reason why these 3 people were so enthusiastic was probably because Pei Yunxian had greeted them in advance. Otherwise, these wealthy young men with a hint of arrogance would not take Shui so seriously. When he just entered the hall a few minutes ago, Shui's first glance was towards the table where he was currently sitting. It was not because of any other reason, but mainly because the location was too conspicuous. Obviously, this table is the center of attention tonight. In addition, other guests coming and going looked at this table from time to time, with hesitation and expectation on their faces. It's like someone who wants to climb up the ladder but is somewhat daunted. The few who came over to toast were all middle-aged men, and judging by their attire, they all looked wealthy. Even so, Pei Yunxuan's friends just nodded lightly, raised their glasses to signal, and took a sip. Those wealthy people would be overjoyed if they could accept their business cards. The rest of the time, they just sat at the table, chatting leisurely among themselves, and did not socialize around with glasses of wine like the others. There is only one reason why they behave like this. That is, they think that socializing on the field is meaningless and they look down on it. In other words, in their opinion, everyone present, except Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian, is trash. Not worthy of their enthusiastic treatment. Sure enough, in this kind of place where interests are exchanged, identity, status and strength determine everything. Although they all looked funny in front of Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian, and made jokes casually, they were just like ordinary friends. But in front of those people they look down upon, they act differently. After all, they are all the top second generation in Jiannan City, so it is natural for them to greet everyone with a smile. Only those who are valuable enough will be taken seriously. This is actually the so-called circle. It is quite difficult for people with insufficient status to squeeze into this circle of top second generation people. Even if you have money, it's useless. Money is only part of strength. If other aspects don't keep up, it won't work. Of course, those who have too much money are another matter. However, Pei Yunxian paved the way for Chu Yi in advance and directly brought him into his own circle. Chu Yi looked at Pei Yunxian, who was laughing and joking with his best friend, and nodded secretly in his heart. Although this guy is a little silly, he is worth making friends with. Get out of here, you damn bitch. Stay away from me. At this moment, a delicate cry suddenly came from the field, attracting everyone's attention. At the same time, there was a horrifying scream coming from a man. Chu Yi was also attracted by the voice. When he looked closely, it turned out to be Xiang Lan. He was right just now, Xiang Lan also came to attend the party. Pei Yunxian said that only businessmen with a certain amount of capital or industry elites could attend this party. Since Xiang Lan is here too, it seems that she also has a wealthy family. But why did she and Shen Nianyun apply for the housekeeping job together when she was in the hospital last time? As a result, Chu Yi still thought that she was a girl from an ordinary family. Pei Yunxian frowned. Someone actually dared to cause trouble at the party he hosted. He must be so impatient to live. Master, wait for me for a moment, I will get it done right away. Pei Yunxian finished speaking and was about to stand up, but was stopped by Chu Yi. Wait a minute, that girl is my friend, I'll go with you to see what happened. Seeing Chu Yi say this, Pei Yunxian nodded in agreement. Seeing that his three best friends were also trying to get up, he quickly held them down and said, "Stay put, eat and drink. This is my place, and if anything goes wrong, I'll take care of it. After we have settled this matter, the auction should be almost ready to start." In Pei Yunxuan's opinion, although the brothers are all good friends, their relationship is very close. But after all, it was a formal occasion, and I was the one who invited them, so there was no reason to let the guests laugh at me. He was a little angry now and just wanted to teach the troublemaker a lesson. Chapter 53, The Little Maid Must Be Trained Well. When Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian walked to where Xiang Lan was, he found another acquaintance. No, it should be said that it was Bai Peng who wanted to be his son. At this time, Bai Peng was curled up on the ground, covering his vital parts with his hands, his face full of pain. The reason why I didn't see it just now was because he was lying on the ground and was blocked by the tablecloth. Seeing this, Pei Yunxian picked up his phone and called the security of his own manor. He planned to ask the security to carry the fallen guy away first to avoid affecting the atmosphere of the party. As for who caused the trouble, it is very easy to deduce. Anyway, it's certain that the Master's friend's 1T caused trouble. Since it's not the Master's friend who was causing trouble, then it must be this guy lying on the ground. She actually dared not to give Pei Yunxian face and openly screamed when she was kicked in the balls during the charity auction party he hosted. How disgraceful. I'll ask the security to prepare a meat-filled meal for him first, and the other meal plans are to be determined later. Pei Yunxian thought silently. Xiang Lan, long time no see. Chu Yi ignored Bai Peng, who was screaming, and greeted Xiang Lan with a smile. Today, Xiang Lan was wearing a little makeup, with her long hair tied behind her head, and a conservative black evening dress. She looked more mature than the previous 2 times they met. The only thing that remained unchanged was that the evening dress she wore today highlighted her hot body, with a protruding front and a curved back. She wore a pair of high heels, which made the curves of her beautiful legs even longer. In general, Xianglan was extremely eye-catching today. At least Shui relied on his strong willpower to not admire her too much. "Ah, Shui, you are here too. Long time no see." "Ha ha." Xianglan replied somewhat embarrassedly. "But I was mumbling in my heart, what is going on? We just met a few days ago." Shui pointed at Bai Peng, who was still lying on the ground, and asked Xianglan, "What's wrong with this guy? Did he provoke you?" When Bai Peng was mentioned, Xianglan frowned violently, crossed his arms and said, "This damn sissy just wanted my contact information. I refused several times, but he still pestered me, so I couldn't help but kick him." Shui looked Xianglan up and down as if he was meeting her for the first time. "I didn't expect that she not only has a strong body, but also has such a strong personality." However, Xiao Pengpeng was kicked by Xianglan's high heels. Bai Peng really needs to change his name to Bai Peng. "Why are you looking at me like that? Didn't I just kick him?" Xianglan stomped his feet and said, "Nothing, I just think you played very well, I'm very satisfied," Shui said with a smile. Shui indeed thought so, and he would also like to give it a few kicks if he had the chance. But what Shui is more curious about now is that since Xianglan is worth a lot of money, why does she become friends with Shin Yenyun? And they often go out together to do part-time jobs to earn money, which is unreasonable. Do rich girls need to go out to work and earn money? Are you bored because you've eaten too much? As far as he knew, Xianglan was not a student of Jiangbei University. Therefore, the possibility that she and Shin Yenyun gradually became good friends because of their daily interactions was ruled out. The only possibility is that Xianglan approached Shin Yenyun with some purpose. In Shui's opinion, Shin Yenyun is completely a blank sheet of paper, and he will not allow anyone to have any plans against her. He wants to find out Xianglan's purpose. "Are you coming to this party alone today?" Shui asked. "No, my dad brought me here." Xianglan shook his head and said, a little depressed. She originally wanted to hide in the corner to avoid being discovered by Shui, but she didn't expect to encounter a clinging fly and was forced to expose herself. It was all that sissy's fault. Now that Shui had discovered her identity, she wouldn't know what to say if asked. What's more, she also hid her identity from Nian Yun. If Shui told Nian Yun, would she feel deceived and ignore him in the future? Xianglan became angrier and angrier as she thought about it. She gritted her teeth as she looked at Bai Peng, who was still screaming. She wished she could kick him a couple more times. At this time, Xiang Guoqiang, who had just finished using the bathroom, returned to the hall and was also attracted by the noise here. He was shocked, wondering if his daughter was in trouble again. Xiang Guoqiang trotted to Xianglan, and seeing that she was safe and sound, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Then he looked at Bai Peng on the ground and his heart tightened. How come someone got injured at such a nice charity gala? Xiaolan, what's the situation here? What happened just now? Xiang Guoqiang asked with concern. Xianglan pouted and said nothing. Shui smiled and extended his hand to Xiang Guoqiang to say hello. "This should be Uncle Xiang, right?" "Hello, Uncle Xiang, my name is Shui." Xiang Guoqiang was stunned for a moment, and seeing that Shui was well dressed and very polite, he also politely shook hands with Shui. "Hello, Xiao Chu, do you know Xiaolan?" Shui glanced at the angry Xianglan, smiled slightly and said, "Yes, uncle, I know Xianglan, and we have a pretty good relationship." Not only is she pretty good, Xianglan has already been reserved as his maid. If they get along well for some time, Xianglan might be able to master many powerful skills. However, this little maid had her own plans and actually had plots against the little angel Shin Yenyun. You must give him a beating when you have the chance. If he doesn't obey, you will have to use some training. Xiang Guoqiang was a little surprised. He knew that his daughter was arrogant and usually disdained to make friends with the opposite sex. Instead, she got along better with girls. However, as a father, he is not old-fashioned and does not interfere with his daughter's interpersonal relationships. Anyway, as long as his daughter is happy, isn't the reason he makes money to make his family happy? But what exactly happened here? Xiao Chu, do you know what happened here just now? Seeing that his daughter was still angry and silent, Xiang Guoqiang had to ask Shui. Uncle, this is what happened. This guy just wanted Lan Lan's contact information, but Lan Lan didn't want to give it to him, so he kept pestering her. Lan Lan saw that she couldn't refuse, so she had to let me act as a shield. As a result, we had an argument, and I couldn't help but kick him. Chui took the blame on himself with a smile and winked at Xianglan secretly. Xianglan looked at Chui in surprise. She had already prepared herself mentally to be scolded by her father. I didn't expect Chui to say that. Is he taking care of her? But what's the use of this? When that sissy recovers and starts to argue, won't her father also know what happened? But since Chui had started lying, he would certainly do it perfectly. Mr. Pei, please ask the security to help this gentleman go to the infirmary to rest first. We will discuss the compensation issue after the party is over. Chui waved to Pei Yunxian and said. He also deliberately emphasized the word compensation. Pei Yunxian cooperated and agreed, and asked the 4 security guards who rushed over after hearing the news to carry Bai Peng to the infirmary. Not only that, Pei Yunxian also whispered to the security guard to tell the family doctor not to give Bai Peng pain relief. At the same time, tie up Bai Peng and beat him up after he recovers. Thank you for your hard work. Please take good care of this guest. Each of you will receive a bonus of 3,000 yuan after the task is completed. Pei Yunxian said with a smile as he patted the leading security guard on the shoulder. The 4 security guards excitedly took the order, lifted up the still screaming Bai Peng and left the hall. Chapter 54 Selling Daughter to Guoqiang. Xianglan opened her mouth slightly, very surprised. She didn't expect that Chui would make Bai Peng disappear from the scene so easily. She heard from her father that today's party was hosted by the young master of a large family in Jiannan City, and only well-known figures could attend. Before coming here, her father had specifically warned her not to get into conflict with others, otherwise it would be easy to get into trouble. Just now she really couldn't stand Bai Peng's excessive advances. If she didn't fight back, that sissy would come after her. It makes me sick just thinking about it. Ugh. Xiang Guoqiang was also stunned watching from the side. He attended the charity auction party tonight, so naturally he knew Pei Yunxian. I just heard that the young master of the Pei family has always been arrogant, but I didn't expect that he would respond to Chuyi's every request. You know, even if he wanted to get to know Pei Yunxian, it would be difficult. However, his daughter's friend seemed to be of the same level as the young master of the Pei family. This made Xiang Guoqiang overjoyed. He felt that it was not in vain that he brought his precious daughter out tonight. With Chuyi's relationship, his goal of making more connections can be easily achieved. Seeing the surprised expressions of the father and daughter, Chui smiled slightly. Uncle, I have some private matters to ask Lan Lan, so I want to take her to sit at my table. Is that okay with you? This is Chuyi's main purpose. He wants to find out why Xian Lan is close to Shen Nianyun and why she wants to be a maid together. This kind of thing cannot be asked in front of Xiang Guoqiang, and Chui does not want to wait for another time, so he just takes this opportunity tonight to ask clearly. Ah, this is not good. Xiang Lan was a little flustered. How could she not know what Chui wanted to ask? But it's hard to talk about this kind of thing. Xiang Guoqiang was also a little hesitant. He was actually not very willing to let his precious daughter sit at the same table with Chui. What if my sweet little girl is snatched away by this kid? Seeing this, Chui came close to Pei Yunxian and said in a low voice, Xiaopei, take this Uncle Xiang to our table and introduce him to your brothers. Then make a big noise so that everyone present can see it. Pei Yunxian looked at Chui in surprise. His master's actions were intended to increase the influence of his Uncle Xiang. He could already imagine that after doing what his master said, Uncle Xiang would become a hot commodity in the eyes of successful people in the field. Who wouldn't want to meet this kind of person who can interact with the young masters of Jiannan? However, when he saw Xianglan standing aside, Pei Yunxian showed a look of sudden enlightenment and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Master, I understand. Just leave it to me. Pei Yunxian raised his eyebrows at Chui, then smiled brightly and said to Xiang Guoqiang, Uncle Xiang, since we all know each other, why don't you go to my table and have a drink? There are some good friends of mine there, it would be nice for us to get to know each other. Xiang Guoqiang's eyes lit up. Pei Yunxuan's words directly hit the nail on the head. He came here today to expand his network so that his business can be more successful. If I could directly get to know the most powerful young masters in this scene, then at the following dinner, his efforts to make connections will go smoothly. Mr. Pei, you are too polite. Since you said so, I must give you this face. Xiang Guoqiang nodded with a smile, then smiled gratefully at Chui. Xiao Chu, since you young people have some private topics to discuss, then uncle won't stop you. But my only request is that Xiao Lan not drink, otherwise I won't be able to explain to her mother when I go back. Xiang Guoqiang knew that what Pei Yunxian said was definitely not groundless. The only person who could make Pei Yunxian do this was Chu Yi, who knew his daughter. Since Chu Yi has helped him so much, he must return the favor. It's just chatting anyway, it won't hurt you, so it's no big deal. Xiang Guoqiang sold his daughter easily and felt very happy. Dad. Xiang Lan looked reluctant, pulling Xiang Guoqiang's arm and said coquettishly, "You said you were just bringing me out to see the world, why did you let me sit at the same table with my friends?" "Okay, Lan, I think Xiao Chu is a handsome man with good manners and is an outstanding young man. You should learn more from him and change your temper." Xiang Guoqiang patted the back of Xiang Lan's hand and comforted her. "Xiao Chu, let's go over there. To be honest, if it weren't for your relationship, it would have been difficult for me to get to know these young masters of the big families in Jiannan City," Xiang Guoqiang said with a straightforward smile. Although this was the case to Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian, it was actually a compliment to them, or to put it bluntly, it was invisible flattery. It has to be said that most people who make it to the elite class have pretty good emotional intelligence. Of course, except for Bai Peng. Bai Peng, who was being beaten up in the infirmary, suddenly sneezed, spraying the security guard in front of him in the face. Suddenly, Bai Peng and the security guard looked at each other affectionately. In less than a second, Bai Peng's screams were heard again in the infirmary. Ah! Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian brought Xiang Guoqiang to the C position table where they were, and Xiang Lan followed behind with a wronged look on her face. Seeing the two men returning and bringing back two more people, Huan Yan and the other two became a little curious. Pei Yunxian winked at them, then picked up the wine and poured it into a goblet. He politely toasted Xiang Guoqiang and said loudly, "Uncle Xiang, have fun here tonight. If you are not satisfied with anything, just tell me and I will make changes immediately." Pei Yunxian deliberately raised his voice to attract the attention of the guests. When they found out that he was toasting a middle-aged man, everyone was wondering who this middle-aged man was that Pei Xiao was so polite to toast. Xiang Guoqiang was a little flattered. Although he was currently worth over 100 million yuan, it was really nothing in front of the top families in Jiannan City. As the next generation seat of the Pei family, one of the top families in Jiannan City, Pei Yunxian was so honored to be so politely toasted to him at the party he hosted. The way the guests around him looked at him had changed. There are also some people who ignored me just now, but now they are looking at me with stars in their eyes. This is the influence of the top powerful class. Xiang Guoqiang sighed in his heart, but he also put in some superficial effort. He and Pei Yunxian happily finished the wine in the glass. Guan Yan, Shi Juana, and Chen Shuiqi saw Pei Yunxuan's eyes and saw his exaggerated toast. As close friends who grew up together, how could they not understand what he meant? After Pei Yunxian finished his toast, the three of them also held up their wine glasses and stood up one by one to toast Xiang Guoqiang, giving him enough face. This was completely different from how they had just treated other wealthy people. Chapter 55, This guy, what is he doing here? The polite toasts from the four young masters not only made Xiang Guoqiang blush, but also made the guests present curious about Xiang Guoqiang's identity. Many guests began to discuss in low voices. Who is this man that the young masters call Uncle Xiang? Why are they so respectful to him? Yes, I saw several tycoons toasting him before, but those young masters just raised their glasses and didn't even move. But they were so respectful to Uncle Xiang. It would be great if they had a chance to meet him. I don't know where this person comes from, but I just talked to Mr. Xiang. He runs a physical business in Jiannan City, and we even exchanged business cards. Brother, I heard that you seem to be doing business in the internet field? It just so happens that I have resources in this area. Why don't we take some time to discuss cooperation matters? It would be great if you could introduce Mr. Xiang to me. Ha, no problem. Damn it. Mr. Xiang just toasted me and wanted to chat with me, but I turned him away. The biggest gain of the night is gone. The last time I went to the temple to burn incense and worship Buddha, I heard from the abbot that I would meet a noble person today. It seems that Mr. Xiang is my noble person. If I can really get to know Mr. Xiang, I will donate another 1 million incense money next time I go to the temple. Amitba, may Buddha bless you. At this time, Xiang Guoqiang had become a distinguished person in the eyes of the guests. In their opinion, since it was difficult to get to know those young masters, it would be the same to get to know Mr. Xiang. After all, connections are like a line that connects people together. So even if I don't have the opportunity to meet some young masters, getting to know Mr. Xiang will have a similar effect. This way, if there is something that requires the young master's help in the future, it would be good to have someone who can have a say. Under Chuyi's instructions, Pei Yunxian brought 3 young masters to help Xiang Guoqiang gain a lot of face. Xiang Guoqiang, with a rosy face, no longer cared about Xiang Lan, who had a gloomy face. He walked around the venue with a champagne in hand, making friends with business partners. This time, Xiang Guoqiang felt unusually relaxed. Many entrepreneurs who had ignored him took the initiative to hand over their business cards, and even looked like they were begging for his business card. This treatment is so great. And all this was thanks to Chuyi's words. Xiang Guoqiang walked around the venue, glancing at Chuyi from time to time, just like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. The more he looked, the more he admired him. If he had a son-in-law like this, he would be very proud. Mr. Xiang. Mr. Xiang? An entrepreneur next to him called softly. Xiang Guoqiang then retracted his gaze and said apologetically, "Sorry, I drank a little too much and was distracted just now." "What you just said was, Mr. Xiang, please drink less. Just take a sip to show your appreciation. I just wanted to ask if I could have your business card so that we can contact each other in the future." The entrepreneur waved his hand nonchalantly and said with a smile, Oh, look at my memory." Xiang Guoqiang reached into the lining pocket of his suit, only to find that he had already distributed all the business cards. Seeing this, the entrepreneur took out his mobile phone and said with a smile, "It seems that you have distributed all your business cards. How about we add each other on WeChat?" "Okay. No problem." Xiang Guoqiang smiled readily and took out his mobile phone to add the other party as a friend. Seeing her father so rarely happy, although Xiang Lan was very angry about his behavior of selling his daughter, she did not blame him. "My father has given so much for this family. Since he is so happy today, it was worth it for me to be sold. It won't be a big deal to me anyway. But what is Chuyi's identity? Why can a few words make the young master of aristocratic family, who is difficult for my father to make friends with, put down his status and praise my father?" Xiang Lan quietly looked at Chuyi beside her, only to find that Chuyi was putting the wine glass to his lips and looking at her with a playful look. Chuyi's look frightened Xiang Lan so much that his heart jumped and he quickly withdrew his gaze. Chuyi laughed and was not in a hurry to interrogate Xiang Lan. After all, the piece of meat was right in front of him and it couldn't run away. Eat food when it's time to eat food, and drink wine when it's time to drink wine. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was a little strange, Ji Juanha asked with a smile, "Brothery, who is this?" Chuyi put down the chopsticks in his hand, rubbed Xiang Lan's head with a smile and said, "Her name is Xiang Lan, she is my new maid." Ji Juanha clapped his hands, gave Chuyi a thumbs up with admiration, and said, "Brothery, I understand, but it's the meat silk poulet, the fun is there." Guan Yan picked up the wineglass on the table and toasted Chuyi, and said with a smile, "Brothery is awesome, please teach me some tips on picking up girls in the future, I've been single for a long time." Hearing this, Chen Shui, who was picking up food, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said lightly, "Well, it's been a long time, almost the 3rd day." Pei Yunxian drank a little wine and watched his brothers teasing each other, smiling without saying a word. If these guys knew that he had another master's wife who was as beautiful as a fairy, would they be shocked? Seeing these people teasing him, Xiang Lan became angry and wanted to argue, but when he caught a glimpse of his father, his expression relaxed. "Oh, forget it, it's no big deal to be teased by these guys. It's a rare day that Dad is happy, so as his daughter, I will sell my soul in exchange for his happiness. I have given so much for this family." Epsilon. Seeing that Xiang Lan looked cute when she was angry, Chuyi couldn't help but want to tease her. "Hey, Xiang Lan, do you know what's redder than a monkey's butt?" Xiang Lan crossed his arms and rolled his eyes at Chuyi, indicating that he didn't want to talk. "Humph, if you want to tease me, forget it. Hee, can't you just give me some face?" Chuyi was puzzled when he saw that Xiang Lan didn't take the bait. Xiang Lan continued to keep a straight face and said nothing. "Humph, it's better to spend this party like this. It saves Chuyi from asking questions." Chuyi felt a little bored when he saw Xiang Lan not talking. After thinking about it, he decided to ask Xiang Lan about his purpose of approaching Shen Yanyun first. But this needs to be done step by step, slowly asking questions. Chuyi did it as he thought. He moved his stool towards Xiang Lan's position, and the two people's stools were put together. When several people including Pei Yunxian saw the scene, they looked at each other, smiled and said nothing. When Xiang Lan saw Chuyi moving the stool towards her, she hurriedly moved the stool away from Chuyi. "Ah, this guy, what are you doing coming over here? Go away, go away. Go away." The more Xiang Lan moved, the more Chuyi wanted her not to stay away from him. He simply reached out and grabbed the back of the chair where Xiang Lan was sitting and pulled it towards himself. Ah! Xiang Lan let out a cry and fell towards Chu Yi unexpectedly. Chapter 56 Xiang Lan, the Proud Kitten. Chu Yi enjoyed the warmth and softness of Xiang Lan in his arms. After all, Xiang Lan's comic-like figure was quite rare. What is the feeling of holding someone in his arms? Just one word, wonderful. Xiang Lan struggled to get up, and Chu Yi did not stop her. Although he felt that the touch of her flesh was great, they were not close enough, and being too presumptuous would backfire. As a hunter with strong capital, you only need to set numerous traps and lure the prey into the bait. By then, you can also tame the aggressive prey into a pet that will snuggle in your arms and act coquettishly. It would be so boring if I took out a shotgun and shot him to death. Ahem, Pei Yunshin, you see that girl in low-cut clothes over there? She's pretty, and her best friend also has a big butt. Why don't we go get to know them? Seeing that Chu Yi and Xiang Lan had serious business to do, Shi Juan coughed twice, pulled Pei Yunshin up and prepared to go for a walk on the field. Where? I like big butts. Pei Yunshuan's eyes lit up, and his eyes instantly turned into radars, his gaze shooting in the direction Shi Juan pointed. See, Gui. You still have a vicious gaze, old man. Come on, the big butt girl is mine, and you can do whatever you want with her bestie. Okay, I won't compete with you for it. Shi Juanhe nodded with a smile. Pei Yunxian and Shi Juanhe got up and left in a hurry. Before leaving, they smiled at each other tacitly and gave Chu Yi a subtle look of encouragement. How could Chu Yi not know what they were thinking, but he really had no intention of doing anything to Xiang Lan. Although she left a deep impression with her twin ponytails last time, he really wanted to hold her hand to try the feel. Although Chu Yi was very fond of her comic book figure and wanted to try her voluptuous figure. But we are in a public place now, is it appropriate to do this? It's not suitable. So why are you looking at me like that? And you guys? Guan Yan. Chen Shuiqi. Yes, as soon as Pei Yunxian and the other two left, Chen Shuiqi also stood up with a blank face, pulled Guan Yan and left without saying a word. Guan Yan even gave Chu Yi an encouraging gesture, with the smile on his face as bright as it could be. At this moment, the guests in the venue became even more excited. The target they wanted to get acquainted with began to wander around the venue. Xiang Lan felt like a little white rabbit caught in the mouth of a big bad wolf. Now her cheeks are red. Although she was impatient and sometimes hot-tempered, this was the first time she was hugged by a boy. Moreover, he was a handsome man like Chu Yi who had a great figure and good looks. Xiang Lan felt her legs were a little weak. Fortunately, she is sitting on a chair now, otherwise she would really make a fool of herself. Ah, Xiang Lan, what are you thinking about? Now you and Chu Yi are enemies. No matter what he asks next, you can't tell him the truth. Chu Yi found Xiang Lan's red face and silence quite interesting. I didn't see her being so shy when I kicked Bai Peng just now, she kept calling me old lady. Xiang Lan, tell me, how did you and Nian Yun know each other? Chu Yi asked with a smile. Since we want to find out Xiang Lan's purpose of approaching Shen Nianyun, let's start from when they first met. I hope it's not what I imagined. Why are you asking so many questions? I won't tell you. And don't you know that as a boy, it's not good to pry into the secrets between girls? Xiang Lan said angrily. Alalan will never bow to evil forces. Justice will prevail over evil. Humph. Carrot. Oh, okay, since you don't want to say it, then I have to ask Nian Yun. Why don't you give her a call? It's not too late now, she should not be asleep yet. Chu Yi nodded with some disappointment, then took out his mobile phone. Hey, why did you call Nian Yun to ask this? Don't you think it's weird? Xiang Lan was shocked and quickly stopped Chu Yi's behavior. If Chu Yi called and asked some weird questions, how would she get along with Nian Yun in the future? The evil forces are so sinister that Alalan finds it difficult to resist. What should I do? No, aren't these just some normal questions? And as an employer, I have the right to conduct background checks on the two newly hired maids. Chu Yi said with a smile, and he emphasized the word maid. Xiang Lan's face turned bitter. Maid, you only know how to say this every day. Miss Ben and Nian Yun are such lovely girls working as your maids, and you keep using this as a bargaining chip to threaten us. It's really abominable. Justice Ararat failed. It's not that Alan didn't work hard, but that evil is too powerful. Woo. Then I will only tell you how we met, and you are not allowed to ask anything else. Xiang Lan said depressedly. Well, it's not impossible. Shui groaned, whetting Xiang Lan's appetite, and then nodded to agree to her request. As long as you are willing to speak up, it will be fine. You've already done it the first time, so why should you be afraid of difficulties the second or third time? Moreover, Shui is very interested in training a girl with a tsundere personality like Xiang Lan. Just think about it, it would be such a great sense of accomplishment to train a tsundere girl into a well-behaved and cute little maid. Xiang Lan was irritated by Chuyi's evil eyes, and pretended to be fierce and said, "Don't look at me like that." Woo! Alalan is so panicked. Chui said nothing and just looked at Xiang Lan steadily. He waited until Xiang Lan felt a little uncomfortable, then he stretched out his hand and said, "Don't move, there's something on your face." Ah? What is that? Xiang Lan asked blankly when she heard Chui say that there was something on his face. Chui stretched out his hand and pinched the baby fat on Xiang Lan's face, then said with a triumphant smile, "A little cute." What a cheesy love talk. Xiang Lan pursed her lips and rolled her eyes at Chui. She also reached out and rubbed the tender flesh on her cheek that Chui had pinched, as if she wanted to rub it clean. Ha ha ha, okay, tell me how you met Nianyun, just think of it as telling a story. Chui said with a smile. He thought the girl was so cute, like a tsundere little kitten. But it doesn't matter, Chui just likes to pet cats. Hiss. The joy of petting cats is quite wonderful. Oh. Xiang Lan responded quietly and began to explain how the two of them knew each other. It turned out that one time when Shen Nianyun was working part-time, he went to her family's cafe to work as a waiter. She happened to be in the store that day, drinking coffee idly. Somehow, I noticed Shen Nianyun, the new waiter. It may be because of her beauty, or it may be because of her careful and serious attitude towards work. Even Xiang Lan, who is also a girl, thought that Shen Nianyun was so fairy-like when she saw her for the first time. Out of curiosity, Xiang Lan began to pay attention to Shen Nianyun's every move. Chapter 57, The head is well rested, comfort is essential. Later, in order to get to know Nianyun better, I pretended to apply for a part-time temporary job, and after a while we became familiar with each other. After telling the general process of how she and Shen Nianyun met, Xiang Lan added dryly. Is that it? Shui looked at Xiang Lan with confusion. Yeah, that's it. Otherwise, what kind of story do you think there can be? This is not a TV series. Xiang Lan said righteously, with his hands on his hips. That's it, I won't tell you anything else even if you ask me again. Stinky Chui. Well, okay, you have big breasts so you have the final say. Chui nodded and said. You. Hooligan. Xiang Lan's cheeks turned red and he quickly put his hands over his chest. However, Chui ignored her and started eating the food by himself, giving his comments from time to time. This dish is delicious. This dish is also good, sour, spicy, and refreshing. Well, this one works too. Xiang Lan stared blankly at Chui, who was leisurely eating his food. She was a little confused. Didn't he just look like he wanted to get to the bottom of this? Why didn't you ask a question? The sudden change made her a little hard to adapt and a little uncomfortable. It feels like being fully prepared in a war to resist the siege of enemy soldiers. She was confident that she could block the opponent's full-strength attack, but she found that the opponent retreated after just one attack. The feeling of punching cotton made Xiang Lan very uncomfortable. She bit her lip, looked at Chui, who kept picking up food and eating, and asked hesitantly, "Chui, is the food delicious?" It's delicious. Let me tell you, I've never eaten anything so delicious since I was a child. Come on, try it. Chui swallowed the food he was chewing in his mouth, and smiled as he picked up several of his favorite dishes for Xiang Lan. Xiang Lan looked at the food on his plate and sighed, his expression conflicted, as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. No, Chui, I mean. Oh, I understand. You want to eat that big lamb leg, right? No problem, I'll get it to you right away. Before Xiang Lan could finish speaking, Chui looked as if he had realized something. He turned the turntable on the dining table and placed a huge leg of lamb in front of Xiang Lan. Here, eat quickly. I know that a girl like you with a great figure must be very concerned about the nutritional intake in daily life, so it should be no problem for you to finish this leg of lamb by yourself, right? Chui said with a smile. Xiang Lan felt like she was going crazy. She clearly just wanted to continue the previous topic with Chui. But why did Chui keep asking her to eat? Besides, I agree that she has a great figure, but how can she finish off the leg of lamb by herself? Is this huge roasted leg of lamb something a fairy with a cherry mouth like me can eat? Blind Chewie. Open your eyes and see clearly. I have a cherry mouth. Xianglan's inner figure was going crazy. In his mind, he had already grabbed Chewie and smashed him with the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique. But on the surface, he forced a smile and nodded, saying, "Just eat it. I'm not very hungry." Chewie looked at Xianglan with a smile. "Hee, little guy, I didn't want to say it just now. After a little bit of playing hard to get, you couldn't help but speak yourself. Sundara girls are really cute. As punishment, you just have to suffer. The first step to tame a Sundara little kitten is to keep you on the edge of your seat." As for understanding Xianglan's purpose of approaching Shen Yanyun, he still has plenty of time and opportunities. For example, when the two of them come to my house to do housework. When it comes to housekeeping, Chewie thinks of those different styles of maid outfits. Well, Xianglan has to wear something tight, so her loose maid outfit will be confiscated. Nice. Chewie was thinking about the source of his happiness with great interest, but Xianglan couldn't hold back. "Chewie, weren't you very curious about the story between Yan Yun and me just now? Why don't you ask now?" Xianglan asked the doubts in his heart. "Oh, that's what you are talking about. I saw that you looked reluctant, so I didn't ask," Chewie said with a smile. "Hee, you can't help it. TSK, I was also very reluctant at first, but you didn't ask," Xianglan said with a pouting look on his face in disbelief. "Oh, there's nothing I can do. I'm just more tolerant of cute girls." Chewie shook his glass and continued with a smile. "At first I didn't notice the cuteness on your face, but now I do, so I don't want you to feel forced." Who is cute? I'm not a cute girl," Xianglan said fiercely, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "I am not cute. This lady is heroic and valiant. You have no say." Snort. "Hey, so you're not a cute girl, then why do you still wear Lolita clothes?" Chewie asked with a puzzled look. "Who says you can't wear Lolita if you don't want to go for the cute style?" Xianglan crossed her arms and said to Chewie with a sidelong glance. "Oh, how dare you, little girl, look at me like that. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will become arrogant." Chewie finished the wine in the glass, looked at Xianglan steadily, suddenly shook his head, then held his head with his hands, and said in a low voice, I seem to be a little drunk." After saying that, he fell towards Xianglan. In order to prevent Xianglan from moving the chair and running away, Chewie silently reached out and grabbed the backrest of Xianglan's chair. Sure enough, Xianglan saw that the situation was not good and wanted to move the chair away, but found that the chair did not move at all. He looked down and found that it was held tightly by Chewie. Then a smell of alcohol hit him, and Xianglan felt a weight on his chest, as if there was an extra head. "Ah, Chewie, what are you doing?" Xianglan pushed Chewie in panic, trying to get him to sit up. Chewie's action was intentional, so how could he fulfill her wish? He relaxed his body and leaned completely on Xianglan. "Well, I should be drunk, sorry. Sometimes I tend to feel weak all over after drinking." Chewie squinted his eyes and said in a low voice. "My body is feeling Xianglan's soft body. It must be very comfortable to sleep with her in my arms. She is worthy of being a rich girl, and it is nutritious. From now on, your child won't have to worry about having no milk to drink. If you choose the right wife, the father and son will not be hungry." Xianglan wanted to cry but had no tears. He was fine just now, how come he suddenly lay down? Is this what all drunk men look like? Fortunately, she didn't drink any alcohol. If she had gotten drunk and fallen down like Chewie, where would she have fallen? Oh, why is he moving around? Xianglan felt Chewie moving around in her arms, and quickly reached out to hold him down. After this press, he became silent again, and I didn't know whether he was really drunk or pretending to be drunk. "Chewie, are you still awake?" Xianglan stretched out his hand and shook Chewie's body. "If you are sober, please wake up. This is so embarrassing." Chewie's mouth corners slightly raised, but he still responded dazedly, "Well, I feel dizzy, but it's so comfortable lying like this." Xianglan's face turned red to her ears. "Isn't this nonsense? The position of your head resting on the pillow is so coincidental, it must be comfortable." "Ah. I was taken advantage of by this bad guy Chewie." Chapter 58, Top Cooking Skills, 10x Rebate Card. Xianglan felt like crying but had no tears. Shui, the shameless guy, was lying in her arms, moving around from time to time. She wanted to push Shui away, but Shui was too heavy and she couldn't push him away at all. Shui, get up quickly. My dad is coming. Suddenly, Xianglan caught a glimpse of his father, who was socializing not far away, walking towards the table and hurriedly spoke. Shui was startled. His father-in-law was coming over? He quickly broke free from the gentle embrace and stood up from Xianglan's arms. Xianglan was stunned by the agile speed. This, turns out you have been pretending to be drunk. But before Xianglan could open her mouth to question him, Xiang Guoqiang came back with a rosy face. Ha, Xiaochu, thank you so much today. If it weren't for your help, those industry leaders wouldn't be so enthusiastic towards me. Come, uncle will toast you. Shui looked at Xianglan, who had a resentful look on his face but didn't dare to speak. For some reason, he felt inexplicably happy in his heart. It's the most fun to bully this kind of arrogant girl. However, Xiang Guoqiang is still in front of me. He is my future father-in-law and I cannot neglect him. Shui stood up and filled his glass with wine. He raised his glass with both hands and said to Xiang Guoqiang, Uncle Xiang, you don't have to be so polite. Lan Lan and I are good friends. I am very happy to be able to help you today. What's more, I believe that even without my help, you can still thrive in this kind of occasion just like my uncle. They drank a glass of wine politely and Shui also said some compliments. Naturally, the flattery made Xiang Guoqiang even happier. Hey, this guy knows how to talk. He is handsome, has high emotional intelligence, and most importantly, his background should be very extraordinary. I don't know if Xiaolan can grasp this kind of high-quality young man. Xiang Guoqiang looked at his precious daughter meaningfully and sighed in his heart. Little did he know that Xianglan was now mumbling in his heart. If the curse in his heart could take effect, Shui would have died countless times. Damn Shui, he actually pretended to be drunk and took advantage of me. Humph, I must say bad things about you in front of Nianyun. Expose your hypocritical true face. Pervert, big pervert. So angry. Pei Yunxian and his companions wandered around the venue for a while, exchanged contact information with many high-quality young ladies, with smiles of understanding on their faces. Seeing that Shui had temporarily ended the battle, they all came back. Master, the auction is about to begin. Pei Yunxian said to Shui, and then said to Xiang Guoqiang, Uncle Xiang, you should also sit at this table, it will be more lively this way. Xiang Guoqiang gladly accepted it. He would certainly not refuse to sit at the same table with the center seats tonight. He could already imagine it. After tonight, when the news of his acquaintance with Guoqiang and several young masters of big families spreads, there will definitely be many entrepreneurs from Jiannan coming to discuss cooperation with him. He can set any conditions he wants, even if it means not making any money or even losing money, there will always be people vying to cooperate with him. The purpose is to get in touch with him and have the opportunity to contact the top dignitaries in Jiannan City. Xiang Guoqiang's return interrupted Shuyi's thoughts on how to train Xianglan. However, Shui was not disappointed, as there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Ding! The host and the top beauty are having a meal together, and will be rewarded with top cooking skills. Host, please keep up the good work and become an all-around rich man surrounded by beautiful women. The system is generous. Shui didn't expect that just by meeting Xianglan by chance and eating something together at the same table, he could still receive a reward from the system. Moreover, he really loves to hear what the system says. Surrounded by beauties, he becomes an almighty rich man. Surrounding is the key point, circle it to be tested. For example, what to use to surround, how long to surround. As for top-notch cooking skills, Shui didn't care much. It's just cooking. He doesn't like cooking normally, so he probably doesn't have the chance to do it very often. But now that I have acquired this skill, I will try to buy some vegetables and cook them at home sometime. Before Shui could think for long, the auction session of the evening party began. The auctioneer was a classical beauty wearing a cheongsam. Shui estimated that her height was about 1.7 meters. With her high heels on, there were many men at the scene who were shorter than her. Good evening, distinguished guests. I am tonight's auctioneer, Luya. This charity auction tonight is organized by Pei Yunxian, Master Pei of our Pei family in Jiannan City, and has also been approved by the patriarch of the Pei family. As elites in various industries, we all know that children are the future of the country. And in our country, there are still many children in poorer areas who do not have the opportunity to receive education. Therefore, all proceeds from tonight's auction will be donated to children in poor mountainous areas to help them get more educational opportunities. I hope to cultivate many pillars of talent who study for the rise of the country. Luya's moving opening speech immediately won applause from all the guests. Although there are good and bad people in this kind of occasion, there are always some entrepreneurs who have a sense of social contribution in this regard. They believe that when they have enough ability, they need to do something to give back to society. Because when wealth reaches a certain level, it is no longer just about satisfying material needs, but more about spiritual satisfaction. Shui also nodded thoughtfully. Although he became rich by relying on the system, he was not a bad person by nature. He was also a handsome young man with integrity. Except for being a bit lustful, everything else is pretty good. Well, that's manly nature, so he has no shortcomings. He has always adhered to one idea. I will not offend others unless they offend me. If anyone offends me, I will pull out my tendons and skin him, mix his ashes with rice and feed him to dogs. He also has his own shining points. When Shui was young, he often fed stray cats and dogs. Because it was a rural family, stray cats and dogs were very common. Whenever Shui came across these poor little things, he would run to their house and get some leftovers to feed them. Seeing the poor little animals eating with great relish, Shui felt an unprecedented satisfaction in his heart. Maybe this is the sense of accomplishment that comes from doing good things. Maybe this is also the reason why the system chose him. Since there is this charity auction party tonight, Shui feels that he should make some contributions to this society to the best of his ability. Ding! The host has a noble character and is indeed a young man with a very positive outlook on life. I will reward you with a 10x rebate card limited to tonight's auction. Helping the weak is a virtue of human civilization. Please stick to your inner righteousness and be a great man with a noble character. Of course, if you encounter a provocateur, beat him up hard. Seeing the last sentence of the system, Shui almost burst out laughing. The system has a really bad temper. But I like it. Hee hee. There will be another chapter later. Some friends think this book is good. Please leave a review and tell me what you like, what attracts you to this book, and what you hate. I will try my best to keep the content you like. Because this is the first time I write about this topic, please forgive me if it is not well written. The reason why I posted in the article is to let all the book friends who see this here see it. Chapter 59. Let the children work hard for the rise of Dragon Country. Well, the auction officially begins now. The first auction item is a replica of Mingxi Yunchukitu. Although it is a replica, it is a masterpiece of a famous master in Longwa. The starting price is 1 million. Each bid increase must not be less than 50,000. The auction began under the chairmanship of Luya. However, the price of 1 million is still a bit high for some industry elites, so only a small number of wealthy entrepreneurs participated in the auction. 1.05 million. 1.1 million. 1.2 million. Xiang Guoqiang felt that he needed to buy an item to express his gratitude to Chui, Pei Yunxian, and others for their care tonight. After all, this auction evening was initiated by Pei Yunxian, and bidding on the items would be tantamount to giving him face. What's more, this Mingxi Yunchuki too is just a replica. But Feng Lu is a famous calligrapher and painter in Longwa. His works are of great collection value and have room for appreciation. So Xiang Guoqiang raised his placard and offered 1.3 million. Luya saw that someone at the table where Pei Yunxian and others were sitting was holding up a sign, and looked over here in surprise. Logically speaking, he shouldn't make a bid at the auction organized by the young master of the Pei family. When other entrepreneurs who were also planning to participate in the auction saw that it was Xiang Guoqiang who made the bid, they just smiled and nodded at him and stopped bidding. Seeing this, Xiang Guoqiang once again felt respected, which was different from the feeling of being respected by employees in the company. There were so many people present who were of higher status than him, and respect from those in higher positions was always the most satisfying. He felt that this was the first time in his 40 years that he felt such deep affection from the world. Is there anyone else bidding? Luya asked. There was no one bidding. Since no one is bidding, 1.3 million once, 1.3 million twice, 1.3 million 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully buying a replica of the Mingxi Yunchuki painting created by a master of Fenglu. Congratulations to the children in the poor mountainous areas for receiving their first charitable donation of 1.3 million yuan. Everyone present applauded and the atmosphere was very warm. Xiang Guoqiang smiled and nodded to everyone who was looking at him. Shui had originally received a tenfold rebate card from the system, and he was thinking of buying all the auction items tonight. But since his father-in-law has taken action, he has to give him some face. Anyway, it's only 1.3 million. Even if it increases tenfold, it will only be 13 million. Compared to saving my father-in-law's face, this little money can still be given up. However, as long as Xiang Guoqiang does not make any more bids from now on, all the auction items will be his. Luya continued to introduce the second auction item, and the sound of bidding and bidding rang out in an endless stream. 500,000. 600,000. This gentleman offered 600,000. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 700,000. 700,000. Is there a higher price? Luya said excitedly. 700,000 once, 700,000 twice. Seeing that no one was bidding higher, Shui wanted to ask for a higher price, but the system gave him a warning. Although it is a 10x rebate card, the host cannot bid without limit, and the maximum bid cannot exceed twice the current bid price. Okay system, since you have seen through my little tricks, I want to make things difficult for you. Chu Feng silently raised his sign and said calmly, 1.4 million. System, good man, you are going to take advantage of the most ruthless people. When Luya heard Chuyi's bid, she looked even more excited. She didn't expect someone to offer such a high price. Although because it was a charity auction, she received a fixed salary tonight and did not receive any commission. But as an auctioneer, the higher the price of the items she handles, the greater her sense of accomplishment. Not only Luya was excited, but other guests in the venue also started whispering to each other because of Chuyi's actions. Wow, I didn't expect that handsome guy to be so powerful. 1.4 million. It's not a small amount of money. What's more, before this, the highest bid was only 700,000, and he actually offered twice the price. Ah, I'm so excited. I already thought he was handsome, and now I think he's even more handsome. I don't know where this gentleman came from, but he seems to have a very prominent background. Moreover, he has a large amount of disposable assets at a young age. He must be from a prominent family. If I can make friends with him, my company will be able to move to a higher level. I just met Mr. Xiang. It seems that they have a good relationship. Please introduce me to him if you have the chance. Shaoli, when you go back, please draft a contract for cooperation with Mr. Xiang's company. We will directly make concessions to gain Mr. Xiang's favor. I hope that we can get to know this outstanding young master of a wealthy family through Mr. Xiang. Many entrepreneurs have their own little calculations in mind. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Shuyi's eyes lit up when he saw the sudden admiration he gained. He was just busy making money from the rebate card, but forgot that this kind of occasion is the time to show off. He needs to act cool to gain admiration points. Nothing more to say, tonight's auction items will be paid for by Master Chu. Master. I didn't expect that you are not only strong in combat, but also so rich. Pei Yunxian raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. Yes, 1,400,000 is just a piece of cake, and you can buy a low-end Porsche Panamera. Guan Yan smacked his lips and said, Brother E is awesome. Although my family has a mine, my monthly pocket money is only 5 million. You just spent almost 1/3 of my pocket money. Shi Juanhe poured some sour drink, took a sip and said. The corners of Chen Shuai's expressionless mouth twitched slightly, he raised his hand and gave a thumbs up, without saying anything. Xiang Lan and Xiang Wuqian looked at each other in surprise. Xiang Lan knew that Shui was rich, but she didn't expect that he seemed very, very rich. He directly bought the auction item at twice the price offered by others. Xiang Wuqian just felt that this little Chu seemed to look more pleasing to the eye. He is handsome, speaks in gentle and elegant manners, has a strong background, and is rich. The best candidate for son-in-law. Xiaolan, you must seize the opportunity. Xiang Guoqiang glanced at his daughter secretly, thinking that he would have a chance to talk to Xiaolan. In today's society, the gender ratio is seriously unbalanced. Although there are more men, only a few of them are outstanding. My daughter will have to work hard to meet such a high-quality man. Shui just smiled faintly and said lightly, I am not interested in money. I just want to help the children in the poor mountainous areas, so that more children who are eager to get an education have a chance to get out of the mountains, and let more children who can get out of the mountains work hard for the rise of our dragon country. Chapter 60, the offer is even more than a flat price. Xiang Lan blinked her big eyes and looked at Chui. She didn't expect that this pervert would have such a great idea. Brother E is awesome. Awesome. My brother E, the gardener of Dragon Country. Brother E is so arrogant. This is the correct way to be arrogant. Pei Yunxian and others said with a smile. Although what Shui said about not being interested in money was a bit exaggerated. But not everyone is willing to just take out so much money, especially for charity. Especially Qi Juanhe, Guan Yan, and Chen Shuiqi, they all looked at Shui with new respect. This was the first time they met Shui tonight. Before this, Pei Yunxian had greeted them, saying that Shui was his master and asked them to give him some face. As best friends who grew up together, I have to give him this little bit of face. Not only do you have to give, but you also have to make your childhood friend's master feel comfortable and proud. So from the moment they met Shui, they had always been very polite. But this is only on the surface. They are all second-generation rich people in Jiannan City. Their family background, ability, vision, and all aspects are superior to ordinary people. Being so polite to Shui, whom he met for the first time, was already a great honor. If it were someone else, they would simply not bother to pay attention unless they were of equal status or that person was valuable enough. Of course, their communication skills are very good and their emotional intelligence is very high, so they naturally know how to speak differently to different people. The reason why he gave Shui so much face was mostly because of Pei Yunxian. If we meet again in the future, we will be just acquaintances at most. However, Shui's decision to directly bid for the auction item at double the price did surprise them. Whether it was to show off their wealth or to do charity, this Shui seemed really worthy of their making friends. 1.4 million once, 1.4 million twice, 1.4 million 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the second item in this auction at a price of 1.4 million. Congratulations to the children in the poor mountainous areas for receiving the second charity fund. Pa, pa, pa. The audience burst into warm applause again. Brother E, I'll toast you. Chen Shuiqi, a man with expressionless face, rarely raised his glass and said to Shui. Shui was also a little surprised, but he reacted quickly, clinked glasses with Chen Shui and drank it all in one gulp. He, master. Let me tell you, Shui has been loving since he was young, so he must be impressed by your way of using money to show love. Pei Yunxian said with a smile. What? If I buy all the items auctioned tonight, will Shui fall in love with me? Shui said exaggeratedly. Everyone burst into laughter, but no one took his words seriously. How much would it cost to buy all the auction items? I don't think it's possible. At most I just have a crush on you. Ha ha ha. Qi Juanhe laughed. That's it. Am I, a handsome guy who's popular among thousands of girls, going to have another fan tonight? Shui shook his head and sighed, his expression looking extremely disgusted. Shui, you're disliked by Brother E. Guan Yan poked Chen Shui with his elbow and teased. Chen Shuiqi was not moved at all and just kept eating the food. Well. Seeing this, Guan Yan touched his nose in dissatisfaction, then stretched out his chopsticks and snatched the dish that Chen Shuiqi was about to pick up with lightning speed. Seeing that Chen Shui finally looked at him, Guan Yan stuffed the food into his mouth in a mean manner. Hey, delicious. Chen Shui quietly put away his chopsticks and drank in silence. Xiang Lan turned to look at Shui beside him and asked curiously, Shui, why did you bid twice as much as others? It's nothing. The most important thing is to donate more money. Shui looked at Xiang Lan and said seriously. To be honest, he originally just wanted to buy a few items for charity. However, I did not intend to bid at such an outrageous price, and it was impossible for me to buy up all the auction items. Although his money was given by the system, it did not come from the wind, but from his own sister. However, the consumption rebate card that the system suddenly rewarded him with made him expand his thoughts. You can get 10 times the amount for free, make charity donations, and gain admiration points. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone, why not do it? Oh. Seeing that Shui was speaking so seriously, Xiang Lan felt a little embarrassed. She felt as if Shui really wanted to do charity, but she suspected that he had other purposes. Although Shui was chatting with everyone, he was always paying attention to the progress of the auction. Not long after the transaction was completed, Luya moved on to auction the third item. The price of this item is slightly higher than the previous 2, and now the bidding price has reached 6 million. At this price, no one continued to bid, and Luya had already started the final 3 bids. Seeing this, Shui did not wait any longer and directly reported a number that shocked the whole audience. 12 million. As soon as the price was announced, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked at the person who made the offer. It was Chui. The young man who had just spent double the price to bid for the second item, once again bid for the third item in the same way. But it's 12 million now. Although the people present were all elites or entrepreneurs in their respective fields, there were only a few who could really come up with 12 million in liquid funds. The wealth of the vast majority of rich people consists of fixed assets. Because keeping cash in hand is too cost-effective for them. The return on investment is far less than that. What's more, the previous bidder only offered 6 million. He doubled the offer price casually. How much capital does he have to be able to squander it so recklessly? Everyone present became more curious about Chuyi's identity. Who is he? Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Ahem, can we continue the auction? Chui coughed twice and asked Luya, who was in a daze. Luya looked embarrassed for a moment, then her face flushed with excitement as she continued to bid. This gentleman bids 12 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? Luya glanced at Chui, who was calm and composed, and was amazed. It's not that she has little experience or has never experienced big scenes, but Chui's behavior is too illogical. As an auctioneer, she naturally knew the purpose of the auction. Everyone who participates in the auction just wants to get the item they like at a price slightly higher than that of others. This is normal logic. However, Chui bid twice in a row, directly doubling the price, and bought it at an extremely high price compared to the auction item. The bid is even higher than the fixed price. What is this auction for? Seeing that no one bid, Luya made the final bid after 3 bids. Congratulations to this gentleman for spending 12 million yuan to win the third auction item. Thanks to this generous gentleman for making such a huge contribution to the education of children in poor mountainous areas. Let us applaud him and thank him for his selfless dedication. Pa. Ouch. Chapter 61. The system always tempts me to show off. There was warm applause again, and some guests were so excited that they cheered inappropriately. Although they couldn't do what Chui did and didn't understand it, it didn't stop them from watching the fun. It is human nature to love to watch fun and gossip, no matter what one's status is. Chui stood up, looked around, pressed his hands down slightly, and said with a faint smile, "Thank you everyone, but let's continue the auction is important." The guests were very considerate and stopped making noise, and many of them spoke in agreement. Yes, the auction is important, this is only the third item. Although this gentleman has taken the first 2 auction items, we will also have the opportunity to do charity later, and the collection value of these auction items is also very good. But this gentleman is really powerful. Ordinary people are not capable of such a move. Although I think this gentleman is showing off, it seems that he doesn't need to do that. He just showed off his strength a little bit. Anyway, it's all about being awesome. The auction continued amidst the laughter and conversation. After Chui sat down, he noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely, so he couldn't help but tease, "What's wrong? Is it because I'm so rich that you think I'm more handsome?" Alas! The young people, including Xiang Lun, booed. Xiang Guoqiang looked at him happily. This wealthy young man was even richer than he had imagined. If this guy becomes his son-in-law, it seems like he won't have to struggle anymore. Well, my daughter is so outstanding, she can definitely do it. Xiang Guoqiang glanced at his precious daughter and said silently in his heart, "Xiaolan, the happiness of your father for the rest of his life is in your hands. It's really wonderful to live a retirement life without having to work hard. I take care of cats and birds every day, and take time to take my pet to the park to see beautiful girls, which makes me feel happy. I heard that looking at beautiful women can help you live longer." Xiang Guoqiang was caught up in the prospect of a better future. All I can say is, a man stays a boy until he dies, and his hobby of SP never changes. Master, although I know that you are also a rich second generation, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Could it be that you have inherited the family property? Pei Yunxian asked curiously. He is now very curious about the identity of his master. He originally thought that his master was just an ordinary rich kid with great fighting skills, so he specially organized this charity party. The purpose is to pave the way for Chui, to make connections and expand his horizons, and it can also be regarded as a gift for becoming a disciple. After all, the two of them had agreed at the beginning that Chui would teach him boxing, and in exchange, he would bring Chui to make connections. But now it seems that my master is a very wealthy man. For someone with such financial resources, how bad can his connections be? Although Pei Yunxian is the eldest son of the Pei family, he has not yet graduated from university. If he is asked to come up with tens of millions of funds, he really has no way to do it. So when he put himself in his shoes, Xu Yi's position in his heart became even higher. What kind of family is this? He took out more than 10 million before he even graduated from college. It's not an investment, but a donation to poor mountainous areas. If he does that, his father's spicy noodles will hit him and make him scream. And most importantly, it feels like spending this money is just like sprinkling water on it. It feels like I didn't spend more than 10 million, but just a few dollars. I have to say, the master is the master, awesome. What Pei Yunxian didn't expect was that because of Gao Yang's stupidity, he actually got to know such an awesome person like his master. Gao Yang, well done, it was not in vain that you got beaten up that day. Gao Yang was playing King of Glory in the dormitory when the game became intense and a team fight was about to break out. He was playing Marco Polo, and his teammates directly controlled 4 people. His eyes lit up and he was about to jump into the field. It was just a sudden sneeze that caused him to use his ultimate skill in the opposite direction, killing all his teammates. Finally failed to advance to Diamond. Gao Yang felt like crying when he saw his teammates adding him as a friend and sending private messages to angrily scold the actor. What the hell did I do to offend anyone? I don't want to sneeze. Shui smiled and waved his hand and said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm just an ordinary person. Apart from a little money, I have nothing else." Brother E, you are being unkind. A few minutes ago I was still feeling smug about my monthly pocket money of 5 million. Now you casually take out 12 million and say that you have some small change. This is a few hundred million, right? Shi Juanha picked up a piece of lemon that was garnished in the dish, put it in his mouth, and said with a sour look on his face, "Stop talking, I'm already jealous." Guan Yan agreed. Most of the elders in his family were officials, so among them, he was the worst off financially. He was very envious of Chu Yi's casual spending behavior. Shen Shui silently gave a thumbs up and continued to eat, but he ate much faster than usual. Xiang Lan only felt that she was becoming more and more curious about Chu Yi. She originally thought that Chu Yi was just a wealthy second generation with a small fortune, who was lucky enough to meet Pei Yunxian and others, so he could sit here. But I didn't expect that he would break my perception of him time and time again, and a charity auction could spend so much money. Is he really doing this for charity? It seems that except for being a bit perverted, he is pretty good in other aspects. Okay, stop looking at me like that. The auction has just begun. I've already said that I will buy all the auction items tonight. Shui said with a smile. Brother E, I know you are rich, but you are exaggerating. Shi Juanha looked unconvinced and paused before continuing. Pei Yunxian has prepared 30 auction items tonight. If we bid for all of them, the amount will be huge. Yes, master, although you look rich, it is impossible for you to spend so much money on charity. Pei Yunxian nodded in agreement. Brother E, even if you have money you can't do this. Just bid for a few items. Guan Yan also thought that Chui couldn't buy all the auction items, so he gave Chui a way out. Only Xiang Lan's eyes were filled with curiosity. As a woman, she felt that Chui was not lying. Xiang Lan felt that Chuyi's plan to buy all the auction items sounded bizarre and exaggerated, but maybe a wealthy person like Chui would just like this, spending money to gain happiness. Chui smiled bitterly and did not explain. He knew that this was an exaggeration, and if someone else said such things in front of him, he would not believe it. But what he said was the truth. In other words, even if he directly said that the system gave him a rebate card, he wanted to maximize his benefits. No one present would believe it because it was too outrageous. Therefore, Chui didn't want to make any more explanations and just needed to put the facts in front of them. I don't want to do this kind of thing, but there is no way. Who lets the system tempt me to show off by paying me? Although Chui is financially strong now, who would complain about having too much money? As long as you take a picture of the item, you can get a tenfold rebate. Anyone would do such a good thing. The auction continued as Luya called out the bids. 9.8 million, is there anyone who can offer a higher price? Seeing that no one made a bid, Luya was about to make the final 3 bids. Chui said calmly, 19.6 million. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. What? Are you still coming? This time it's 19.6 million? Chapter 62 The auction party ends. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Everyone including Chu Yi's table were stunned. Even if they had money, they couldn't do this. Tens of millions are easily spent. If Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian didn't seem to have a good relationship, some people would probably think he was bragging. This gentleman offered 19.6 million. Is there a higher price? Luya spoke incoherently. She felt that what she was saying was nonsense. How could there be a higher level? It was just her duty, so she followed the rules and asked. Of course, no one would bid again. It was really because the price Chu Yi offered was too high, completely exceeding the actual value of the auction item. In that case, congratulations to this gentleman for successfully winning the fourth auction item at a price of 19.6 million. Luya said with a professional smile on her face. From this moment on, the atmosphere at the auction became a little weird. Because all the bidders didn't know whether Chu Yi would suddenly bid a high price for the item when their bidding was nearing the end. So the speed of quotation became a little slow. But Chu Yi didn't care. He just wanted to gain more admiration points and a tenfold rebate. The fifth auction item was bought by Chu Yi at a price of 23 million. The sixth auction item was bought by Chu Yi for 9 million. The seventh. The 10th. 13th. When the auction was halfway through, no one had bid anymore. Everyone knew that no matter how much they bid, Chu Yi would get it at double the price. Instead of doing this, it would be better not to participate in the auction, allowing this rich man to spend less money to get the auction item, which can be considered as doing a favor. If I still bid in this situation, wouldn't I offend him? Everyone wants to spend less money. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Chu Yi just wanted them to bid, and he was really distressed that no one was bidding. Everyone, continue bidding. Why don't you bid anymore? Chu Yi said to the guests with a gentle smile. All the guests shook their heads. Mr. Chu, please stop teasing us. You are financially strong and we dare not compete with you for this charity opportunity. It would be better for us not to participate in the auction. You can buy it at a fixed price and save money. Yes, we bid for a long time, but you just bought it at double the price. This makes us look stupid. Yes, since Mr. Chu is interested, why don't you buy all the items for the auction later? Many guests had different opinions on Chu Yi's behavior. Some people think that Chu Yi simply has too much money and wants to show off his wealth. Some people also think that Chu Yi really wants to help children in poor mountainous areas, but his method is more exaggerated. There are also some people who dare not speak out against Chu Yi's behavior, thinking that although he is rich, he looks down on everyone present by doing such things. However, no matter what others think, Chu Yi doesn't care. If anyone is unhappy about this and wants to cause trouble, he will take over. If you don't dare to say it out loud, just hold it in. What made Chu Yi most helpless was that no matter what he said, no one was willing to bid. Therefore, for the subsequent auction items, he could only buy them at twice the starting price. The loss is quite huge. Even the worship value can't be refreshed. It seemed that there had been too many surprises and everyone present had become numb. There was no more ripple in my heart, and naturally I could not contribute any admiration points to Chu Yi. Seeing this, Chu Yi felt a little sad. Alas, it's so hard to do something good but no one understands me. Chu Yi finally did some calculations and found that he spent a total of 180 million to buy all the items, and the system rebate was 1.8 billion. Alas, it's only 1.8 billion, which is still too little. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Yi successfully completed the payment, and the entire auction evening became noisy again. Worship value plus 1,000. Worship value plus 1,000. Worship value plus 1,000. Maybe some people thought Chu Yi might be a stooge before, but now that the payment has been successful, no one thinks so anymore. The admiration value is extremely high. In the end, many people came up to Chu Yi with a shameless face and handed him their business cards, hoping to have a chance to work with him. In this regard, Chu Yi accepted all the offers. Apart from some money, his network of connections was very weak. The party is filled with elites from all walks of life, and there will always be a time when they can be of use. A charity auction that was supposed to be completed by dozens of entrepreneurs was eventually bought out by Chu Yi alone. Not only the guests attending the party were shocked, but even Xiang Lan and others were stunned. Especially Xiang Guoqiang. His total net worth is less than 180 million, but Chu Yi can easily come up with such a huge cash flow. He couldn't even imagine it before. Chu Yi, you spent so much money to buy those auction items, don't you feel bad? Xiang Lan asked dazedly. No, not only do I not feel sad, I'm actually quite excited now, Shui said with a smile. Yes, he gained a lot of admiration in 1.8 billion funds tonight and did good things. How could he not be excited? You are awesome. Xianglan didn't know what to say. She felt that the shock she received today was a bit too great. Wow, if this 180 million is given to her, she will become a wealthy woman. Thinking of this, Xianglan's eyes sparkled. Of course, she is not materialistic, it's just that the number is so huge that she can't help but have fantasies. If Chui knew her thoughts, he would definitely touch her little head and tell her kindly, "Do you want it? Learn the good morning wake-up service and the good night sleep-inducing service. Each skill will give you 100 million. Don't ask why. If you ask, it's because you have money and you can be willful. Just for fun. Master, from now on I will cling to you, I hope you won't despise me." Pei Yunxian was completely convinced. I didn't expect that my master is so awesome, it's absolutely awesome. What kind of family? Such a wealthy family. He now strongly suspects that his master is the son of the hidden richest man. Shi Juanha counted on his fingers and said in bewilderment, 180 million. That's 3 years of pocket money for me. Brothery just spent it so casually. Oh my god. Brothery, I won't dare mention my mine in front of you anymore. I'm really afraid you'll buy it. Chui raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, "Oh? Shi Juanha, how much is your mine worth?" Brothery, don't be like this. I'm a little panicked when you say that. Shi Juanha waved his hands quickly, defeated. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter when they saw this. Chapter 63 Black Star Security Manager, Leng Qing. After the party, everyone went back home and looked for their mothers. However, Chui did not leave, but went to the infirmary under the leadership of Pei Yunxian. That kid Bai Pang is still waiting for him in the infirmary. Coincidentally, this guy met Chui twice in a row. The first time he encountered provocation from this guy was when he was shopping with Chen Yun. He didn't know him at the time, so he could only let this guy go. As a result, they met again today at the party hosted by Pei Yunxian, and this little friend also wanted Xianglan's contact information. He must be taught a painful lesson today. As he was walking, Chuyi's cell phone rang, and he took out his phone and answered it. A slightly cold but still pleasant female voice came from the phone. "Master, I am the head of Black Star Security Company, Leng Qing." Chui was stunned, but he quickly reacted and his eyes lit up. This should be the reward given by the system to the head of my security company. I didn't expect it was a girl. Judging from her voice, her score should be quite high. Leng Qing, right? You don't have to call me master. Just call me boss from now on. Chui replied. Although it feels inexplicably nice to be called master by a girl, it is definitely inappropriate to call her that under normal circumstances. If you must scream, doing so in certain special situations can add to the fun and excitement. In this way, the hardness of the demon subduing stick will increase dramatically, and the female demon will be unable to withstand my whipping. Okay, boss. I just asked my men to find evidence of Bai Pang's crimes. If you need it, I'll send it to you right away. Leng Qing said in a cold tone. Shui was delighted. He was worrying about how to deal with Bai Pang, but he didn't expect that his new subordinate would be so powerful. We immediately found the dirty evidence against Bai Pang, so we can just hand him over to justice. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Chui to handle it privately. Although this Bai Pang was as annoying as a fly, he would appear in front of Chui from time to time. But to be honest, the two of them were not the kind of mortal enemies who would fight to the death. If it's a mortal enemy, it would be easier to deal with. He simply ordered his top mercenaries to pull him up and torture him with the 10 most cruel tortures, and then sank him without anyone noticing. Chui also believed that the abilities of these top mercenaries rewarded by the system would definitely not be discovered. But with only 2 conflicts, it would be too vicious to do so. As a young man of the Dragon Country in the new century, Chui feels that if there are some things that he can avoid doing by himself, he should try not to do them by himself. Look, this subordinate has brought the evidence of Bai Pang's crimes. He. Leng Qing, you did a great job. Send me your bank card number later and I will give you 10 million as a bonus. Chui was very satisfied with Leng Qing's performance. He had just become his subordinate and solved a problem for him. Not bad, very good. Thank you, boss. Leng Qing, who had always been a little cold, raised his voice a lot when he heard about the bonus. It seems that he is also a little money grubber. That's right, in this money-oriented society, maybe money is not everything, but not having money is absolutely impossible. And money can solve 99.9% of the problems. Especially rich people, they like to solve problems with money. For them, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Well, work hard. As long as you do a good job, you will definitely get a bonus. Shui praised and hung up the phone. Pei Yunxian, who was leading the way in front, was a little curious, but he knew that there were some things he shouldn't ask. If Shui wanted to tell him, he would naturally tell him. So Pei Yunxian didn't ask. Sha Pei, I have some evidence of Bai Peng's crimes. Do you think he can be sentenced to a certain number of years? Shui said with a smile. Pei Yunxian was stunned. He didn't expect that his master could get evidence of Bai Peng's crime. It has only been a few hours since I met Bai Peng. In just a few hours, they were able to find evidence of Bai Peng's crime. It seems that the power behind the master is unfathomable. Master, as long as there is enough evidence, we will definitely give him the punishment he deserves according to the law. Pei Yunxian guaranteed, patting his chest. He received a good education from his father since childhood, and he deeply hates those who do evil and still get away with it. Plus, his uncle is the head of the police station, so he can give a very certain answer on this matter. Okay, I'll send you the evidence of Bai Peng's crime later, and I'll trouble you with the rest. Shui nodded and said. Master, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Pei Yunxian said with a grin. That's good. I'll leave Bai Peng to you. Remember to take good care of him and don't let him get too comfortable. Shui patted Pei Yunxian's shoulder, and instead of going to the infirmary, he turned and walked towards the parking lot. Pei Yunxian stared at Shui's back, waved at him and shouted, Master, don't worry, leave everything to me. Let's have another actual battle next time when we are free. Shui didn't look back, he waved his hand and said, no problem, I hope you can hold on longer next time. Pei Yunxian immediately smiled happily. He had no other hobbies except beautiful women and boxing. He had no shortage of beautiful women since he was a child, but he was never satisfied when it came to boxing. There are basically no people of the same age who are stronger than him. In his life, the only person who was stronger than him is his father who taught him boxing. But forget about asking him to challenge his father. When Pei Yunxian thought of his father's love, which was as strong as a mountain, he felt his hair stand on end and all the bones in his body felt uncomfortable. This is a psychological shadow that I have had since childhood. Pei Yunxian shook his head to make the negative emotions in his mind disappear, put his hands behind his head, whistled, and walked into the infirmary leisurely. Bai Peng's weak screams were heard intermittently. Ah! Stop hitting me, brother! I was wrong. Woo, big brothers, let's talk. I was wrong, I was really wrong, whoa. Pei Yunxian took a closer look. Bai Peng was tied to a chair, sweating profusely but looking painful, with a trace of clear saliva flowing from the corner of his mouth. There were several big men around him, greeting him from time to time. However, they were very measured in their attacks, hitting only the painful areas, which could not be detected by medical examination. Bai Peng was beaten so hard that he screamed and his voice became hoarse. Hey, your name is Bai Peng, right? Why did you offend my master and my master's wife? I think you are tired of living. Pei Yunxian had automatically put Xiang Lan in the role of his master's wife. Just now at the party, Shui and Xiang Lan's intimate behavior clearly showed that they had a special relationship. You can tell from her smooth but that this person is also the master's wife. Bai Peng raised his head and looked at Pei Yunxian, crying and saying, Mr. Pei, I was wrong. It's all my fault for not recognizing a great man. You see, I have been beaten for so long, please be merciful and let me go. As long as you can stop me from being beaten, I will let you do whatever you want. Oh? That's what you said. Pei Yunxian's phone kept ringing. He opened the phone and a faint smile appeared on his face. The evidence sent by the master has arrived. Chapter 64, Cool and Long Legs. Shui only remembered when he got in the car that he had been drinking today. Drunk driving is absolutely not allowed. As the saying goes, if you drive unsafely, your loved ones will shed tears. His good life has just begun, so he should not do such things that harm others and himself. Oh, by the way, you can contact Leng Chang. Shui took out his phone and dialed Leng Chang's number. In addition to asking her to be a designated driver, she also needs to investigate the Bai group where Bai Peng is located, and it would be best if she could get some evidence or business secrets. In this way, Bai Peng can't turn over no matter what. Shui hates it most when the older one is beaten and then the younger one comes. If you want to do it, take them all down at once. Boss, what can I do for you? Leng Chang answered the phone. Leng Chang, come and help me drive. I drank tonight and can't drive. Shui said. Okay, boss. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Leng Ching said that and stopped talking, waiting quietly for Chui to hang up the phone. After Chui hung up the phone, he muttered, "The voice is quite nice." 3 minutes later, a woman with a short ponytail and a smart black suit came to the Koenigsegg Gemera. Boss, here I come. Shui looked Leng Ching up and down. Although she was dressed very smartly, she was still very feminine and gave people a cool and elegant feeling. Especially the color of her lipstick, her flaming red lips are so tempting that it makes people want to taste what her lipstick tastes like. He is tall and straight, and estimates that he is about 175 centimeters tall. The length of her long legs exceeds that of all the girls Chui has met so far. I feel dizzy and dazed. The only flaw is that the bear is a little small, probably only the size of a bee. However, for a beauty like Leng Chang, it would be uncoordinated if the bear was too big. The size that can be held in one hand is just right, and the beautiful legs wrapped around the waist are so nice. Leng Ching felt a little uncomfortable when Chui looked at her, but her 100% loyal nature made her stand still and let Chui look at her. Not to mention just taking a look, even if Chui asked her to sleep with him that night, she would not refuse. It was just her nature that made her somewhat repulsed by the passionate gazes of the opposite sex. Seeing Leng Ching looking embarrassed, Chui retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "Not bad, it came pretty fast. By the way, do you know where my home is?" Leng Ching breathed a sigh of relief, nodded and said, "Don't worry, boss, I have all your information memorized. This is what a subordinate should do." "That's good, come in and take me home," Shui said. "Okay." Leng Chang nodded in response. Shui moved to the co-pilot seat, and Leng Ching also sat in the driver's seat. Although Koenigsegg is a supercar, as a top mercenary, Leng Ching can drive a supercar with ease. The car started slowly. Shui looked at Leng Ching's profile and said, "Leng Ching, since you are determined to investigate Bai Peng's misdeeds, do you know about the company behind Bai Peng?" Leng Ching drove seriously and said without looking away, "Yes, boss, as your subordinates, it is our job to investigate all the information about your enemies. Behind Bai Peng is the Bai Group, whose chairman is Bai Peng's father, Bai Pu. The main business is real estate, and the other sectors are just small-time operations. After investigation, we found that the Bai Group had obtained the qualification for real estate development in the first 2 land demolition projects in Jiannan. But because the resettlement fee offered by the Bai Group is too low, many households are unwilling to move. So when it comes to forcing stubborn residents to relocate, the Bai Group uses many shady tactics. We have already made some progress, but it will take some time to get more concrete evidence." Shui was a little surprised. Wasn't the Black Star security rewarded by the system a bit too awesome? It's like Nyobi is opening the door for Nyobi. From the time he received the reward from the system to now, it has not exceeded 3 hours. In just these 3 hours, Black Star security not only found all the dirty evidence against Bai Peng, but also started investigating the Bai Group behind Bai Peng. Even Phobolares efficiency is not that fast, right? Awesome. Just for your methods and efficiency. Add 10 million to the bonus. Shui waved his hand and said generously. He is not a stingy person, so he will naturally not be stingy with his subordinates. Moreover, he was very satisfied with the performance of Black Star security. Such subordinates deserve more rewards. Leng Ching curled her red lips, revealing a charming curve. Even Shui, who was looking at her from the side, was amazed by it. This kind of tall and cool beauty can easily arouse a man's desire to conquer her. Shui is also a normal man. And now that he has a huge amount of money, he can completely return to his true self and be a real man. Glancing at Leng Ching, who was still driving seriously, Shui smiled and asked, "Leng Ching, how old are you this year?" Leng Ching raised his eyebrows, glanced at Shui slightly, and said softly, "Boss, don't you know that asking a girl's age is a rather presumptuous thing?" Although all members of the Black Star Security Company are 100% loyal to Chui, it does not mean that these subordinates have no self-personality. Each of them is a flesh and blood person, so Leng Ching's reaction is normal. Chui could force her to do anything with orders, and she would obey absolutely. But in daily chats or interactions, she also has her own personality. Chui didn't care. Instead, he became even more excited after hearing Leng Ching's reply. It's fun to bully a girl with a bad temper. Excuse me, can I ask you another question? Shu Yi said sincerely. Lang Qing was silent for a while and didn't say anything, but still nodded in agreement. I want to know, your legs are so long, do you do any special sports in your daily life? Shu Yi lay down on the passenger seat, unbuttoned a button on his collar with one hand, and asked with a smile while tilting his head. Lang Qing was stunned for a moment, as if he had thought of something, but he quickly recovered and said calmly, nothing, just some routine training that mercenaries need to do every day. But her hands gripping the steering wheel were slightly clenched, and it seemed that she was not as relaxed as she appeared to be. Shu Yi noticed this keenly. It seemed that his question made Lang Qing remember some unhappy things. He changed his mind and realized that Lang Qing, as the head of Black Star Security, was also a top mercenary. Shu Yi didn't know what she had experienced before becoming his subordinate. But what he was sure of was that Lang Qing's career as a mercenary was definitely not a pleasant one. Just asking about the training made her heart beat fast. One can imagine how much hardship she had endured before. Chapter 65. The maid arrives. However, since she has now become his subordinate, his future life will definitely be arranged comfortably. Follow Brother Yi and you will have meat to eat. On the rest of the way, Shu Yi temporarily stopped thinking about flirting with girls and just chatted with Lang Qing about family matters. Thanks to Shu Yi's eloquent tongue, the atmosphere in the car was very harmonious. It wasn't long before we returned to our Washington mansion. When getting off the car, Shu Yi pretended to be confused and said, Lang Chang, I just drank a little too much, and now I'm drunk. Please help me go back. Lang Chang bit her lip lightly and nodded in agreement. The two got out of the car together. With Lang Chang's support, Shu Yi let her leave after she returned home with her face scanned. After taking a shower, Shu Yi took out his cell phone and sent a message to Shin Yenyun. Shu Yi, hello, what are you doing? Shin Yenyun, I just finished taking a shower and am trying on the clothes you gave me. Shin Yenyun actually replied within seconds. Shu Yi's eyes lit up, and he felt that he could chat with her more through the phone screen. Shin Yenyun on the internet shouldn't be as shy and introverted as she is in person, right? Shu Yi, how is it? Did your roommate exclaim that a fairy has descended to Earth? Grin. Shin Yenyun, no, they just said I look good in this. Shu Yi, how beautiful is it? Take a picture and show it to me. Shin Yenyun, okay. I have to say, when a boy is attracted to a girl, girls will basically agree to any request made by boys. Shu Yi's way of chatting is a textbook straight man's way of chatting, but Shin Yenyun can't help but have a good impression of him. As the chat time increased, Shu Yi also got to know Shin Yenyun a little better. This girl is very introverted in real life. She becomes a little more open when chatting online, but she still gives people a quiet impression. She is not like some girls who let themselves go when chatting online, and many experienced people are no match for her. However, girls like this are rarer than national treasures. Since God let them meet, Shu Yi will naturally cherish this opportunity. The two chatted until late at night. After saying good night to each other, Shu Yi put down his phone, yawned, and fell asleep. In the mornings of the next few days, Shin Yenyun would unfailingly send Shu Yi various loving breakfasts that she made herself. Shu Yi also gladly accepted it and happily enjoyed the kindness of the campus beauty of Shin University. I have to say, Shin Yenyun's cooking skills are quite good. Even though Shu Yi has top-notch cooking skills, he still recognizes Shin Yenyun's cooking skills and enjoys the food so much. The boys in the class were so jealous. Did the campus beauty of Shenyang University fall in love with this girl? Deliver breakfast every day. When will they meet a girl who will bring them breakfast? Not too demanding, just a female, alive. In the boring daily life, time has come to the weekend. The happy time that Shu Yi had been longing for finally arrived. The reason for feeling happy is not because of how good the weekend is. It's because on weekends, Shin Yenyun and Xiang Lan will come to his house to work as housekeepers. This was something they had agreed on before. Two extremely beautiful women with different styles, wearing maid outfits, must be a different kind of look. As for their maid costumes, they had been made and delivered to his house 2 days ago. Now everything is ready except for the east wind. When they come over, we can let them change. The phone rang. Shu Yi took out his cell phone and saw that it was Xiang Lan calling, so he answered the call. Hey, Xiang Lan, are you here yet? Shu Yi, we are now at the gate of Huafu Mansion. But we can't get in. The security guard said we need the owner's permission. Xiang Lan said angrily. Shu Yi slapped his forehead. This was his negligence. Generally, high-end residences will not allow strangers in at will, and they must get the owner's approval. Wait a moment, I'll call the security guard right away. Shui hung up the phone and dialed the security booth using the landline in the room. Hello, I'm the owner of Villa Number 1. The two girls at the door are my friends. Please let them in. Shui said. The security guard who received Shui's call nodded repeatedly and said, Okay sir, I didn't know it was your friend before, I'm so sorry. No, this is your responsibility. It was my negligence that I didn't inform you in advance. Shui smiled and did not blame him. It's not easy to go out to work, it's all just to make a living. Moreover, the security guard was following the procedures and had a good attitude, so Shui would not blame him for that. A few minutes after I made the call, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang several times in a row. Shui guessed that Xiang Lan must be unhappy and kept ringing the bell to vent her anger. When I opened the door, I saw that it was Xiang Lan who pressed the button. Today, Xiang Lan was wearing a white tight t-shirt and wide leg pants, with her hair slightly curled, making her look somewhat sexy. Standing behind her was Shin Nianyun, who was wearing a white dress and was looking at Shui timidly. Although she had the experience of being alone with Shui before, Shin Nianyun still felt a little nervous for some reason. It seemed that she would become nervous whenever she saw Shui. This is completely different from his usual aloof attitude due to his social incompetence. Shui first winked at Shin Nianyun, then smiled and said to Xiang Lan, you rang the doorbell and disturbed my daydreaming. Have you thought about how to compensate me? Xiang Lan crossed his arms and said, How dare you say I'm bothering you? You didn't even tell the security guards in advance that we were coming over. Nianyun and I are going to get tanned. Look, Nianyun's little face is all sunburned red. What if she becomes ugly? Shin Nianyun felt a little embarrassed. Why did he suddenly mention her? She reached out and poked the soft flesh on Xiang Lan's waist, and called her Lan softly, signaling her to stop talking. Shui glanced at Shin Nianyun's cheeks and saw that she was indeed sunburned. He quickly said, Come in and enjoy some air conditioning. Xiang Lan glared at Shui, puffed out his chest, pulled Shin Nianyun and walked inside, muttering, Nianyun, let's go. Let's go to the air-conditioned room. Shui smiled when he saw her like this. How dare you be so arrogant, wait till I have the chance. Chapter 66 Sexy Maid Outfit Arrangement. Entering the spacious villa, Xiang Lan looked around, nodded from time to time and said, Wow, Shui, your house is nice, but it must be difficult to clean. When it comes to cleaning, Xiang Lan's face turns bitter. Shin Nianyun was also curious. She didn't expect Shui's house to be so luxurious. She had never seen such a luxurious villa before, and had only seen it in movies and TV dramas. Thinking that she would help Shui with the cleaning later, Shin Nianyun felt a little excited. It seemed that she would be very happy as long as she could do something for Shui. She didn't know why she felt this way. Come, sit down for a moment. What do you want to drink? I'll get it for you. Shui smiled and made a gesture to the sofa, inviting the two women to sit down. Is there any orange juice? Xiang Lan asked casually as he sat on the luxurious sofa. Shin Nianyun was a little hesitant, feeling that this was not a good idea since they were clearly here to work. Nianyun, you can sit down too. Don't be so polite. Shui smiled, walked up to her, pressed her shoulders, and let her sit on the sofa. When Shin Nianyun was pressed by Shui's hands, he felt a flash of electric shock in his heart and sat down on the sofa obediently. That's right. What do you want to drink? Shui asked Shin Nianyun. I'm the same as Lan. Shin Nianyun pursed her lips and said softly. She seldom visited other people's homes and had no experience in such occasions. Shui saw that Shin Nianyun was a little restrained and shook his head and laughed. Didn't we get along very well last time and chat very comfortably on WeChat? Why do you get so nervous when you get to his house? It seems I have to find a way to make her relax later. By the way, get that little girl Xiang Lan out of the way so that the two of them can have some time alone. This way, he would not have this grumpy old sister ruining his happy time with little angel Nianyun. Well, let us do it. Seeing that the two girls had finished drinking the orange juice he had taken from the refrigerator, Shui pointed to the stairs and said to them, Go upstairs and change into your work clothes. Nianyun, your work clothes are in the first room on the left side of the second floor, and Xiang Lan's are in the first room on the right side. If you sweat a lot on the way here because it was too sunny, you can take a shower in the room. There are all kinds of supplies. When it comes to work clothes, even the cheerful Xianglan feels a little shy. What kind of work clothes? It's obviously a maid outfit. She puffed her face and glared at Chui, then pulled Shen Nianyun towards the second floor. Chui lay comfortably on the sofa, crossed his legs, looked at the two girls' graceful backs, with a smile on his face. He picked out a suitable and sexy maid outfit for each of them. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Chui waited in the living room on the first floor for more than half an hour before he heard the sound of footsteps coming down the stairs. When Shen Nianyun and Xianlan walked to the first floor, Chui felt his eyes brighten. Two goddess-level beauties, wearing different maid outfits, but both are equally beautiful and sexy. Seeing them blushing and walking down the stairs shyly, Chui was overjoyed. All that money spent on the maid outfit was well spent. Not bad, not bad. It seems that my taste is good. The clothes you wear look very professional. Seeing the two girls glaring at him, Chui quickly changed his tone and smiled. He originally wanted to say it was very sexy, but seeing how embarrassed they both looked, he didn't say it. What if it's too much of a stimulation for them and they quit? Young Master Yi's leisurely life has just begun, how can he not be surrounded by maids? Chui had even thought of the afternoon arrangements. When the two girls were tired of cleaning, he would invite them to play in his infinity pool. This is where the swimsuit maid outfit comes in handy. Bikini YYDS. Chapter 67 Alone with Shen Nianyun. The two women looked at each other and reluctantly accepted the reality. Then let's start cleaning now, Shen Nianyun said to Xianlan. Well, okay. Xianlan nodded and went with Shen Nianyun to get the cleaning tools. Wait a moment. Chui suddenly called out to them. Xianlan, you go clean the second floor, Nianyun, you clean the first floor. There are exactly 4 floors. After you finish cleaning the first and second floors, go clean the third and fourth floors, and finally clean the basement together. Chui arranged everything for them clearly. Ah! Can we clean together? Xianlan was unhappy. She just wanted to stay with Shen Nianyun. No. Chui shook his head firmly. Are you kidding? If I let you two stay together, how would I have the chance to do anything with Nianyun to improve our relationship? For example, mopping the floor from behind, wiping the table. Okay then. Xianlan walked dejectedly towards the second floor, muttering to himself. Damn Chui. You actually separated me and Nianyun. Isn't it just a few filthy coins? Evil local tyrants. After watching Xianlan go to the second floor, Chui smiled gently at Shen Nianyun and said, Nianyun, if you feel tired, take a break. There is no rush to clean up. They were alone again, and Shen Nianyun was still a little embarrassed. After hearing Chui's words, she waved her hands repeatedly, looked at Chui seriously and said, How can this be possible? I have taken your salary, so I must work seriously. Otherwise, wouldn't it be considered as cheating? Ah, what you said makes sense. In that case, let's do it according to your idea. Chui was caught off guard by her professional attitude and laughed. If you need help, remember to call me. I'll be sitting here on the sofa. Shen Nianyun nodded and said, Okay, if I call you later, you can't think I'm annoying. Chui smiled dotingly, how could that be? You are so cute, I wish you would bother me every day. Shen Nianyun wrinkled his nose and muttered softly, You really know how to coax girls? Ha, what did you say? Chui actually heard it. After receiving the physical reward from the system, his senses in all aspects were superior to those of ordinary people. But he still wanted to see Shen Nianyun's reaction. Ah, nothing, I'm going to clean up. Shen Nianyun shrank his neck and walked towards the kitchen. Chui sat on the sofa in the living room and could see Shen Nianyun's busy figure through the floor-to-ceiling glass in the kitchen. She first swept the kitchen floor, then took a rag and began to wipe the sink, stove, and other corners. She even turned on the built-in appliances one by one and wiped them carefully and meticulously. This scene seemed actually quite peaceful. Chui just felt that even just watching Shen Nianyun cleaning was a kind of enjoyment. At this time, Shen Nianyun began to wipe the cabinets higher up in the kitchen, but he was not tall enough and could not reach some places. Thinking of what Chui had just said, Shen Nianyun turned his head and looked towards the living room. But he found Chui sitting on the sofa, staring at him blankly. Shen Nianyun's heart skipped a beat and he looked away hastily. Oh, has Chui been looking at me just now? It feels so weird being stared at by him all the time. Should I ask him for help? I'm so confused. Chui raised his eyebrows. It seemed that his little angel was in trouble. It was time for him to show up. Nianyun, let me help you. Chui walked towards the kitchen and said in a gentle voice. Chui, can you help me find a ladder? Shin Nianyun suddenly said. You want a ladder? Do you want to climb up and clean the cupboards? Chui was stunned for a moment. He thought Shin Nianyun couldn't reach it and wanted him to help clean it. Yes. That's right. Shin Nianyun said with a smile and nodded. Ah. The little angel smiled. The smile is so pleasing to the eyes. I heard that looking at beautiful women can prolong your life. Today my lifespan has increased again. Let me do it. I'm tall enough and can just wipe it casually. Chui was surprised by Shin Nianyun's smile and replied after a few seconds. No. It's only natural to get things done for money. Shin Nianyun put one hand on his waist and stretched out the index finger of the other hand and shook it in front of Chui. His serious look was inexplicably cute. Okay, then I'll go find a ladder. Chui nodded and walked towards the living room. He took out his cell phone and called Ling Qing. Hey, Ling Qing, send someone to buy me a ladder and deliver it to my house. Okay, boss. It will be delivered within 10 minutes. Ling Qing's tone was as indifferent as ever, but his voice was still pleasant. Huh? So fast? Chui was a little surprised. This efficiency is amazing. Yes, boss. You have more than 20 invisible bodyguards, including me, protecting your every move. So it is very convenient to run errands for you. Just buy a ladder. 10 minutes will be enough. Ling Qing replied. Oh, great. By the way, Ling Qing, do you speak Japanese? Chui nodded and asked a completely unrelated question out of the blue. Yes. Ling Qing was also stunned, but still answered truthfully. As a top mercenary, mastering multiple languages is the most basic skill. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient to carry out missions across borders. Not bad, not bad. Chui smiled and nodded, saying, send someone to deliver it to me later. That's it for now. Hang up. Okay, boss. Chui asked Ling Qing if he could speak Japanese just on a whim. They said it would be there in 10 minutes, but the doorbell rang in 5 minutes. Chui opened the door and saw two tough guys who were as strong as iron towers. Even through their short-sleeved shirts, you can see their powerful muscles, especially their forearms that look like they were cast in steel. Although their muscles are not extremely explosive, anyone can tell at first glance that these two guys are not easy to mess with. There was a hint of ferocity in his cold eyes, an upright posture, calloused hands, and a long healed scar on his face. It's like if you glare at a child, that child will cry. However, in front of Chui, these two tough guys looked docile. The scarred tough guy held up the ladder he had just bought, grinned an extremely awkward service industry fake smile, nodded and said, Boss, this is the ladder you wanted. The other man with slicked back hair didn't say anything, but just trembled all over. He is trying not to laugh. Scarface looks so ugly when he smiles like this. Who would have thought that Scarface, who once defeated a dozen special forces soldiers single-handedly, would be so miserable? The smiling service proposed by the big sister is really not something that humans can do. When Scarface saw that the man with the slicked back hair was actually smiling, he said bluntly, Boss, the big sister asked us to serve with a smile, please give us your comments. The man with the slicked back hair suddenly changed his expression and quickly raised his zygomatic muscles, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. Chui was amused when he saw that these two tough guys were actually two funny guys. Not bad, you're smiling brightly, keep up the good work. Chui took the ladder with a smile, patted the two on the shoulders and said. The two looked embarrassed, but still tried to smile more brightly. Okay, you can go now. Chui almost couldn't help laughing when he saw them like this, and quickly asked them to leave. The two men acted as if they were pardoned, put soap on their feet and ran away. Goodbye, boss. The sound came only after everyone had gone far away. Chui shook his head and laughed. It seemed that the mercenaries under his command were not only capable, but also had interesting personalities. Chapter 68 Shin Nianyun's First Kiss. Chui took the ladder to the kitchen and placed it next to the cabinet that Shin Nianyun wanted to clean. He held the ladder with both hands and said to her, Come on, Nianyun, I'll help you hold the ladder. Isn't this a good idea? Shin Nianyun hesitated. She was wearing such a short skirt and if Chui raised his head even slightly, wouldn't he see her naked? How could Shui not understand what Shin Nianyun was worried about? He patted the ladder and comforted her with a smile. Don't worry, I won't look up, I'm a serious person. Yes, how can you call peeping at other people's affairs? That's called appreciation. But since he had promised Shin Nianyun, Shui would not be so obscene as to look up at the scenery under her skirt. There's nothing good to see. Shui prefers to try it out rather than watching. When Shin Nianyun heard Shui say this, she bit her lip and chose to believe him. After all, she had a good impression of Shui from the very beginning. Okay, I'll continue cleaning then. Although Shin Nianyun looks weak, she is very skillful when it comes to cleaning. He climbed up the ladder very skillfully, and it seemed that he had experience in climbing ladders to do cleaning before. Shui tilted his head and said, I didn't expect you to be so brave, Nianyun. I see many girls are afraid to climb ladders, let alone do housework. Shin Nianyun wiped every corner of the cupboard carefully, and said with a smile on his face, don't underestimate me. Every time when we clean up the house during the Chinese New Year, I'm the one who climbs up and down the most. Why? Shouldn't this kind of work be done by my father? Shui was a little curious. His family also does a thorough cleaning before the Chinese New Year. Many places that are difficult to clean and require climbing are cleaned by his father. Shin Nianyun was silent for a while, then whispered, my father, his legs and feet are not very good, and he has been bedridden for many years. After hearing this, Shui Tsai suddenly realized something. No wonder Nianyun's family is so poor. It turns out that his father has difficulty walking and has no ability to earn income. From this point of view, it must be her mother who shoulders the heavy burden of supporting the family, right? Women are weak by nature, but they become strong when they become mothers. Shin Nianyun's mother must also be a great woman. I'm sorry, Nianyun, for mentioning your sad story. Shui said apologetically. It's okay, I'm used to it. Shin Nianyun smiled. Although Shui couldn't see her expression, he was still infected by her firm tone. If I could help Nianyun cure her father's leg, she would be very happy, right? Suddenly, Shui's heart moved. This matter seems to have great potential. He attended the charity auction party hosted by Pei Yunxian last time and received so much admiration, it was worth it. Since there are various skills in the system mall, there must be some related to medical skills. That's it. Exchange for a medical skill and help your father-in-law treat his leg. Shui felt that he had triggered another hidden task of favorability. If this leg healing task is completed, Sister Nianyun should be very happy, right? So he should be able to do it, right? Right, system? System, although you are shameless, I will still serve you wholeheartedly. Done. Shui was delighted. This was the first time the system responded directly to his ridicule. It seems that it also wants to capture Nianyun by itself. Bah, how can you call it success when it comes to a serious matter? I should ask Nianyun to fall in love with me. Shui held onto the ladder, his mind full of random thoughts. He planned to exchange for medical skills as soon as he had time. Suddenly, Shin Nianyun screamed, there are little bugs. Shui was startled and looked up quickly. Shin Nianyun seemed too flustered. She lost her footing and fell down. Feeling weightless, she closed her eyes in fear. It's over, it's over. If I fall to the ground, I will have to be hospitalized again. But where is the money to pay for the medical expenses? Wow, I haven't worked for Shui for long since I got an advance on his salary last time. I hope it doesn't hurt too much. Nianyun, are you okay? Shui reached out and caught Shin Nianyun. Seeing that her eyes were closed, he asked with concern. Thanks to his extraordinary physique, if someone else stood here he would probably just be a human cushion. For an adult, even a gentle and frail girl, falling from a height of nearly 2 meters would be very heavy. Most people simply can't handle it. Shin Nianyun's brain went blank for a moment. I didn't fall to the ground? Did Shui catch me? After coming back to her senses from her panic, and feeling Shui's strong arms around her, Shin Nianyun fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Shui looking at her with concern, and her heart warmed. People on the internet say that looking up at a person from the bottom up will make him look ugly, but Shui is still very handsome from this angle. Shin Nianyun opened her mouth slightly, lost in a state of infatuation. Seeing that she didn't respond, Shui smiled and was about to continue talking, but he was accidentally attracted by Shin Nianyun's beautiful face. He also stared at Shin Nianyun blankly, and the two of them just looked at each other without saying a word. In Shui's eyes, There was a faint layer of pink on Shin Nianyun's fair little face at this moment. Any blush can only be inferior to this pink, it looks so charming. It might be because I had just done the cleaning and exerted a lot of energy, which caused my body temperature to rise. It could also be because of the blushing caused by shyness when he held her in his arms. Looking at the beauty in his arms, Shui gradually lowered his head, and Shin Nianyun closed his eyes at a loss. Slowly, the two heads got closer and closer. Shin Nianyun snorted softly and opened her eyes, but when she saw Shui also had his eyes open, she quickly closed them again. Seeing her shy look, Shui launched a second wave of attack. Now, Shin Nianyun was like a fish on a chopping board, completely unable to resist. Her brain is completely confused. What's going on? Who am I, where am I, and what am I doing now? Chapter 69, Mutual Love, Kiss. Just when Shui was planning to take the next step and make his move, Xianglan walked down from the second floor mumbling, "What the hell? Why are there cockroaches on the second floor?" As soon as he reached the first floor, Xianglan looked around and found some movement in the kitchen. He said as he walked, "Shui, the cockroaches in your house are so big. I want to duel with the cockroaches." Before Xianglan could finish her words, she saw the two of them kissing each other. Her scalp tightened and she felt like she was about to explode. After speaking very quickly, he ran upstairs. Just because of her interruption, Shui and Shin Nianyun also stood apart. Damn it! Just when I was ready to start, I was interrupted by Xianglan. Now Shui has a deep resentment towards Xianglan. Shin Nianyun shyly broke free from Chuyi's arms, lowered her head, and grabbed the corner of her clothes with her small hands and fiddled with them. Oh my god, she actually kissed Shui just now. This is her first kiss. Unexpectedly, she passed away in a daze, and she didn't even know what she felt. What a pity. But, the first kiss seems to be pretty good for Shui. He is so nice to me and he is handsome, hee. Shin Nianyun quietly raised her head and glanced at Shui, then quickly lowered her head. Now she didn't know what to do. There was a pink atmosphere in the kitchen, and neither Shui nor Shin Nianyun spoke. Not only Shin Nianyun was nervous, Shui was also a little excited. To be honest, this was the first time since he was a child that he was so excited about a girl. It was difficult for him to describe this feeling, but he could feel that his face must be flushed and his breathing was rapid. My heart is beating a little faster. Is this due to the stimulation of hormones? Shui moved his dry lips, wanting to say something, but couldn't. Just like a little boy confessing his love to a girl for the first time, he is nervous and shy. Normally, someone like him who has been in love should not have such a reaction, but in front of the lovely Shin Nianyun, he was so nervous. Is this a truly heart-pounding feeling? Ding! The host is detected to be undergoing intense psychological activities. The system is here to help. In order to help the host make the right choice, harmless electric shock is about to begin. As soon as the system prompt came out, Shui felt an electric current passing through his body. It's not uncomfortable, a bit like static electricity, but it's quite refreshing. System, this wave is awesome. Shui gritted his teeth, took Shin Nianyun's hand and said to her solemnly, "Nianyun, will you be my girlfriend?" Shin Nianyun's pupils shrank and his heart began to beat violently. Shui, he actually confessed to me? Thinking of everything he had experienced in the past few days, sweet emotions emerged in his mind, and Shin Nianyun wanted to agree to it impatiently. But the inferiority complex that had accompanied her since childhood turned into a huge gap, blocking her and Shui. She lacked the courage to take that leap, and she was afraid to face the consequences of making this choice. What if Shui doesn't like her anymore and wants to throw her away? Then maybe she'll collapse? Seeing that Shin Nianyun said nothing, his expression was a little unnatural, and his eyes were red as if he wanted to cry. Shui was a little at a loss. Why did Nianyun react like this? He habitually unbuttoned a button on his collar, hoping to breathe more air and make his brain work faster. So that I can coax Nianyun. Shui, I know you are very good to me and I like you very much, but I dare not take this step. Shin Nianyun bit her lip and said to Shui with red eyes. She decided to face her heart and speak clearly. In this way, she would not feel any regrets even if she was not with Shui. When Shui confessed to her, she was disgusted with herself for being so cowardly and inferior. Why not be brave and agree to it? Why do we lack the courage to face the future? Shin Nianyun, you are so cowardly. Shin Nianyun kept blaming herself in her heart, tears falling drop by drop. Shui felt relieved when he heard what she said. It turns out that she didn't dislike herself, but she was afraid to face it. However, as long as she likes me too, that's enough. He is willing to clear all obstacles for her. Anyone or anything that dares to hinder their relationship will be crushed into pieces. System: the host is awesome. The host is domineering. Worship value +1. Hey guys, I'm expressing my emotions, can you please stop interrupting me? Also, your admiration value is only 1 point, which doesn't even give you any respect in the system. System: okay, host, continue to coax your wife, I won't bother you anymore. Be good and go play. System: after being interrupted by the system, Shui was not so nervous anymore. He took Shin Yenyun into his arms, smelled the fragrance of her hair, and gently stroked her back with his hand. Yenyun, I like you and I want to be with you, so as long as you like me, that's enough. Now all that's left is for you to nod your agreement. You don't need to worry, you don't need to be afraid of the future, as long as you nod, no one can separate us, and no one dares to separate us. I will solve all your problems. You just need to be my little princess and angel. I will spoil you to the heavens and make you the happiest woman in the world. I, Shui, will always keep my word. Shui's domineering yet doting words flowed into Shin Yenyun's heart like water that could penetrate any pore. It was like the soft spring rain, watering Shin Yenyun's dry heart. It was like the light of dawn that dispelled the darkness and purified the inferiority and cowardice in her heart into nothingness. At least at this moment, Shin Yenyun had the courage to stop escaping. She put her arms around Shui's waist, raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes, pouted and said, "Kiss me." Shui was delighted, it worked. He lowered his head and kissed Shin Yenyun's lips affectionately. At this moment, there was no longer any obstacle between the two of them, and they relaxed physically and mentally, enjoying the wonderful feeling. Shin Yenyun also blushed, suppressing her inner shyness, and responded to Shui's attack in a daze. She closed her eyes, her mind wandering. Leng Qing, who was silently observing and protecting Shui in secret, immediately cut off all surveillance footage and issued an order to only guard the owner outside Villa number 1. The security level will be restored until the owner leaves the villa. All the men smiled at each other at the same time. It seemed that they had one more key person to protect. After a long time, Shui stopped his actions. "Yenyun, I'll help you to the sofa, you sit down and tidy up your clothes. By the way, I want to tell you something." Shin Yenyun nodded with a red face, and let Shui lead her to sit on the sofa. What Shui wanted to talk about was the treatment of Yenyun's father's leg. He just took some time to check it out, and there were indeed some powerful medical skills in the system mall, so curing her father's leg should not be a problem. Shui organized his words in his mind and was about to speak. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Shin Yenyun for being in a relationship, and the world's top medical skills will be rewarded, including Chinese and Western medicine. I hope the host will continue to work hard and make breakthrough progress. A mysterious gift package is waiting for you. Damn, whatever I want comes true, my system is so thoughtful. I have no place to spend my admiration points if you act like this. Love you for 10,000 years. System: ugh. Chapter 70: Helping father-in-law with his illness. The sudden assist from the system gave Chui more confidence. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Yenyun, do you believe me?" "Why do you ask?" "Of course I believe you." Shin Yenyun stopped tidying up her clothes, raised her head with her big eyes blinking, and said to Chui seriously. Since she agreed to Chui's confession, she quickly accepted the change in her identity. The haze in my heart was swept away, and I felt much more cheerful. Shin Yenyun now seems to have gained a lot of confidence. Chui was sincerely happy for her. He didn't expect that the kiss between him and her would be so effective. Looks like I'll have to kiss her a few more times if I have the chance. Refresh your mind and never get tired. It's like this. I just heard you say that your father has difficulty walking. Can you take me to see him? Shui took Shin Yenyun's hand, covered it with his other hand, and said with a smile. Maybe I can heal your father's leg. Shin Yenyun's face flashed with surprise, and she asked in disbelief, Shui, are you telling the truth? Can Shui also cure diseases? He knows too many things, doesn't he? Shin Yenyun still remembered that the last time she and Shui went to escape the secret room, Shui demonstrated his powerful computer skills. Even though the staff member deliberately deleted the video and vowed that it could not be restored, Shui successfully restored the video easily. And today Shui gave her another surprise. He actually said that he could cure her father's leg? This made Shen Yanyan feel as if happiness was falling on her head one after another, and she felt a little dizzy. But her father's leg problem has lasted for more than 10 years, and the doctors at the hospital said there was nothing they could do. Shui, is it okay? Yes, I have medical skills inherited from my ancestors. I can cure most of the stubborn diseases in the world. Now that we are together, I must do my best to help my father-in-law's illness. Maybe if I cure his legs, he will be so excited that he will ask us to get married directly. Shui said with a smile, his hands moving non-stop. He was using the top medical skills knowledge that the system had just rewarded him with, learning and applying it as he needed and pressed Shen Yanyan's delicate hands. Feeling the tingling sensation in his hands, Shen Yanyan felt so comfortable that his scalp started to itch. She tried to pull her hand away, but found that Shui was holding it tightly. She felt a little shy. But then she thought, Shui is already her boyfriend, so it's okay to rub his hands. So she enjoyed Shui's massage with a blushing face. However, Shui's technique was tricky, making her feel so comfortable that she wanted to scream out loud. Then, Shui, when are you free to come to my house? Shen Yanyan asked impatiently, resisting the urge to moan. How about tomorrow? Because I invited my classmates to dinner tonight, and I promised them that I would treat them. Shui thought for a moment and said with a smile. Okay. Shen Yanyan nodded repeatedly. She couldn't help feeling happy when she thought that her father's leg could be cured. The smile that rarely appeared on her face usually appeared frequently and involuntarily today, and it was all because of Shui. She felt sweet in her heart, and unconsciously thought of what Shui said when he sent her back to the dormitory last time. You are not wrong, it is the world that is wrong. You are an angel who has fallen into the mortal world. I will change the world for you. Maybe Shui is the angel who fell into the mortal world to save her? Otherwise, how could it be so perfect? Shui, close your eyes. Shen Yanyan smiled and said in a soft voice. Shui was stunned, then nodded with a smile and closed his eyes cooperatively. Don't open your eyes. Shen Yanyan waved his hand in front of Shui and said. Okay, I won't open my eyes unless my Yanyan allows it. Shui closed his eyes, raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and said gently. Seeing this, Shen Yanyan bravely kissed Shui on the cheek, then quickly returned to her original position. Muah! Shui felt his cheeks getting wet and a fragrant breeze passed by him. He raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes. This is a reward for you. Shen Yanyan said shyly while playing with the corner of his clothes, and then added, I saw it played like this in TV dramas. Ha 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 ha. Shui laughed. My Yanyan is so cute. Shen Yanyan wrinkled his nose and pretended to be fierce and asked, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Shui stopped laughing, with joy still lingering on the corners of his mouth, and looked at Shen Yanyan steadily. It wasn't until she was a little flustered that she said, that's not right, you should kiss. After Shui finished speaking, he pounced on Shen Yanyan like a hungry tiger and banged her on the sofa, enjoying Shen Yanyan's tender red lips to the fullest. If the demon subduing stick had not been able to suppress the power and was about to break the seal, Shui would not have given up. However, according to Yanyan's personality, this kind of thing cannot be forced, and being too proactive will backfire. She still needs to open her heart and accept herself completely. Shui felt that treating her father's leg was an opportunity. If it were a dating game, it would definitely be a main quest with explosive favorability rewards. Once completed, the favorability level will definitely increase dramatically. It is possible to directly max it. The two of them made a fuss for a while, and Shen Yanyan suddenly frowned, remembering something very important. Shui. Did Lan Lan see us kissing just now? She had a sad face and was a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that Lan Lan would coincidentally see me kissing Shui. Ah. How embarrassing. Lan Lan will definitely make fun of me. Oh, right. I would have forgotten about this if you hadn't mentioned it. Shui slapped his forehead. Just now, Xiang Lan said there were cockroaches on the second floor, so he came down to find me, and then he interrupted our private time. Shen Yanyan rolled her eyes at Shui and said, although what you said sounds fine, why do I feel it's so strange? He, it means I'm telling the truth. Isn't it said that the truth hurts to hear? You'll get used to it if you listen to it more often. Shui said with a smile. Okay, I give in to you. Shen Yanyan was defeated, and then said with some concern, do you want to go to the second floor to see Lan Lan? She is most afraid of cockroaches. Besides, we are in the south, where cockroaches are much bigger. Shui rubbed Shen Nianyun's little head and agreed to her request. Okay, you take a rest on the first floor first, I'll go up and take a look. I think the sanitation is almost done now, let's go swimming together later. Shui stood up and pointed at the infinity pool outside the villa. I don't know how. Shen Nianyun waved his hands and said with regret. She had seen the beautiful swimming pool outside from the beginning, but unfortunately she couldn't swim. It's okay, I'll teach you. Shui patted his chest. He doesn't have many hobbies, he just likes to teach beautiful girls how to swim, how to do yoga, how to do fitness. Inspired to contribute to education.